The birthplace of Confederation. So yes, this is where the story started. But today, it's about how you are writing the next chapter. And at CBC Morning Live, we get to start it all off. So welcome to Canada Day 2025. We are celebrating coast to coast to coast in communities in every province and territory. People are marking 158 years since Confederation. We'll go live to reporters across the country, speaking with Canadians about what they're doing to celebrate. Final preparations are underway in Ottawa for Canada's birthday bash. We'll tell you what's happening throughout the day in the nation's capital. And how are you marking Canada Day? Thank you. We've been getting lots of photos and videos from your communities showing us what makes Canada shine, and we're going to be sharing them here throughout the morning. July 1st, as you know, is always a big party in Canada. Fireworks, concerts, parades, barbecues, all sorts of activities, coast to coast to coast. But this year, along with the celebration, there is perhaps a little more reflection. We Canadians find ourselves in an existential moment. There's a sense that we're in the middle of something big. Shifting politics, changing expectations, a country that continues to evolve. Unity and pride, expectations and worries, new relationships both within and outside the country. All day today on CBC, starting here on CBC Morning Live, we're going to have conversations about those very issues with our viewers, with our reporters, and with our guests here in Charlottetown. Now, our first two this hour, part of our CBC family. You may remember we were last here in Charlottetown for Canada Day for Canada 150, so that's 8 years ago. And during the show, we made the big announcement that Louise Martin and Jay Scotland were moving from Toronto to Charlottetown as host and meteorologist of Compass, the fantastic supper hour newscast here in the island. 8 years later, look who's back together. The band is back together. Hello, guys.
Hi, Heather.
So great to see you. Jay, just stand by for just a second because I'm going to get to you in a moment. I'm going to begin with Louise. Louise is with me here in Confederation Landing Park. And Louise, you've been inviting people to share in our broadcast, and boy, there's quite a crowd assembled already. So introduce us to some of our friends.
Yeah, so this is Keitha. Nice to meet you.
Hi, nice to meet you too, Louise.
So 25-year-old Keitha from Hampton, Prince Edward Island on this Canada Day. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you.
How does it feel? Does it feel any different this year as we celebrate Canada Day?
Yeah, we thought we'd come down here on this beautiful morning just to celebrate, start Canada Day off right. It means a little more this year. It always means a lot, but just with everything going on in the world.
Can you put that into words for me in terms of, your Canadian pride this year? I know, it's nerve-wracking with the camera and everything. What are you going to be doing for the rest of the day? You're starting your day here.
We're starting here. Yeah, we watch Heather every morning, so we thought we'd come and see. And then, of course, Louise, you and Jay at night. I think we're going to be just in Charlottetown for a bit. I think we might go strawberry picking later and maybe go for a swim in the afternoon.
Lovely.
We'll see. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. So.
And you were born and raised on PEI.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so this is a pretty spectacular place to spend it, celebrating Canada Day.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great. Well, thank you so much for being with us.
Oh, you're welcome.
And Heather, I think, the pride of being an islander is always there, right?
Yes.
That is always a thing here on Prince Edward Island. But in this year, we're talking to people, and there's that extra little oomph, that sort of amplified level of pride with Canada this year as people are celebrating 158 years in this beautiful country on this beautiful day in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. So 8 years I have been here. I'm still here, not going anywhere, and it's been amazing, Heather. I can't believe 8 years since we last chatted on Canada 150.
I can't either, Louise. It's so great to have you here and to hear from Kippa, and thank you for watching, incidentally, Morning Live. When you can't come up with the words, we've already seen in the first hour of our broadcast today, Louise, just a lot of emotion. When you just even happen to ask people, watchers, our guests, what it means to be Canadian, what's special about today, a number have already become quite choked up in thinking about it. So there's high emotion today, something different in the air for sure. Let's find out what's going on at Victoria Park because Jay Scotland is there, as I was mentioning. Full day of celebrations. This is where things are really centered in I expect nothing less from you, Jay Scotland. Boy, we've missed you on Morning Live. Okay, this is the Kids of Steel triathlon, and you're taking part. Is that what I'm to understand here?
Yeah. I'm not ready for training wheels to come off, Heather. But yeah, no, I think I won. I got this lovely medal here that it's not made of chocolate, so I think. No, actually, I did not earn this medal, and this is not my bike.
I was going to say, that's probably the participation medal. The participation medal, Jay.
Yeah, 100%. And this bike actually belongs to Maite. And Maite, you're not competing, right?
No.
Not yet. No, I think you have to be 5, and you're 3. And we have Mom here. Your name is?
Karina.
All right, and?
Ivan.
All right, Karina and Ivan, and Bastien is your son, and he's competing, right?
Exactly, yeah, he's competing right now.
And how long has he been training?
Not too much.
For triathlon? Nothing. This is the first time.
This is the kind of training advice that I like, folks, as well. I think it's better to procrastinate and come in unprepared, to come in clean, right?
Exactly.
So you can come out of the gate hot. And is he used to being up this early? I can see it. I can tell right now when I ask that. Yeah, he's not sleeping in normally, right?
No. So many answers. Yeah.
But if there's ever a way to get the kids to go to bed early on Canada Day, I think putting them in a triathlon, this is a smart parental decision here.
Oh, yeah. We love the sport, every kind of sport, and for Bastian, we saw that this is the best option for practice.
Never seem to mind that. They've just wrapped up their safety briefing.
Yeah.
And when the training wheels come off, maybe next year, right?
Yeah.
Maybe next year. But as you can see, the kids, the competitors, I should say, are getting ready to compete. Heather, what a very active and fun and maybe a bit too active for my taste, but certainly these kids have the energy to kick off Canada Day celebrations here at Victoria Park in Charlottetown. The Kids of Steel. And yeah, I will say, looking at the route and looking at what's ahead, certainly seeing some kids made of steel here today. Heather?
That's just fantastic, Jay. And I'm loving seeing the maple leaf. It's 60 years of the maple leaf as Canada's flag, and that is flying proudly there in Victoria Park. You're making ice cream next for us, right? That's your little treat for participating. You're learning how to make ice cream for us?
As part of Canada Day celebrations, actually the Kiwanis Dairy Bar is in their 70th year, or celebrating 70 years, and they have been a huge part of Canada Day. There is a dairy bar culture here on PEI. We have, I believe, 60, 70 plus dairy bars across the island. And one of the big ones, one of the long-standing ones, is the Kiwanis Dairy Bar. So I'm actually going to get a chance to pop in there, I believe, next hour and learn how to make one of their famous ice cream cones or sundaes. And I will say, I saw the trucks unloading their supplies for the day. 2 big trucks came in. I think this is probably going to be, if not their busiest, one of their busiest days, because it is a huge part of Canada Day celebrations, of course, is getting that soft serve or getting that cone. Single scoop. Well, maybe 2 scoops after the
I am putting my order in
triathlon.
already with you, okay? I'm looking forward to that next hour. Thank you, Jay Scotland, with us in Victoria Park today. Now, you can see what a glorious day it is here in Charlottetown for the start of Canada Day. 158 years since Confederation. Big celebrations here. The first place to celebrate Canada Day doesn't have quite the weather that we do here, I'm sorry, but still great in spirit. Let's show you what's going on in Newfoundland. Foggy start to the day. These are scenes from Signal Hill, one of the most popular landmarks, of course, that overlooks the harbor and St. John's. People arrived very early this morning, getting their flags, wearing their Canada gear, some of the very first in the country to begin the celebrations. And covering all of it for us from Signal Hill is Peter Cowan. Good morning, Peter, and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Heather, and fortunately the fog has cleared, which is why I'm able to show you this beautiful view here of St. John's Harbor. And this is why people like to get up bright and early, see their sunrise here from Signal Hill, because you get to see just an amazing view of downtown St. John's spread out below you. And the reason that people wanted to show up today was extra special because of the situation that's happening south of the border, the talk of the 51st state. And when I was chatting with the people who came here to Signal Hill for Canada Day, who got up bright and early, even though it's a holiday, they said it's extra important to show their patriotism, their pride in Canada. Here's what some of them told me.
With the tensions between Canada and the United States, we're still best friends, but we also need to show that we are a country, strong and free.
Definitely, we've had to think a lot more about what it is to be Canadian and about what we want to be as a country internationally.
We are an amazing province, an amazing country, and this year in particular just means a whole extra bit of love for Canada.
Now, in Newfoundland and Labrador, July 1st is also Memorial Day. So this morning, things tend to be a little more somber. In fact, there will be a parade. It's not a Canada Day parade, it's a Memorial Day parade that will lead to the National War Memorial here in St. John's, actually just down behind me there in downtown St. John's. And that's where people will gather to remember the Battle of Beaumont Hamel that happened during the First World War, where so many Newfoundlanders and Labradorians were killed. And this is a commemoration that even when Newfoundland joined Canada in 1949, they've kept this as Memorial Day as a way to remember. So that'll happen before things get a little more festive, a little more face painting, a few more cupcakes this afternoon as people switch into more of a celebration mode.
Peter, thank you so much. We were there with you in St. John's 1 year ago, and it is always a privilege to be in the capital of Newfoundland and Labrador for Memorial Day and Canada Day. We'll be back to Peter a little bit later on. But right now, from Charlottetown, I'm going to give you a live look at Ottawa and remind you what is to come today in the nation's capital. 10 o'clock Eastern, our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, will be hosting at LeBreton Flats. And we have CBC reporters and special guests all across the country to give you a taste of Canada Day, both in the capital and throughout Canada. At 7 p.m. Eastern, Adrienne will be back for a pre-concert show. That's going to culminate in a star-studded live concert special beginning at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Loud and Proud is the name of that concert, because that's very much in keeping with the spirit of 2025. And you can catch all of that wherever you watch CBC. Now let's listen to some young Canada voices from Vancouver on CBC Morning Live.
What I love most about Canada is the incredible number of parks for me and my family to visit and camp in.
I'm proud to be Canadian because of our diverse cultures and incredible cuisines.
I love Canada for its iconic maple syrup and its tasty bacon.
I love Canada because it is filled with possibilities.
And I am proud to be Canadian because of our deep-rooted passion for hockey.
Happy Canada Day from PSC!
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer. It offers families free or discounted rates to natural and cultural attractions across the country.
This pass is about discovering and reconnecting with nature, history, and culture of this remarkable country we all share.
It includes free admission to Parks Canada sites and reduced rates on camping fees from June 20th to September 2nd. Kids under 18 can get free admission to national museums and travel at no cost with an adult on Via Rail. Ottawa says it aims to make the experiences within Canada more accessible to families. No registration or physical pass is required, and visitors from abroad can also take advantage of the offer.
Three words: a little messy.
Beautiful, happy, and equal.
Diversity, nice people, and a beautiful country.
Loving, caring, and fun.
Red, maple syrup, and hockey. strong, proud, and free. Yeah.
We have a lot of special thing and a lot of different people like from different countries.
Thank you so much to CBC Kids for this, helping us celebrate Canada Day 2025. Now, you can't celebrate Canada Day without music, and you can't come to the Maritimes without tapping into the Celtic tradition. If you've ever been to Summerside, PEI, which is about 60 kilometers away from where we are to the west, you have probably, and if you haven't yet, you must go to the College of Piping and Celtic Performing Arts of Canada. It is a jewel, and James McAdie is the executive director. Thank you for coming all over the way to perform for us today.
Wouldn't miss it.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Can I meet your dancers?
You may.
Okay, come on over here. This is Aurora, right? Yeah. Okay, why don't I let you introduce yourself? What is your name?
Aurora.
Aurora. And what is your name?
Olive.
Olive.
Annie.
Annie, thank you for coming with James. Before you dance, could we all bunch up and could you look in the camera and wish everybody a happy Canada Day?
Happy Canada Day!
Thank you so much, ladies. I'm really looking forward to watching you dancing. You know, here's the truth, James. Years and years ago, when I was working in Halifax, actually, I spent a lot of time on the island and a lot of time in the summer at your evening concerts at the college. So I was the one that said we absolutely have to have some pipes and some dancing. So if anybody hasn't been to the college, tell us a little bit about it.
So we teach bagpiping, drumming, Highland dancing, step dancing, and a range of modern dances, or we call them non-Celtic dances. Students will come usually September through June for their lessons, and then summer months we switch over and do a lot of performances. A lot of people flock to the island, so we have to make sure that they're properly entertained.
And were these beautiful dancers, are they local or would they come in from far and wide? Because this is quite a unique place, isn't it?
Many do, but our three dancers here today are all from Summerside.
All from Summerside,
yep.
Fantastic. And tell me a little bit about the tradition of this music. We're here in 2025. Why is this kind of traditional music still loved and still important?
Well, you know, Canada is such a fabulous place because we don't try to change people or say, you know, you must conform to this Canadianness. We embrace people for the things that make them unique, and that's what makes Canada so diverse and exciting and interesting. And so in Scottish traditions, and there's a big Scottish diaspora in Canada, and we feel like we have maybe a duty to keep it going. And of course, traditions have to evolve, and otherwise they just sort of tend to die out. And so part of that is, of course, teaching it to the younger generations. Mm-hmm. And just like any youth-based activity, though, of course, if you learn how to dance and how to play music, you're also learning all sorts of fascinating life skills. You know, you're going to fail. How do you cope with that? You're going to learn how to work with a team. You're going to have all sorts of life skills.
At the same time. Now, as a woman named Heather, you would expect that I like the music and I like the bagpipes. Now, the jokes are legion, they are many, and I want to dispel those today because I love to hear the sound of the pipes. So tell me a little bit about how you discovered the bagpipes and your love of this instrument.
Well, I grew up in Saskatchewan.
Really?
Yes. And I always told my parents ever since I was younger than these dancers here that I was going to play bagpipes, and they thought, oh, well, that's interesting. And then I took up some lessons in Saskatoon, and I haven't looked back. I never expected it to make my career out of it, but I'm so fortunate.
See, there's a lesson for the ladies. When you discover your passion, who knows, it can develop your interest, your hobby can become your career. So those are the kinds of lessons that you can learn at the college.
It can either bring you balance or it can guide your career.
Listen, I'm going to stop talking so I can appreciate your music. What are you going to perform for us now?
I'm going to play for these girls here. I'm going to play a Highland fling.
A little fling to get us going on Canada. That's perfect. Okay, ladies, we're ready and we're watching. And thankfully, you're going to stay with us and perform a few times through the program today. Okay, James, off to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready?
You bet we're having a Canada Day fling here in Charlottetown. You're watching CBC Morning Live.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complain loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
I love Canada because of the wildlife. I love Canada because it's a very beautiful place.
We have the world's biggest outdoor show in the world / Stampede. I can be who I want to be, not what anyone else wants me to be.
I love Canada because of all the traditions and cultures there are.
What I like of Canada is how in the winter there's so many fun winter activities you could do.
Charlottetown Harbor. Just take in this view. Even on a cloudy day, it is magnificent. And that's the view a group of politicians would have had back in 1864 when they steamed through the Narrows out there aboard SS Queen Victoria. They were politicians from what was then the province of Canada, Ontario, and Quebec, and they were here to attend the Charlottetown Conference. That meeting was intended to be a discussion of maritime union among the colonies of PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. But when Canada showed up, the meeting became something else entirely. Bigger, bolder, the notion of confederation, which of course became a reality in 1867. That's why Charlottetown is known as the birthplace of Confederation. 158 years later, we're keeping that history in mind, even as we celebrate present-day Canada, coast to coast. Our special coverage continues in just a moment, but for now, from the sailboat to the studio back in Toronto for the rest of the day's news.
Morning, Heather. Happy Canada Day, everybody. I'm Mark Carcassole, and here's some of the stories that we are tracking this morning from the CBC newsroom. Starting with breaking news out of Yellowknife. Emergency services are responding to an overnight explosion in a downtown neighborhood. This happened sometime around 2:10 a.m. local time. An ambulance was seen leaving with sirens on about 20 minutes later, and witnesses described seeing a person who appeared to be injured. This happened in a neighborhood downtown. It's unclear exactly where the blast originated from or what caused it at this point, though images from the scene showed debris from what looks like a boat strewn across the road, even hanging in trees. CBC News has reached out to the city and officials there for more information. That grueling heat wave continues to grip Europe today. Heat warnings are in place across much of the continent, including parts of England, France, and Spain, where record-breaking temperatures have topped 40 degrees Celsius. In Italy, 2 people have died as a result of the intense heat. There are concerns that this hot weather could increase the risk and intensity of wildfires in several regions there. The weather in many of the affected countries is expected to start cooling down, though, as early as tomorrow. And in the U.S., the focus is on Washington, D.C. this morning. The Senate vote on President Trump's big, beautiful bill is now into its 3rd day. That marathon session, known as a vote-a-rama, stretched overnight and into the morning. Senate Republicans are trying to pass a contentious tax cut and spending bill by the president's self-imposed July 4th deadline. Critics worry the bill could add trillions to the country's already high debt load, and they stand against its measures to make deep cuts to Medicaid and the clean energy industry while investing more into immigration enforcement and the military. More Canada Day coverage ahead here on CBC News Network. We've got a whole day of celebrations from coast to coast to coast, and we will be bringing it to you live. Stay with us.
I feel most Canadian when I'm on the field representing the national team. We have our pre-game, pre-meal tradition, and that is to eat pancakes with maple syrup. If we don't have that, all the players go crazy.
We're all very proud of who we are and our country as a whole and what we stand for.
We don't represent only ourselves, we represent a nation and the young people looking up to us.
Happy Canada Day!
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political representative of that campaign, and he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker, he's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
If you start predicting rain the moment skies are turning blue, your island through and through. Your island, you're from Prince Edward Island. Your island through and through. Your island, you're from Prince
Your island through and through, of course, Prince Edward Island, the land that inspired Lucy Maud Montgomery to write her classic novel Anne of Green Gables. You know, it was published in 1908 and has since sold more than 50 million copies, translated into 36 different languages. That was just the beginning, because then came Anne of Avonlea and Anne of the Island, and it's those second and third books that are the basis for Anne and Gilbert the musical. You're looking at video from that musical right now. It's now in its 21st season on the island, and this morning, 2 special guests. The actress who plays Anne Shirley, Rebecca Brown. Good morning.
Good morning, how are you?
And welcome. I'm delighted. Thank you for stopping at Wardrobe before you stop to see us, unless you're probably not wearing that full time.
No, yeah.
And Campbell Webster, the original producer, and welcome to you.
Thanks, it's great to be here.
Happy Canada Day to you both.
Happy Canada Day.
Now listen, tell me about, this is what I'd like to know. Playing this famous character, this beloved heroine, I would say it must be awesome. And then I think, oh my gosh, this must be an awesome responsibility because everyone loves her so much. Tell me about Anne.
Yeah, it's a big role. And, you know, sometimes I show up at the show and I think, wow, I'm trusted to do a lot. But I love her so much. I'm born and raised Islander.
Bayside, is that right?
Yeah, Bayside, Prince Edward Island. And just growing up here.
You read the books?
Most of them. I feel like you just know them, like growing up and going to Avonlea Village growing up, and it's so part of our
so much so that we have a great picture of you at Halloween. Do you mind if we show that?
Please
Let's
do.
Just show you. I mean, you've been dressing up as Anne for a long time.
Yes,
Let's look at this. This was Halloween. How old were you there?
I would have been about 9 or 10. Yeah, that was my Halloween costume. I begged my mom. I said, "Can I please be Anne of Green Gables?" And my dad made the little carpet bag.
He did not.
Yes, it was an old carpet, and he said, "I'll make that." So I put all my treats in there throughout the night.
Now the pigtails are gone because in this musical, Anne has grown up. We should situate this. What's the storyline, Cal?
So Anne and Gilbert begins almost like 1 second after the end of Anne of Green Gables, and they're headed off to, or want to be headed off to Teachers College, and so it's the beginning of their adult life. And it's also the beginning of a tremendous journey for Anne in this story, and it really is this. This is what one of the beautiful things about it that Lucy Maud Montgomery created, and the authors Nancy White, Jeff Hockhauser, and Bob Johnson, is that Anne goes on a journey of having to believe that she comes from love to be capable of love. And so that's the great dramatic tension and what's beautiful and funny about it too, because she has all these romantic ideas, but as an orphan and the unknown past, she needs to somehow bell that cat and feel that she comes from love so that she can accept Gilbert's love. And so that's where we're at in this point in her life.
So this is a romance. This is Anne
Very
and
much
Gilbert
so.
Blythe, childhood sweetheart, who reappears on the scene, right? And there are complications.
Yes, there's so much that she goes through in this musical. Of course, you know, we start with the second book, and then the second act is the third book. So, you know, first act, we're still in Avonlea, and then she goes off to school in the second act, and she meets other people and other opportunities, and that opens a lot of doors for her, and she starts to question, you know, who she is, and meeting all these new characters and all maybe new love interests.
My goodness, a romance, romance. So this is the second season that you have been in the starring role. I know that Rebecca's been part of the company that produces this since 2019, a number of roles, but second season as the star. So 2 years in, are you starting to really feel that you understand Anne Shirley?
I think this year especially, I've grown a lot of love for her, and I found a lot of myself in her, which is very exciting. Last year I was very focused on playing her perfectly. This year is very exciting because I just I get to live in it a little bit more, and I feel very present. And she's a lot.
She's not a
sillier.
perfect character.
Yeah.
Yes,
she's a lot funnier than I think I've ever realized growing up. And she's got a lot of quirks, and she's very spunky, and it's really fun to play with all of that, and to have so many friends alongside me on the stage that I know now so well, because a lot of returning cast is there this year as well, and getting to work, our own friendships into the show.
That's wonderful. But the lasting appeal of this character, Anne Shirley, just talk to that a little bit, Campbell. I mean, here we are, 2025, still full houses, people still enthralled with this heroine. What is it about Anne that is still, touching hearts, but also, people are viewing her as a heroine?
It goes back to this genius that was born in the late 1800s, Lucy Maud Montgomery, in a little tiny house, in a little tiny place in the dead of winter, who said in her early 20s, I'm going to write a best-selling novel, and she did it. And she is so inspiring, this character, to so many people in the world that this show here in Prince Edward Island, it's actually not here in PEI. 96% of our audience is from other places. 80% is from America, Britain, Australia. This show is on tour, just that the audience is touring to them. So it just pulls from everywhere. And it's the character, and that's the center of it. This is a really interesting character. Remember, she's an outsider. She comes from Nova Scotia as an orphan. And changing a community changes herself. So these are all very beautiful, aspirational things. I also think it's Canada's first and greatest feminist novel.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, well, you look at the context. The person who wrote it in 1906, Lucy Maud Montgomery, in Cavendish. There wasn't a lot of gender equity going on in Cavendish in 1906 in Prince Edward Island in a farm community. So to write a novel about an assertive young woman, who also is a writer, incidentally, and say she's going to, conquer the world with imagination and warmth and love. That's amazing, and people see that today. You have to do nothing else than see the productions we've licensed in Singapore, the 2 Australian sellouts last year. All that came from seeing these amazing performers, like this person here. She's from PEI, but every director,
as is much of the cast, lots of locals on display.
And they're all amazing. Like artistic directors and directors of this country should come see her and the others on stage, because it can sometimes, this is just a humble local production.
No.
This is a touring production.
We're going to see some more in just a second.
A little bit, yeah.
As I watch you though, and I listen to you talk with such enthusiasm about this, I mean, you've had a long relationship, 21 years with this production, but a long relationship with this character. You're obviously still finding more to discover about her, more to cheer about her. I mean, tell me about your evolution, really, with Anne Shirley.
Well, it's a long story and a short story. We've got a few minutes, so I'll give you the short one.
Not that many minutes.
I'll give you the short one. So many people say to me, well, why are you doing this for 20 years? Because I thought it'd be 6 months and that would be a great business idea and all the licenses would come in. And there's a simple answer to it. People like Rebecca, extraordinary performers who get discovered essentially here and now are world class. But it's even beyond that. All I have to do is walk into the lobby on any night after any show and see the enthusiasm, the tears, the family that's come from Australia who wanted to touch the hem of Anne of Green Gables and saw this brilliant application of a powerful brand name and how important it is in moving to them. And, that's part of us, Canada Day. That's a great thing. If you have a chance, go to Lucy Maud Montgomery's birthplace, a house not much bigger than this tent we're in.
White with those green gables.
So, yeah.
Oh, I've been there many times, but it's true. It's a point of pilgrimage for so many people.
And imagine that this genius baby was born there in 1860 and went on to these amazing things. How did that even happen?
It's incredible.
But it did.
Let me give Anne the last word, because I'm just thinking, here you are, as you embody this character, as I said, beloved around the world, on a strong Canadian character on Canada Day. What are your thoughts about Anne on Canada Day and you sort of in the middle of all of that?
Well, I'm very thrilled that we have a show this afternoon, a sold-out performance, and that I get, before we get to celebrate tonight, listening to wonderful island performers down at Victoria Park and to watch the fireworks. I'm very excited to get to perform this character. I always say she's like the Disney princess of Prince Edward Island, and she's always been a big heroine for me. So it's very special, and I'm very humbled and honored to be able to play this role.
Well, I am honored that you both came to spend time with us on Canada Day. Thank you very much. I'm going to make sure people have all of that. Hold on, I have to turn my page here. Maybe you can, up until October the 15th, I know the run, yes, and give the location. It's on my next page, and I don't have a hand free.
I happen to know it.
Okay.
AnneandGilbert.com.
Okay.
Just go there, you can get tickets.
And the theater in Canada?
Lawrence Simmons performance performance hall at the amazing Holland College, actually,
Okay.
a wonderful community college that just built this beautiful new theater. So that's where it's at.
Okay.
And but yeah,
Until October 15th. Anna Gilbert, the musical. Thank you both. A little bit more. We're going to play one of your another song from the musical as we enjoy a little bit more of this fantastic tradition. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, Campbell, and happy Canada Day. Let's have some more.
Someone handed me the moon. All my dearest friends have rallied round, bringing me good fortune when I wasn't looking. I can't believe the schemes that they were cooking. Feel like I could dance in a saloon. Someone handed me the moon, and oh, it's so full and shiny white. I promise I will put it back before tonight. Roll it up the sky like a wagon wheel, for the light that it sheds is the light of the love I feel. Someone handed me the moon today. Someone gave me water just when I was thirsting. My joy's complete. Oh, how my heart is bursting like a toddler rolling down the dew. Someone handed me the moon.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in a circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture, that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
the diversity of our landscapes and the importance of the diversity among our people.
Canada's beautiful, and I'm thinking about just enjoying Canada, and I'm super happy to live here.
Just be grateful that you have a free country that we live in right now, and celebrate it.
Just proud to be a Canadian. That's it. You know, that's what it's all about.
Can't say it any better than that. I'm just proud to be a Canadian. Look at that. The sun is shining. The cruise ship is in. We have friends with us here at Confederation Landing Park. There's Louise. I'm coming to her in just a second. But here I am. And yes, we have been on the air for about an hour and a half now, and the crowd is growing. We've invited people to share in our broadcast here for Canada Day in Charlottetown, PEI. Louise Martin, the host of Compass, the fantastic supper hour newscast here on the island. Louise has been 8 years today.
8 years today.
Happy anniversary. We announced that Louise was moving here to take over, and it's been a huge success for Louise and for the newscast. So Louise is here talking to people, and this is a bit of a friends and family affair going on right now.
Turns out that way.
Emphasis on family.
Emphasis on family. She's very quite shy. But my mom is here. Claire Martin, get up.
Hi, Claire.
Hi,
Happy Canada Day.
And Mom, we just as a family celebrated an important anniversary. Tell everybody.
We did 44 years on the 23rd of June. 1981, we moved to Canada. We emigrated to Canada from Scotland. So it's good timing here with some Scottish people over here. This is lovely. Yes.
I know you're a proud Scot mum, but you're also a very proud Canadian, aren't you?
I'm a very proud mum. I'm not the Iron Mum. M-U-M.
Oh, yes.
I'm the Scottish M-U-M.
Yes, M-U-M.
Yes.
It's M-U-M in the UK. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'm glad you moved here.
I'm glad you moved here too. My mom also lives here now. Do you find though, Mom, like it Canada Day is extra special this year? Because I know you're a big U.S. news watcher.
Yes, I am.
Don't tell me that.
No, I do.
She's just up on everything, Heather. She's a news junkie.
I do.
She watches it all.
I am very, very proud to be Canadian today, and I'm hoping for the best for everything that's going on, not just in the US, but around the world. But I am very proud to be here, and I'm sure Canada will never be a 51st state. Absolutely never.
Would you agree with that, everybody?
Yes.
I thought you might.
Yes.
Can I ask your mom something? Why did you choose to come to Canada from Scotland? What was the thinking?
How long have you got?
No, 2.5 minutes, actually.
We had friends who emigrated to BC, and they were there with their children, and they kept telling us how wonderful it was. The kids were riding their bikes to school, and we thought, well, why not try it? Why not try it? We can always go home. I think everybody says that, if I'm right. But we never did go home. We loved it. We stayed. We were supposed to come to Ontario, but we ended up in Alberta, and we were there for 20 years.
Yeah.
And then my husband and I moved to Ontario, and then out here. Our son lives in Nova Scotia, so I'm the East Coast. I'm getting closer back home, closer to Glasgow.
We're truly Canadian because, I mean, I've lived in Manitoba, Ontario, Northern Ontario, Alberta.
That's right.
And now here.
Toronto, and now here.
So Canada Day for your family. What does it mean?
Very special. It's incredibly special. I'm such a proud Canadian. And I get emotional thinking about, now when I hear the national anthem, am I the only one? I start to get, I start to well up.
Yeah.
Really?
When I hear the national anthem played the other day at my daughter's graduation, and the tears started. And I think that's just because I'm of seeing this Canadian pride on display and really standing up for one another in the community. So thank you all for being here. How about a big Canada Day from all of you? Happy Canada Day.
Canada Day. Woohoo! Thank you all for coming. And just for you, Claire, and for you, Louise, look who we have. We have James McHattie, who's the Executive Director of the College of Piping and Celtic Performing Arts of Canada, which is in nearby Summerside, a fantastic place which is open in the summer. You must visit if you're here on the island. And we have with him Aurora, who's 9, Olive, who's 11, and Annie, who is 7, dancing for us. We're going to take a little break, but here's a treat to take us to break here on CBC Morning Live in Charlottetown.
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer. It offers families free or discounted rates to natural and cultural attractions across the country.
This pass is about discovering and reconnecting with nature, history, and culture of this remarkable country we all share.
It includes free admission to Parks Canada sites and reduced rates on camping fees from June 20th to September 2nd. Kids under 18 can get free admission to national museums and travel at no cost with an adult on Via Rail. Ottawa says it aims to make the experiences within Canada more accessible to families. No registration or physical pass is required, and visitors from abroad can also take advantage of the offer.
Back to Confederation Landing Park in Charlottetown. We're on the air with you live to start Canada Day until 10 o'clock Eastern, 11 Atlantic. But we are all day on CBC to celebrate Canada's 150th. And at 10 a.m. Eastern, I'm going to turn things to Ottawa for the national celebration. Our chief correspondent, Adrienne Arsenault, is going to be hosting that, the afternoon show, and then the evening concert from LeBreton Flats. So let's get a preview of her special coverage ahead.
Okay, Canada, this is your day, and it's going to be one of those days where you hear people say a lot that it just feels different this year, that maybe it looks different too. The flags, for one. One Canadian flag maker that makes about 1 million flags a year says that sales are 75% higher this year. That is a testament to either the feeling of needing to or just really wanting to shout from the rooftops about being Canadian and being defiantly loud about that. So Canada Day celebrations might be a little more amped up this year. We've heard from so many people countrywide about craving some togetherness that we want to try to reflect that. So all told, there are some 16 hours of live Canada Day programming today, tapping into your celebrations across the country. There are parties everywhere, not just in this beautiful city. Ottawa, though, has a pretty raucous day planned. We'll take you through a few hours at LeBreton Flats, starting live at 10 a.m., where there will be good music, good crowds, some pretty good surprises. And then at night, there's a massive outdoor concert, some classic names, Tom Cochrane, Sarah McLachlan, Amanda Marshall, Asiva, Rock Voisine, and some artists you will fall hard for if you haven't already. We were there for rehearsals. It was very loud, fun, unabashedly Canadian, and joyful about it, kind of like all of you. So we are getting the sunscreen and the snacks ready, and we'll see you out there. Looking forward to spending the day with you.
Thank you, Adrienne. We're looking forward to the coverage, the national ceremonies and celebrations, which are based in Ottawa, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. But I have the time with you until that moment. And I want to show you some of your photos and videos as you've shared your Canadian pride with us this year. It has been loud and proud. And this one we have to revisit. Mike Grebler took them near Thornbury, Ontario. Of course, the most pristine fresh water there is anywhere. So some of these with the flag underwater, some under the ice in Morrison's Quarry. That's near Wakefield, Quebec. His maple leaf moments, and we're happy to share them with you today on the day when so many are waving the maple leaf. It is the 60th anniversary of Canada's flag. And Matt Hamill is back to give us the conditions wherever you are celebrating on this Canada Day.
Yes.
Matt, how are things looking for the national forecast?
Oh, good morning, Heather. You know, the Canada Day forecast looking pretty favorable for many. Maybe some stormy weather could pop into the picture, although we're looking at that certainly in parts of southern Quebec. We'll get to that in more detail, but heat and humidity is still very much a factor. You can see feeling like 35 in Montreal today. That's also where, we have the potential for some severe thunderstorms thunderstorm activity. So let's kind of see how things are timing out here. Some early rainfall, but then as we get in towards the afternoon, yeah, we could see some pockets of stormy weather moving through. But not to say that today's a complete washout. We should have some periods of enjoyable weather. But as you can see, that thunderstorm risk is pretty well blanketing southern Quebec, and that humidity is a factor. Let's head to Atlantic Canada, where Heather currently stationed this morning. As you can see for the Maritimes, starting off the day like you see with those blue skies behind Heather. Pretty nice. Now later in the day we could see some pockets of rainfall. It's not all that widespread. So again, like I mentioned earlier, many should be enjoying a pretty beautiful Canada Day forecast. Now as we look ahead into tomorrow, then we see a bit more organized rainfall moving through Newfoundland. Glad we don't have that in store for our Canada Day today. That's going to be more so tomorrow. But here's a look this afternoon across the Atlantic region, and for the Maritimes, especially western areas, that's where we have that greater likelihood of the cloud cover and the rainfall. Okay, let's take a look over the next few days for Atlantic Canada. Still going to see the heat in Fredericton tomorrow, 30 degrees, feeling like 36. Now for Ontario, we've seen a bit of rain in the past 24 hours. Again, still working with some heat and humidity. Should be mostly dry today, but don't be surprised to see some pop-up rain this afternoon.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Good morning. Look at these beautiful shots above the red sand, the red beaches, the cliffs, beautiful Prince Edward Island and Charlottetown. We are live in Confederation Landing Park in Charlottetown, PEI. This is where voices first rose, hands first shook, and the idea of Confederation began to take shape. I'm Heather Hiscox. Welcome. Charlottetown is called the birthplace of Confederation, so yes, this is where the story started. But today, it's about how you are writing the next chapter, and at CBC Morning Live, we get to start it all off. So welcome to Canada Day 2025. Today, Canadians are coming together, coast to coast to coast. And we have reporters standing by right across the country talking to Canadians about how they're marking 158 years since Confederation. Celebrating Canada with Blue Rodeo. The legendary band is set to perform in Summerside, Prince Edward Island tonight. Jim Cuddy is going to give us a conversation and a live preview later this hour. And how are you marking Canada Day? You've been sending in photos and videos from your communities for days, telling us what makes Canada so special. Well, this morning, we're sharing them throughout the program today. July 1st is always a big party in Canada. Fireworks, concerts, parades, barbecues, coast to coast to coast. But this year, along with the celebration, there is perhaps a little more reflection. We Canadians find ourselves in an existential moment. There's a sense that we're in the middle of something big, shifting politics, changing expectations, a country that continues to evolve. Unity and pride, expectations and worries as we establish new relationships both inside the country and out. All day today on CBC and starting here on CBC Morning Live, we're going to have conversations about those very issues with our viewers, with our reporters, and with our guests here in Charlottetown. Our first two part of our CBC family, and if you've been watching our show for a very long time, you may remember when we were last here in Charlottetown for Canada Day. It was Canada 150, so 8 years ago. And during the show, I made the big announcement that Louise Martin and Jay Scotland were moving from Toronto to Charlottetown to take over as host and meteorologist on Compass, which is the spectacular, the superb supper hour newscast here on Prince Edward Island. So look who's back together 8 years later, and Jay hasn't changed a bit. Good morning to both of you. Happy anniversary.
Thank you. Jay hasn't changed a bit. Wait a minute.
Anniversary.
I didn't mean that. Just in terms of his antics. You know his antics,
great,
Louise.
Do I know his antics?
You know his antics now as well as I did when we worked together for years. Jay, you just bottle that up for just a second because I need to talk to Louise first of all, the host of Compass, of course, on the island. And Louise, 8 years in as an Islander, helping us celebrate Canada today and talking to some of the people you invited down to join us.
It's been amazing to see everybody out this morning, and the level of enthusiasm is just contagious. I think that everybody here has had the same sentiment, right? Proudly Canadian. For the first time, I think Canadians are really, really, really celebrating their culture, celebrating who they are as a people, and amplifying those voices. And in fact, I was recently speaking with someone just a minute ago. I think he's standing by. His name is Richard. And get in a little bit closer to me here, Richard, because your story is really remarkable. You were born in the U.S.
Correct.
And you became a Canadian citizen.
That's right.
Tell me more about that journey to Canada.
We came here on a honeymoon in 1968.
To PEI.
To PEI. My father had gone to school with two fellows from PEI at the University of Maine. I was about to be drafted into the American Army. My father told me to come up and look at a lot in Eldon. He never came up, but we did.
Okay.
And we kept coming back after I served in the American Army, and we became Canadian citizens.
And when did you become Canadian citizens?
2018.
Okay.
And we live here full time because we like Prince Edward Island all year round.
And what does it feel like to be a Canadian citizen? What does that mean to you?
Canada's the greatest country in the world.
And you're saying that as somebody who's from the United States.
I served in 8th Special Forces, did all sorts of things. I chose not to come to Canada. I was against the Vietnam War. But what I saw when I came here made me want to be a part of it.
So you can't see at home, but you're making me tear up because you've got tears in your eyes. Why?
Because I love Canada.
What is it about Canada you love so much?
The people.
Yeah.
The people are real.
In what way?
We've come here, we're the only people that are living in our neighborhood that are from the United States, and when they saw that we weren't dumb and idiots, and whatever you want to call it, that I had the same values that they did, and we've been living there now. We have friends. My wife is involved in the Women's Institute and different other things.
So you're giving back as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So proudly Canadian on this Canada Day.
Very much so, Louise.
Thank you so much for being with us. and sharing your story. And happy Canada Day to you.
Same to you.
Really remarkable there, Heather, to hear that story, and just, born an American, proudly Canadian. And applause. Applause for Richard. Yeah, there you go. Way to go.
Touching.
I'm getting emotional here, Heather.
Well, many people have actually been emotional, haven't they, this morning, Louise, including a little bit from you and your mom, because you came as your family from Scotland. You were just telling us your family's anniversary of arrival in Canada, too. So Richard's story probably resonates strongly with you.
You might be talking to me, Heather, and I apologize, but you've dropped out of my ear.
I actually was talking, but we'll carry on that conversation in just a second. I apologize. We're just having a little bit of audio moment here. So many microphones going here in Confederation Landing Park. So let's, while we have a moment then, jump to Victoria Park. Jay Scotland is there. Jay has so far kept true to his reputation. If you know how much fun that Jay and I had over the years when Jay used to do our weather on CBC Morning Live, there was never a day we weren't in hysterics with Jay, and he has continued that tradition now 8 years as part of Compass here on Prince Edward Island. So far he's been in a triathlon, well, sort of, and now he's going to get a summer job in an ice cream truck. Is that what's going on now, Jay?
We're at the Kiwanis Dairy Bar, Heather, in Victoria Park, and I'm here with Basil, who's the operator of the Kiwanis Dairy Bar, which is a not-for-profit supporting a number of island charities and marking a very important anniversary this year, right, Basil?
Yes, we are. Yeah, we're celebrating 70 years this year at the Dairy Bar.
Wow. Okay, so 70 years, and of all the days, what's your busiest day?
Definitely Canada Day.
I'm here to help. So we're gonna make, what are we making today?
We're gonna make a brownie eruption.
A brownie? Oh my God. Now, Heather will know this, but I have a long-standing tradition of eating food on TV, on CBC Morning Live. So we're hoping
you're in the right spot.
All right, so let's start. What do we start with here?
All right, we're gonna start with
put me to work.
The vanilla soft serve.
Okay, that's right here?
Yeah.
All right.
Handle there and just let it.
Oh, look at that. All right, you probably have a better technique than me. Now, have you ever been tempted to just put your head under there and just?
Well, I have been, but I am lactose intolerant, so that probably wouldn't end well.
So you operate a dairy bar, but you don't get to eat the ice cream?
Works out well.
That's how you stay so thin. All right, so let's we've got the ice cream, so we've got some soft serve here, and you've got scoop as well, right?
Yes, we do.
That would explain, because that's scooping, right? It's like a workout.
It is. Definitely.
All right. And you and your wife Linda, 31 years have been operating this dairy bar.
Exactly.
This is one of your more popular items?
Oh, it is. The brownie eruption is very popular.
What do we put in here now?
So we're going to do half side with some hot caramel.
Oh my goodness, hot caramel. And I just pump it down?
Pump it down, yeah.
Okay. Oh. Man, oh man. Okay.
Now over to the hot fudge.
I realize I don't have to share this with you right now, so I get to eat
yours.
this? Okay, well actually our cameraman Aaron here is going to want some. All right, so is that enough? Is that enough chocolate?
That works.
Okay.
Yep. Then we're going to take some.
Oh, you got the 2-biter? Yes.
Put that on there.
Excellent.
One on this side.
All right.
And then you can put your cherry on it.
Oh, the maraschino cherries. Okay, do I use the scoop for that?
You do.
Okay, there we go. And just one, I'm going to put.
Sure.
Hold on.
You've
got. I saw the trucks here earlier. You got a big supply, right?
We do. We're all
okay, there we go. All right, and
then we can whip
of
topping
course,
on top.
yes, you can't say no to a whipped topping. All right, so I squeeze it.
You do.
Yours probably looks a little more aesthetic than mine. Oh my goodness, I just about missed.
Oh, that's great.
All right. Well, I'm not going to violate your health standards. I'm not going to, but I'm tempted. I'm tempted. Okay. All right, and then what's the final touch here?
Some peanuts on.
Okay, so just pour them on.
There you go.
All right. And this is healthy, right?
Oh, definitely.
It's keto.
Yes,
I think. Is it keto?
Yeah.
All right, paleo. I don't know. There goes my daily calorie intake, right there. And do I try this? Give a spoon.
Of course, yes.
I would offer you some, but we're just learning that you're lactose intolerant.
So that's good.
All right, here we go. Heather. Oh my goodness.
Great job.
I'm feeling a little weak in the knees right now. Heather, this is amazing.
Me too, actually. I don't care what it looks like, Jay.
Very skilled.
I love my ice cream and my soft serve. You know the saying,
I'll
Jay,
try.
life is short, eat dessert first.
Mm-hmm.
Got that
try
one?
To save you a little bit,
life
Heather.
is short, eat dessert first. Okay. Save me some. Maybe you can make me a fresh one from when.
You'll probably want a fresh one.
I think that was a thumbs up for the saying. His mouth is full. You should never talk with your mouth full. All right, Jay Scotland, you enjoy your Sunday. Thank you for the fun. Thank you for letting us in there to everybody at the dairy. And we'll continue on. We'll be back to Jay in an hour's time. Who knows what he'll be
Thank you so much, Basil.
From here in Charlottetown, we're going to take you to Newfoundland and Labrador. St. John's, Newfoundland is actually the host city for the 2025 Canada Games, and that is August the 8th to the 25th of this year. They are getting set to that, with the torch relay that's making its way through Corner Brook in Newfoundland today. Lighting ceremony from the Centennial Flame on Parliament Hill. That was where it originated back in early June. Now, as I mentioned, it's in Corner Brook, and covering all of that for us is a reporter and host on CBC Newfoundland and Labrador. Great to see you back, Carolyn Stokes, and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Heather. Yes, it is such an exciting day here in Corner Brook because we're not just celebrating Canada Day, we're also celebrating great Canadian sport. You can see behind me, this is the Canada Games torch. Right now, 8 torch bearers are running the torch through the streets of Corner Brook on the way to the Civic Centre. As you mentioned, the Canada Games are in St. John's in August. And we have one of the torch bearers here. There's a handoff happening right now. So Vernon Wells, would you mind stepping over here? We can let Dylan continue on there with the torch up to the Civic Centre. This is Vernon Wells. And Vernon, hello, how are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I love this.
Yes, how special is this for you?
Very special for me. I was a mascot for the 99 Canada Games here, and it brings back a lot of memories and a lot of support for the athletes and the whole thing, especially being here in Newfoundland again.
And especially the fact that it's Canada Day as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, that's very important to most Canadians, and you gotta love it. Yeah. You gotta love it.
And you know, the torch is on its way to the Civic Centre, which itself exists because of the 1999 Canada Games that you competed in and that you were the mascot in. What do you think is the legacy that the Canada Games leaves behind in a community?
The legacy, well, the support from the community is phenomenal. Love having it here on Newfoundland, on the island. I don't know what to say. You know, it gives you a feeling of pride and for the community and for all of the island and rest of Canada, of course. We can't leave them out. And it just feels close to the heart. Really does, right? And perfect.
Well, Vernon Wells, it's wonderful. I'll let you continue on. There's a pancake breakfast being hosted at the Civic Centre, so that's going to be a place for people to refuel for the rest of the day's Canada Day festivities. So a very exciting day. And you know, Vernon, there's nothing like a major sporting event to inspire great displays of national and provincial pride and patriotism. So I think that we're expecting a lot of that today and into the Canada Games.
Yes. I will, I'm going to try to make it out to St. John's. I'm living in Central right now, so try to make it out there.
All right, exciting times.
It was good. I got a pin given to me this morning because I told them that I was a mascot for the 99 Games, told Tweet. So to give me this pin here this morning, it's the mascot for the games there. Special pin, a lot of history, right? A lot of history. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vernon. Nice to meet you.
You have a nice day.
Thank you, you too. So yeah, it's going to be just a great day here today, Heather. Going up to get some pancakes now. The torch is going to be on display at the Civic Centre, so lots more fun to be had here on Canada Day in Corner Brook.
So fantastic to have you with us, Carolyn. Thank you very much. I've been showing my pin. I got a pin here, too, from the mayor of Charlottetown, Carolyn, the coat of arms for Charlottetown. So we're all collecting pins today as we collect stories and meet so many Canadians celebrating 158 years since Confederation. Carolyn Stokes in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. Now, I'm here in Charlottetown on Prince Edward Island. Let's take you into Ontario. Juanita Taylor is working with us these days. In fact, she's working for me and happy to do so. I'm sure, Juanita, on CBC Morning Live. This morning at Dieppe Park in the east end of Toronto, and there's a big community festival going on there. So, Juanita, what's happening and what are the events planned for today?
Good morning, Heather. It's very nice to be here with you this morning from Ontario. I'd like to acknowledge first that we are on the traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. The East York region of the GTA, where the East York Canada Day Parade is set to start at 10:30 this morning. Now, it is the longest running parade of its kind in the GTA, this being its 69th year. And I'd like to bring in the parade coordinator, Joanne Bailey, to tell us more about today's events. Joanne, good morning and happy Canada Day to you, first of all.
Good morning, Juanita. Thank you for coming.
Oh, so happy to be here. Happy Canada Day. Tell us about what is making this Canada Day Parade unique compared to years past.
Well, this year is, of course, the 69th year that we have run the Canada Day Parade and Festival. It's very special this year because everybody is very focused on Canada because of recent current events. We've been reached out to a number of people who said that instead of going south this year, they are staying in the city.
That's truly amazing.
Yeah, we hope to see them here today.
So tell us what is different this year compared to years past in terms of what people can see, what people can hear.
Well, we try and make the parade a little bit different every year. So we have a mixture of community groups from the East York region. We also have representation from all of our levels of government. They come to participate with us. And we have just a bunch of fun things that we like to have, like stilt walkers. There'll be police horses. Everything that makes a parade is going to be here today.
Wonderful. And so far, the weather is cooperating with us.
We have been very blessed for the last few years that the weather always cooperates on Canada Day.
Great. Joanne, thank you so much for telling us about it. And I hope so many people, I'm sure, will show up for this. And, good luck. All the work that's been put in to make this parade as successful as years past. So thanks again.
Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. Happy Canada Day.
And happy Canada Day to you and your crew as well. Thank you. Heather, as you heard, the Canada Day Parade here in the East York region of the GTA is set to start at 10:30 with a lot of action. So we will come back into the show to show you more about it when it starts.
Fantastic, Juanita. I will look forward to that, and I think you will be getting big crowds because we've had big crowds early this morning, and people really do seem to have that spirit you were talking about, extra Canadian pride, given this unprecedented year for the country. Coming up on our show, very special guest ahead.
So many people say, oh, girl, you got nothing but time. You are a shining star. Don't worry what you're leaving behind. Every time.
That was the single that started it all, 1987. Try, from the album Outskirts. Jim Cuddy with Blue Rodeo. They will certainly be performing that tonight in Summerside, 60 kilometers away from where I am. That's part of the Canada Day celebrations, the big concert tonight. And I'm going to have a conversation with Jim a little bit later in the hour here on CBC Morning Live in Charlottetown.
You know you got to try. Oh, baby, you try.
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer. It offers families free or discounted rates to natural and cultural attractions across the country.
This pass is about discovering and reconnecting with nature, history, and culture of this remarkable country we all share.
It includes free admission to Parks Canada sites and reduced rates on camping fees from June 20th to September 2nd. Kids under 18 can get free admission to national museums and travel at no cost with an adult on Via Rail. Ottawa says it aims to make the experiences within Canada more accessible to families. No registration or physical pass is required, and visitors from abroad can also take advantage of the offer.
So Jay has his ice cream over in Victoria Park, but I have something even more delicious here in Confederation Landing Park, a PEI treat prepared by one of the best chefs on the island. In fact, I'd be using up all of my morning show time today if I went through all of his awards and accolades. But let me just tell you, he's been twice been Chef of the Year here on the island and the National Chef of the Year from the Canadian Culinary Federation. So he is renowned, and I can't believe that Erwin McKinnon gave us some time today, but he has, and such a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming.
Pleasure to be here.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you as well. What a beautiful day.
It couldn't be better.
Yeah.
And I think I'm going to eat well, too.
Yes.
Look, this is the spread of all spreads. Tell me about this.
This is just a tip of the iceberg for the bounty that we have here on Prince Edward Island.
This is all local.
You know, whenever I was asked to do this, it's like, okay, what can I start with? Like, a lot of times, when things I create just start with an ingredient. And my vegetable producer said, I've got fresh romaine. I said, okay, I'm going to build a salad. And I've recently just received beautiful strawberries and beautiful asparagus from Jennifer Penny from Penny Farms and Eldon PEI. We've got lobster, oysters, cow's cheese. It's going to be delicious. I'm going to make
strawberries in season.
In season. Asparagus in season, romaine in season, lobster,
have
oysters.
anything on Prince Edward Island with the potatoes.
PEI potatoes, yeah. Yeah.
And what are you going to do with all of this?
I'm going to make a summertime salad. So I'm going to use some romaine. I'm going to put some blanched asparagus on there. I'm going to put some strawberry slices. We're going to put some cow's cheddar on there. We're going to put some lobster on there. And then it's going to be all dressed with a beautiful strawberry vinaigrette made from these fresh strawberries.
Now, we're not going to make this live on the air because this takes some time to assemble beautifully. But when we check back within Erwin a little bit later on, it's all going to be all done. Did they tell you? These are among my favorite foods, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Did anybody give you the word on all?
No, they didn't. But
now,
how can you not like this?
You are known as a pioneer of the use local movement, I guess, if I can call it that. You started that when you came back to the island in the 1990s. Why? Why do you think that's important?
I think it's very important with a lot of chefs. I don't think I'm unique in that regard, but the buy local movement that's been happening for the last little while, it's been evident and present on Prince Edward Island for decades. We've been doing it for decades. Like, you know, your local producers, they come to your back door. They give you sell your wares, and we use it on the menu, and they come through the front door as a customer. So it's a really nice thing to build relationships with the growers and the producers and fishers and farmers and stuff like that, and it's just really important.
So it's the tradition here, but you kind of alluded to the fact that maybe it's become even more important given the times. You know, everyone's wanting to buy local. Have you noticed that?
Oh, absolutely, and it's not just local food and produce. There's other things. There's different artisans, different shops and things that people go to versus a big box store type thing.
It's interesting. A woman earlier this morning when we first came on the air said that her 8-year-old granddaughter said, Mama, where are those apples from? Well, she wanted to know. People are asking. Here on the island, there's a bounty. You rarely have to ask.
Yeah.
So
no, I grew up in rural PEI. Lived on a farm. So I always had a good a concept or understanding of where my food comes from. You know, that's very important to me. And to get to know those growers and producers is a very important part of it as well.
There is no end to the ways you can exercise your culinary creativity. What is your favorite island meal?
Favorite island meal probably would be lobster.
Lobster?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You like
oysters,
it just classically
stuff like
prepared?
That. Yeah, just cooked. A little bit of drawn butter and, potato salad and some rolls, and away you go.
That's fantastic. Yeah. What do you eat when you travel across the country?
Well, depending on where I am,
exactly.
Right? You know, whether I'm in Newfoundland eating cod tongue and cheek, or whether I'm in BC having gooey duck and Okanagan wine, or I'm in Ontario eating king cole duck. You know, it's. So
you have something that you like to try, or make sure you at least.
Well, yeah, we always ask the locals.
You
know, we always ask the locals where's the great place to eat, right? Or where do the locals eat? I mean, we use that at our restaurant, Papa Joe's, like. Tourists will come, they'll always ask, where do the locals eat? Well, the locals eat at PEI, on Papa Joe's, right? So we did that once. My wife, Donna, and I were in Niagara by the lake, and we went to a local delicatessen shop or whatever, bought some cheese and some things, whatever, a little picnic, whatever, and we asked up at dinner, and they said, you should go to the Stone Road Grill. So we went to the Stone Road Grill, and it was not, the storefront, whatever, was a little bit deceiving, but we went in and we ate, and it was absolutely amazing. I had a composition of duck, Ontario duck, and it was just
so
delicious.
There you go.
Beyond.
It's not necessarily what might be the most eye-catching on the outside. It's all about what's going on.
Yeah.
You are someone, from what I've been reading and learning about you, who has worked a lot with young chefs, interns, trying to get them to find their culinary voice.
Yep.
Does Canada have a culinary voice?
Oh, it's very eclectic.
I was going to
right?
say, we're such a diverse
Yeah,
country.
it's very diverse, extremely. It's really hard to define Canadian cuisine. The Culinary Institute of Canada, they do, one of my chef friends does an international class, and whether it's Indian food or Asian food, whatever. But that Canadian cuisine is very hard to define because it's just so eclectic, and you're bringing in different fusions and different things and whatever that come from all over the world, but they're here in Canada.
Like the population of the country,
exactly.
all of the flavors in your dishes. Do you watch The Bear?
I do, yeah.
And?
I love it.
What do you think of season 4?
I didn't see it yet.
Oh, there you go. I just thought,
Keep it
is it anything like
It's
here in the
it
restaurants?
is. It is. It is
People
kind of
love the
true
show.
sense, yeah, it is. No, it's quite a environment in the kitchen. Yeah.
I bet it is.
Yeah.
We're much calmer out here on
Yeah,
our show.
absolutely.
You're making this for me and for our team here, but
Yes.
when we're done, what are you cooking for loved ones, or are you working today, or what are you cooking?
No, I'll be
for
back home.
Canada Day?
I'll probably barbecuing. I'll go up to my local grocer just up the road from me, and I'll probably some fresh island ground beef and
for burgers.
make some burgers and that kind of thing. That's
Nothing
good
better than
Canada
a
Day
burger
thing.
on
Yeah,
Canada Day.
Absolutely.
I thought so. All right, I'm going to let you get to work.
Okay.
Erwin, it's so nice to meet you. Thank you for bringing all of this in. Listen, we have been here just a few days. We have had nothing but fantastic food on the island. We have eaten royally, and I must say some of these items have been on our plates. It's fantastic culinary cuisine and culinary treats here, and we're going to see Erwin's rendition of that lobster salad, right? Lobster salad coming up. So stay with us here on CBC Morning Live. It's Canada Day, and we are live in Charlottetown.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complain loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Just being able to be who you are.
Mixed feelings. I think Canada Day, I'm proud to be Canadian, of course, but I think we can also add some learning into it.
It's a nice, peaceful country, and the nature is quite fine. Being able to, connect with different people, that's what Canadian is.
Good morning. From aboard Coast to Coast, a sail in Charlottetown Harbor. Just take in this view. Even on a cloudy day, it is magnificent. And that's the view a group of politicians would have had back in 1864 when they steamed through the Narrows out there aboard SS Queen Victoria. They were politicians from what was then the province of Canada, Ontario, and Quebec, and they were here to attend the Charlottetown Conference. That meeting was intended to be a discussion of maritime union among the colonies of PEI, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick. But when Canada showed up, the meeting became something else entirely. Bigger, bolder, the notion of confederation, which of course became a reality in 1867. That's why Charlottetown is known as the birthplace of confederation. 158 years later, we're keeping that history in mind, even as we celebrate present-day Canada, coast to coast. Our special coverage continues in just a moment, but for now, from the sailboat to the studio back in Toronto for the rest of the day's news.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Canada Day. I'm Mark Carcasole. Here are some of the stories that we are tracking in the newsroom this morning, starting with this breaking news out of Yellowknife. Still trying to get some more information on this. An investigation underway in the city's downtown area after an overnight explosion. People living in the area were jolted out of bed a little after 2 a.m. local time by this blast. An ambulance was seen leaving the scene with sirens on about 20 minutes later. Witnesses described seeing a person who appeared to be injured there. It's unclear where the blast originated from or exactly what caused it at this point, though images from the scene that you're looking at right now show debris from what looks like a boat strewn across the road, even hanging in trees. Look at that. CBC News has reached out to local authorities for more info. Meanwhile, the federal government's deadline to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers is here today. International Trade Minister Chrystia Freeland revealing yesterday that all barriers under the government's jurisdiction have now been lifted. Freeland says 53 federal exemptions in the Canada Free Trade Agreement have now been removed. Most of those restrictions focused on procurement. Freeland says this will strengthen Canada's economy. Prime Minister Mark Carney repeatedly promised to eliminate interprovincial trade barriers during his campaign and to create Free Trade by Canada Day. Experts say this is just the start of the process and not the final word. And while we're talking about trade deals, the Mitch Marner era in Toronto and all the drama that has accompanied it is officially over. The Leafs star now going to Vegas to be a star for the Golden Knights on an 8-year, $96 million U.S. deal. In return, the Leafs receive centerman Nicolas Roy. The trade comes on the eve of the opening of NHL free agency. Many big names are already off the market, though, having re-signed with their teams in recent days. And there is much more Canada Day coverage ahead here. We've got a whole day of celebrations for you from coast to coast to coast, and we will share all of that with you live right here on CBC News Network. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Olshanovsky, and I'm a professor and writer living in Montreal, Canada. I came to Toronto as a child, and I didn't really fit in. I couldn't really find my footing to be Canadian. I considered myself a Polish person that lived in Canada. My 9-year-old had asked me, well, what's so wrong with being Canadian? I really started to consider who I was, where I was, and what did Canada mean to me. I had lived here for a long time. I'm choosing to raise my children in Montreal, and I had realized that actually this kind of separation that I had from Canada was short-sighted. I could build a Canada that was wonderful. I'm really excited that my children made me see that we are actually Canadian, and allows me to see all that I've done for Canada and all that it's doing for me.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada. And Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill. But essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private members bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her. Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world and its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story. It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others. And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Looking live at Ottawa and thinking ahead to the big concert tonight, Celebrating Our Canada Loud and Proud. That's what it's called. And it airs tonight, 9 p.m. across all CBC platforms. It features special guests, including Sarah McLachlan, Josh Ross, Amanda Marshall, Tom Cocker, and so many others. And there is a very special guest appearance live from the Summerside waterfront from Blue Rodeo. And look who is up already for that. Jim Cuddy, who is always so generous with his time and joining CBC Morning Live over the years. Good morning, Jim, and happy Canada Day.
Good morning, Heather. Happy Canada Day to you, too.
Thank you. I realize it's still early, but have you had a chance to think on this at all? When I say happy Canada Day, do you have the sense that it feels any different this year?
Well, I think that we're certainly heading into Canada Day with a different perspective than we did last year. I mean, I think that I was just reading about the origin of Elbows Up with Mike Myers, and I don't think there's ever been such a galvanizing force before. People resisting this idea of the 51st state and coming together to sort of paste over our differences and celebrate being Canadian. So yeah, I guess it's different. I think that we look around and appreciate where we are and how beautiful it is.
New spirit, new sense of pride at all things Canadian. You may well experience that tonight on the Summerside waterfront for your show. Maybe you'll get a little bit extra energy. Do you perform the song that you did live on our show when you first wrote it and released it? Do you do We Used to Be the Best of Friends as part of your concert right now?
No, we always have this kind of unwritten rule that that's a solo thing, and you don't do solo things with Blue Rodeo. So no, it occurred to me to do it, but that would be more my own band. So I think we'll provide enough Canadiana to satisfy the audience tonight. It'll be beautiful. It's absolutely stunningly.
Yeah, that might.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's so sorry. There's a little bit of a delay when we talk, Jim, so we walk over each other just a little bit. But I think you're 100% right. There's going to be more enough Canadiana from that stage in Summerside, and it'll be part of the national concert. It's not just going to be coming from you personally, but what does it? Think about how your catalog. You will be playing people will be sitting around the fires tonight. They'll be strumming the guitar, or they'll be playing Blue Rodeo, blaring it out to the speakers through Canada Day parties right across the country. What does it mean to be part of the Canadian soundtrack in the way that you are?
No, Heather, it's overwhelming. I mean, to be, I have a lot of people come up to me and say, thank you for being Canadian, or thank you for all you've done. And recently I've been seeing a bunch of artists like Paul Simon and Mavis Staples, and I realize how much I feel they've given to me. So I can reflect on what that means when people come up to me and say, thank you for being Canadian, thank you for all you do. It's just, I think it overwhelms us with gratitude, but we're grateful to be part of this landscape. We're grateful to be, when you listed off all the artists that are playing today, I know all those people, and I'm happy that we're part of the pastiche that is going to play today, and beyond that, all the Canadian artists that are flung around the world. And it's overwhelming.
Canada's band, Jim, Canada's band to so many. And that was solidified just the other day when Canada Post issued a stamp, and we have it to show our viewers, that honored the band and your music over 40 years, a stamp to honor Blue Rodeo. Now, what do you think of that?
There are certain moments when Greg and I look at each other and we remember being high school students in North Toronto Collegiate Institute and wondering what the hell we were going to do with our lives, and having some inclination that we wanted to do music, but having no idea how to do it. So, sometimes it culminates in things that are unimaginable. And we've had a lot of those in the last little while. So the stamp was, and when Rena, my wife, recently received a postcard from Bruce McDonald that had the stamp on it. And it's just, it's mind blowing.
Well, listen, when you say over a little while, 40 years of music, you are celebrating this extraordinary achievement and such a fitting tribute. And I'm wondering what you have learned about Canada and Canadians over those many tour dates and those many trips across Canada, many audiences. What have you learned that you could share with us today?
Heather, that's a huge question. But I would say that because we've been to really so many, not everywhere, but almost everywhere in Canada, I think that one of the most outstanding features is that generally people are very proud of where they come from, whether it is Gunner's Cove in the north of Newfoundland, or Tuktoyaktuk, or Port Hardy, where I just was a little while ago. All these places that are very, people lead very different lives, but they're very proud of all of the aspects of their environment. And I think now they're reflecting on how that is part of the pastiche of Canada. And so I think I think we're lucky. I don't think we suffer from wishing we were something else or somewhere else. And maybe that has changed in 25 years, because maybe 25 years ago, we did kind of wish we were something else. So it's very reassuring.
Well, you would remember that because I said 40 years of your incredible music, and you're going to celebrate that by heading out on the road. I've got the dates here, 27 of them, Jim, starting October the 1st in Calgary and ending, of course, at Massey Hall in Toronto. No band has played there more than you have, so that's in January. Looking forward to that?
Oh, without a doubt. Beautiful time to travel, see all these different places in Canada in the fall. And I think by now we're very familiar with all the venues we're going to be playing, some a couple of days. And we'll see a bunch of those people this summer because we have dates around the country this summer. But yeah, it's going to be, it's a dream, Heather, to be a traveling musician, even at my age. So it still blows my mind.
Still gives you that kick. I know you felt it in Montreal. You were just part of the Jazz Festival, and everyone's waiting for you today at Summerside, and everyone, your fans, will be waiting to see you out on the road again. I'm just going to, not only you had the stamp, but I'm just thinking of recent national honors, Jim. Into Canada's Music Hall of Fame, you're on Canada's Walk of Fame. You've received the Lifetime Achievement Award from the Governor-General's Performing Arts Awards. You have Orders of Canada, Canadian Songwriters Hall of Fame. I mean, you are synonymous synonymous with the best of this country. And that must be something to think on this day. Of all of those things, at all of those moments, when are you proudest, Jim Cuddy, to be Canadian?
Wow. All of those accolades have been incredible events, and they are incredible badges of honor, and we're obviously very grateful. But I think that on a nightly basis, when we go out and play, so when we played in Montreal for the Jazz Fest, it was raining, and there must have been 8,000 people in the street. And then the next night we played in Picton, in Base 31, and full. I think that just our connection to people out there who like music and people who are proud to like Canadian music, I think that is the greatest satisfaction for us. That at the end of those nights, we're pretty chuffed with ourselves. And I think that the accolades we received are sort of sitting around the fireplace with a brandy and thinking how great we are. But I think every night just playing for an audience that is happy to be there is the greatest satisfaction.
That is what makes you so beloved, or one of the things, Jim Cuddy, to your fans. Listen, I have to end it there today, but thank you for this. Thank you for all the conversations. Thank you for the music over 40 years, and have a great show tonight.
Thank you. And thank you, Heather, for being on air for so long. You have been and continue to be great.
I've only been half as long as you have, Jim. I just aspire to that. But we've had many moments over those 20 years since Jim and I met at the Beijing Olympics in 2008. Yeah. I remember it well, and he's been so generous with our show ever since. Thank you for all of that. Happy Canada Day. How about we play a little bit of Blue Rodeo music to get people in the mood here? And thanks again, Jim.
Okay, happy Canada.
How will you ever know the way that circumstances go is gonna hit you by surprise? But I know my past, you were there. Everything I've done, you are the one.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political representative of that campaign, and he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker, he's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness.
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer.
Can Keith see this? Because it is a thing of beauty, Erwin.
Thank you.
Too pretty to eat. Yes, exactly. Okay, so again, just in case anyone didn't see our earlier conversation, what have you put together?
Well, I call this the summertime island salad. I mean, everything on this plate is from Prince Edward Island, except perhaps the lemon, probably from Spain. But so I have the chiffonade of the beautiful local romaine lettuce. I have the blanched asparagus on there. I've got some slices of beautiful fresh strawberries. I've got some potato bread croutons. And the star of the show is the beautiful PEI lobster, and it's all dressed with a nice strawberry vinaigrette.
Beautiful. And I've invited Louise to share my meal. There's a rule in television: you should never eat live on television. But I think we can make an exception. We could make an exception for this.
Yeah.
So I'm going right for the lobster. Listen, I mean, I can get a strawberry even at home, but not necessarily.
Not as sweet as here.
PEI strawberry, I know. Let me just try this
Some
because
of the asparagus.
Yes, that's true. I'll have that as well. Combo. Okay. Here we go. You go ahead, Liz. All right, cheers. Cheers. Thank you, Erwin.
You're very welcome.
Oh my God.
Goodness. Okay. Jay can have his ice cream, Louise.
Yeah, he's jealous now.
He is.
Oh yeah, you can have the ice cream. That is
fantastic.
That's amazing.
Thank you
And
very
it's
much.
all local, and it's
All
all
local, yeah.
sourced locally. I have a question for you.
Sure.
Louise has been here on the island now 8 years. How have your cooking and eating habits changed since you've been here, where there's this bounty?
Seafood component through the roof.
Really?
But we have, around the corner from where we live, Heather, there's a lobster fisherman.
Okay.
And every Sunday, he, well, actually Saturday after he fishes, comes back, puts a big pot in his driveway. You can text us your order, and we go down and he cooks them right there in his driveway.
Cool.
And so we have fresh lobster every weekend.
Louise is regretting moving from Toronto. Can you tell?
No, I don't think so.
That sounds
She's
pretty
found-
bad.
she's
Not even
found-
a little bit.
She's found paradise here,
I
that's
think
for sure.
she has.
Yeah.
That is
I miss you,
wonderful.
and I miss a lot of things
sure.
about Toronto, but I love it here.
I can totally understand. So thank you so much for
My
coming,
pleasure.
telling us about the island, telling us about local, your favorite dishes as you travel across the Canada. And listen, we're going to have some viewer pictures now, and then Matt's going to give us the national forecast. So that means that we can have a
Yeah, you can dig in. Yeah,
Okay,
finish
so
it up.
take a look at these. Thank you for the photos and videos and stories you've been sharing with us for Canada Day. We're going to take a look at those. And as I say, the national forecast for Canada's 158th. Matt Hamill has that for you ahead. And we're diving in.
Well, a happy Canada Day to you. I'm Matt Hamill from the Weather Network. Let's look across the country with our Canada Day forecast that's looking pretty good for many in southern BC. Lots of sunshine, some good summer-like temperatures, and then into parts of Alberta where we have some heat warnings, looking at some areas with the potential for some thunderstorm activity. Could also see some storms in parts of southern Manitoba, Brandon included in that, parts of northwestern Ontario, and we do have a bit of a mixed bag in the east with southern Quebec in the eye of potentially some stormy weather, although many should be able in eastern Canada to squeak out a nice looking forecast for the holiday. Let's start off with the storms in the west for today. We can see the possibility of severe weather for a portion of Alberta into BC, and then yet another zone here, as I mentioned, including Brandon, but also encompassing portions of southeast Saskatchewan. So let's see how things are looking in terms of southern Manitoba into northwestern Ontario. Kind of a bit of a repeat performance from yesterday when we had some of that stormy weather, seeing kind of similar areas potentially getting targeted. Northwestern Ontario earlier in the afternoon, late afternoon into the evening, things might pick up for some parts of southern Manitoba. But again, many should be able to get a pretty nice Canada Day all in all. But looking at our heat warnings into Alberta, that's really encompassing quite a large portion of the province, especially areas further to the east. Now, the hot temperatures may continue into tomorrow as well. So let's look at our storms popping up this afternoon, but as I've mentioned, we should see many being able to enjoy a pretty nice Canada Day if your plans do take you outside. Tomorrow, another thunderstorm threat, maybe even some higher dynamics that could produce that likelihood of severe weather for areas like Grand Prairie and a bit northwest of Edmonton. So this is for tomorrow, maybe even some stronger storms in the picture. Now, looking at southern British Columbia, dry weather, sunny skies. No surprise, this is what June basically brought exclusively, was the dry weather with the sunshine. Now taking a look at today, no different, but some heat in towards the interior. I think the past 2 days, Lytton has been the national hotspot. Wouldn't be surprised if we see that crown once again in this portion of BC with some of that heat we're looking at there. Now, for the storms in Quebec, this is going to be something we're tracking today, of course, with some outdoor festivities. And then some of these storms may even impact parts of the Maritimes, especially western portions of New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. So here's a look at these storms moving moving through. For some, it could be quite a punctuation mark on the day. For others, maybe just a pop-up, and then the rest of the day could be fairly enjoyable. But as you can see, that threat of thunderstorms very widespread across southern Quebec for today. Some good heat and humidity helping to contribute to that. For Atlantic Canada, we could see the day start off pretty nice, but then along this front moving into the afternoon, that's when we could see some of those storms come into the picture. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Tomorrow, the rain showers will be widespread for Newfoundland. And then looking at this afternoon, we can see many in the Maritimes should have a nice day. But as you go further west, then you can start to see the rain and the potential for those thunderstorms. So turning our attention now to Ontario, we saw a tornado yesterday in parts of southern Ontario. Now for today, a bit of heat and humidity. We could see a bit of active weather this afternoon, but many should be enjoying a great Canada Day forecast.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complain loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Good morning from Prince Edward Island. The drone shows you the spectacular beauty of this province. And we're live right there in Charlottetown. In fact, if you follow that row, you're going to find us in Confederation Landing Park in Charlottetown, PEI. This is where voices first rose, hands first shook, and the idea of Confederation began to take shape. Welcome once again. I'm Heather Hiscox. Charlottetown, as you probably know, is called the birthplace of Confederation. So yes, this is where the story started. But today, it's about how you are writing the next chapter. And at CBC Morning Live, we get to start it all off. So welcome to Canada Day 2025. We're celebrating coast to coast to coast in communities in every province and territory. People are marking 158 years since Confederation. And we'll be live with reporters across the country, speaking with Canadians about what they're doing to celebrate. Final preparations are underway in Ottawa for Canada's birthday bash. We'll tell you what's happening throughout the day in the nation's capital. And
Happy Canada Day!
Happy Canada Day!
Happy Canada Day from Ottawa!
how are you marking Canada Day? Thank you for all of your photos and videos and messages from your communities showing us what makes Canada special. I'll share more of them over the next hour. July 1st is always a big party in Canada with fireworks, concerts, parades, barbecues, coast to coast to coast. But this year, along with the celebration, there is perhaps a little more reflection. We Canadians find ourselves in an existential moment. There's a sense that we're in the middle of something big, shifting politics, changing expectations. A country that continues to evolve. Unity and pride, expectations and worries as we establish new relationships within and outside this country. All day today on CBC, starting right here on CBC Morning Live, we're having conversations about those very issues with our viewers, with our reporters, and with our guests here in Charlottetown. But we're going to begin the conversation in Ottawa this hour with our chief correspondent and the host of The National, Adrienne Arsenault, who's right there, and she's going to be hosting in 1 hour's time. I get 1 more hour, Adrienne, and then I turn it over to you for the day. Give us a preview of what's to come.
Hey, Heather. Good morning. I've been watching you all morning. I love some of the pictures that you've been showing of what people are doing. I have to say, we all watched you just eating the lobster just now, and I was just saying to the team here that yes, I just ate a protein bar that might be 1 chemical away from a garbage bag. So I think it's possible that you were
pure local here.
Consider our snack game here. Yeah. We're at LeBreton Flats. I know you know this place very well. I don't know if you can hear it, but people are tuning up. We watched the rehearsals yesterday and the sound checks. There's going to be a ton of music here today, like really good music. You've got like classic Canadian names, Tom Cochrane, Sarah McLachlan, Asiva. We have Rock Voisine, Mitsu. Like, these are great names. People have been rocking out to the rehearsals, so you know it's going to be big when everybody else joins us. And we're going to go through the program earlier today. You're going to see lots of references and commemorations of Terry Fox. Again, it's the 45th year, if you can believe it, 45 years since Terry started that run. And you're going to see that, the Duke of Edinburgh is here. This is a huge day of official programs and unofficial programs and tons of music. And it's basically just, it's our house party, right? It's this country's house party. And I think it's going to be a good one.
It sounds like it. We're going to be watching for sure. You've been talking to people, I know, since you've arrived in the nation's capital. We've been talking here about how Canada Day feels a little different this year, and the pride is more on display. It's loud and proud, for sure, as the name of the concert tonight goes. What does Canada Day feel like there this year?
It's interesting. I feel like we've been getting previews of what this day will feel like for a little while. If I think back to the 80th anniversary of the liberation of the Netherlands, right, which was just in May, there was a different feeling there too, right? People were talking about, waving those Canadian flags slightly differently. I mean, yes, obviously honoring the sacrifices that were made, but also like, this is what this country is about. And then a few weeks later, when the King was here, right here at LeBreton Flats in Ottawa, the crowds were crowds we certainly didn't expect. We didn't expect the numbers we saw. We didn't expect the enthusiasm we saw. And again, there was something about waving that flag that was different. Everyone we spoke to then said, you know, our identity matters and it's okay to be loud about it because that's maybe anathema to who we have been. So I feel like those are kind of previews of what I feel like we're seeing here today. You know this about the people who manufacture flags in this country. Some of them that are enormous companies that make like 1 million flags a year normally are saying that they're now making maybe 75% more than they usually do. That tells us something. It tells us that I think Canadians have had enough. They are tired, but they are also beautifully defiant. And this is a day where they just get to say, it's almost like being at school and you've had a really hard term, and now you get a really good house party just to kind of blow off some steam and shout about who you are. And I feel like that's the feeling today. I could be wrong, but it's almost in the air, Heather.
We'll find out very soon, in less than an hour. You know, you talk about your house party here. You think your snack game, you're going to be jealous because of that. We're going to have a Newfoundland kitchen party here in my set because Alan Doyle is about to perform live in just a few minutes. I don't want to make you jealous,
Come
Adrienne,
on.
but I'm just telling you, we're having a good time here in Charlottetown as well. Okay. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to 10 o'clock and we'll be watching all day. Adrienne Arsenault, our chief correspondent, and of course the host of The National. I want to show you live pictures of Ottawa because Adrienne was just mentioning one of the powerful moments in Ottawa today will be reflections on Terry Fox and the arrival in Ottawa of Daryl Fox, Terry's younger brother. Now, Daryl is cycling across Canada on his National Ride of Hope. He's raising money for cancer research in tribute to the 45th anniversary of Terry's Marathon of Hope. The ride began last month. It will finish July the 10th at the exact spot where Terry set out 45 years ago, St. John's, Newfoundland. 45 years later, Terry Fox remains one of the greatest Canadian heroes ever, a profound inspiration to everyone who learns his story, generation after generation. My next guest played a central role in that story. You may not know it fully, so I'm delighted to share it with you this morning. Joining me from Toronto is the founder and chair of Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts. He's also the founder of the Terry Fox Foundation. Right there for the very first Terry Fox run, Mr. Isidore Sharp. Mr. Sharp, good morning and welcome to our program.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, I'm delighted to share this story. So happy Canada today. We're thinking of a great Canadian, Mr. Sharp, someone who meant a lot to you and you to him. So let's share the story. You reached out to Terry in the very early days of his Marathon of Hope. How did you become aware of him first?
Well, like most people in Canada, I was in awe of what he set out to do. And as a result of it, I had somebody in my office in the marketing department. Her name was Norris. I said, Bev, fly out and find out a little more about what's happening here. This just seems an unbelievable task that this young man has set out to do. So she did, and she reported back after a few days that it was terrible. People really, they thought it was like a gimmick. I mean, it was such a, when you think of the idea of running across Canada and on one leg, people didn't take it as something that was more than an advertising stunt. So I decided we would try to do something that maybe would help. So
and you did. So you jumped in, and maybe people should know too, because there was an element of your personal story. Your family suffered the loss of your youngest boy to cancer just a few years earlier. So I'm sure that must have resonated for you and for your wife, Rosalie, and for your family. And then you offered that initial support, personal and corporate, as he was going. And then what is the amazing part of the story, too, as it continues, when his cancer returned and Terry Fox had to stop his run. You sent him a telegram. What did it say?
Well, it was a commitment that I was prepared to make, that we would continue to do something to continue raising money for cancer research. And Terry, in speaking to him, he didn't want his run to be continued. So I suggested maybe we'd hold a family run. We would invite people to, on a specific day in beginning of September, to just call it the Terry Fox Run. So that was, the first run took place in 1981. And fortunately, we had the support of companies like yourself who were open to continue to market the idea across Canada. So with the newspapers, magazines...
And now, not just across Canada, no, of course. I'm sorry, I just wanted people to know it's in more than 50 countries now. It's raised more than $900 million. Terry famously pinned that telegram to his hospital bed, that pledge that you made. You know, I was noticing, Mr. Sharp, I went on the homepage of this year's Terry Fox Run, which is September 14th, and it said, finish it. Do you think on, you know, hoping that you'll be able to honor that promise you made to Terry Fox to finish and find a cure?
Well, I think we're going to continue to raise money in order to find a cure. And do I think, yes, a cure one day will be found. I mean, science and technology, and especially with AI, there will be some young doctor, scientist who comes up with concepts. So do I believe someday it will? Yes. And we as, you know, groups of people have to keep passing the baton. So each year, more and more people rise to the occasion. So, you know, it's something.
It all started with you. It's all started with you. And can I just, this is just part of your extensive philanthropy. It is extraordinary the things that you have contributed to and supported over the years. But can I ask you your business for just moments? Our last question. Four Seasons Hotels and Resorts has more than 130 properties now around the world. And I think people watching should know that every one of them flies a Canadian flag. And I would like you to tell me on this Canada Day why that is and what the maple leaf means to you, Isidore Sharp.
Well, you know, I'm proud to be a Canadian. We're fortunate to having been born in a part of the world that allowed us great opportunities. And, you know, Canada has always been a laid-back, sort of a, you know, self-assured country. So when we started, you know, we started with one hotel, and we always flew the Canadian flag. So now in 47 different countries, we're proud to fly that Canadian flag. And I think it does have a meaning that Canada is highly regarded and respected. Because I remember once, and it was in Cairo, that there was an unsettled or unsettling sense across the country against the United States. And the people who were in protest were sort of destroying those companies that were known to be based in the United States. And they went right by our hotel because we were flying the Canadian flag, and it was untouched. So I think worldwide, Canadians are respected. And we'll continue to build hotels and continue to fly more flags.
Highly regarded and respected, the Canadian flag, and the founder of the company. Mr. Sharp, we were speaking just a couple of days ago as you were inducted into Canada's Walk of Fame. Wonderful civilian honor for all of your work, and we're going to show that program tonight as part of our Canada Day programming on CBC. So we'll see your ceremony and your speech, and it'll be a high moment for sure in that program. Listen, happy Canada Day to you and your family, and I thank you so much for giving us time today.
No. Thank you, Heather. Nice seeing you again.
Nice to see you, Mr. Isidore Sharp from Toronto this morning. Here in Charlottetown, we've been joined all morning by our good friend Louise Martin. 8 years ago today on this very program, because we were here, it was Canada 150, and we announced that Louise was moving to Charlottetown. She's made it her home. She has thrived here. Compass, her newscast, is just such a fantastic supper-hour cast, and she's been talking to some of her friends here all morning long. And who do you have for us now, Louise?
Well, now I'm making some new friends, okay? And I got a lucky duck from Saskatchewan. So here's Bob from Saskatchewan. And Bob, what brings you to PEI today?
That beautiful ship right there brings me to PEI.
We're on the Holland America ship.
We're on the Holland America ship, and it's a wonderful stop on our itinerary.
But so you're from Saskatchewan. Where did you depart from?
We departed from Quebec City. We're on our way to Boston. We'll turn right around and head back to Quebec City in about a week.
So we'll see you back here in a week.
You certainly will.
I've also got Courtney here. She's visiting her family on Prince Edward Island from Nova Scotia. How are you feeling on this Canada Day?
Feeling great. It's beautiful out here. It's nice and sunny. It's great day overall.
Does it feel pretty special, this Canada Day in particular?
Yes.
Yeah.
Especially with like the birthplace of Confederation here.
There we go. PEI, Charlottetown. And here, Louie. Can you say hi, Louie?
You say hi. Say hi, Louise.
And Dad and Mom back there. Louie is apparently a big Compass fan. Goes to sleep, so I put him to sleep. I've heard that before.
Good night, Louise.
Lovely to meet you, Louie. And we have a Canadian traveling. Well, you're part Canadian. You're born in Switzerland,
yes,
but your dad is Canadian.
My dad is from Edmonton, Alberta, but we're traveling around Canada for 3 weeks, and it's the first time we've been here for Canada Day, so it's really special.
So how does it feel to be here on Canada Day as a Swiss Canadian?
Well, it's really nice to see everyone wearing red and white, so I'm definitely going to buy a Canadian flag later today to bring back home.
That's amazing. And Dad, I'll ask you, do you feel that this Canada Day is more poignant a little bit because of everything that's going on with the U.S.?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think we've seen the threats to our sovereignty and the comments about the 51st state ever before, and so it feels extra special, extra pride for sure, and making sure that he grows up in a country that is free and strong, and very proud Canadians today.
And you're a student at Dalhousie. What are your peers saying, the youth of Canada, our next generation, our next leaders?
Definitely a lot of concerns about like the 51st state comments and all of that stuff, and concerns about our future and growing up in a free environment.
And proud to be Canadian.
Exactly.
All right, you, Bob, proud to be a Canadian today?
Very proud to be a Canadian today, and very happy to be, as you say, in the home of Confederation. Just absolutely love it.
There you go. So I am making new friends, Heather, all over the place, and keeping my lucky duck as my lucky charm for this Canada Day.
Listen, we're getting lots of nice presents, Louise, and behind me I'm seeing their cruise ship. I'm so delighted they were able to come off that ship and join us for our special broadcast. Thank you, Louise. That last gentleman was mentioning where we are in Charlottetown, the birthplace of Confederation. That was when the SS Queen Victoria steamed in through the Narrows. It was 1864. And what was going on was a meeting supposed to be among Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick to discuss maritime union. But on the ship were representatives from the province of Canada, as it was known at the time, Ontario and Quebec. And they began these bigger discussions, something bigger and bolder about the notion of Canada. It led to Confederation. It was really here that started the notion of a nation, and that's why we call Charlottetown the birthplace of Confederation. But it's important to remember that there were many people who weren't at that table with the founding fathers. Black Canadians were not invited. Indigenous voices were not part of that. And so we think about that, what was missing then, and the work that still has to be done now. Today, there is a huge focus on Indigenous culture and tradition at Victoria Park, which is where Charlottetown celebrations are centered. And Jay Scotland is there, and he's going to tell us all about that part of the story today. Good morning again, Jay.
Good morning, Heather. Yes, and I am being joined right now by Melissa Peter Paul from Abegwit First Nation and a Mi'kmaq quill artist who will be a part of the Indigenous PEI activation tent, which is just off to my left. That will be here starting at noon today. And you'll be working on a large driveway chalk kind of quill art inspired piece that anyone can take part in, right?
Yep, it's going to be a big quill work design that I will be outlining, and everyone is welcome to help color it in and add some designs if they want.
And it will be there until it rains, at least until it rains anyway. But you've actually brought some of the materials for quill art. And how long have you been doing quill art now?
I've been doing quill art for 11 years now. So.
And you're going to teach me how to, and I mean, this is a journey, so I'm not expect to learn everything I need to know in a minute here, but what would I do to I see you've got the pattern for me already.
Yep, I've got everything ready and prepped for you, so you're just going to add another quill in.
And these are real porcupine quills?
Yes, these are real porcupine quills.
And I'll ask, if you're an artist, you go to an art shop for crafts, you might pop into a craft store. I don't see these on the shelves. Where do you find these materials? This is not something you just go and buy.
No, so all of the materials that I work with are harvested from the land, from my family and I.
Okay, yes. And that harvesting is part of the journey. Does it start as an apprenticeship becoming a quill artist?
Yeah, before we, I guess, gain any more teachings with the quill work, we have to learn about all the materials that we're working with and how to harvest them properly and how to care for those materials.
Well, thank you for your care today and sharing these materials with us. And I just put it through the hole?
Yeah. So.
Okay. How sharp are these?
These are very, very, very sharp.
And you've dyed these blue?
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right. So I just push it through.
Yep,
now I
flip it over.
Can I just push it with my hand?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
You can push it
goodness.
that far.
That far?
So then you're going to grab your tweezers.
Okay.
And grab that right there.
All right. And then you just continue to do this process until you've created something like, and this will take me forever. I'd like to show them one of your actual pieces here.
Yeah.
And this here is, you made this for your son for graduation?
Yeah, I made it the morning of when he was getting his grad pictures done. So
congratulations on the grad. How long did this beautiful piece take you?
This took 5 hours to make before my son went off to school.
Before he went off to school?
Yeah.
When did you make it? The night before?
No, that morning.
You made it that's a typical mom, typical parent move right there. You got to do something for grad. You do it the morning of. So, and this is something that he wore to grad.
Yep, and he still wears for all his special events or.
5 hours does not seem like a lot of time for something this beautiful.
No.
Well, thank you so much for Melissa for stopping by, sharing this this beautiful artwork and the process that goes into creating it. And you'll be here at what time?
12 o'clock until 3.
There you have it. So if you're in the Charlottetown area, pop on down, noon to 3. You won't be working with the pointy quills, but you'll get a chance to do some quill art inspired art here as part of the big celebrations here at Victoria Park in Charlottetown for Canada Day. Heather?
Thank you, Jay. Jay, just to hold tight for just a second. I was just noticing that when we arrived in Charlottetown Airport, there's a big sign that welcomes you to Epigwit, which is Prince Edward Island in Mi'kmaq.
Yes.
Of course, we think of Mi'kmaq, the First Nation, the people who have been here on the island for more than 12,000 years. So it's wonderful to celebrate all of that, and thank you for doing so. But I want to share with you, Jay, we got a note from a viewer. Are you ready? This is for you, Jay Scotland, from Susan Higdon.
Okay.
So many emotions this morning watching you all on Canada Day as I drink my coffee, watching my flag, proudly waving here in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia. Thank you. And then she writes, it's so good to see Jay. Missed him so much. There you go, Jay Scotland. Canada Day wishes from Susan in New Glasgow, Nova Scotia.
Thank you, Susan. Send
thank
some
you
of that
for being
coffee
part
our
of
way,
our
by
show,
the way.
Jay.
Yeah.
You bet. And listen, thank you for that. If you've been joining us all this morning, we've had some fantastic guests, but really we've got a real capper for you, the closer. Alan Doyle's warming up. He's going to join us after the break.
It's all I ever wanted. It's more than a place to be. It's my home. It's my harbor. It's my family.
Tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure. But as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Three, 2, 1. It's payday! Nothing's gonna stop the sun from shining.
So, that's a song called Payday. If you happen to be traveling to PEI this summer, and you should, you will have to try to get a ticket to the show you're seeing here. It's called Telltale Harbor. It's playing at the Charlottetown Festival at the Confederation Center until August the 29th. And I am quite sure you recognize the man center stage in that video playing the role of Frank, the chief teller of tales. He is one Alan Doyle, singer, author, actor, guest of CBC Morning Live.
Thanks for
Good
having
morning.
me on. Happy Canada Day to you.
Should we, everyone, Alan Doyle.
Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada. Nice to see everybody. Isn't it? What a day. What a show you got going on across. Can't wait for the whole day.
You're our capper. You're our capper.
Oh,
I can't wait. It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah.
In Telltale Harbor, so many Canadian storylines come together so perfectly. What's the story?
It's really a story about home. It's based on the original screenplay by Ken Scott that became a wonderful movie called Grand Seduction, about a small Atlantic Canadian town that needs a new plant. And it's, in order to qualify to save its town, to get this new plant, it needs to have a full-time resident doctor. And there is one guy, the head charmer in the town, who convinces a young doctor that he should probably, visiting from London, that he should consider making Telltale Harbor his home, and hijinks and hilarity ensue, and that's what we're doing here.
So that's you. That's
me.
Frank.
I play Frank.
You're the charmer.
Yeah.
I find that so hard to believe. But listen, as you say, it's perfect. I mean, how many times have I talked about that story in the news? You know, small communities trying to survive, needing a doctor because they can't find them, and it's all there.
It's all about the love of home and what people, especially from this part of the world, are willing to do to protect the things that they love the most. And that's, of course, home and family and, you know, and history and all the things that they love. You see it here today. I mean, all around us in Charlottetown, it's, you know, the joy of having people, hosting people from all across the country.
This is a little bit of a revamped version from the original 2022, right? A little
yeah, we did it here.
Bigger?
We did it here in 22, just as its first run. And then the mighty Mervish company came and saw it and wanted to partner with us really badly. So we remounted a whole new version here in Charlottetown, and we're moving it to the Royal Alex in September. So.
Don't think I'm not sharing those dates for
Great
people
fun.
who are going to
Thank
see
you.
it there. I want to make sure. And that's kind of interesting because in 2022, I recall you're saying, I was in an interview, that it was a dream of yours to spend a summer on Prince Edward Island in Charlottetown. You get to have twice.
I know. Well, you know what it's like. It's people save up their whole lives to get to come to Charlottetown in the summer for a week. And I've got to spend 2 summers here. And you know, I have to say, you know, just because we're on national television, that Charlottetown and Prince Edward Island in the summertime is so magnificent and so wonderful. It's almost as good as Newfoundland and Labrador.
Almost as good as Petty Harbor. Weather's better today, I have to tell you. Infinitely better. I see, because I follow you on socials, you've been playing some golf.
Yes, I have. I have great fun. I mean, I'm kidding, of course, but it's like being in Prince Edward Island in the summer is like it's a dream. You know, it's like it's the perfect spot, and it's a great laugh, and it's great fun, it's great food, it's great activity, and and it's amazing shows up at the Charlottetown Festival.
Okay, I'm going to talk about who else is in your group. You're going to see them in just a second, because here's the Mervis dates: September 23rd to November the 2nd. Those are the dates at the Royal Alexandra Theatre. That, if you remember, might just happen to be where the musical Come From Away played.
That's right. Yeah.
And Bob Foster, who's your musical
there
director,
he is over there.
See him in a second.
Yeah.
He happened to be the musical director for that. Now, what are the hopes there? Maybe of lightning striking twice?
Oh, we'll take it. I mean, any comparison to that mighty, wonderful show of Come From Away, and just to get to go to the Royal Alex in Toronto is fabulous. You know, it's at such an early stage in the development of it all, and it's just a real pat on the back for the show and for Bob and Adam and Ed and the other guys who helped create it. And it really is a pat on the back for the people here at the Confed Centre as well here in Charlottetown. And what I've been saying all summer, it's like it does roll to Toronto in September. It's going to be a mighty run at the Royal Alex, but you get to see it here first at the Confederation Centre for the Arts. So
it's going to be fantastic. Let's talk Canada for just a second. In your book, Newfoundlander in Canada, we talked about your journey.
Yeah.
How in your family, you're very open about that. It was very much Team Newfoundland back in 1949.
Oh, yeah, everyone.
No proponents of joining Canada at that time. Your grandfather certainly not. Yeah. And you didn't get to see mainland Canada until the 90s when you were frontman, obviously, for Great Big Sea.
All of my early Canadian lenses were out the band van, you know, which is a wonderful place to see it. But I discovered Canada later in life because, you know, being out in St. John's, you're closer to the UK. And the first time I ever got on a plane, I flew to London, England. You know, and so Canada was a great discovery for me, and I fell in love with it, of course, looking out the Great Big Sea van window. And I've been so blessed to be a Canadian, you know, my whole life, and to get to be part of what I love about Canada the most, and that's the collection of differences, you know, and I mean that so sincerely, like, and not just musically, but everything else. Is like, it's one of those places that doesn't try to be the same from coast to coast to coast, and I've been so lucky that it supports things from different places. I always love to tell a story really quickly about being in a car, going to a radio station in Toronto in the late 90s on a Great Big Sea promo tour or something, and they played Susan de Gluchark, Celine Dion, Our Lady Peace, and Great Big Sea in the same pack on a radio station.
Really?
I said, find one other country in the world where those four artists are on the same radio station.
It's absolutely.
You know, and that's Canada, and so that's why I love it so much.
Okay, walk slowly with me, because we're going to join Bob and we're going to listen to you for just, how does it feel to know that, you know, there's a big chance people will be blasting Great Big Sea or Beautiful, Beautiful Band or Solo Alan Doyle out of their speakers or singing them themselves today on Canada Day as part of the Canadian Songbook?
It's a privilege, right? It really is, and I mean that sincerely. It's like we get to do these things that are and become part of the soundtrack of people's lives, you know, and that's like, it's one of the great things to be part of their backyards or their garden parties, not just their concerts. But that's Canada, right, where music lives it lives as much in the kitchens as it lives in the concert hall, right?
There's a Newfoundlander spoken like a true Newfoundlander. Hand me, oh no, you got a microphone. I'll take this one.
You take that one.
Bob, this is Bob Foster. Bob Foster, genius extraordinaire. May you have another huge success on your hand with this guy. Now, step up to that. What are we going to hear? Oh, you need this one? Oh, but does Bob need that? Okay, what are we going to perform, Bob?
We're going to perform a song called My Family from the show, Telltale Harbour, which comes at the end of Act 1, which is sang by the beautiful Frank and the cast. And I won't give away the story.
Okay.
But it's the theme of home is really epitomized here in the song.
Do you want me to take that back so you can use two hands to play those keys? Okay, I have a message for you at the end, so don't go anywhere, but we'll listen to this. All right, Bob and Alan Doyle, and what a special treat on CBC Morning Live.
I never knew my old man. He disappeared without a trace. I never felt his hand upon my face. I never saw him smiling, never sat up on his knee. He never sang a single song to me. On these hills, they are my father. My mother is the sky. My sisters are the meadows, with my brothers on the tides. It's a quiet, simple life for a husband and a wife. It's all I ever wanted. It's more than a place to be. It's my home. It's my harbor. It's my family. hard don't always get things done. So we wrapped the cliffs around us and raised up every tree and whispered that this is all we'll ever need. And these hills, they are my father, my mother is the sky, my sisters are the meadows with my brothers on the tides. It's a quiet, simple life for a husband and a wife. It's all I ever wanted. It's more than a place to be. It's my home, it's my harbor, it's my family. And it's family that feeds you in the hard times and the good. And when there's wind, it gives you shelter. But then there's winter, there is wood. And I've needed it my whole life, and it needs me now, I know. I just can't turn my back on the only place that I've called home. For these hills, they are my father, my mother is the sky, my sisters are the meadows with my brothers on the tides. It's a quiet, simple life for a husband and a wife. It's all I ever wanted. It's more than a place to be. It's my home, it's my harbor, it's my family. It's my home, it's my harbor, it's my family.
Alan Doyle, Bob Foster. Let's make sure we see Bob. Thank you. Come over here. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for having us.
How about that, everybody?
Everybody, cheers.
Happy Canada Day. Telltale Harbour at the Confederation Centre this summer, and then Mirvish in Toronto at the Royal Alex come the fall.
It's going to be fun.
So it's going to be great. Listen, I have something for you. Family. You want to know how Canadians appreciate part of their Canadian family? There's a member of our morning news team. His name is Tim.
Yep.
This is what he wrote me. I had to send you an email after seeing Alan Doyle as a guest for tomorrow. There are very few people who would get me as excited, but I grew up with every Big C album playing constantly throughout the house or in the car, and to this day have many of their original songs and covers of folk songs on my running playlist. Why am I getting choked up when he's praising you? Just wanted to say, very excited to see him on the show tomorrow, and definitely stoked my Canadian pride.
Tell him I said hello too.
What's your pride at sparking Canadian pride?
It's just nice to be part of it. And Bob would say this is Bob. I believe this is Bob's first Canada Day.
Canada Day as a Canadian.
No way! Hey, congratulations!
I grew up in the UK, and I've been here for many years, but became a Canadian in February this year.
In February? So does it feel different for you?
It really does, especially this year.
I was going to say this year of any year to become a Canadian.
I know, yeah, exactly.
It's
I really
not lost on you.
My cast and Come From Away in Toronto were very great.
Oh, they were great to watch them, and we'll look forward to another success.
Well, this cast is amazing.
Listen, thank you so much for coming. Thank you both for coming. We have to take a quick break, but happy Canada Day to you both, and you are watching Morning Live from Charlottetown. Canada Day 2025.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complain loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Pig. We're live on Confederation Landing Park in Charlottetown, one of many spots right across this country. Every community is going to be celebrating Canada Day, and on the West Island of Montreal, no exception. This is the biggest party of the year in Pierrefonds, and that is where Kwabena Oduro is live for us this morning. What is happening there? And happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Heather. It's a party over here. The parade is just about to start. I want to show you one of the floats. Look at this. This is one of the floats that's going to be at the back of the parade. People are going to be singing on this float right here, and it's a big party over here. People are just mingling, getting together. And I'm also here with the mayor of Pierrefonds, Jim Bays, who organized this. Jim, happy Canada Day. What is it like having Canada Day in Pierrefonds?
First of all, happy Canada Day to everybody, the greatest country on earth. This is an annual tradition in Pierrefonds. We have 15 groups that are well represented. We're going to have thousands of people along the parade route. We have all kinds of activities back at the City Hall with our fair going on. And of course, we top it off with Simple Plan at 8:30 tonight, followed by the fireworks at 10. There's no rain, there's no sleet, there's no wind that's going to stop us. This is Canada Day traditions in Pierrefonds-Roxborough. We're built strong in Canada, and we can weather any storm.
One more question for you, Jim. Why is it important to have Canada Day here in Pierrefonds, and what makes this year the most important?
Well, look, this year we know that Montreal canceled their Canada Day parade, but regardless, we do it in Pierrefonds. And look around us, the mosaic of cultures that we have in Pierrefonds-Roxborough. 70 cultural communities live in perfect harmony in Pierrefonds-Roxborough. And how do we celebrate together at Canada Day festivities, representing all Canadians here in Pierrefonds-Roxborough today?
Thank you very much, Jim.
Happy Canada Day, everyone.
So, as you can hear, Heather, Mayor Jim Bays is very excited about this parade that is about to start in a few minutes. There's a lot of people here all anxiously waiting to get the parade started, and everyone says Happy Canada Day to you.
Kwabena, I'm loving that. I'm loving the celebrations in Pierrefonds, but especially thank you for the Canada Day get-up, because this is fantastic. You may be having rotten weather, but you're right in the spirit of things, and I love it. So thank you so very much. Kwabena Oduro, part of our CBC team covering Canada Day for us, and he's in the West Island of Montreal. I definitely have the weather here in Charlottetown. Let's find out what it's like in the middle of Lake Ontario. This is a surprise addition to our program, but it's a great one. Hello, David Common, in a canoe, of course, on Canada Day. Good morning. Well, I'm really well. Tell us what you're up to,
Heather,
and where you're trekking, and give us the scoop.
Well, I'm here with my friends, the Swans, Canada Geese as well.
We're all hanging out. Look, we're just inside the breakwater here, off of Sunnyside Beach in the west end of Toronto. People beginning to come out. No formal event that's happening here, but there's some kids playing in the sand over there. People are out in their boats, and this is a fantastic opportunity because you have the Humber River, the Don River behind me flowing into Lake Ontario, and so you end up with things like this. How you doing? Happy Canada Day. You get people who are out in their kayaks, people who are out in their canoes, people like us who are just having the opportunity to kind of unwind. What do we have weather-wise? It's a little overcast. I mean, you can sort of see the CN Tower in behind me. I'll tell you, Heather, just about 10 minutes ago, we couldn't see it at all. But right now, things are doing well. And I will also tell you, I am grateful to my mother who found this canoe on the side of the road. Someone was throwing it out. I had to fix it up a little bit.
Really?
But it has served me well for several years as I get to take my own family around and have opportunities like this. It's a beautiful day out on the water. Not too hot. Breeze is blowing. There's seagulls here. A lot of seagulls, but, you do what you have to do. Anyway, it's not a bad day, and we've got some more swans up ahead of us. I think it's just going to be a great one. I hope you have a lovely Canada Day there in Charlottetown. You got a lot more water than I do.
And a lot bigger boat just behind me. You probably can't see it, but there's a great big cruise ship that pulled in just this morning, and a lot of people have piled off that ship from Saskatchewan, David, near and dear to your heart. So they are here with us in Charlottetown.
Yes,
so the bigger boat, but yours is the Canadian boat, of course, the canoe, and I am admiring your technique, young man. Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I'm just going to linger.
We're going to head out
I thought Alan Doyle might be hard to... Okay. I thought Alan Doyle might be tough to top, but I think David Common in a canoe on Canada Day on Lake Ontario, that might just do it. Thanks for calling in, David. Great to see you, and happy Canada Day to you and your family.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling, and it's representing the world and its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture, that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this.
I wish these 4 hours could continue on and on and on. We've been having such a great time here at Confederation Landing Park, celebrating Canada Day with friends here in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, friends old and new. This is a new friend. You have to meet him. Did you see the little bit earlier today when I was out in the sailboat? This is the captain. That was his boat, Steve Leclerc. Hello.
Hi.
Thanks for coming back to visit us on, this is my turf.
Yes,
I was on yours yesterday. I was on yours. He has this incredible sailboat called Coast to Coast.
Yes.
And it made me think that's a perfect message for Canada Day, because you live coast to coast.
That's correct, yes. I spend my winter skiing in Whistler and my summer sailing on the East Coast.
Now, how idyllic does that sound for a Canadian life? So you've seen all of Canada.
Yes, I have.
Also, years and years, decades with the RCMP.
Yes.
So what does Canada Day mean to you? What does this country mean to you?
Well, I like to think that I'm a really loyal Canadian, and, you know, I just love this country so much. And, yeah, it means the world to me.
And hence the name of your boat,
yes,
as a tribute to that. Well, thank you. It was so wonderful to be out on the water, to think about what was happening in 1864, leading to the birthplace of Confederation. And thank you for taking us out. It was a pleasure. I'm going to swap places with you. Is that okay? Louise wants to come in.
Thanks,
Steve
Heather.
Leclerc, thank you. Happy Canada Day. Louise Martin has been with us all morning, the host of Compass. Jay Scotland, the meteorologist from Compass, is in Victoria Park, and I think Jay's with us right now. Are you there, Jay?
Yeah, I actually have some high caliber guests with me as well, Heather. You can see we've got, how big is that gun
who's
behind
with
us?
you now?
105 millimeter.
Oh, we have members of the Prince Edward Island Regiment, and you are?
My name is Corporal Salas.
I'm Sergeant Brown.
Master Corporal Visser.
I like the high caliber joke. I think I heard some laughs there. You guys didn't laugh.
That was Louise.
I'm doing the math here. It's a 21 gun salute coming up at noon, but when I count, you have 22 rounds there.
We do, yeah, just in case there's a dud.
Never a dud, right? Doesn't happen?
Hasn't happened with me.
Okay, all right. And later,
Amazing.
they're actually going to let me load this up and fire off these 21, they're blanks, right?
They are blanks.
And am I going to
Really?
fire them?
Not a chance.
Oh my goodness
That's
gracious.
fair.
I think you would have been safer
That's-
with the ice cream
that's fair.
sundae
No.
making.
That's the good
Jay,
No.
we're just about to the end of,
Yeah, no,
the
I'm not allowed to
program,
touch
so I
these.
have to say thank you so much. I want to salute to you because it's been so much fun to work together. Louise gets that honor every night, but I am happy to have reconnected here this morning. So thank you for all the fun from Victoria Park, and happy Canada Day to you and your family. We have 1 minute. You
know-
get to wrap it up.
Big high praise, Jay should know, from everybody here today because of the
Isn't that
spectacular weather.
incredible? But your stories and your guests have been highlights too. I mean, what is today? What has that told you about how Canadians are feeling on Canada Day?
Well, you know as well as I do, Heather, it's the privilege that people give us to tell their stories. And I always say everybody has a story. So you just start casually talking to someone, and lo and behold, there's a story there. So it's just been beautiful. So thank you for sharing your stories with us, and thanks for being a part of it.
Thank you for sharing the show with me. Again, it's great to see you again. We're going to press them into service one more time.
Okay, ready for a big
one more
happy
time,
Canada
everybody.
Day? One, 2, 3.
Live from Confederation Landing Park, we are in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, and this is Morning Live.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
We're certainly heading into Canada Day with a different perspective than we did last year. I think that we look around and appreciate where we are and how beautiful it is.
I believe that you're seeing more and more Canadians recognize that we do have a strong, proud Canadian nation. And we have to keep that spirit going, keep it pushing forward.
The longer you're away from home, the more proud you are of being Canadian. I can tell you that from the bottom of my heart. Just because we're still abroad doesn't mean we can't still serve our country and do something that matters.
Definitely, we've had to think a lot more about what it is to be Canadian and about what we want to be as a country internationally.
With the tensions between Canada and the United States, we're still best friends. But we also need to show that we are a country, strong and free.
I am very proud to be here, and I'm sure Canada will never be a 51st state. Absolutely never.
Would you agree with that, everybody?
Yes. Well, it's really nice to see everyone wearing red and white, so I'm definitely going to buy a Canadian flag later today to bring back home.
I've been so blessed to be a Canadian, my whole life, and to get to be part of what I love about Canada the most, and that's the collection of differences. It's one of those places that doesn't try to be the same from coast to coast to coast.
It's my family.
What a joy to have spent another Canada Day here in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. I have to use my last seconds to make sure everybody gets thanks. To the team in Charlottetown, Angela, Joe, Diego, Roberto, Ella, Brian, and Keith on the camera, back out of retirement. Our executive producer on Morning Live, Katie Mason. In Toronto, Danielle, Andy, Debbie, Charlotte, our studio team. Thank you for all of it. Louise and Jay, who have, of course, shared the entire morning with me. Thanks to all of our reporters and our guests here, to everyone watching, joining in our broadcast, and a special thanks if you sent in a video or a photo or shared a story of how you're standing up for Canada, especially in 2025. This is my last Canada Day broadcast, so you've made it such a special one for me, and I'm so grateful. And the thing is, we're just getting started. We're live, we're right here all day on CBC, and I have the great privilege of handing things over now to our chief correspondent in Ottawa. Good morning, Adrienne Arsenault.
Oh, my heart, Heather Hiscox. I can't stand here and you say this is your last Canada Day, but you are not done yet, my friend. We're going to be spending more time with you throughout this day. You have a fabulous collection of humans with you there. Say hi to Keith and Katie and the whole gang. We're in the nation's capital. It's a little loud. 158th birthday. Ask many Canadians to tell you this Canada Day feels different. You know,
British Columbia to Old Barnes, Nova Scotia. From Miami, Manitoba to Mississippi Mills, Ontario. And from Love, Saskatchewan to Heart's Desire in suburban Ottawa. A Valentine on this Canada Day. Whether your feelings for this country are unabashed,
I love Canada,
or understated,
just in here.
what shapes your sense of Canada?
I feel like we care more for people here.
We got quite a bit of freedom still.
Being able to be who you are.
What makes you feel Canadian?
Okay, I can hear you.
Is any of it different today than it was, say, before a recent U.S. presidential election?
I buy Canadian and local products.
And supporting the hardworking Canadians that are within our country.
Elbows up, definitely.
We're all working out those answers.
150 lorries driven by Canadian drivers take the precious commodities to hungry Hollanders.
We have a history, but in many ways, we're still young, still finding our way, still writing the history of this nation.
The way that people take care of each other here is pretty special.
A new chapter is being written by you right now.
Happy, 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 happy. Oh, Canada.
Nikina nitaskina.
Ton fort is
Well, there's a catchy tune. This is LeBreton Flats Park. We're right next to the Canadian War Museum, where the sacrifices of generations of Canadians are honored. Here, thousands of Canadians will come to celebrate that hard-earned freedom. We'll take you through every moment of it, starting in a little over an hour. So some of Canada's biggest names are right here today and tonight for the big party. The Prime Minister and the Governor-General, of course, but also Ryan Reynolds, Amanda Marshall. We'll even get a royal visit from Prince Edward. We have some stars of our own, 2 reporters among all the crowds, and we'll check in with them throughout the day. Catherine Cullen and Omar Debegi Pacheco. So why don't we start with you, Catherine? Catherine is obviously the host of The House on CBC Radio. Where exactly are you, my friend, and what is happening around you? Okay, so guess what? Catherine is out there somewhere. So why don't we go over to Omar Debegi Pacheco, who's the host of CBC Ottawa News. Omar does what he often does. He gets right into the center of things. Omar, what are you seeing? What are your plans? Is Omar okay?
I hear you, but I don't hear Adrienne.
So you know what? This is what happens in live TV sometimes, especially in a place where there is so much equipment and connectivity is often an issue. Even though Omar might be only about, I don't know, maybe a few hundred meters away from me, we're going to figure this out. So bear with us. I do want you to check something out, though. This amazing team of collection of reporters we have in other parts of the country. If we can pull up that image and show them to you, or not, you're just gonna have to trust me. There they are. There's a team. Of course, David Common is up to something. We'll be checking in with this fine collection of human beings throughout the program. David, safety first, Mr. Common. And I feel compelled to go talk to you first because I perennially worry about this man, the host of Metro Morning. I'm a little worried about your knees, David. Are you okay? What are you seeing? What's happening? Happy Canada Day.
And to you too, Adrienne. Knees are good. I like kneeling in a canoe. Gives me a little more control over the center of balance, particularly out here in Lake Ontario. This is the Humber River in behind me. And you see the white pedestrian bridge that is so iconic for the city of Toronto. Seems odd to marry canoeing and Toronto, and yet here we are. In the background, sort of lost in the mist, is the CN Tower and the incredible Toronto skyline. And it does feel on this Canada Day funny to be here, almost appropriate. You know, this lake, Rochester is right there, Buffalo, New York over there. And so we are just across the water from those neighbors who have given us such opportunity together, such recent aggravation together. It is quite something. Hamilton, just down on the other side of Lake Ontario, home to a big part of this country's steel industry. And so I think about that, but I also, just on a day out in the water, in the serenity of it all, far from the noise that you're experiencing, and just kind of disconnecting from it as well, enjoying the fact that it's beautiful. There are swans out here. I'll flip you around here so we can see that we're not alone. There are indeed other kayakers who are out on the water with us. Happy Canada Day. Hi. So you see lots of other people who are out with us, Adrienne, enjoying as we're just coming out of the mouth of the Humber River into Lake Ontario itself. And as I was telling Heather Hiscox just a short time ago, I'm grateful on this Canada Day, any day that I'm in this canoe, because it's one my mother found at the side of the road. And I can now tell Spencer, the cameraman, that there was a huge gash in it when I got it. And I used some epoxy, and now it actually floats. I didn't want to tell him that before we launched, Adrienne. Now he knows. So I'll leave you with that, and I'll spin back around so we can see the Toronto skyline. But it gives you a sense of what we're up to today, having a grand old day. I hope you do too.
This is so good for your soul. Little story about David Common, if I may. I'm not surprised that he fixed his own canoe. When we were at the Olympics in Sochi, David moved into a room where they hadn't finished tiling the bathroom, but the putty was on the ground and the tiles were on the ground. So David thought, I need a shower, so I guess I need to tile my bathroom first. So that is our David Common. Thank you, David. Let's zip next door to Quebec. Most of the time, sometimes you think of July 1st in Quebec as moving day. There are no rental trucks to be found. You see refrigerators coming down big flights of stairs. But it is also today a place of some pretty great Canada Day parties. And Quabina Oduro is on Montreal's West Island. I mean, Quabina, look at you. This is amazing. Show us what is happening there and that fetching hat you're wearing.
Yeah, so I bought this umbrella because I thought it was going to rain. It's not raining right now, and people are out here partying. The music is very loud. It is also moving day here in Quebec, so people are getting those couches, those fridges, like you mentioned, and moving into new apartments, new homes. But then you have the other people who are here with me in Pierrefonds, getting ready for this parade that's going to leave any moment right now. We have floats, we have cadets, we have different community groups that are all here. I'm actually here with someone who's on the float. So what's your job today and what is your float?
My float is the autumn float. So my job, I'm a farmer. So I farm mushrooms, I farm vegetables, and I have my friend over there, which is Cucurbita Steve. And our job is to entertain the children, say little highs, make them happy for Canada Day.
What is something that you want to tell Canada on Canada Day? What is your wish for Canada?
Well, I think everyone wishes for health and happiness for every Canadian out there. With the hard times we've had, I think we can find joys in little things.
Thank you very much and happy Canada Day. So Adrienne, the parade is going to start soon. Everyone is smiling. There's Canada flags. There's different country flags. I saw Ghana flags back there. People are happy, ready to go, and ready to get this parade on the road.
Right on. That's who we are. Quabina Oduro. We'll check in with you again soon. Please don't change that hat. It's fantastic. So we are, again, here in LeBreton Flats Park for the big event. in the nation's capital. Every now and then you'll hear the band start up. It's very exciting when they do. In Toronto, one of the biggest Canada Day parties is actually a parade that's happening in East York, which is precisely where we find Juanita Taylor. So nice to see you. Juanita, what's happening?
Hi, Adrienne. Yeah, this is the East York Canada Day parade site that we are at. It's the 69th parade consecutive year, and it is the biggest parade, the biggest event in the city today. And I can tell you easily there are about 200 people already gathered here. The parade is set to start at 10:30 Eastern. There are fire trucks, there are motorcycles, the Complay community is here as well, and also this group behind me, the Taijimen group, including Taiwanese opera singers, are also going to be taking part in this parade. And I can tell you they were very kind to give me this fan, which I can tell you this kind of humidity you guys have here in Ontario, we definitely don't feel this in Nunavut, so a very welcome gift for me today. So again, Adrienne, 10:30, the parade starts. All the action in the eastern part of the city is happening here today, and I just want to give an opportunity to this lovely group of people who have been standing waiting patiently for this moment, to give them an opportunity to say Happy Canada Day to Canadians out there. So Happy Canada Day! Happy Canada Day! Thank you very much. Back over to you, Adrienne.
Hey, thanks, Juanita. You're in my neighborhood. I love that. That is Juanita Taylor. She's going to enjoy the day in East York. We'll be back talking with everyone you've heard from and so many more. Take a few moments, go refresh your refreshments, and we'll see you soon.
I am proud to be Canadian because we are champions of kindness. I'm proud to be Canadian because we have cool animals like bears, beavers, moose, and deers.
Je suis fier d'être Canadien parce qu'on a les meilleurs sports d'hiver.
I'm proud to be a Canadian because we care about the environment.
Ce que j'aime du Canada, c'est que l'on parle français et anglais.
We have the best maple syrup ever. Pancakes just taste better here.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July for evermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
I've been around the world 2,650 times, seen everywhere, and let me tell you, it's hard to beat a country like Canada. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
Well, thank you, Colonel Hadfield. So we have two, remember we were talking about this earlier, we have two reporters among all the crowds here in Ottawa, Catherine Cullen and Omar Debegi Pacheco. I can see them both there. You're probably so close I can reach out to you. I just want to make sure we can hear each other. Catherine Cullen, you are the host of The House on CBC Radio. Where exactly are you, my friend? What is happening?
I'm not far, Adrienne. Just here at LeBreton Flats with you. I can see you, as a matter of fact. You're just over there. But I've been out talking to some of the families who are arriving. You know, things are off to a pleasant but a little bit of a quiet start here about what this Canada Day means to people. And it's interesting, you don't actually have to think that far back to think about all the changes we as a country have gone through in just a short time. It's not so long ago that we were experiencing a pandemic Canada Day, which was a very different kind of Canada Day. We have been talking about reckoning with Canada's history on Canada Day. We have dealt with some of the after effects of the convoy movement, and this year it is about threats to our sovereignty. And I will say, talking to folks who are here, it's a lot of families with young children at this point in the day. There are people who say, you know, they haven't come for years and they're here now. I was talking to one dad who was holding his 18-month-old, and he said, I feel like the flag is back. I can feel good about it again. Spoke to a family with a 14-year-old boy, and they said he was the real reason they were here. He wanted to see the Prime Minister, and the family was feeling a bit of a Trump effect. They thought that it was important to be here on this Canada Day. So certainly a sense of pride, a sense of enthusiasm, an opportunity to celebrate today, even in the midst of what has been, let's be honest, a pretty tense political time. This is an opportunity, I think, for people to really celebrate and feel good about their country. Adrienne.
All right, that is Catherine Cullen. I think we've clocked you. I think you're right over there. But Omar Debegi Pacheco, host of CBC Ottawa News at 6, who's always in the thick of it. I can't figure out where you are. Good morning, Omar.
Good morning, Adrienne. I am kind of close to you, but in a whole other part of this party. And a part that I really love about this party in particular, and this time of day for Canada Day here in the capital, is that the first revelers, the first party animals are always the kids, the young kids and the families. And so we've got like this bubble kingdom over here. Like the moment the doors opened up here, the kids were the first ones to storm in. We've got the bubble kingdom over here. We've got the rock climbing tower over there, which if you're rock climbing and you've ever been to Squamish or somewhere like that is to me something quintessentially Canadian about this country, is the great outdoors and all the sports you can do. And of course the kids loving that right now. If my 4-year-old was here, he currently thinks he's Spider-Man, so his mind would be blown right now. A lot of kids getting excited over there. And we just had musical performances starting up as well. There's a pop-up booth just behind here that you can't see at the moment. We'll get there later in the show, but I want to introduce you to the Famille Leblanc, two of the musicians who were just there. You've just come off this tour across Canada. I want to ask you, Robin, what was the thing that stood out to you the most about what it meant to be Canadian after that tour?
It's just just how people are so friendly everywhere we stop by. Most of the time they don't know who we are as a band, and we're just so welcome, and just seeing the reactions and the faces and people dancing, and just music brings us together in a way that's unexpected, really.
In Charlotte, you get to play with your father across Canada. You're on the Canada Day stage playing Acadian music from Bathurst, Nova Scotia to the capital for Canada Day. What does it mean to be playing with your whole family here?
Well, it means everything. I mean, it's special to be here in the capital of our country, Canada, in Ottawa, and I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else from my family.
For the moment.
For the moment.
It's a special day for you guys. Thanks so much. Happy Canada Day. Adrienne, people are filling in here, and we'll have stories throughout the day.
Fantastic, Omar. Thank you. Just in case people are wondering, like, where is everybody? The official program, sort of the official Canada Day event here, is in for a little bit. Some of the VIPs will start to come in within the next hour or so. So that's why people are sort of trickling in, because they know they need to pace themselves. This is going to be a long day, particularly here. It's going to be a fun one, but a long one. Let's go to the border city of Windsor, Ontario now, because obviously Windsor has been through a lot in the last few months with the tariffs and the threats. Jennifer Lagrassa has been right there reporting on all of it. Very different kind of day. Jennifer, how are people there marking the day?
Yeah, Adrienne, they are definitely coming out and being more prideful here today. At least that's what I'm hearing from the people who are here. This is the start of the parade in downtown Windsor, and things are just kind of getting going. So I'm actually standing here, of course, it's Windsor, you know, automotive city of Canada. So we've got a 1971 Corvette Stingray that's going to make its way down. We've got some other lovely red cars around here that are going to go down this main strip in Windsor. And I'm going to take you kind of this way. So we've got floats that are starting to come together right over here. And then we also have some people over here. We got some princesses that are going to be walking in the parade today. Some people over there that were telling me that, you know, this is their first time that they're going to be walking in this parade. It's going to start at 11 a.m. The theme is the true North, strong and free. And it's going to go all the way down kind of this main strip across our downtown. And there's going to be fan zones. There's going to be live music. We're hearing that there's also going to be red and white Timbits. People here are just really excited to get out to show their Canadian pride and their Canadian spirit. Adrienne.
And what a beautiful looking day. And I would be remiss if I also didn't compliment your hat. I feel like the hat game is very good today. Good on you. And I mean, what is a parade without a princess? So I'm looking forward to seeing what on earth unfolds in Windsor later today. So that is Jennifer LaGrassa in Windsor, Ontario. I want to scoot back over to Toronto again for a moment because Juanita Taylor, who's at that parade in East York, has a special guest. Juanita?
I do, Adrienne. I'm very honored to meet Mayor Olivia Chow this morning. Mayor Chow, what an honor it is to meet you. Thank you for taking the time to chat with us today and to Canadians on this Canada Day special. What does Canada Day mean to you today?
It means that we embrace each other, we take good care of each other, and we stand up for each other. That's why we're proud Canadians. We are diverse, that's why we're strong. And to be able to come to all the celebration all across the city of Toronto makes me feel so proud to be a Canadian.
Sorry,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and with this senseless trade war that's coming from President Trump, our elbows are up, and all the more reason we shop local, buy local, support each other, because that's who we are as Canadians.
And we are here in the East York region of the GTA, and I'm curious to hear from you, Mayor Chow. Why is it important for you to be here at this location today?
Well, when the city amalgamated, East Yorkers said, we are a strong community. We have a sense of identity just because we are part of Toronto. That's good. But so there is a real sense of belonging and community. It's almost feel like a village. Everybody know each other, give each other hugs, and that is so Canadians, right? Even though we're a huge, vast, diverse, big country, but we come together and celebrate together. And when we get in trouble, not only do we say sorry, we said, okay, we're here for each other. We're united, that's why we're strong.
All right, and Mayor Chow, just lastly and very quickly, what is your message to Canadians today?
Oh, be joyous, be loving, and be who we are, because we're proud and strong, we are diverse. And yes, sometimes maybe economy could be a bit tough, but we know that we support each other, and no one can defeat us because we are united.
Thank you, and happy Canada Day to you.
And happy Canada Day. I'm so proud to be a Canadian.
Thank you. All right, well, Mayor Olivia Chow here at the East York Canada Day Parade. Adrienne, waiting for the events to start very shortly, and we'll hand things back over to you.
All right, Juanita, thanks to you and Mayor Chow. So a little Canadian trivia coming at you here. This year is the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag. There is a lot of story to that history. And the perfect person to let us in on the details is a man named Bob Harper. He knows more about the Canadian flag than maybe anyone. Take a look.
It was born out of love, and it created unity. My name is Robert Bob Harper.
I am the founder and the executive director of the Canadian Flag Education Centre, and it's been 17 years, more than 40,000 documents, probably close to 25,000 hours of work. This is the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers. The citation with that reads, "His advocacy for the recognition of Brockville as the birthplace of the Canadian flag has been instrumental in helping Canadians understand the intricate origins of their national symbol and honor the legacy of John Ross Matheson." Not one person designed or created the Maple Leaf flag. There were many individuals who contributed. John Ross Matheson. Dare I say, we are now showing patriotism like we have never shown it before. And as John Matheson said, I am damn proud of that flag. And I am damn proud to be here to represent the story of why we should be so proud of that symbol.
Bob Harper is a great Canadian. From what I can tell you, what I know of his understanding of the Canadian flag, that if you were to ask him, what is the story of the Canadian flag? He can tell it to you, but it will take 2 hours and 40 minutes for him to get through the story of this fabulous fabric that we see everywhere today. He's been talking about this for 17 years. He genuinely loves it. So thank you to Bob. Why don't we head east? Let's go to Newfoundland, to Corner Brook. The host of Here and Now, Carolyn Stokes, is at a very cool scene today. Carolyn, can you walk us through where you are?
Hi, Adrienne. Yeah, lots of flags around these parts as well. We're here at beautiful Margaret Bowater Park in Corner Brook on the west coast of the island of Newfoundland. And the Canada Day festivities here are just ramping up. We have a splash pad there behind me. The kids are loving that. We have a stage set up here, a band taking a little bit of a break now, but lots of people showing up to enjoy the day. But it's not just Canada Day that's being celebrated here today. It's also the countdown to the Canada Games, which are taking place in St. John's in August. So thousands of young athletes will be going to St. John's for those Canada Games. And joining me now are some representatives of the Canada Games. Here we have CEO Karen Sheriffs, and this, Adrienne, is the mascot of the Canada Games. This is Gusty the codfish. So, Karen, let me just start with you. Canadians across the country are celebrating Canada Day today. Can you talk about the Canada Games and how it fits in to the fabric of the country?
Well, what a great day to be celebrating the Canada Games here in Corner Brook, and last hosted here in '99. You know, we are about to welcome thousands of people to our province, Newfoundland and Labrador, and you know, 19 sports, multi-sports, the largest multi-sport event that happens in Canada. We're about to host the largest ever Canada Games, and to bring all these people together at such a time when I think everyone needs to be united and have something to cheer for. So, you know, cheering for all those athletes that have worked so hard, all those proud parents and grandparents in the stands, and also our own community and province coming together to host with 5,000 volunteers. We're seeing it right here with the Orange Store Torch Relay and all the communities that are hosting events from Port aux Basques to Stephenville to Corner Brook today and onwards for 15 stops. And the excitement that's there is just so special to see, and it's just been really overwhelming to see the support we've gotten.
And it was so exciting this morning to see the torch being run through the streets of Corner Brook. There were 8 torch bearers, so that was a lot of fun. And I have to talk to Gusty because, Gusty, you're the mascot for the St. John's Canada Games, and you know about 15,000 people are going to be coming to St. John's from away, and a lot of people who visit the province from away want to get screeched in when they come. It's a long-standing Newfoundland tradition, and part of that is kissing the cod. So, Gusty, how are you going to feel about, puckering up and handing out all those kisses during the Canada Games? All right, yeah, you're going to be getting a lot of love for Gusty, I think, during the Canada Games and here today as well. All the kids want to come up and give Gusty a great big hug. So, Gusty, we'll see you in St. John's in August 5th to the 8th and 28th. So, yeah, it's going to be a good time. Thank you so much. Back to you, Adrienne.
All right, that's Carolyn Stokes with Gusty the Cod, who's not a talker, but he's a lover. All right, Carolyn Stokes in Corner Brook, Newfoundland. We're going to head to break. Take a moment. We'll see you soon.
It's Canada's birthday. Canada is a great place because everybody can be themselves. Get together with family and just have fun. It means lots of funness to everyone in the whole wide world.
Hi folks, I'm Jim Cuddy from Blue Rodeo, and I've been asked where do I feel most Canadian. Blue Rodeo plays all over the country, and when we go to places like last year we went to Gunner's Cove, which is north of Newfoundland, or we've been to Tuktoyaktuk, or going to go to Bouchard Gardens this year. Those are the places where I feel so proud to be Canadian, because there's such beautiful places, there are beautiful people there. I love all of Canada, but I like its nooks and crannies too.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House Leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House Leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July for evermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Hi Canada, my name is Ashley Lawrence. I am defender for the national team.
My name is Kaylin Sheridan and I'm the goalkeeper for the Canadian national women's soccer team.
I feel most Canadian when I'm on the field representing the national team. We have our pre-game, pre-meal tradition, and that is to eat pancakes with maple syrup. If we don't have that, all the players go crazy.
We're all very proud of who we are and our country as a whole and what we stand for.
We don't represent only ourselves, we represent a nation and the young people looking up to us.
Happy Canada Day!
My name is Bailey Ross. I reside in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Curling for me, that's been my central passion since I discovered the sport when I was 7 years old. I've always found a home in a curling club, and as a queer curler, that sense of community really solidified when I joined the Loose Ends Curling League, which was built to have a welcoming space for queer curlers. With the current political climate, I've been forced to reflect on what it means to be Canadian, and although we might not be a perfect country, I still feel extremely privileged to call it my home.
All right, thank you, Bailey. Great Canadians there. Omar Debegi Pacheco is talking with some more great Canadians. Omar?
Yeah, you know, there's a guy that approaches me every year that I've been hosting this thing or being part of the show, and Samir, he came from Ethiopia 30 years ago, and every year he comes up to me and he says, hey man, happy Canada Day. I was just talking to him and I said, you know, how long have you been coming to Canada Day celebration? He said every one of those 30 years he's been here at the party. Well, Parliament Hill before this, now LeBreton, of course, because of the construction. And he said, you know, what a lot of people are saying, which is that this year feels different because of all the political stuff that's happening. Somebody else who's come, not as far from Ethiopia, but from Calgary, is Lauren Hutchison. I want to ask you, you came from Calgary. This is your first Canada Day. You came with Eleanor. Why was it important for you to come here today?
Well, we originally had time off and we were going to go to Yellowstone in the United States, drive down there for holiday. But after the election, we decided, you know what, we want to stay a little bit closer to home this year. And so we're thinking, what can we do? You know, we had vacation over Canada Day. I thought, you know what, let's go to Ottawa. Let's really celebrate this Canada Day and being Canadian. So booked some flights and came out here.
And Eleanor, I want to ask you, because we were just talking about all the kids that are out here. They're always the early birds out here. What is the thing you love the most about, if you were to name 3 things that are quintessentially Canadian, that are big Canadian things for you that you love most, what would they be?
Maple syrup, camping, and fireworks.
I love those things. That's the best things that you could think of for a party. And I have to ask you about your outfit. Who chose your outfit? How'd you put it together? And what are you feeling today?
I'm feeling excited.
Yeah? You gonna stay up for the fireworks? You gonna stay up party all day long?
Yes.
For you. Happy Canada Day to you.
Happy Canada Day.
Thanks so much for chatting with us.
Perfect, not a problem.
A few clouds rolling in, but I can tell you from previous years, even the rain doesn't stop the partiers. So I think the party's going to continue despite all that. I was remembering a few years back there were the the smoke from the wildfires that was causing some smog around here. They had to shut down the party. There was the chance of a thunderstorm earlier today until about 3 p.m. That year they shut it down, but I remember people being sort of kindly, in a very Canadian way, asked to leave LeBreton Flats because it was becoming dangerous. But I mean, it goes to show that, you know, when people are out here for this big event, I mean, rain or shine, it just doesn't seem to dampen the spirits. And let's hope those clouds pass away because we've got a bunch of acts coming up. Looking at Ali Walker right now, country artist. We're going to try to chat with her later in the show.
Hi Canada, I'm Mike Myers. Happy Canada Day. I feel most Canadian when I get off the plane and my jaw unhinges and my shoulders loosen up and I'm just happy to be home. I stand up for Canada by being very, very clear that I am Canadian and I want people to know what a great country this is and what a fantastic, inclusive, diverse, and very, very decent country we are.
Well, we're talking about great Canadians. Let's spend some time with one. Ryan Reynolds, I'm Adrienne Arsenault.
Adrienne, hi,
nice
how
to
are
meet
you?
you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Congratulations, because you are, pretty soon, you're going to go up there.
Yeah.
You're going to be made an officer of the Order of Canada.
Yeah.
In this country, there aren't many higher honors you can give somebody.
No.
And when you go and talk to your kids, what's the story you're going to tell them about this?
I don't pretend that my kids can fully understand this. I mean, it's like kind of Canada to me is a culmination of a lifetime of meaning, and I've always considered Canada kind of like a third parent to me, and I think it's something they'll maybe understand later in life. But, you know, they do understand that I've demanded to be called Officer Dad, which they've completely neglected in their duty to say. But honestly, at the end of the day, this moment I think was designed exclusively to make mothers faint, and they've done that in spades with my mom. Yeah.
So is that to say then that when you head up there, your mom is on your mind? Do you have a sense of what you'll be thinking about?
I'm thinking about, you know, there's so many people that you know matter who put me on that stage, and I'm not talking about showbiz and that kind of stuff. I mean, there's people that I've worked with for years at the Sick Kids Foundation, the people like Marie Delorme, who, you know, has helped me navigate some of the Indigenous issues that face so many communities across Canada, and, you know, people who aren't necessarily always up on the stage like that, who get, you know, so you try to hold that kind of, it keeps your feet on the ground a little bit. You know, these are people that do that every single day, and I get a lot of pats on the back because of my other job. But I think a lot about those people. And then I also think just that this is what a moment, you know, to try to take it in and look around and not just let it pass by, really drink it in. I'm old enough to appreciate it now, I think, so.
You know what I'm curious about? Often we talk to people and talking to Americans, right now you get the joke. Right, hey, the 51st state stuff, it's just a joke. It's sometimes, it's hard to know how to navigate it. So when people say that to you, like, how do you handle that?
Well, you know, you said it right there, a joke, and I understand that some people don't find it to be a joke, but I process almost all tragedy and trauma through the prism of humor. It's just a crappy coping mechanism that I have. So, yeah, I mean, I find that silly. I mean, only because that would be impossible. You know, that would be an absolutely impossible task to try to turn this wonderful place into a state.
Do you find yourself telling them that, or do you just sort of change the conversation and move away?
It is so absurd that it's never come up for me. Well, I don't think anyone would bring that up to me, especially me.
Because you're a big guy.
Well, no, I don't mean that. I just mean, yes, unblinking violence is my nature. But no, I mean, it's that I think they know the love I have for Canada. Look at any interview I've ever given on any show ever. So, no, it never comes up for me.
Is there a place or a moment where you feel most Canadian?
Oh, wow, that's a good question. I think Capilano River in British Columbia, you know, that place is really special to me. And when Wrexham was playing the Whitecaps was a very unusually surreal moment for me. And immediately after the match, we went to Capilano River, my daughter and I, and that's a place that I've gone to since I was little. Almost every day after school, I'd go there. So that's where I feel, I think, most at home, which I associate with Canada. So.
Last question for you. This Officer of the Order of Canada, does it come with strings attached? Like, can we keep you?
Please, you don't have to keep me. You have me. Canada is this is a huge deal for me. I mean, it's as big as it gets, I think. So I can't really underline enough how valuable and the meaning I've attached to it is so significant. But it's also, again, for all those folks who, like, you know, day in, day out, like, do the real stuff. You know, there's those people who could choose, so smart at Sick Kids Foundation, they could choose any career path they want, and this is what they do every single day. And I think a lot about those folks. So I want to break my little Order of Canada into a million little pieces.
Please don't. The paperwork would be terrible.
It would be absolutely terrible, and I would immediately ask for a whole one again. Look what happened.
You're a good sport.
Thank you so
Ryan
much.
Reynolds,
I appreciate
thank
it.
you very much. I'm going to send it right back to Heather.
Adrienne, thank you very much. The stars are out in Ottawa, but I'll tell you, the sun is out here in Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. Look at the glorious weather we have for Canada Day here in the birthplace of Confederation. And can I just show you what a magnificent sight it is here? I've been in Confederation Landing Park all morning. The cruise ship came in right on time. People have been with us all morning. We have a small crowd still. And hello and happy Canada Day. Hello, hello. The sailing school's out in the harbor. It is just extraordinary. You maybe heard the bagpipes there. We've had a musical soundtrack all morning. Alan Doyle was on our show. Jim Cuddy was on our show. We had an incredible lobster breakfast. It has been a fantastic start to Canada Day. And of course, Adrienne, you're carrying it on there in Ottawa. You may have had Ryan Reynolds, your star. I'll tell you who my stars are. The Beyondies from Chatham, the most patient family, because they've been waiting to be on the air. Hello and happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Yay. Can I go along the line and introduce to everybody on television, okay? Tell me what your name is.
My name is Jack.
And how old are you, Jack?
I'm 11.
11. Jack is 11.
My name is Scotty, and I'm 7.
Thank you. This is Dad.
Dax.
I'm not asking your age. Okay, we're not. Hello.
My name is Eddie, and I'm 9.
Eddie's 9, and big sister.
My name's Georgie, and I'm 13.
And you're 13, and here's Mom.
And I'm Megan, and I'm not telling you my age.
No, and I'm not asking. I know better than that. Now, listen, I'm going to go along and find, because I love the hats. Obviously, you're having a great time. I want to know what's in that bag. But mostly, I want to know what brings you here to Charlottetown for Canada Day.
Well, I guess it was sometime after Christmas we decided we wanted to get away on a family vacation. And it was important to us this year that we stick around in Canada and get away from home, go somewhere exciting. And we thought it would be a great opportunity to show our kids the East Coast. I traveled here when I was a kid with my family, and so we thought, let's have the family trip. So
you flew out?
We flew out of Toronto into Halifax. We spent a couple days in Halifax. Then we jetted over to Hopewell Rocks in New Brunswick. And then yesterday we made our way here to Charlottetown.
Fantastic. Yeah. So this was to show you the East Coast. What do you think of it so far?
I think it's awesome.
Do you? And are you liking spending your summer holiday here in Canada?
Yeah.
As opposed to traveling elsewhere? Tell me, Eddie, a little bit about what's your favorite thing so far?
Probably looking at, like, the
ocean?
Yeah.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Listen, can I ask you, Dax, pick up on what you were saying about the decision to come here and to make sure you stayed in Canada. A lot of talk this year about this is a special Canada Day.
Absolutely.
And do you think that's true?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, it's amazing to be a Canadian. It's amazing to be out here. We're on kind of a 2-year plan of going east this year, going west next year. So we want to show the kids the country and what makes us proud.
And I don't hear you saying going south.
No.
You're staying here.
We're staying here, yeah.
I have to do one quick little thing. I'd like to know what you like about Canada so far that you're seeing on this trip.
The Hobble Hopple.
Hopple Hopple? What's that? I don't know that.
The Harbor Hopper.
The Harbor Hopper. Oh my gosh, I'm going to have to give that a try.
Yeah.
What are you proud of that's Canadian?
I really liked Peggy's Cove.
Peggy's Cove is beautiful, isn't it? And what's your favorite thing about a Canadian boy, about being a Canadian boy? What do you like most about Canada?
Hockey.
I have to end on that. So fantastic. That's the best answer. Listen, thank you for waiting around to talk to me. I'm happy to do Happy Canada Day to all of you. Let's have a Happy Canada Day to everybody back there.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day from Charlottetown. Back to you.
Hey Canada, it's summer and I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Hey everyone, it's Connor Bedard here. Just wanted to wish you all a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Have a great day. Look at this view, hey? How's that for a Canada thing?
Happy Canada Day.
We want to wish you a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day!
I would like to wish you a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
I just want to say happy Canada Day. Everybody stay safe and enjoy the holiday.
Happy Canada Day.
Wishing everybody coast to coast to coast a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day!
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Just having the freedom to express ourselves.
We're strong, brave.
I think being kind. I feel like we care more for people here, for everybody.
Don't do too much flag waving, you know, just in here.
So we want to see how you are celebrating Canada Day in your hometowns. Send us videos of your celebrations. You can send it to, it's my favorite email address at the CBC because it is the simplest, ask@cbc.ca. Send it there. We'll play some of those throughout the day.
I'm Noel Broussard, currently living in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
My name is Paula. I'm in the beautiful northern Bruce Peninsula.
From the North Shore of Lake Erie, I'm David.
And I'm Sid.
I would like to wish my fellow Canadians from coast to coast to coast a very happy Canada Day celebration.
So you know how you saw David Common floating on Lake Ontario? Why don't we head over to Montreal, where Kwabena Aduro is on a float? I thought you are on a float. What's happening there, Kwabena?
So right now the parade is moving along. I hopped on a float because I like the view up here. You just see everyone outside their houses. They're all waving. Some people think I'm part of the parade. I'm just here trying to report, trying to show them smiling. I'm here with my friend who wanted to show our little dance. We tried to dance together. Adrienne, I'm not a great dancer, so I'm gonna try. Don't laugh at me. Let's go. So we're dancing up on this float. I'm also here with Mother Nature, if you could come over here. So Mother Nature over here, Adrienne, made sure that it wasn't going to rain in Montreal, because that's something that people were scared of. How are the Canada Day celebrations going?
It's so nice. There's people everywhere, and they're amazing, beautiful.
What does Canada Day mean to you?
Celebrating with everyone, everywhere.
So Mother Nature is excited because she made sure that there was no rain. It's also moving day here in Quebec, so people are moving their chairs, their furniture, and moving into new buildings. So unfortunately, those people cannot be here at the parade. But for people here in the parade, they're having a great time. People are outside their houses waving, and yeah, my camera guys, wave at the camera. You see, Happy Canada Day. You see people are just all happy. It's a nice view up here, Adrienne, and Canada Day is going well in Pierrefonds. Adrienne?
Kwabena, only you would talk your way onto a float and somehow become the king of the parade. I love it. Kwabena Aduro atop a float in Pierrefonds, Quebec.
What makes it special for me, the context. Political context.
There's so much going on in the world right now.
Maybe more special, but Canada Day is all my life has been special.
Every time I hear our national anthem, it just fills me up with this feeling of just great pride.
All right, let's wiggle west to the prairies here. Brittany Greenslade is the host of CBC Manitoba News. She's at the Forks in Winnipeg today. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Adrienne. Well, I'm not on a float and I'm not on the water, but I am right beside the water here where the water taxis are getting ready to go. People heading out onto the water to get a little bit of a history here. Now, this for 6,000 years has been a meeting point in Manitoba, as what we know as Manitoba now. It's where the Red and the Assiniboine rivers meet. There is so much rich history here, from Indigenous settlement. It's a hub of the fur trade, or was a hub of the fur trade. The advent of the railway, and for generations, waves of immigration have come through this very point. And even this morning, we're seeing a gaggle of Canadian geese that are meeting here at this point. Today, Canada is being celebrated, and this year, more than ever, all of its people, its background, really what makes us us. Here at the Forks, community is reflected, and that's what's really being reflected today. Many nations, one heartbeat is the theme of today's celebrations here at the Forks, and we are celebrating all cultures. There's going to be a number of dance troupes that are taking over. We're doing everything from Punjabi dance to Polynesian dance, K-pop and Bollywood, you name it, there's something here. For the kids, there's also going to be basketball games happening 3-on-3. Manitoba's professional team, the Sea Bears, is going to be teaching people all about basketball as well, and really Indigenous learnings. That's been happening for the last 11 days, all culminating here on Canada Day, where we're going to be taking you to the celebration all day long. Adrienne?
All right, Brittany Greenslade in Winnipeg, adjacent to the water. Do you get the theme going on here? Brittany certainly does. Thanks very much to you. Why don't we go back to the Canadian flag for a moment, because obviously there's a lot to say here. One of the biggest flag makers in this country that sells, they tell us, 1 million flags a year, maintains that sales are up 75% this year. And that is the story with a lot of flag makers and those who sell them. So every year in the lead up to Canada Day, the Rotary Club in High River, Alberta, sells flags to raise money for charity. And this year they say they were inundated with orders. So we tagged along as volunteers delivered those Canadian flags.
There you go.
Thanks. All right. Your house? I'm Damien Boyle, and I run the program here, putting the flags in every year. And we've been doing this thing since 2019. We tried it the first year 100, and we're up to 608 right now, which is hard to believe for a small town of 13,000 people. We saw the numbers climb almost immediately after the whole rhetoric came from the States. Right away, people want to express their patriotism one way or another, so the numbers went through the roof very, very early.
We like the Canadian flag. It shows our pride, and we thought it would be a good thing to do and help support the Rotary Club.
Most Canadians, I think, are not overtly nationalistic. They don't want to shove it in your face, elbows up all the time. But given the opportunity and do it for charity, they're all about it, and they'll sign up, and they love the program.
It takes a number of people to put this together, and sacrificing time and body.
It just makes you feel so good after you've done a street, and you turn around and you look, and you're just the pride of Canada. You know, we have all of our flags out, so it's awesome.
I love it, and it makes me feel like I'm part of a community. And yeah, just being a newcomer to Canada, I feel a sense of pride, Canadian pride.
I feel very proud of it, the fact that High River, a small town in Alberta, does this program, and you'll see it. It makes me feel good every time I drive around.
Hey, that's great. It's more than a feeling, as it were. The money raised from those flags gets spread around various initiatives in communities throughout the region, but also to some overseas initiatives. So it's a whole lot of people doing good things for good reasons. Let's go back to David Common in Toronto, partly because I'm worried about him. David, where? Oh, you're still in the water. Your knees are still holding up. Are you okay?
Don't say in the water, Adrienne, because that will make everybody alarmed. But we are just going to try not to hit somebody here quickly. We are on the water, along with a bunch of other people. How are you?
I'm good.
Happy Canada Day.
Yeah.
Is this your first time in a kayak?
Only second time, yeah.
Second time?
Not an expert, yeah.
Do you love it?
So far, yeah.
It's amazing. Well, you have a great day.
You too.
Lots of people out on the water.
Oh,
CBC. Have a good day. Yeah. Yeah, so there's lots of people out here on the water, including this. What's your name?
My name is Gokul.
Gokul? Gokul.
Yeah.
How's your Canada Day going so far?
It's going wonderful, yeah.
Going wonderful, yeah. So, and to you too, have a good one. People out here, Adrienne, in the Humber River, and rental kayaks, rental canoes. It's crazy to think this is Toronto. We are along the Humber River, one of the two big rivers that run north-south in Toronto, run into Lake Ontario. We're pointing towards Lake Ontario right now. Here's my duck friends. I come out here periodically. You see muskrat, you see beaver, you see deer. We're right in the heart of downtown Toronto. It always strikes me, Adrienne, because these are pathways, they're trade routes used by Indigenous people 300-400 years ago. Always strikes me. Anytime I'm out here, thinking of that, thinking about the history, the long history of Canada in this place, and what a better day to do it other than Canada Day.
Fantastic. I feel like I'd like to grab my blow-up paddleboard and join you out there one day, David. But also, it's a brave man who can rock up to someone in a kayak and say, "Is this your first time in a kayak?" I think we're all very lucky he didn't swamp you.
I will tell you, Adrienne, there were some signs that suggested to me he was at his early stage, and that is good. I'm okay with that. Enjoy the day. Have a lovely day out here. I mean, even I know you got to go, but I'll turn around here just to point out there's people who are fishing off the side of Sea-Doo there.
Amazing.
Here in the Humber River. Yeah.
I don't know how much speed you can get on a Sea-Doo in the Humber River, but good on him for trying. David Common, as always, on the water, as it were. We'll get back to you soon. So we have been asking the rest of you to send us videos of how you're spending Canada Day. Here's some of what we've heard from you already.
Happy Canada Day from Nova Scotia. Joyeuse fête du Canada de la Nouvelle-Écosse.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
See you guys. Those are great. Don't forget, the easiest email address at CBC, ask@cbc.ca. Send us your pictures and stories of where you are today. We are just an hour away from the official Canada Day kickoff here in Ottawa, the first for Prime Minister Mark Carney. We will be bringing that to you live. So you are looking live at LeBreton Flats here in Ottawa on Canada's 158th birthday. It is also the annual home to the capital's Blues Fest, but we're singing a very different tune today. It's O Canada, and Omar Debegi Pacheco is with the crowds arriving for that celebration. Everybody's sort of sauntering in, taking it easy. It's a stat here. Omar, how are you?
It's been a really musical kickoff to this Canada Day. We had the Famille Leblanc, the Acadian group from New Brunswick, playing some tunes out there. And we're going to have music throughout the day. One of the acts you're going to catch at around on the noontime show between noon and 2 is Ali Walker, country music artist, joins me right now. Ali, happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you and everybody.
You were just playing on the pop-up stage behind us here. You know, what I love about your music is, so country, rock, like it's and electric bagpipes. So like really eclectic, which is kind of what I love about Canada. It's something I cherish, is just how eclectic it is. What is something that you think about on a day like today?
Oh gosh, just Canada coming together, especially lately, and music. There's so many amazing musical things happening, and like you said, I play bagpipes, rock music, country music, and that's because of Canada and how I grew up on the East Coast and listening to Avril Lavigne, Sum 41, Alanis Morissette, Nelly Furtado, all the great Canadians, Nickelback, and they're such influences of me, but also the fact that I played bagpipes, I add that in there.
So you grow up in Summerside, PEI. Your mom's working at the Piper College, and the College of your mom, by the way, for those who can't see, she's behind the camera, a little too shy to be on here, but she's beaming with pride right now. And you make it to Nashville. You've got this great career. What does it mean to you to be on stage here on Canada Day right now?
Well, you know what? I came here, I think I was like 7, 8 years old, to Ottawa. My dad was working here. He's a police officer. And I saw Alanis Morissette. And I remembered like every single thing of that day. So to come back and play on the main stage and do a tribute to one of my favorites, you'll have to wait and see what that is pretty cool.
Okay, no spoilers there, but I do want to ask you, what is your greatest kind of Canadian country music moment? Because I've seen videos out there of you actually teaching a pretty big name on stage how to play the bagpipes.
So I opened for Shania Twain, just a small artist, Canadian artist, in Newfoundland, and I really wanted to meet her somehow. So I sent her a video of me playing bagpipes to Any Man of Mine, and she loved it and invited me on stage after my set, during her set. And I played a little bit of Any Man of Mine, and I thought, okay, that's it. But then she was like, let's do a duet. And I'm like, on stage in front of all of these people, we're just gonna make up a song.
In the video, you just look, you're beaming with happiness there, playing the bagpipes with Shania.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We got to sing my song like 4 times, and the crowd was loving it. And then now I get to open for her next week in Toronto.
Listen, congratulations. Happy Canada Day to you, and look forward to seeing you on stage. Ali Walker, country music artist. She was rocking out the crowd here earlier. You should have seen the kids bouncing around to that music. It's going to get only better as that show starts at noon.
Hey, Omar, thank you. Great interview. And please say hi to Mum there. Hats off to all the mums around who are supporting all these amazing talents out there. Often they're the ones hiding behind the cameras, but they have a lot to be proud of. So while Omar is out there getting ready for the party, Catherine Cullen is also with us here at LeBreton Flats. This is sort of the Where's Waldo game of today. Where are the reporters right now? Where are you? Who do you have with you?
We're all in
Where
red
are
and
you?
white, Adrienne.
I know.
We're all in red and white, too. It makes the Where's Waldo thing much more difficult. Listen, Adrienne, I would say we all understand you can't win at Canada Day. That's not what Canada Day is. But if you could win at Canada Day, Adrienne, Magny here might be the winner. Hi there. Magny is here with her family from Toronto. And as I think you can see, they have a front row seat to the festivities. Why was it important for you to not just be here, but get such a good spot?
We came here to show our own little contribution to Canada in any little way we can. We want to show that we love this country. It's a great place to be, and elbows up.
And what does it mean to you to be Canadian? We're all reflecting a bit on that identity right now.
Canada is more not really a melting pot. It's where we all come together with different cultures. I feel, my heritage here as well, but at the same time, I've been accepted. I've assimilated into the culture here in Canada. There is peace, there is understanding, there is goodwill, there is hope, right? So for us, that is Canada. For me, that's Canada.
Where are you from originally?
Cameroon.
Wonderful. And you've got your beautiful family here with you as well. I am going to put you on the spot, her husband with this fabulous hat. Just one more, anything you would add about what it means to be Canadian?
Oh, well, it's really fantastic. I'm from Nigeria. She's from Cameroon. And this is our kids here. And we have a very good time since we've been around. It's calm, it's cool, it's a lovely country. That's nothing to worry about.
Okay,
so we are so happy to be here.
Who are we most, maybe we'll ask the girls, who are you most excited to see today?
Probably the Prime Minister. That's kind of like the main reason why we came here out of all the other places. So
I will say, Adrienne, they had way more chill than me when Ryan Reynolds did just a little sound check earlier. I don't think I really kept it cool, but Magny and her family, they had things figured out. So and they've got a front row seat to everything that's going to unfold today on stage.
Fantastic. That's very cool. I didn't expect them to hear. They were excited to see the Prime Minister, and no disrespect to Mark Carney, but usually on days like today, it is like the likes of Ryan Reynolds or Tom Cochrane or Sarah McLachlan. I think they're in for a fantastic day. That's Catherine Cullen with the crowd.
Hello, my name is Vienne Hewen Lee, and today I'm here in Bristol, Manitoba at St. George's Anglican Church. In 1979, this was a community that came together to support my family and integrate us into Canada. I was only 1 year old when I arrived in Canada, but I know that my parents have been forever grateful for this community and all that it's done for us. Our sponsors, they're inextricably part of our lives, and we very much thank them and this community for welcoming us.
So a little story. In Calgary, there is a huge party at Spruce Meadows. There are animals, there's games, there's music. There's so much to say about that place in this moment. So the CBC's Jenny Howe is right there. Hey, Jenny.
Hi, Adrienne. So, yes, if you don't know much about Spruce Meadows, which you might not, you could probably tell from the background, it's a lot about horses and jumping. So, Spruce Meadows is a world-class equine facility. World-class jumping happens here and so much more. But today, turn it into a bit of a Canada Day celebration. So, I am joined by the president and CEO of Spruce Meadows, Linda Southern Heathcott. Hello, Linda.
Good morning and happy Canada Day. It's a great day to have a great day.
Did you order up this blue sky?
Always. At Spruce Meadows, it's always sunny. This wonderful international ring, many Canadians would know because Ian Miller and Big Ben grace the grounds here, and so we hope that people will come and enjoy it. It's about family, it's about community, it's a venue for entertainment and enjoyment for all people of all walks of life from around the world.
Now, Linda, I know you have a very action-packed day ahead of you, so what can people expect when they come down to Spruce today?
Well, Spruce Meadows is celebrating its 50th anniversary, so we're very excited. We've had a team put in place to create wonderful memories for people to enjoy. We've got corgi races, we have show jumping, the Derby, which has natural obstacles in it. We have Brett Kissel, who's a famous Canadian country star, so we're thrilled that he's going to be singing. And yeah, people can enjoy the kids zone. They can enjoy a complimentary lunch, barbecue, compliments of ATCO. So it's great for the first 3,000 people.
I saw your eyes light up when you said Brett Kissel.
Oh, you know what? He is one of the kindest, most heartfelt human beings in the world. I just love him.
Well, Linda, I am certainly looking forward to this day. Thank you for being here with us.
I hope everyone comes and enjoys Spruce Meadows. And if you've never been, get on a plane, get in a car, come and see us sometime.
There you go. Get on a plane. You can get here now. Get here for the corgi races. Those little legs. It's going to be a good one, Adrienne.
Oh yeah, that I can relate to corgis running actually, but I would like to see. All right, that is Jenny at Spruce Meadows. Thank you.
I love Canada because of all the fun animals that live here. I love Canada because it's a nice place to live. I love Canada because it's dish like poutine from Quebec and lobster from Nova Scotia. I love Canada because it is a beautiful country. I love Canada because of the fun festivals.
Hi, my name is Gord, and I'm from Calgary, Alberta, and I am a disgruntled Canadian. I started out as a patriotic, proud Canadian, loved my country, and thought it was the most amazing place in the world. Fortunately, 3 years ago, I witnessed my country conduct the single most authoritarian action I've ever seen in the freezing of the bank accounts during the COVID freedom protests. It completely changed how I view my country, and how the pride and patriotism one should feel has evaporated. And now I'm a disgruntled Albertan. I think it's 600,000 to get the referendum. I think it will be a cakewalk. I can't lie about who I am and where I stand for and how I feel. Unless we see the 180 of all 180s, I don't see an end.
Yeah, hey, no need to lie about who you are and how you feel in this country. That's part of what makes this country. We are complicated, a work in progress, deeply flawed in so many ways, and yet we're able to talk about it. It's always good to hear these voices. Why don't we hear some more? Let's head to Juanita Taylor in Toronto.
Hi, Adrienne. Well, the East York Canada Day Parade is well into force right now. There are hundreds and hundreds of people in the East York region of the GTA today to come and take part in what is proving to be a day to celebrate on this Canada Day. We have been seeing, groups of people in this parade that have been going by in the last 20 minutes or so, including Olivia Chow, Mayor, of course, and she was sending along her messages as she was walking by, and you can hear a band behind me. There's been fancy cars going by, and these streets for blocks have been full of people just wanting to be here and to be united on this Canada Day. And Adrienne, I think we should hear also as well from our young Canadians here at the parade. What is your name?
Taylor. And yours? Logan. Maddie. And Christina.
Hi guys, thank you for joining us today. I would like to hear from you as to why do you want to be here today?
We love Canada.
And what's been the most exciting thing you've seen today?
The music and the parade.
And what is something you would like to say to Canadians today?
Long live Canada.
That's a great message. Thank you guys for being here. Can I get you guys to say a big, loud, happy Canada Day to everybody watching right now?
Happy Canada Day!
Thank you again, and enjoy the rest of the parade. All right, well, Adrienne, back here, the parade is still going for blocks and blocks down, and people are just so happy to be here, waving Canada Day flags and just being amongst each other in this moment. So very happy to be here as well, Adrienne, and I'll send it back over to you.
Fantastic. We're so glad you're there as well. That is Juanita Taylor in East York in Toronto.
Happy Canada Day! I feel the most Canadian when I'm showing my home province, Newfoundland and Labrador, to other Canadians. We need to travel more, we need to experience each other's cultures more. And when I'm out on the water, showing somebody how to jig a codfish and a whale pops out of the water, it's nice to show someone why I love Canada so much. Most fun thing to do on Canada Day is nothing. The most fun thing to do is to sit back with the people you love and realize how lucky we are to have a place where we can do just that, celebrate the country we're in safely, in a healthy way at home.
You got it, Mr. Critch. All right, can we head to Windsor, Ontario? Because it would be great to check in with Jennifer LaGrassa.
Hi,
How you doing, Jennifer? Are you okay?
Here. The party has started. Good, yes, good. The sun's getting to me a little bit, but it's okay. I got some shades on. As you can see, I changed up my look for you. We've got the Lakeshore Cheer Athletics that is with us. They are walking in the parade, which has started here in downtown Windsor. So I've got these young girls with me. How are you guys feeling today?
Great!
What are you most excited for?
The parade!
And can you guys show me a quick little cheer?
Yeah. Lakeshore Cheer Athletics!
I love it. And say Happy Canada Day to everyone that's watching.
Happy Canada Day!
Awesome. Thank you so much. Adrienne, the parade here has started at 11 a.m. The theme is True North, Strong and Free. A lot of people telling me they're coming out feeling extra patriotic this time around, just given everything that's happening with the United States. I saw people saying, you know, Canada is not a state. They're wearing shirts that say that. A lot of people waving flags, saying they really want to show their support for Canada. Oh, and I've got another friend here. We've got some clowns over on this side that are going to be walking our scare crew in Windsor. So yeah, the party is really ramping up here, Adrienne.
And so Jennifer, for like a hot second, I was worried about you because over your left shoulder, I mean, I don't know, is it Walking Dead clown? That guy with the... You're good?
It's fun.
You seem to be having fun.
Yeah, well, no, I'm good. We've got some fun stuff going on here.
So nice.
They're keeping me on my toes, you know?
Okay, all right, I love it.
Thanks, Adrienne.
All right. Okay, Miss Jennifer LaGrassa. Okay, in Windsor, Ontario. Why don't we check back in with David Common? David is still paddling around Lake Ontario. Okay, I'm so relieved to see that you're not on your knees.
I don't know how to get off.
I've been worried about them. I know. I was afraid of that, David. Where are you?
I am now just in a little pocket off of the Humber River. And imagine, if you will, Adrienne, an Ontario-painted turtle sunning itself there, because that's what was there until about 30 seconds ago, and he got camera shy at that point and decided he would go away. But I'm here because this is just, you know, it is for some people a long weekend, and we seek serenity. We may do that in one of the many natural spaces that are just so plentiful across this country and so diverse. And here, this is one of them. You can find something like this in many parts of the country. There's actually, that was a swan nest. I paddled down here before. It was a swan nest. And so some baby swans came to be, and now they've moved on to more adult living. But yeah, it's a lovely little spot here to just kind of unwind. You see a couple of kayakers who are out, 2 women, just having a lovely day. I'll yell down at them. Happy Canada Day. Hi. We're getting the wave there, but it just gives you a sense, Adrienne, a little bit of serenity in all of this, a little bit of time to just unwind, and there's something to be said for that. The only thing destroying the peace, in fact, in all of this is me right now, blaring off my annoyingly loud mouth. There's a heron that just went by being harassed by some red-winged blackbirds who are probably going to dive bomb us in a second because we're disrupting their tranquility. I will say there are snapping turtles here as well, so you'll notice when I have been paddling, my hand does not go fully into the water as it might in some other places because I like where my fingers are on my hand right now, and snapping turtles, they can do some damage if they're mad at you.
Well, I feel like David Attenborough Common, that you are the perfect person to be doing this, and that it's good for you to have a little moment to reconnect with your soul. But I've also been on hostile environment courses with you, and should you need an extraction team at some point because you just cannot get out of that canoe, you know, call me. I got you, okay?
There would be no one else on my list other than you, Adrienne. You would absolutely know
That's good to know.
what to do. I'm going to navigate our way in here. Just say even closer this time. You have a lovely day. Enjoy it.
David Common making friends on the water again. Thank you, as always, my friend. You know, one of the great things about CBC is that we work a lot with CBC Kids News. This is a fantastic group of people, and you know, media literacy with kids is vital right now. And so they went out to have a chat. CBC Kids News with some kids. Let's hear what they had to say.
Canada Day this year, I just want it to be peaceful, good time, lots of partying.
I hope that Canada Day is a good celebration, and I'm probably going to Ottawa to celebrate, and there will be fireworks, and it'll be super fun. Yeah.
I hope that they do stuff about Indigenous people because, I mean, Canada's Day, it's a celebration of Canada and not really a celebration of where it came from, you know?
My wish for Canada is to come out of like the tariff wars with like a better, like maybe not better, but like still a good economy.
I hope our country's like more united, like different people of color, you know, from different nationalities, ethnicities.
I mean, I wish for it to be the same, honestly. I don't want to be like connected with the United States.
Personally, I think every Canadian should embrace their love for maple syrup even more.
3 words. A little messy.
Beautiful, happy, and equal.
Diversity, nice people, and a beautiful country.
Loving, caring, and fun.
Red, maple syrup, and hockey.
Strong, proud, and free, yeah.
We have a lot of special things and a lot of different people like from different countries.
Those are fantastic answers. My favorite's a little messy because, yes, of course, and more maple syrup. All right, let's go back to Atlantic Canada because Heather Hiscox and Compass host Louise Martin are in Charlottetown. It's been so great to see you guys all day. Where are you at right now?
Well, we're still at exactly where we spent all morning, Adrienne, which is Confederation Landing Park. And the only thing that's different is we had a huge crowd for all of our broadcasts this morning. People are going about their Canada Day activities now, but we're grabbing the odd person walking by.
Yeah,
it has been, we have won the Canada Day weather lottery. We have to thank Jay Scotland.
We have to thank Jay for that. There's been a lot of people praising him today for this beautiful weather.
It is fantastic. You know, I was reading there, a lot of surveys, you know, for Canada Day come out. What are you proudest of? What do you think about the direction of the country, et cetera? One of the things that people said, and what are you proudest about in the country, was the beauty of the country. And on a day like today, on Prince Edward Island, we are really seeing it here. This is a spectacular place.
It is, and you know, it's funny. It's 8 years since I moved to Prince Edward Island, and now
Today we announced
today,
it.
yep. And you know, when I go off island and I come back and I cross that bridge, I start to feel like I'm coming home, and I get that emotional feeling like I'm where I belong. It is the beauty. It's the water. It's the blue sky. It's the red sand. It's the trees, and we lost so many of those beautiful trees during post-tropical storm Fiona, but they're coming back, they're replanting, and it is a magical place.
It
The
really
red
is.
cliffs I'm looking at right now and the beautiful sailboats.
You know, you can't see the ship, but there's the Canadian flag just flying right through the trees here, so it's kind of been our backdrop to everything. You know, we haven't been here for a number of years, and I was talking to the mayor earlier this morning about how the city has changed, how it's reflecting now of the moment that we're in, you know, the uncertainty, the tension, the fear in many ways, and he was talking about how that's really affected business here, the tariffs and the business uncertainty, but he's very, very proud of how the city has responded. You would have been reporting on all of that.
Yeah, and PEI and Charlottetown in particular, so much more diversity on the island, but that buy local, that sort of that movement is big here. And I think people who live here, they really want to support island business, they really want to support Canadian businesses. And so that resiliency, I always come back to that word. Islanders are resilient, and you're really seeing that, and especially on Canada Day.
And he is very optimistic about this summer. We were just talking to the Beyondies a few minutes ago. They've come from Chatham. They want to be in Canada this summer, next summer. They do not want to travel south. We've got a cruise ship behind us, but this is really where people are going to be coming, and one of the places this summer. He's optimistic about that.
Well, and the Tourism Industry Association is as well, thinking that they could have a really great season because of that movement to really stay close to home.
Well, listen, thank you for sharing your home with us. It's been great to see you again. And Adrienne from here in Charlottetown, the birthplace of Confederation, of course. We send it back to you in the nation's capital.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day right back at you. Bravo, you two. All right, that's Heather Hiscox and Louise Martin in Charlottetown, and I know they're going to go have a fantastic day. The CBC's Brittany Greenslade is at the Forks in Winnipeg. Nice to see you again. What's changing there? What's happening?
Well, Adrienne, we've moved a little bit. We've got the stage behind us where there's going to be a bunch of performances happening today. And you can see the Winnipeg sign, which is really a sign of home for so many people. And as we talked about, this is the meeting point for so many people. But for 11 days, this has been a celebration of Indigenous culture and heritage. Tinica Boscaw-Leoma joins me now. She is from the Forks. And Tinica, tell me a little bit about the past 11 days, because Canada Day is just the culmination of the celebrations that have been happening here.
Yeah, we've been celebrating straight from Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st all the way till today, with programming every single day that just celebrates all the people who have called Manitoba home and continue to call Manitoba home.
There was some smudging happening earlier. You could smell it in the air. People were learning about treaty rights throughout this week as well. But when we talk about this being every culture reflected, this is really where people can see themselves, find themselves here today. For you, this is a special point as well. Not just where you work, but a special point for your family, from your dad coming over here, immigrating from the Netherlands.
Yeah, so 12 years ago, my dad had his citizenship ceremony right in the back here at Via Rail Station. And that was just so special. He had been a landed immigrant since he was 24, and we're first-generation Canadians. So just being able to be part of that and actually work in the same building every day that I got to see my dad become a Canadian citizen is just so special.
Tell me a little bit about what that ceremony was like for you to see your dad after all those years, being able to say, I am Canadian, hold that flag like so many other people do, calling Canada home.
Yeah, it was so special to him, to our whole family. It brought so much joy to all of us. Just some of the privileges that we get as Canadians, being able to vote was really important to him as well, and just officially call himself Canadian. We always felt it in our bones, but it was just nice that we could all celebrate that together. And for myself now, like, I am such a true hardcore Canadian. I will always sing the national anthem every time it's played, and just those special little moments that made me appreciate being a Canadian even more.
For so many of us Canadians, this year really feels different. It's a point of pride. Tell me why you're celebrating extra hard this year, extra special.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. There's more energy around Canada Day this year. We're still focused on reconciliation and celebrating and reminding ourselves of our past and where we came from, but really looking forward to the future as a country as a whole and as individuals. There's just a lot of extra pride this year.
Today, so much happening here. We told you, Adrienne, that a little bit later there's going to be some basketball happening with the professional basketball team, the Sea Bears. I might be convinced to try to throw up a couple balls or not. I don't know about the dunking. I'm a little short for that. Maybe some point guard action, but we'll see what the day brings. We'll throw it back to you.
Brittany, I have all the faith in the world in you. Short is not a problem if you've got game, and I suspect you do. All right, Brittany Greenslade in Winnipeg. Go get him.
What I love about Canada is the winter sports like skating and skiing that Canada is known for.
I love the different languages spoken everywhere.
I love Canada. This is my new home. I'm proud to be Canadian.
I love about Canada because this is my home and we're all treaty people.
I enjoy festivals and events that celebrate different cultures.
Happy Canada Day!
Okay, why don't we go north? Shannon Scott is in Yellowknife, which is such a fantastic city, at a celebration right outside City Hall. Shannon, it's nice to see you. It's been a few months since we were there and since we last saw you. I know exactly the spot where you are. What's happening there?
So I'm here, Adrienne, outside of City Hall in Samba Cay Civic Plaza. Right now, it's a lot of just kind of setting up. It's early here in Yellowknife. It's 9:30, so people are kind of just getting moving. There's definitely the mosquitoes are out, though. I'm going to have to get my bug spray from the car before we go much further into this day because they are out and they are definitely biting. Everybody else is slowly getting ready. Samba Cay is where the majority of Yellowknife's Canada Day activities take place. You can see behind me, they're setting up the stage where there'll be concerts all day, including part of the concert that CBC will be airing tonight. Before everyone makes it down here to Samba Cay, though, we do have a parade that starts in about an hour and a half. That's going to go through downtown. We'll be coming to you from there the next time I see you. The theme for that parade this year is Northern Animals. So I'm sure that we'll see a lot of the normal favorites, polar bears, grizzlies, ravens, seals. I'm hoping to, maybe some ptarmigan. I'm hoping to see some of the more elusive northern animals, maybe a lynx or a wolverine. And then the party comes here where there's food. There's a multicultural village where people will be able to sample foods from all the different countries of people who live now here in Yellowknife. And my highlight for Canada Day, when I lived in the South, would have been fireworks. Of course, here in Yellowknife, it doesn't get dark, so we don't get fireworks for Canada Day at this time of year. It's going to stay daylight all year round, but what we do have is an ice cream bowl sale, and that's always my highlight. The Potters of Yellowknife come together and hand make ice cream bowls that they sell every year at Canada Day. The lineup will be blocks long, and if we've got some time, we'll go chat with some people in that line once it forms too.
An ice cream bowl lineup, I am all in. I don't know if I can get there in time for that, Shannon, but I'm all in. And there's a theme happening here, Shannon, aside from you being near the water and talking about mosquitoes and David Common talking about swans, and we're looking for lynx and wolverine. I mean, what a big, beautiful, complicated, messy, amazing country this is, and a beautiful day you've got right there in Yellowknife. Thanks very much. We'll check in with you a little later when it all gets going.
For sure.
As a First Nations person, you're treated as a second-class citizen. Canada Day is a day, it's difficult to take. It's like a slap in the face. Never feels right. We carry status cards saying we're different. We're not Canadians, but they force us to say we are. But it's not real.
Yeah, there's a perspective we need to hear, we need to talk about. Many Indigenous people do not recognize this day, and this is a country that is still, learning and still trying to get to reconciliation. Long way to go in so many ways. Here, though, at LeBreton Flats, the people who are arriving for this afternoon's ceremony, who are getting into this day, we're just upstream from Parliament Hill, right near the Ottawa River. We're just going to go with this flow on this Canada Day, as is Catherine Cullen, who, aside from talking to exuberant Canadians, will be having an adult conversation with the Prime Minister. Will you not, Catherine?
I will indeed. That's coming up in a few minutes, Adrienne. But before we get to the adult conversation, I really do want to talk about the other side of the coin. I was saying earlier, you can't really win Canada Day, but you can be a champ. You can be a trooper. There are lots of those here. Families like these ones. This is Lyndon, Adelaide, Jeff, and Aurelia. And I wanted to ask you, Lyndon, you guys, you've been amazing. Even just waiting to do this hit, Jeff's been throwing the girls up in the air to keep them amused. Why is it important for you to bring your family down to the celebration?
Well, our girls love a good party, and we love this great country, and we all have the day off anyways, and it's a beautiful day, and we just didn't want to miss the fun. Right, Addie?
Addie, what are we most excited about today on Canada Day? You were telling me earlier you get to stay up a little bit late. Is that true, young lady?
What are we watching tonight?
Fireworks.
Fireworks. That's amazing. And Jeff, maybe I'll ask you, we don't want to let Aurelia make a run for you. Go grab her. See, I was saying, Adrienne, you have to be a bit of a trooper. There's our wonderful Mason from CBC trying to help wrangle her. But I'll just ask you, Lyndon, in closing, I have young kids too. These girls are maybe like a bit young to be thinking about this stuff, but what is it you want your girls to know about what it means to be Canadian as they grow up?
That Canada is the best country in the whole world, and that it's worth celebrating, and that we are unique. We are not Americans. We are proud Canadians through and through, and my girls will know that growing up.
Amazing. It was so lovely to meet you and your family, and extra kudos to Jeff, who really worked up a sweat trying to keep the girls on track. Happy Canada Day! Take care! And happy Canada Day to you, Adrienne. Back to you.
Hey, thanks, Catherine. Just giving you guys a wave over there. Finally, I can see Catherine Cullen. I could reach out and practically touch you. Thanks. Thanks very much. Happy Canada Day, you guys. Why don't we also check in with Omar Debegi Pacheco? I haven't got a clue where he is, but I do know he has some guests.
I have made my way to the other end of LeBreton Flats here, and you can tell it's filling in here, right? Happy Canada Day, guys. This venue, once you factor in all the security and everything, it'll hold up to 33,000 people today at peak. And so it's a question of when we'll reach peak. I can tell you from my perspective here, people are coming in fast. I'm here with two people I want you to meet. Well, actually a family of four. Henry, Samia, Jamal, and Jalil. And congratulations, Henry. I know this is not your first Canada Day ceremony, but today is a special one.
Yeah, it is special because this Canada Day is my first time to attend as a Canadian citizen.
You went through the citizenship ceremony just a few months ago. How is this one meaning something different to you?
It's good because all my family, they all are Canadians, and I wasn't a Canadian, so it's good for me.
Hey, buddy, and what does it mean to you to have both kids here today? I know the Canada Day, the Canada flag waved away in the wind, but what does it mean to you to have your kids here experiencing this?
It's a great experience, especially with their dad being Canadian for the first time officially. So they get to experience that, and we get to remember it for him as well.
I want to ask you, if you weren't here, if you're not celebrating here Canada Day celebrations in the capital, what is the Canadian thing that you would suggest people do in your city in Ottawa?
Usually we would, I guess, just go picnic and wait for the fireworks and then celebrate that way, or go camping. I know Henry loves going camping as well.
I know the fireworks are big with the kids. Let's hope that they make it that far and get maybe a little nap in between. Thanks so much. Congratulations. Happy Canada.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, guys.
And so, Adrienne, I remember my mom came here as an immigrant, and I don't know anyone with more Canada Day spirit than my mom. She's probably in the crowd here somewhere, but she often talks about that. The Canada Day, being a new citizen to Canada means a lot to a lot of people, and so you're going to hear a lot about that today as well.
Fantastic. Omar, bring her around. It'd be great to say hi to her, and congratulations to those folks there. Omar Debegi Pacheco in the crowd today.
I love Canada because everyone is kind and considerate.
I'm proud to be Canadian because we created poutine and nobody does it better than us.
I love Canada because you can go skiing and snowboarding in its beautiful snowy mountains.
And what I love most about Canada is the natural beauty and the friendly people.
I'm proud to be Canadian because we have lots of great climbing trees.
Happy Canada Day from ESC.
Happy Canada Day! Where do I feel most, I feel most Canadian on the ski hill. Gosh, winter, the cold, it invigorates you, the speed, bombing down safely, of course, always. My girls love it, I love it, my wife loves it. We go to Mont-Tremblant in Quebec all the time. Gosh, that's my happy place. This Canada Day, it does feel different, right, than all the others. Maybe our neighbors to the south have made things more complicated, more complex, maybe even more confusing, right? It's with all that in mind, the weight of it, but the hope that we as Canadians know how to push through. We know how to drive through. We know how to come out the other side. That's where my head's at.
All right, here is another look at LeBreton Flats as people arrive for this afternoon's ceremony. I just want to give you a sense of what's on deck here. There's a Heritage Canada program which will begin at about noon. You're going to hear from the Prime Minister, the Governor General. You'll hear music from Amanda Marshall. You're going to see some Order of Canada investitures. That's why we were chatting with Ryan Reynolds, who's being made an officer of the Order of Canada. And, keep in mind, 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag. It's the 45th anniversary of Terry Fox's Marathon of Hope. You can believe it, 45 years. So his brother will be here. Lots of people talking about all the work that Terry did and how present he remains in our minds, even for generations who are far too young to remember him. He is still very much alive, as is the Marathon of Hope. So while we wait for that, why don't we go back to Corner Brook, Newfoundland, and the CBC's Carolyn Stokes. Hey, Carolyn.
Hello. Yes, I'm here at Margaret Bowater Park. Beautiful day here today. It's really filled up with people here to enjoy the Canada Day festivities. But the real theme in Corner Brook today is the Canada Games, which will be taking place on the opposite end of the island in St. John's in August. The torch is here in Corner Brook today. We had 8 torch bearers run through the streets of Corner Brook earlier today. So a lot of celebration around these games. Going to bring thousands of young athletes to the province, really known as the pinnacle of amateur sports in the country. So I have someone here with me who's going to be part of the Canada Games. This is Fintan Gaudet, and is the coach of the volleyball team, the beach volleyball team. So can you tell us what it means for you and for the athletes to be taking part in the Canada Games this year?
Well, for me, it's an opportunity to take these athletes and give them an experience that they've never really had before. These athletes are training, they're going away to national competitions. Some of them have experience playing against the Olympic athletes last summer. So for them, it's, as you said, it's the pinnacle of their amateur sporting careers, and to showcase it here in Newfoundland, the athletes are getting pretty excited as we get closer to the Canada Games. It's definitely awesome.
And we're here in Corner Brook, and there is a legacy of the Canada Games here in Corner Brook. In 1999, the Winter Canada Games were held here, and for that event, they built the Civic Centre, which has been a huge part of this community ever since. And there are some facilities that are going to be built in the St. John's area that will help beach volleyball players going forward too. Tell us about the impact and the benefit of that.
Well, we in Paradise, the town of Paradise has built a training facility right now that's going to eventually be a legacy of 4 professionally built beach volleyball courts. But at the Canada Games, they're going to be divided up into 2 training courts and 2 competition courts. And then when the games are over, that's going to become a big 4 full court facility. So we're really hoping that the Newfoundland Labrador Volleyball Association will use it for our training, for our provincial team programs. The town of Paradise will have a legacy there as well with their own local programs. And we'd really like to see a big boom in beach volleyball across the province and in Labrador as well because of this.
What do you anticipate the mood will be like of the Canada Games this year? We have seen this surge in Canadian pride in many parts of the country. I'm sure that will be on display in spades during the Canada Games. Do you think it's going to make the Games even more special this year?
I think it will. I mean, we've got, according to Karen Sheriffs, we're probably going to have the most participation at the Canada Games ever. And I think I know with our sport, There are a lot of coaches and athletes and parents who have never been to Newfoundland. So they've been planning this for a year, 18 months out, trying to get to Newfoundland for the first time. And even though the facilities are going to be great and we're going to do a great job at volunteers, I think the people of Newfoundland are what's going to put it over the top for all of these visiting athletes and parents.
Well, Finton got it. Newfoundland and Labrador isn't really known for its beaches, but hopefully at the end of this we'll be known for its beach volleyball in the competition. And Adrienne, Canada Games happening in the St. John's area August 8th to 25th, and we're pretty sure it's going to make a pretty big splash.
Oh yeah, no kidding. Those are always fantastic games to watch. Here we go with our water theme. There they go. I really, a little FOMO there. I would absolutely like to be there. Even though it says no diving, I think we'll forgive that one. Carolyn Stokes in Corner Brook, Newfoundland.
Canada is beautiful. The people are wonderful.
The welcomeness, the gratefulness of the people here, you know.
Everybody has a choice to be who they are, love who they want to love, praise who they want to praise.
Canada is a good place.
I love Canada just the way it is.
Happy Canada Day. I feel most Canadian at home, which is in Calgary, Alberta. On the lake, skating, skiing, really just outdoors, to be quite honest, in the Rockies, for sure, which is like right outside my home, which is nice. But definitely I feel most Canadian outdoors. This Canada Day, I think I'll be thinking about my Canadian pride, why I love this country so much. We are an amazing group of people that haven't, before this moment, I feel, worn our flag on our hearts. And so I think this Canada Day, I'll be thinking about being Canadian and what that means to me.
Man, those pictures of the Rockies. It's a good question. Under what circumstances do you feel the most Canadian? Where do you feel the most Canadian? You can let us know, or you can just have that conversation amongst yourselves. It's not a bad one to have on this day in particular. Why don't we head to Winnipeg? That's where the host of CBC Manitoba News at 6, Brittany Greenslade, is. Are you still at the Forks, Brittany?
I am Adrienne, and while we are celebrating Canada Day here in the prairies at the Forks, my heart is on the West Coast. It's where I'm from, and I'm with Jessica, who's actually from the East Coast, so we're really celebrating all of Canada here right now. Well, some people are raising a glass or raising their elbows. Jessica was raising her feet and doing a 5K this morning, getting up bright and early. Tell me about the race that you did.
Absolutely. So I participated in the Running Room's Canada Day race this morning. I did the 5K with my husband. So a great community event, lots of support from the running community. And I think the Forks is really just, we were over on Waterfront Drive, and a lot of people migrated over here because it's the place to be on Canada Day.
It is packed down here, and it is going to get even busier. You told me you come from Newfoundland originally. You call Manitoba home. What does it mean to be Canadian to you?
I love so many things about being Canadian, and I feel like I appreciate them so much more now, given what we see down south. Really just feel like the embracing the freedom aspect, the strength of our democracy, the fact that we have engagement, that we have rule of law, that we have media that is publicly funded, so it can't be controlled by all sorts of other entities. I just feel like today is a wonderful day to celebrate all the things that we have managed to make true in this country, and the way that when you come to the Forks, you're also celebrating the Indigenous history of this country, which is so important.
You are decked out in Canadiana for this. We are seeing people with their flags like you have. You even have the True North Canada medal here for you. Is there a different sense of pride this year?
100%. I think it just feels like we've really reclaimed our pride in the last couple of years. Maybe we were a little bit shy to say, I am Canadian, the way we used to in the 90s, but now I think we're full force. We're out there, we're on the world stage saying, no, this is the True North, strong and free.
When you travel, what is it that you like to tell people about being Canadian or about Canada and Manitoba and even the East Coast for you?
Well, I do like to tell people that there's so many different places in Canada. Like if you think you know Canada, you probably don't, because you may say you've been to Canada a couple of times, say you've been to BC, say you've been to Toronto, whatever. You probably have that one city or province in mind as Canada, but there's so many different places from like you said, St. John's, through Quebec. There's wonderful representations of different nationalities and so much I think just intermingling of cultures in Canada in a way that I never imagined, especially in Winnipeg, because I came from Newfoundland, and at the time that I lived there, it was very unicultural in a lot of ways, but Winnipeg is just this wonderful mix of so many different histories and cultures that I really feel like I'm thriving here.
Jessica, thank you so much, and happy Canada Day. Jessica is actually heading out because she has many Canada Day parties to attend today. Lots of people heading down here. Adrienne, we'll head back to you.
Right on. Brittany, thanks very much. That is ambitious, getting up and running a 5K on this day. That's Brittany Grieslade in Winnipeg. So want to give you another look at LeBreton Flats because it is starting to fill in a little bit for this afternoon ceremony, which is getting pretty close, actually. We're really only a few minutes away. The dignitaries are kind of arriving backstage now, if you will. You're talking about the Governor General, the Prime Minister, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Edward, and his wife, Sophie, the Duchess of Edinburgh, are here as well. You've got the Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, Nathan Obed. A whole bunch of dignitaries are here. There are musicians here. There are people who are about to receive their Orders of Canada. And you will have to keep an eye not only on the stage, but on the skies, because we know that the snowbirds, the beloved snowbirds, are here. We have a sense of the formations they might do, but it's always a game time decision for them based on the winds and the weather. So it'll be interesting. It'll be a little bit of a surprise ultimately in terms of the direction and the formation they choose. But we have cameras everywhere. We will keep an eye on the skies. It's always an amazing thing to watch. And enjoy the calm now, because the music at some point over today is going to get super loud and super fun, and the vibe here will change completely, as it is changing in Montreal, where Kwabena Oduru is. It's always a party where Kwabena is. I mean, first time we saw him, he was wearing that amazing umbrella hat, and then he was atop a float, and the hat's back. Where are you right now, Kwabena?
So right now I'm along where the parade is getting close to the end. We have lost the parade because I have a bunch of new friends over here, the Pierrefonds Expos, and they want to share, Adrienne, with you what is their favorite thing about Canada Day.
Giving high fives to everybody and seeing everybody like dressed up and all that stuff, yeah.
Getting to see people that you know and maybe seeing relatives or someone. Everyone's being so joyful. Seeing the parade, get better from last year. Having fun with family and friends.
So everyone here is happy. They shared a little piece of what makes Canada Day for them. They're part of the parade. We held up the parade. They want us to keep walking, but these are my new friends, and the parade is going really well. There's so many people just along the parade path who are watching the parade, waving at people, saying Happy Canada Day. Yeah, say bye. Say Happy Canada Day. That was for you, Adrienne. Now I have lost the whole parade, but when I get to the end, Adrienne, I'm going to show you the nice mini carnival, and that's where everyone is going to be, and that's where the party is going to happen. And I have a surprise for you later this evening. I will not tell you what, Adrienne, but there is a surprise for you that I just got confirmation about. So you're going to want to wait for that.
Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister
Kwabena, you big tease. Thank you, Kwabena. Keeping an eye here, as you can see, the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Edward, has just arrived. There's Stephen Guilbeault. We just saw the Governor General. There's the Prime Minister, Mark Carney. Why don't we have a listen to the arrivals here?
Son Altesse Royale, le Prince Édouard, le Duc d'Édimbourg. The Honourable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, l'Honorable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant-Gouverneur de l'Ontario. Nathan Obed, Président de Inuit Tapirit Kanatame. Nathan Obed, President of Inuit Tapirit Kanatame. Victoria Pruden, President of the Métis National Council. Victoria Pruden, Présidente du Conseil national des Métis.
All right, as we look at these live pictures here, that is the Governor General, Mary Simon. What you cannot see, but what I can see just off to my left beyond is everyone is leaving. Sort of, there's the, they're selling beaver tails over here, and you can get, coffee and treats, and there are selfie stations, and people are sort of leaving those areas, and they're heading towards the stage to get started here. You can see the Duke of Edinburgh there next to Diana Fox-Carney, the wife of the Prime Minister. Extraordinary woman in her own right, not just defined as who she's married to. But as we watch the crowd getting together here, we want to I want to check in back with Omar, because I think you've wiggled your way into a pretty good spot there, Omar.
We're here as people are walking in, and what you can't see, which is sort of behind me here, is the entrance, and there's still a lot of people who are crowded out. There's a bit of a backup at the security, because of course everybody's got to go through that. A lot of people are still coming, so this place is going to get packed. I mentioned earlier about 33,000 people it can fit when you take into account all the security and all the other booths that are here. Everyone here gathered to watch the show. Of course, there's going to be music. There's going to be, like you said, the Prime Minister giving the speech, all that kind of stuff. And a lot of people this year, I'm finding, are from out of town. I've met a lot of people, unlike other years, who have come here for the first time to celebrate Canada Day here in the capital. One of those families, right next to me here, Iko, Doris, Angel Pereza, and Angel Zahra, and Harriet Fiona. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
So, first one in the capital. Why here?
We're here to celebrate the great diversity of this nation, family-oriented nation. So we are here to embrace our families as we celebrate our day.
What are your expectations for a day like today in the capital?
Omar, I'm very sorry to interrupt you. I just want to go to Catherine Cullen, because she is with the Prime Minister right now. Catherine?
We have faced a lot of challenges this year. As a country, our sovereignty has been called into question. And I wonder, how do you think our sense of what it is to be Canadian is changing?
Well, I think it's the question has been asked, and Canadians have responded overwhelmingly. Coming together to build the country, to be in charge, to write our own story, not to have it dictated to us by somebody else. It's the best of Canada, and we're generous people. We can be a humble people, a quiet people, but people shouldn't respect or mistake kindness for weakness, generosity for anything other than strength. And what we've seen is really is the country coming together, and the great pride that we see in Canada here in Ottawa and Parliament at LeBreton Pass and across this country.
We are all thinking about how our relationship with our neighbor to the south is changing. You have set a deadline for yourself and those neighbors, a deal in 30 days. We saw some challenges this week, even a suggestion that Canada has caved. Are you going to be able to get a deal done in time, Prime Minister?
We'll see. We're doing what's necessary in order to get the best deal for Canadians, and we get the best deal for Canadians, we'll agree to it. If we can't, we won't. I mean, it's that simple. We are making progress as a whole, and look, what we did this week is something that I think we were going to do anyways in the end for the deal. But the other elements are coming together, need to fully come together. We'll work hard. Maybe not this afternoon, to be honest. We're not going to work. I'll be honest, can I take the afternoon off after my remarks?
I don't get to decide that.
Not a great, well, the Canadians get to decide. I'm working for all Canadians. So I was going to celebrate Canada Day. Great. We've got an amazing lineup here, from our best musicians, actors, sopranos, Indigenous leaders, others. So it's going to be fantastic.
There are some people, we see this beautiful show of solidarity, but there are some people who are feeling disaffected, particularly in Alberta, a secessionist movement. I want to know in closing, sir, what would you say about the case for Canada, for people who aren't feeling that right now?
Well, we're strongest when we come together, and I grew up in Alberta, as you know, and it was a time when there were some tensions in the Federation as well. What happened is we came together, we helped build the province, Albertans, Canadians across the country, entrepreneurs, government, labor, everyone coming together, and Alberta is a great province, and this is an even greater country. The same's going to happen again, and that's the commitment of my government, but really it's the commitment. I'm just reflecting how Canadians feel from coast to coast to coast.
Happy Canada Day, Prime Minister.
Happy Canada Day, Catherine.
Back to you, Adrienne.
Wow, there's nothing like having to do an interview live in front of an audience there. Well done, Catherine. I know you have many more questions for the Prime Minister, and should we get the chance, I know you'll ask him, but thank you for that. This matter of whether Canada caved, what the nature of these complex negotiations are, can there be a deal by, I think we're talking July 21st. These are all on the minds of so many Canadians. So as we watch the Prime Minister there, this is a pretty friendly crowd for him right there, with people taking selfies and thanking him. Just so you know, the official Canada Day celebration, this is the one that is sort of built by Heritage Canada in the nation's capital, is about to begin in roughly about a minute. We saw some of the dignitaries there taking to the stage and taking their seats. We anticipate that the program that they run will run about an hour and 20 minutes. And it's music and it's speeches and it's an essence of this country in so many ways. We heard some of the rehearsals yesterday. Some of it is absolutely very special, and you're going to hear some music that you absolutely recognize as well. We're going to enjoy it with you. We'll interrupt only in the moments where we feel like something needs explaining or something's a little off. But beyond that, we're just going to experience this with you, and then we'll come back. Because again, this entire day will be filled with music. It is just sort of building. So bear with us, refresh your snacks and your treats, and get comfy. Maybe you're by a dock streaming, maybe you're on the couch. Just have fun. Happy Canada Day. Let's all have a listen together.
La 158e Fête du Canada est célébrée en direct du Parc des Plaines LeBreton, qui se trouve sur le territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe. The 158th Canada Day is celebrated live from LeBreton Flats Park, which is on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Avant d'ouvrir les célébrations d'aujourd'hui, prenons un instant pour s'ancrer en rendant hommage à nos racines. This grounded and powerful moment brings contemporary Indigenous voices to the forefront and uses art as cultural sovereignty, honoring our land, our roots, and living heritage. Le tout sera guidé par l'aînée Claudette Commanda et mis en mots et images par les artistes Jennifer Alicia Murren, Tachalik Partridge et Andrina Turenne.
Way Kakina, bonjour Canada, hello Canada. Families, friends, communities, and visitors from coast to coast to coast, welcome to Ottawa. Welcome to Canada Day 2025. You are all so beautiful. Oh, Canada, I stand firmly on the original roots of the land. Since time immemorial, the homeland of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe ancestors. Our ancestors are our roots. Welcome to the roots of the Algonquin people. We give thanks to the Creator for all the blessings we receive each day, for our lives, for our well-being, and for seeing the beauty of the land, the water, the wind, the animals, and the children. We give thanks for the first root which the Creator has given all of us as human beings, love. Indigenous people are the roots of Canada, deeply rooted to our lands. The expression of Indigenous lands, teachings, languages, culture, histories, knowledges, art, and voice are connected to Mother Earth. Through our roots together, as Indigenous, as Canadians, we are the trees. We become the branches of love. We become the leaves of beauty. We become the roots of healing. Let us together link our roots to become as vibrant as the trees, strongly connected to Mother Earth, so we may embrace and live the true essence of love, of learning, and celebrating our diversities. Let us pray for and embrace peace and friendship rooted in kindness, in respect, in sharing and goodwill. Let us celebrate the richness and gifts of life together as brothers and sisters and as a community united in love. My friends, my brothers and sisters, to all of you, Indigenous and Canadian, let us celebrate together this wonderful day with a good mind, a good heart, and a good spirit in connecting our roots for our children. For our children, our tomorrow's roots. God bless. I love you all. Kizagiin, miigwech. Miigwech. Miigwech.
Every day, my son says good morning to the sky, birds, flowers, bees, says thank you as he wraps his little body around a tree. He takes time to breathe. I'm teaching him to love and appreciate all living things. We are all interconnected. We all start from a seed. The land carries stories, and so do we. Our feet landing in the same sacred spaces. People have been traveling since time immemorial. Indigenous people have been here since time immemorial. A refuge from the chaos that waits for us in the surrounding under the guise of kind eyes and allies, a sanctuary. It's no wonder why she is called Mother Earth, the way nature nurtures us. Her full bloom blanket wrapping us up in the safety of her warmth, reminding us that we are the land and the land is us. She's a caregiver, providing everything that we need, plant medicines, water, ecosystems, trees to breathe, and like a mother, she keeps giving and giving and giving and giving, and as a mother, I know that we will give until there is barely anything left, and if we are the land and the land is us, then we need to reciprocate and fill her up, because I also know that you can't pour from an empty cup. When the world slowed down, we were forced to change the ways we engage with space. We met outside, we sat in parks, we explored places maybe we've never been or truly appreciated, like these huge maples and pines whose roots have been grounded before our lifetime. The faint acoustics of the river, carrying stories of salmon survivance and settler violence, from the woodpeckers tap, tap, tapping on the tallest tree, all the way down to the slithering garter snakes. A sacred space, and it is all of our responsibility to be caregivers, to listen, to learn, to respect her as a life giver. When I say all my relations, I really mean all of us. Everything we are and everything we touch is made of stardust. We are the land, and the land is us.
The town is the center. On the news, it is a remote community, isolated, fly-in, no roads. Everything is here. Your life turns on the steps between home and school and your after-school job. There are 2 television channels, and both are CBC Radio-Canada. It might be $5 for an orange. It might be whiteout in winter. In summer, there will be mosquitoes. Montreal is as far as Vancouver, is as far as Costa Rica, is as far as Australia. The town is the center. Your father says, back then, when the ice broke in spring, everyone would be waiting by the shore just to see it. Just to hear it. Such a fantastic thing. And everyone in summer peeling their winter clothes off for a wash in the lake. He said they ate caribou every single day for weeks, and fish never tasted so good as when they finally caught some. Fresh salmon from the river, fresh salmon from the river, fresh trout from the lake. The caribou still come through town in the fall, right up the street, hundreds, thousands, enormous antlers on high, flared nostrils, knobby legs flying, the sound that moves the walls and the furniture, the dust and the dogs trying for the hamstrings. Such a fantastic sight. The town is the center. And then your cousin comes into the store mid-afternoon. The tide is high. There's room in the boat, so run home, pack, knife, matches, fishing rod, pixie lure, sleeping bag. Swing your bag into the pickup, jump into the boat, and the boat breaks from shore. First pushed out by the paddle and then thrust away by the outboard, the hull slapping through the waves. Montreal is as far as Vancouver, is as far as Costa Rica, is as far as Australia. The wind has your hair and is singing in the taut line of the fishing rod you bought with money from your job. Amuya vinapini nutavinirtusunguvuru, ikhalunni. Fresh salmon from the river, fresh salmon from the river, fresh trout from the lake.
Retour à la terre et à l'amour, à cette âme et cette bravoure qui font pousser les racines. C'est la fin d'une autre saison. Il y a du feu dans la cheminée de la maison et les rêves que nous rêvons sont tissés dans les racines. Je suis un arbre. L'esprit de mes grands-mères coule dans mon sang comme l'eau d'une rivière, frappe dans mon cœur comme un coup de tonnerre et fait pousser les racines dans le noir sous les étoiles de la nuit, là où le bouclier chevauche la prairie. Sans regret, sans peur et sans souci, profondes sont les racines. Je suis un arbre. C'est ici que je respire. Je suis un arbre.
Il y a 60 ans, notre drapeau national flottait pour la toute première fois au-dessus de la colline du Parlement. Depuis le 15 février 1965, il est devenu un symbole fort de qui nous sommes, au pays comme à l'étranger. You've seen it waving proudly from coast to coast to coast, and every time our athletes raise it during a ceremony or to celebrate a victory, their deep sense of honor in representing the country reaches all the way to us. Ce symbole simple et puissant incarne la paix, la liberté, la justice, le respect, la tolérance, des valeurs chères au peuple canadien. To mark the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag, we welcome Joan O'Malley, the woman who in 1964 deftly sewed the first prototypes of what would become our iconic flag. Aujourd'hui, elle n'est pas seulement témoin de notre histoire. Joan O'Malley en est l'une des artisanes, ayant créé les premiers prototypes du drapeau canadien en 1964. Veuillez maintenant vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour l'interprétation de notre hymne national. Please rise, if you're able, for the singing of our national anthem. Pour interpréter notre hymne national, to sing our national anthem, please welcome, accueillez Kim Richardson.
Oh, Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est ceint de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée. Il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Pour guider cette grande célébration de la Fête du Canada, voici une figure emblématique du milieu culturel canadien. To host the National Noon Ceremony of the 2025 Canada Day, here's a cherished figure in Canadian arts and culture. Accueillez chaleureusement, please welcome Sonia Benezra.
Wow, que vous êtes beau à voir. This is beautiful to see. Bonjour à tous. Hello everyone. Happy Canada Day. Bonne fête du Canada. Oui, on peut applaudir. Quel bonheur d'être ici avec vous, au cœur de la capitale
in the heart of the national capital to celebrate Canada Day together.
Canada, loud and proud. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons ce qui
Today,
nous rend forts,
we celebrate
fiers
what
d'être
makes us strong,
Canadiens.
proud, and Canadian. Welcome to the 158th Canada Day celebration.
158th Canada Day. Yeah! To launch today's festivities, our next guest champions Canadian culture, creativity, and identity. Il est un vrai défenseur de
He's a
nos
true
histoires,
advocate
nos
for our
arts et
stories,
notre
our arts,
diversité.
and our
Please
diversity.
welcome the Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages. Accueillez le ministre de la Culture et de l'Identité canadienne et ministre responsable des langues officielles, l'honorable
The Honorable Stephen Guilbeault.
Guilbeault.
Salut Canada, hello Canada. Faites du bruit, make some noise. C'est vraiment formidable d'être à
It's so
Ottawa
great to be
aujourd'hui
here in
avec
Ottawa
vous
today
et
with
avec les
you
Canadiens et
and
Canadiennes
with
d'un bout à l'autre
Canadians
du pays.
from right across this
And it is
country.
an honor to be joined this afternoon by very special guests. Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada. our Prime Minister and my boss, the Right Honorable Mark Carney, His Royal Highness Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, President Nathan Obed, louder, President Victoria Pruden, and the Honorable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, as well as many other distinguished guests. I also want to recognize the presence of Darryl Fox, Terry Fox's younger brother. Darryl and his team of cyclists are biking 7,000 kilometers from Vancouver to St. John's to commemorate the 45th anniversary of Terry's iconic Marathon of Hope. They made a special stop in Ottawa today to join us in celebrating Canada Day. Thank you very much, Darryl. And as a cyclist myself, I want to thank you for all that you do and for the inspiration, hope, and pride you bring to Canadians through your dedication to cancer research. Canada is also proud to be the co-host of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We can't wait for the celebration and experience the incredible energy of FIFA here in Canada. When we think of Canada, we think of its beauty, wilderness, vast, raw, and stunning natural landscapes. We see rugged coasts, lush green forest, golden prairies, snow-capped mountains, and windswept tundra. There's no other place like Canada, and we all shared a sacred duty to protect it. Et donc, en me joignant à vous aujourd'hui depuis le magnifique territoire
from the wonderful traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, I invite you to take a moment to reflect on what the traditional lands where you find yourselves today represent for you. The Indigenous peoples have been the custodians of these lands from time immemorial, and I want to thank Elder Commanda for her words of wisdom and for opening up today's ceremonies today.
Canada is far more than just a place. It's something that we carry around in our hearts with pride.
As Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages and Parks Canada, it is a very special privilege for me to be able to help bring life to these celebrations today. It takes quite a team to make this Canada Day celebration a reality, and I want to thank all those who worked so hard to ensure that this Canada Day would be a remarkable success once again this year. Thank you all.
And I think we can all agree there's so much to celebrate this Canada Day. Over the last few months, Canada, we cheered our national team during the intense Four Nations hockey face-off. And we won. In baseball, hockey, and football, the three finalists for Most Valuable Player are Canadians. Also want to underline the performance of athletes like Summer McIntosh, Ethan Kotzberg, and Marie-Philippe Poulin, as well as our Canadian Paralympic team, who wrapped up an historic showing with 29 medals. Thank you to all our athletes. We also celebrated artists like Tate McRae at the Junos and filmmaker like Denis Villeneuve, who captivated audience with Dune and will make us proud as the next director of the James Bond franchise. Ryan, I think they're looking for someone to play the part of James Bond. I was talking to Denis, just putting it out there. But this year, we also paused to remember and honor the lives of remarkable Canadians and Indigenous peoples we lost. Individuals who left an indelible mark on our country, including the Honorable Murray Sinclair, acting legend Donald Sutherland, ainsi que des artistes légendaires comme Serge Fiori
and
d'Harmonium.
unique artists such as Serge Fiori of Harmonium.
There Their voices, along with those of many other great Canadians, help shape our cultural identity. Their legacies live in the people they inspired, the change that they sparked, and the Canada they helped build.
But above all, we are celebrating each of you. Your solidarity has been truly inspiring. Whether it was buying Canadian, listening to your favorite Canadian artists, or choosing Canada as your travel destination, including through the Canada Strong Pass this summer, you were there for each other.
This
Canada Day coincides as well with the 60th anniversary of our national flag, and we had the honor earlier of having with us Joan O'Malley, who sewed the very first Canadian flag. Our flag is an iconic symbol at the core of our identity. The red maple leaf is recognized and respected around the world. It is emblematic of our strength, our sovereignty, and our deeply felt Canadian values.
But our flag speaks as much about our past as it does about our future. We decide our future. We are united. We are the true North, Canada, strong and free. We must and we will always stand up for our country. Canada is strong and Canadians have every reason to be proud. Alors, où que vous soyez aujourd'hui,
wherever you are today, enjoy the festivities in your own communities and make it a real celebration. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
Notre prochain invité fêtera bientôt ses 30 ans de carrière. This francophone artist is without a doubt one of the greats. Dès ses débuts dans la comédie musicale Notre-Dame de Paris,
in the comedy Notre-Dame de Paris, he very quickly achieved international recognition, and his unique voice is still resonating today, well beyond our borders.
Our next guest is a proud Canadian whose vocal intensity and generosity continues to resonate across generations. Il fait partie de ces artistes qui nous touchent droit au cœur. With deep roots in Quebec and a voice that's captivated audiences around the world, he brings power, soul, and truth to every word. Voici la chanson Des choses à dire by the one and only Garou.
Quand pour t'endormir une mélodie te suffit. Même quand tu murmures dans ta voiture, t'as envie. Chacun chante ses rêves à sa façon, pour trouver le sens et puis le son qui font s'écrire une chanson. C'est qu'à des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit, chanter pour donner aux autres et partager notre passion. Si tu veux donner de ton amour pour une confidence ou pour un cri qui surgit, tu sais que ta guitare donne l'espoir à tous ceux qui voudraient voyager vers une étoile qui veut briller. C'est qu'à des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit. C'est qu'à des choses à dire pour ravir et parfois pour souffrir. C'est qu'à des choses à dire. c'est qu'un des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit des choses à dire pour aller, pour souffrir, chanter pour donner, pour s'aimer, pour se faire un délire. J'ai des choses à dire pour pleurer, pour sourire. J'ai des choses à dire, c'est qu'un des choses à dire. Chanter pour donner aux autres et partager notre passion. Merci, thank you Canada.
Wow, 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 c'était Garou! On peut l'applaudir très, très fort, mesdames et messieurs. Quel plaisir de le revoir sur scène. Wow. Well, listen, rumor has it that he may be back before the end of the show. I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, that I am feeling a little bit regal right now. Lorsqu'on m'a dit que j'allais présenter un membre de la famille royale, je me suis pincée. I'm truly so moved to introduce a member of the royal family. Yes, we can applaud. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome to the stage. Je vous demande d'accueillir Son Altesse Royale, le Prince Édouard, le Duc d'Édimbourg, His Royal Highness Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh.
I'm not really emotional, it's just a bit warm out here today. Hello, Canada. Bonjour, Canada. Il me fait plaisir d'être à Ottawa.
Such a pleasure to be here in Ottawa on this day to celebrate Canada Day.
And I want to thank the Governor-General, Your Excellency, and the Prime Minister for your invitation to come and join you today in what is evidently quite a party. I also bring you Their Majesty's greetings on this day. They send you their very best wishes, and they do want to say thank you for the wonderful welcome that they received just a few weeks ago when they were here. And they realized it was a very short visit and it was only to Ottawa. But I know they want to come back and they want to spend more time here and to visit more provinces in due course. And I know they couldn't say it, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful messages of support from so many of you to their Majesties, and also the wonderful wishes you sent to my brother for a speedy recovery. I know he really appreciates it, and thank you. And I think I can speak for all my family when I say we take immense pride in Canada and Canadians for all that you do, for the work you do overseas in the global scene, for all those who give back to their communities, for all those who choose to serve their country, especially those in uniform. And I want you to know that we always stand ready to support you when you need it, to offer encouragement, not that you need much encouragement, but to offer you encouragement, and to shine a light on where there's really excellent work and practice going on, and to recognize and celebrate achievement, and occasionally give a hug. But today, Today, this is about celebrating you as a country, who you are, and what you should be proud of. Your land, Minister, you said it so eloquently. What a fantastic, amazing land you have here. Your people, from the First Nations to the most recent immigrants, the skills and the talents that have shaped your journey to where you are today. And your culture and heritage, the arts, so brilliantly displayed today. So rich and varied traditions, the way you tell your stories and the values you hold them dear. But most importantly, your achievements. So we may be 158 years since Confederation, but the story of how you and your forebears have built this nation is a much longer story and should be celebrated as well. So, let's dispel any negative thoughts. Today is about positivity. Today is about celebrating what we have, what we're fortunate to have, and what is right, and how fortunate we are in what we do have. Our friends, our families, and also what brings us together, what unites us. And seeing this sea of red and white, there is only one sense that I have here, and today is truly a celebration of you, your home, in your land, strong and free. Happy Canada Day. Bonne fête du Canada. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
That was a very lovely moment. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. This year, 8-time Grammy and Juno Award-winning composer, educator, and musical icon, Dr. Oscar Emmanuel Peterson, would have been 100. We can clap for that for sure. Applaudissons Oscar Peterson. Aujourd'hui,
so today, we pay tribute to Oscar Peterson, considered to be the pride of Montreal and recognized and celebrated around the world as one of the greatest jazz pianists of all time. To pay tribute to him today, we want to present a composer and pianist of phenomenal talent.
Born in Nigeria and raised in Toronto, this talented composer and pianist, Thompson Egbo, firmly believes, well, people, yeah. I'm going to let you clap because that's how good he is. Okay. Thompson Egbo firmly believes in the transformative power of music for young people. Performing Oscar Peterson's masterpiece, Hymn to Freedom, accueillez chaleureusement.
Please give a warm welcome to Thompson Egbo.
Une bonne main d'applaudissements pour Thomas Egbo Egbo.
Thompson Egbo Egbo.
Si la musique nous unit, le sport, lui, il nous enflamme. If music gives our life rhythm, well, ladies and gentlemen, then sport is its heartbeat. Et dans les mois à venir,
And in the
c'est un
coming
battement
months,
qui va
that is a
s'intensifier.
heartbeat
A
that
beat
we will
that's
feel
about to
even
grow
more.
louder and stronger. Les célébrations d'aujourd'hui sont la parfaite
Today's
occasion
celebrations are a
pour
perfect
également
opportunity
souligner que
to
dans
highlight
un
the
an,
fact that
le
one
plus
of the most important sporting
tournoi
events in the world
sportif au
will be
monde
happening right here at
s'emmène
home
chez nous.
in a year.
In less than a year, the entire world will be watching Canada, Mexico, and the United States as the best players in the world's most popular sport take to the pitch. FIFA World Cup 2026 will bring together 48 nations across 3 countries and 16 cities for the biggest and most inclusive tournament in FIFA history. Toronto et Vancouver sont
Toronto
prêtes à
and
vibrer au
Vancouver
rythme
are
du
ready to
ballon
move
rond.
to the rhythm of
To
that
mark
ball.
this very special occasion, please welcome the FIFA Vice President, President of CONCACAF, and proud Canadian, Victor Montagliani. Ouh, Victor! Et quoi de mieux, chers amis, pour marquer cette occasion spéciale que d'avoir sur la scène de la Fête du Canada le seul,
To
l'unique,
have him on the
l'iconique trophée
stage,
des vainqueurs
the-
de la Coupe du Monde de la FIFA
The winner of the
2026.
trophy
This is
2026.
This golden goddess embodies the joy of victory. Since 1974, only 13 countries have had their names engraved at its base. Et qui sait? Peut-être que le Canada viendra un jour s'y inscrire. Oui, on peut l'applaudir.
Perhaps Canada will be the 14th country to see its
Well,
name engraved.
Victor, I think you've got something over there. Are you about to put a scarf on me? Woo-hoo! Oh, really? Oh. Victor. Well, thank you very much, Victor. Thank you so, so much. How lucky am I? First there's royalty and now this. Je pense que je vais faire des jaloux
I
avec
think
mon foulard.
a
Merci
couple
beaucoup,
of people
beaucoup,
will be
Victor.
jealous of my
well,
scarf.
This is definitely my lucky day. And I mean that when I say it, because my next introduction proves it. Because I will be the first one to introduce him on a Canada Day. Not only is he the leader of our great nation, he is also a passionate advocate for sport. Veuillez maintenant accueillir notre
Please
nouveau
welcome
Premier ministre.
our new Prime
Here is our
Minister.
Prime Minister, the Right Honorable, le très honorable Mark
The Right
Carney.
Honorable Mark Carney.
Mon Dieu. Wow.
Wow.
That is a hard act to follow. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Victor, for all the service to Canadian sport, to global sport. And may Jonathan David be the first Canadian to ever touch that trophy in a year's time. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général, Son
Her Excellency, the
Altesse,
Governor General of Canada,
Duke of Edinburgh, Sonia,
His Highness, the
Monsieur
Duke
le
of
Ministre,
Edinburgh,
le Ministre de Fun. En
Minister,
effet, c'est le Ministre de Culture
the
et
Minister of Fun, the Minister of
c'est le
Canadian
ministre de
Culture
Fun,
and
c'est
Identity, but he's also the
Um,
Minister of Fun, of course.
Et merci à tous les invités
And
et
thank
les
you as well to
artistes,
all our
parmi nous
guests and
aujourd'hui.
artists who are
Mais
with us today.
surtout,
But
merci à
especially,
vous tous.
thank you to all
What
of
a
you.
crowd, what a capital, what a country! Only 2 words. Only 2 words. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. You know, there is no place I'd rather be right now than here, the true North, strong and free, celebrating Canada Day with all of you. I've had the privilege the last 6 months of crisscrossing our country. I've had to go visit some other countries for work, and I have never been prouder to say, I am Canadian. Nous sommes Canadiens.
We are Canadian.
And I'm particularly proud that in a world that's fraught with division, that we, under the maple leaf, have considered our options, and we've decided not to pull apart and fight, but to come together and to build. Because that's the Canadian way. That's what this country has done. Similar times when there's been these big inflection points in history, Canadians have chosen to come together and to step up. À la crête du Vimy pendant la Première Guerre mondiale,
at Vimy Ridge during the First World War, on the shores of Normandy in the Second World War, in the homes of the people of Gander after the terrorist attacks of September 11th.
We find ourselves in a situation where the world is being convulsed. We find ourselves in a situation where our economy is being attacked by a trade war that we didn't start. We find ourselves in a situation where our values are being tested by attacks on democracy and freedoms, attacks that we must resist. And once again, as the world becomes more divided and dangerous, Canadians are uniting. C'est vrai. We're united. We're uniting and we're putting our values into action. Notre réponse est de bâtir un pays
is to build a strong country. And that is what we are doing with Bill C-5 that has just been passed by a wide majority of elected members of Parliament.
What we have now is a new national building permit that allows us, indeed, it compels us to come together and to build, baby, build. To build our nation in full partnership with Indigenous peoples. To build, and thank you, Nathan and Victoria, for honoring us here today. There you are, yes. Together, we will build one Canadian economy connected by major projects, powered by Canadian energy, transformed by Canadian technology, and crafted by Canadian workers. Together, we will break down barriers so that you can buy Canadian anywhere, and you can work in Canada everywhere. Ouais. Ensemble,
Together we will rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in our Canadian Armed Forces.
C'est essentiel.
That is absolutely critical, so that Canadian leadership is not only defined by the strength of our values, but also by the value of our strength.
Oui, ensemble.
Yes, together we are taking control of our future.
Together we're writing our own story, not having it dictated to us by others. And Stephen, I like your idea. We have the fusion of Deadpool and Dune. We get Rain City Ryan into 007. This is Canada. Nothing could be better. Your Royal Highness, as you alluded to a few weeks ago in a historic throne speech, your brother King Charles told Canadians, and I quote, "We must be clear-eyed. In a world, the world is a more dangerous and uncertain place than at any point since the Second World War. And Canada is facing challenges that are unprecedented in our lifetimes." The King went on to stress that at this hinge moment in history, there is, and I quote, an incredible opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and act bigger. And that is how Canada carved out the St. Lawrence Seaway in 5 short years. Et c'est comment nous avons organisé
And that is how
l'Expo
we
67
organized
en
Expo
seulement
67
4 ans et demi.
in only 4.5 years.
It's time once again to harness the same industrious spirit to do things we previously thought impossible at speeds not seen for generations. So it's time that we build twice as many homes using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors with reliable partners. In partnership with the provinces, the territories, and Indigenous peoples. Il est temps de créer des centaines de milliers de bonnes
It is
carrières
time
dans
to
les
create
métiers
hundreds of thousands of good careers in the trades. And it is time to make Canada an energy superpower in green and conventional energy.
It's time to make our companies more competitive while we're fighting climate change. You know, not far from here, over a century ago, Thomas D'Arcy McGee eloquently put it that Canadians are at their best when we lift ourselves to the level of our destinies. Now, Canada is already the greatest country in the world. But our destiny is to make it greater still. And greatness isn't defined by words, it's achieved by actions. Greatness isn't something we just say, it's what we do for ourselves, but particularly for others. So, while we work to build the strongest economy in the G7, we know that that isn't an end in itself. But it's the way, it's the means through which all Canadians can live in security, in dignity, and in harmony. And while we enjoy this Canada Day with our friends and family, and I have to say, Sandra, we are off to a great start here. While we enjoy this Canada Day with friends and family, we remember that too many Canadians are still struggling and suffering. Alors que nous profitons nos parcs
As
et
we
de nos
enjoy
lacs,
our parks,
nous
our
n'oublions
pools and
pas
our lakes,
les changements
we must not
climatiques qui
forget
brûlent
the
nos
climate
forêts
change that is
et
burning our
détruisent
forests
la
and
biodiversité.
destroying biodiversity.
And while we enjoy peace and security at home, we witness the wars and terrors abroad. After 158 years, Canadians have accomplished so much in times of peace and war, in our laboratories and in our galleries, on the ice and in the swimming pool, on our land and in space, in our classrooms, our boardrooms, our community centers. We have so much to celebrate, and today we celebrate. But we also know that we have much more to accomplish. We are a country that is great because, in part, we know we can be even better. We're a country that does things because they're right, not because they're easy. A people that see kindness as a virtue, not a weakness. And now's the time to build a Canada worthy of those values, a Canada worthy of its great people, a Canada for all and for all time. Merci beaucoup. Vive le Canada.
Thank you all. Long live Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for such a unifying speech. I'm so thrilled to welcome the next artist to the stage. Depuis ses débuts fracassants dans les années 90,
His sensational debut in the 1990s, she has claimed the hearts of millions of fans with her powerful voice, her authenticity, and her timeless ballads.
Debut album, released in 1995, celebrates its 30th anniversary this year. A landmark moment for an artist whose music continues to resonate across time. With multiple platinum albums and timeless hits, she has become one of Canada's most beloved voices. Aujourd'hui, elle nous offre un message
she offers a message
et de confiance.
of hope and confidence.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Amanda Marshall.
Bonjour Canada, happy birthday! I'm lost inside this angel town, and I'm lost like I could not be found, and there's no connection of the heart. And love was glass that broke apart. So give me faith in dreams and someone to hold. And give me love, 'cause I'm out here in the cold. There are no secrets and no angels at my door. And no, when you touch my hand, I fall from grace. When you reach for me, I fall from grace. On the steel town boulevard, life's a promise that doesn't last, yeah. Resurrections of the past, and the children come, but they're gone so fast. Give me faith in love, baby, tonight. Need some arms to hold you here so tight. There are no secrets and no angels at my door. Oh, when you touch my hand, I fall from grace. And when you reach for me, I fall from grace. I fall from falling. Hey, I'm falling. I'm falling. I'm falling from grace. No, and no. When you touch my hand, I fall from grace. And when you reach for me, I fall from grace. I fall from grace, baby. And when you touch my hand, from me, I fall from grace. I fall from grace. So baby, baby. Day, Canada. How you feeling? Are you hot? All right. Somewhere there's a river looking for a stream. Somewhere there's a dreamer looking for a dream. Somewhere there's a drifter trying to find his way. And somewhere someone's waiting to hear somebody say, I believe in you. And I can't even count the ways that I believe in you. And all I wanna do is help you to believe in you. Oh yeah. Somewhere someone's reaching, trying to grab that ring. Somewhere there's a silent voice calling now, learning how to say. And some of us can't move ahead. We're paralyzed with fear. And everybody's listening. 'Cause we all need to hear. I believe in you. And I can't even count the ways that I believe in you. And all I wanna do is help you to believe in you. Hey, yeah. Oh, yeah. I will hold you up, help you stand, comfort you when you need a friend. I will be the voice that's calling out. I believe in you. And there are just so many ways that I believe in you. Baby, what else can I do? I believe. Oh, yeah. I believe in you. Yeah. And all I wanna know is you believe. Yeah. Believe in you. Happy Canada Day, Canada.
Quelle magnifique, quelle magnifique interprétation de Fall from Grace et I Believe in You. It's no wonder that she's one of Elton John's favorite artists. But you know what? We're not sharing her today. She belongs to Canada. Amanda Marshall, brilliant performance. And now, after that powerful message of hope, we pay tribute to an athlete, an activist, a humanitarian, and a true Canadian hero. On prend maintenant un moment pour souligner l'apport exceptionnel d'un héros canadien à la société. Il y a 45 ans, le combat de Terry Fox contre le cancer et son marathon de l'espoir ont mis en lumière la résilience
shone a light
humaine
on
et ont
human
rassemblé
resilience
tout le pays.
and united the entire
Terry
country.
Fox remains a symbol of unshakable determination and hope, reminding Canadians and the world that adversity can be a starting point for greatness.
45 years ago, Terry Fox's moment of greatness started with a single step in a journey that would traverse and then transform a nation. À chaque foulée, malgré la douleur, il faisait avancer le Canada, porté par un seul objectif, vaincre le cancer. Millions of Canadians responded to Terry's message and his marathon of hope, running, walking, and pledging their support for him. Depuis 1980, la Fondation Terry Fox a amassé plus de 950 millions de dollars et financé plus de 1300 projets de recherche sur le cancer. This year, to commemorate the 45th anniversary of the Marathon of Hope, Terry's brother, Darryl Fox, pays tribute to his legacy through the nationwide Ride of Hope. Son objectif? Continuer d'amasser des fonds pour la recherche sur le cancer et à chaque coup de pédale, faire vivre l'esprit indomptable de Terry Fox.
There's no simple explanation for anything important any of us do. And yeah, the human tragedy consists in the necessity of living with the consequences under pressure, under pressure. Courage, my word, didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage, your word, it didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage, my word, it didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage.
I've said to people before that I'm going to do my very best to make it. I'm not going to give up, and that's true. But I might not make it, and if I don't make it, the Marathon of Hope better continue.
Accueillons maintenant sur scène le frère cadet de Terry, Darryl Fox.
Welcome to the stage, Darryl Fox.
Il est accompagné d'un puissant peloton de
Today,
cyclistes.
he is
Terry
accompanied
Fox
by a
National
powerful
Ride of
team
Hope.
of cyclists
Terry Fox a
with
couru
the
pour
Terry
nous,
Fox
à notre
National
tour
Ride
de
of Hope.
marcher, de pédaler, de rêver pour lui.
Terry Fox ran for us, and now it's our turn to walk, to ride, and dream for him.
Les célébrations d'aujourd'hui sont l'occasion de souligner le
Today's
travail
celebrations are an
exceptionnel
opportunity
de
to
celles et ceux qui
highlight
surveillent
the
notre
exceptional
pays, le
work of those who
protègent.
defend and protect
Today's
our
celebration
country.
is a time to honor the quiet heroes who stand watch and serve with heart, dignity and strength. Les Rangers canadiens, the Canadian Rangers. Ils sont les yeux et les oreilles des forces armées canadiennes dans plus de 200 communautés, du Grand Nord aux régions côtières les plus reculées. They maintain a military presence where few can go, protecting, supporting, and standing guard. Ils parlent plus de 25 langues, dont plusieurs dialectes autochtones, à l'image de la diversité du territoire qu'ils défendent. They reflect the cultures, the languages, and the deep knowledge of the land. They are leaders. They are stewards.
Well, obviously not all heroes wear capes. Some just wear their courage. Merci à vous, Canadian Rangers.
Thank you, Canadian
for
Rangers.
Your service, your strength, and your unwavering dedication. It is now an immense pleasure to introduce the Governor-General of Canada. Veuillez accueillir la 30e
Please welcome the
Gouverneur
30th Governor-General
du
of
Canada,
Canada,
Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Prime Minister, Minister, Your Royal Highness, Your Honor, National Indigenous leaders, Nathan Obed and Victoria Pruden, and dignitaries. Chers Canadiens et Canadiennes, fellow
Dear
Canadians, Nunahatika, it's so good to see you celebrating and enjoying this show. Quel bon spectacle.
What a great show.
Meeting Canadians this year, from coast to coast to coast, I saw many reasons to celebrate. J'ai vu de la résilience. J'ai vu
I
de la
saw
compassion.
resilience, I
J'ai
saw
vu de
compassion,
l'espoir.
and I saw hope.
Your Royal Highness, your presence here today and the recent visit of Their Majesties King Charles and Queen Camilla are clear demonstrations of your fondness for our country. Today, I want to share with you what I like about Canada. We share this vast land, and I love that in all of its enormous geography, it's often the little things that transform lives and communities. The small steps you take each day really count, and they add up. Les pas que vous faites chaque jour sont importants.
The small steps that you take each
What I
day,
have
each day
seen
matter.
is people acting with kindness, teaching children, building bridges, understanding between people. We are on a journey of reconciliation, making a path with passion and compassion, courage and care. It began by truly listening, by honoring the truth of the past and holding space for the pain and resilience carried by Indigenous peoples. Kindness is the thread that weaves our communities together. Ce que vous faites chez vous, dans votre
What you do at
communauté,
home in your
donne
communities
vie à une vision
gives
plus
life
large.
to a bigger
C'est
picture.
ce qui construit
It
ce
is
grand
what
pays.
builds this great country.
It often takes ayuinata. Ayuinata is an Inuit word. It means you have perseverance in the face of adversity. It means never give up. Cela signifie de ne jamais abandonner.
It means you should never give up.
I remember my grandmother, Jeannie, when we were living in a small village, used to be called Fort Chimo. Now it's Kuujjuaq. When we were visiting with family and friends, the elders, as they were leaving the home of the visitors where we were, would say, Ayuinata, as they were leaving, everyone reminding themselves that we never gave up. So I'd like to ask you, all of you in this beautiful place, to say it with me. Ayuinata. Again, ayuinata. When we if you will indulge me 1 minute, I'd like to speak my mother tongue. Anana tiara perok satilunga iqamagisoga pulalagatta inuhatitinik anilangalgaming uhasungu hatalak simamata taimang ayuinata ayuinna neakhugu ilunata taimailok hatta simayuni iqamasungu Tana uhausata ilallarelwa inuttitun. When we commemorate our soldiers, when we see our athletes compete or students graduate, I see ayuinata. It's part of Canada's story. And one of the reasons we are all here today. Au Canada, nous défendons le respect.
In Canada, we stand for respect. We stand for an equal and a compassionate society where everyone belongs.
We work together to improve and protect this beautiful creation called Canada. When we include everyone, humanity is better for it. In a few minutes, we will have the honor of seeing 5 Canadians being invested into the Order of Canada for their exceptional achievements. Their actions, year after year, make Canada better. Leur geste améliore le Canada.
Their actions make Canada
to all
better.
people living across this great country, thank you, Nakurmik, Huyanamik, for showing us all your deep, enduring love for Canada. Happy Canada Day. Bonne fête to Canada. Canada ulungani aliasugitsi, hobiasugitsi.
The Order of Canada was established in 1967, and today it is the centerpiece of our honor system. Those who are members of the Order of Canada write the soundtrack of our lives. and their words spark our imagination. They unite our communities through their service and advance humanity in their relentless pursuit of innovation. L'Ordre du Canada a été créé en 1967 et constitue aujourd'hui la pierre angulaire de notre système de distinction honorifique. Les membres de l'Ordre du Canada composent la trame sonore de nos vies et leurs mots stimulent notre imagination. Ils unissent nos communautés en se mettant à leur service et font progresser l'humanité dans leur quête incessante d'innovation. For the first time, as part of the Canada Day ceremony, we are pleased to recognize great Canadians. Pour la première fois, dans le cadre de la cérémonie de la Fête du Canada, nous sommes heureux de reconnaître ces grands Canadiens et grandes Canadiennes. Please welcome on stage. Veuillez accueillir Heather Rankin, Ryan Reynolds, Diantha Ray Edmonds, Scott Oak, Kim Thuy Lee Tan, to receive the insignia of Officer of the Order of Canada, pour recevoir l'insigne d'officier de l'Ordre du Canada, Heather Rankin. Heather Rankin is a singer and songwriter, an esteemed member of the award-winning band, the Rankin Family. Her solo albums and performances have inspired fans from coast to coast to coast. She's a revered icon of Cape Breton music and a generous mentor in her field. Chanteuse et auteure-compositrice, Heather Rankin est une membre estimée du groupe primé The Rankin Family. Ses spectacles et albums solo ont inspiré ses admirateurs d'un bout à l'autre du pays. Elle est une icône vénérée de la musique du Cap-Breton et une mentor généreuse dans son domaine. Votre Excellence, Your Excellency, Heather Rankin. Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds has captivated audiences worldwide, notably writing, producing, and starring in the widely successful Deadpool films. Off-screen, he supports Canadian causes, including Water First Education, Covenant House Vancouver, and Sick Kids Foundation, and co-founded initiatives to increase opportunities for underrepresented groups. His far-reaching philanthropy continues to strengthen communities nationwide. Ryan Reynolds a séduit le public du monde entier, notamment grâce au très populaire film Deadpool, qu'il a co-scénarisé et coproduit, en plus d'y interpréter le rôle principal. Parallèlement à sa carrière cinématographique, il soutient des causes canadiennes telles que Water First Education, Covenant House Vancouver et la Fondation Sick Kids, et il a cofondé des initiatives visant à multiplier les possibilités pour les groupes sous-représentés. Sa philanthropie de grande portée contribue à renforcer les communautés partout au pays. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Ryan Reynolds. the insignia of Member of the Order of Canada pour recevoir l'insigne de membre de l'Ordre du Canada, Diantha Ray Edmonds. Diantha Edmonds is the first Inuk professional classical soprano in Canada. Recognized as one of our country's most prolific emerging creators of performance works, she's been a tireless ambassador of the centuries-long traditions of Nunatsiavut musicians and an agent of reconciliation. Through her recordings and performances around the globe, she has empowered Indigenous voices and revealed their stories to the world. Diantha Edmonds est la première soprano classique professionnelle inuit au Canada. Reconnue comme l'une des créatrices émergentes les plus prolifiques de notre pays, elle a été une infatigable ambassadrice des traditions séculaires des musiciens du Nunatsiavut et a œuvré à la promotion de la réconciliation. Ses enregistrements et ses représentations ont porté les voix des Autochtones et fait entendre leur histoire dans le monde entier. Votre Excellence, Your Excellency, Diantha Ray Edmonds. Scott Oak. Scott Oak is a dedicated advocate for addiction recovery. In memory of his late son, he co-founded the Bruce and Ann Oak Memorial Foundation and the Bruce Oak Recovery Center, which serves marginalized populations across Canada. He is also a distinguished sports broadcaster for CBC Sports, Sportsnet, and Hockey Night in Canada. Scott Oak est un fervent défenseur du traitement de la dépendance. En mémoire de son défunt fils, il a cofondé la Bruce Ann Oak Memorial Foundation et le Bruce Oak Recovery Center, qui se consacrent aux populations marginalisées partout au Canada. Il est également un commentateur sportif reconnu pour CBC Sports, Sportsnet et Hockey Night in Canada. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Scott Oak. Kim Thuy Lee Tan. Kim Thuy est une romancière d'origine vietnamienne dont les œuvres acclamées retracent la diaspora vietnamienne, mettent en lumière l'expérience des migrants et l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle culture. Elle est l'auteure de Roux, qui a été adapté au cinéma 2023, ainsi que Man, Vie et M. Et ses ouvrages ont été publiés dans le monde entier. Elle soutient activement le Centre d'expertise en autisme SACAD, où elle cherche à favoriser une meilleure compréhension de l'autisme. Kim Thuy is a Vietnamese-born novelist whose acclaimed literature traces the Vietnamese diaspora, highlighting the migrant experience and the learning of a new culture. She authored Roux, adapted to film in 2023, as well as Man, V, and M, and her works have been published worldwide. She actively supports the Centre d'expertise en autisme SACAD, where she strives to provide a better understanding of autism. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Kim Thuy. This celebration of excellence is thanks to a nomination that someone submitted for a Canadian honor. This, in turn, triggered the vital work of the teams at Rideau Hall, along with the Advisory Council, who recommended appointments to the Governor-General to honor these Canadians of distinction here today. Cette célébration de l'excellence est possible grâce à une mise en candidature soumise pour une distinction honorifique canadienne. Cela a ensuite déclenché le travail essentiel des équipes de Rideau Hall ainsi que celui du Conseil qui ont recommandé à la gouverneure générale la nomination de ces Canadiennes et Canadiens d'exception que nous honorons aujourd'hui.
Wow, quite an accomplishment. Please join me in congratulating today's newly invested appointees. Félicitons ensemble ces nouvelles personnes
Let's
investies à
congratulate
l'ordre.
these new people invested
Bravo.
in the Order of Canada.
Certaines chansons traversent
Some
le temps.
songs are
Elles
timeless.
marquent une époque,
They mark a
souvenir,
period
un
in time,
sentiment. Et
a
parfois,
memory or
elles
a
deviennent
feeling,
des
and
classiques
sometimes they
enracinés
become
dans la
classics,
mémoire collective
rooted
d'un pays.
in the collective
Today
memory
we
of
pay
a country.
tribute to the unforgettable voices and iconic hits that have shaped Canadian music across the decades. From 1975 to today, de Céline Dion à Marjo,
Céline Dion
from
to
Bryan
Marjo,
Adams to Alanis Morissette, de Shania Twain and Nelly
From
Furtado.
Shania Twain to Nelly
Et on ne
Furtado.
pouvait pas présenter un medley de chansons
And we could
qui ont
not have
forgé
presented a
notre
medley of
patrimoine
songs that
musical
forged our
sans
musical
présenter une
heritage
chanson
without presenting
légendaire
a song
groupe
from the
Harmonium.
legendary group Harmonium.
Oui. Parce qu'il y a une semaine,
Because
la
a week
musique
ago,
canadienne perdait un
Canadian
géant.
music lost
Le
a
seul
giant.
et unique
The one,
Serge
the
Fiori.
only Serge Fiori.
Pionnier de la
A
scène
pioneer
musicale dès le
on the
milieu
musical
des années
scene
70.
from the
Il a su,
mid-1970s.
avec Harmonium,
With Harmonium,
ouvrir de nouveaux
he
horizons
opened up
sonores.
new musical
Harmonium's
horizons.
albums have become classics both in Canada and abroad, and today stand among the most precious jewels of our musical heritage. I was fortunate enough to interview Serge on numerous occasions. Je garde en mémoire le
I
souvenir
have
d'un
a
homme
memory
d'une
of
grande
a gentleman, a man remarkably humble and whose creative generosity knew no equal.
gentle smile and the way he could, with a single lyric, touch both the individual soul and the collective heart of an entire nation. Just like Harmonium's legacy, here is a medley of songs that have stood the test of time. Pour vous interpréter ces
To
chansons qui
interpret these
célèbrent
songs
des
that
anniversaires
celebrate
marquants,
those
please
milestones.
welcome to the stage an incredible lineup of performers. Voici Garou, Ali Walker, Raphaël Roy, Don Cumberbatch, and Franck Julien.
Dis-moi c'est quoi ta toune qui me revient dans les oreilles tout le temps. Tu sais moi j'ai plus ben temps comme avant. Plus le temps comme avant pour remplir mes oreilles. Dis-moi c'est quoi ta toune qui me revient comme le soleil tout le temps. Dis bien, jamais pour longtemps. De temps en temps, pour longtemps, de temps en temps, pour chauffer mes oreilles.
Oh man, turn 98, you won a lottery and die the next day. It's a black flag in your Chardonnay. It's a death row pardon, 2 minutes too late. And isn't it ironic? Don't you think? It's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride that you already paid. It's a good advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought it figures traffic jam when you're already late? And no smoking sign on your cigarette break. It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. It's like meeting the man of my dreams and then meeting his beautiful wife. Well, isn't that ironic? Don't you think? Little too ironic. And yeah, I really do think, come on, it's like rain on your wedding day. It's a free ride when you've already paid. It's a good advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought it J'ai compris tous les mots, j'ai bien compris, merci. Raisonnable et nouveau, c'est ainsi par ici. Que les choses ont changé, que les fleurs ont fané, que le temps d'avant, c'était le temps d'avant. Que si tout s'appelasse, nos amours aussi passent. Il faut que tu saches, je vous entends. Je vais chercher ton cœur sous une lampe d'ailleurs. Même si dans tes danses, d'autres dansent les heures. Je vais chercher ton âme, ton froid dans les flammes. Je te jetterai les sorts que tu m'aimes encore. Je trouverai des langages pour chanter tes louanges. Je ferai nos bagages pour l'infini vendange. Les formules magiques, les marabouts d'Afrique. Je dirai sans remords pour que tu m'aimes encore. Que tu m'aimes encore. Pour que tu m'aimes encore. You're beautiful, that's for sure. You'll never ever fade. You're lovely, but it's not for sure that I won't ever change. And though my love is rare, and though my love is true, yeah, I'm like a bird, I'll only fly away. I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. I'm like a bird, I'll only fly away. I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. And baby, all I need for you to know is I'm like a bird. I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. I don't know. I'm like a bird. I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. And baby, all I need for you to know is any man of mine better be proud of me. Even when I'm ugly, he still better love me. And I can be late for a date, that's fine, but he better be on time. say if it's just right when last year's dress is just a little too tight. And anything I do or say better be okay if I have a bad day. And if I change my mind a million times, I wanna hear them say des pieds. Tu es une fille de nuit, la sœur de bébé Lily. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Nuit et jour, oh, nuit et jour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Nuit et jour.
I got my first real 6-string, bought it at a five and dime, played it till my fingers bled. It was the summer of a 69. Me and some gas from school, out of band, we tried real hard till we quit. Jordy got married, we should have known we never get far. I went to look back now. Shower seems to last forever. Only if I had a choice. Yeah, I always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. I wanna hear you. Back in the summer of the 69. I'm complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evening down at the Charlie, and that's when I met you, yeah. Standing on the mama's porch, you told me that you wait forever. And when you held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah. Back in the summer of '69. Oh yeah. That was the summer of '69.
Congratulations to
artistes
all
qui ont
our
fait
artists
vibrer la scène
who
aujourd'hui.
got
Ça
us
veut dire
moving
vous
today.
autres, hein?
I'm talking about you.
And please give a big round of applause for our house band. Applaudissez nos musiciens et
A
choristes
round of applause
sous
for
la
our
direction
musicians and
de
singers,
Guillaume Marchand.
led by
Bravo
Guillaume Marchand.
et merci.
Congratulations
To all
and
you
thank you.
wonderful people who braved the heat with us, bless you, thank you. Et à tous les téléspectateurs à la maison,
And
merci
to
beaucoup
everyone
d'avoir
watching
été
us
des
at
nôtres.
home,
Ne
thank you for
manquez
being
pas le
with us.
spectacle de ce
Don't
soir de
miss
la Fête du
the
Canada,
show tonight for
animé
the,
par Isabelle
for the
Racicot sur
Canada
ICI
Day
Radio-Canada
festivities,
Télé. Be
hosted
sure
by
to tune
Isabelle
in at 8
Racicot.
p.m. on CBC to celebrate our Canada loud and proud with your host, Isabelle Racicot. Happy Canada Day, everybody. Bonne fête du Canada. Merci.
Woo! A lot of dancing going on here, LeBreton Flats. Some of it happening in the CBC booth, I have to confess. That wraps up the official ceremony from Ottawa. Do not go anywhere, however, because there are celebrations all across the country. There's going to continue to be music here at LeBreton Flats. And tonight, of course, it all continues with this evening show featuring performances from Canadian stars, including Sarah McLachlan and Tom Cochrane. You do not want to miss that. So as we wrap up this official part of the ceremony, you see the Prime Minister there chatting with folks, and just behind him is the Duke of Edinburgh chatting with the Governor General. Amongst those dignitaries is our dignitary, Catherine Cullen, who is also roaming around the flats again. Catherine, I'm hoping you enjoyed that. I got a quick glimpse of you. I think you're pretty close. Was that fun? Are you having a good time?
I was going to say, if you had seen me dancing to Summer of '69 by Garou there, you wouldn't have called me dignified in any manner, Adrienne. But you know what? I will say, like, one really nice thing about this day, parts of that, there's a very serious undertone here, but it was a lot of fun. And I think it's important to remember that part of this day is just celebrating some of the great stuff Canada has to offer. I liked that moment of the two solitudes overlapping. Garou was very well known in Quebec. Earlier on radio, I said he's sort of Quebec's answer to Meatloaf. I might get some notes from Quebec about that, I don't know. But, you know, with a classic Canadian tune. So some nice energy.
Absolutely. So you're going to stay hanging out with us, I think, for a good part of the day, or you're going to go have fun? Not entirely sure. But no one is moving quickly to get out of here, as it should be. It's a beautiful day. The weather has held off so far, and there's sort of lots to do. There's the Prime Minister again. It's meeting a pretty friendly crowd here, I have to say. Poor Catherine was trying to do an interview with the Prime Minister and had about 1,000 people crowding around listening to every word. That's not at all unnerving. But when she was done, they all applauded. I don't know if that was for Catherine or the Prime Minister, but kind of an interesting moment. But again, this is a moment, there's no doubt there are political overtones to this, because there is a deadline looming. Will he be able to pull off a deal, not just the Prime Minister, but those working with him and the negotiators with the United States? Can something be worked out so that we can stop talking about this trade war and tariffs and the 51st state? Because even if you do want to stop talking about it, it comes up again in the United States, and will continue to do so until this is sorted out. As we watch this, the Prime Minister, the dignitaries are leaving here. We want to make sure that you know that we want to hear from you on this Canada Day. So in just a few minutes at 2 p.m. Eastern, there will be a national call-in show right here where you're watching us right now. Saroja Coelho is hosting it, and the question is, what does it mean to be Canadian in 2025? So how do you answer that question? Think about it, and then to share your thoughts, call 1-888-416-8333. One more time, that is 1-888-416-8333. So stay tuned for that special from 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern on almost CBC platforms, including, oh boy, don't make me name them, TV, radio, TikTok, Gem, all the good places. And then, of course, I'm just watching the Prime Minister there with Daryl Fox. If you didn't get a chance to see it, because there's a lot going on, in the acknowledgement to Terry Fox, if you go online, and I know you all know how to do that, and look up something called Finish It. That is the full video of the 45th anniversary of the Marathon of Hope. I promise you, it is worth the search and it is worth the watch. Any reminder we can get of what Terry Fox went through and what he did for this country is pretty important. This is Canada. This is Canada Day. Thank you for joining us for all of our Canada Day coverage from the nation's capital. We saw parades and princesses, a giant cod, some cheerleaders, a reporter on a float, and one floating in a canoe. Clearly a day to remember. That wraps up our program here at LeBreton Flats for now, however. I'll be back here at 7 p.m. Eastern on CBC News Network with more on how you are celebrating this day. I'll speak with some proud Canadians who will be performing in tonight's concert. We'll see you then. But just before I leave you, can you take a look at this? This is Nora Josephine. She is a Canada Day baby. She was born in Waterdown, Ontario, one of our newest Canadians. What a way to spend the day. We were waiting for you, Nora. We had a party while we were. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
Happy Canada Day. I'm Saroja Coelho, and this is Call in Canada. We have 2 hours to hang out together. We are taking your calls about the year that was in Canada and what comes next. So here we are in July, only halfway through the year, and what a year it has been already. An American president saying that we should become part of the United States. Just this past week, Donald Trump again complaining about Canada and trade. So in response, we have seen this big Canadian nationalism movement spring up, and we're still really unpacking what a lot of that means. So that's what we're picking up today on this show. What comes next? Canada came together over the course of these last 6 months, but where do we go from here? What does it mean to be Canadian in 2025? We want to hear from you. We would love for you to call us and give us your impressions of what it means to be Canadian right now. 1-888-416-8333. You can also text us. That number is 226-758-8924. I have some fantastic folks hanging out with me for the next couple of hours to answer some of your questions about what it means to be Canadian in 2025, or to even chat with you about what your impressions are versus what they're thinking. Heather O'Neill is an author who won Canada Reads for her novel, Lullabies for Little Criminals. She is in Montreal. Riley Yesno, an Anishinaabe scholar, a writer based at the University of Toronto. She's also a distinguished fellow at the Yellowhead Institute. Dalton Higgins is a publicist, an author, and a cultural critic. He is in our Toronto studio, and he has written several books, including Far From Over, The Music and Life of Drake. And last, certainly not least, Mark Tewksbury, who won a gold medal in the 100-meter backstroke in the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. What a moment. He was also appointed a Companion of the Order of Canada in 2020. He joins us from Calgary. Oh, well, to all of you, thank you. What an esteemed panel. Really nice to have you here. Happy Canada Day.
Thank you.
So, Mark, maybe I could begin with you. You represented Canada at the Olympics. I'm wondering, that huge moment in your life, how did that shape your idea of what it means to be Canadian?
Well, sport really plays to nationalism. So it's part
part of the scenario of going to represent your country at an Olympics or international competition. It is really something to have the national anthem played for something you've done. That was just a moment in my life that caught me by surprise. I completely choked up, and I was already kind of stunned by the moment, but when the national anthem started playing, I just went like, oh, Canada, oh, and I just kind of lost it in that moment. So very special experience. I've always been proud to represent my country. I still am super proud to be Canadian, and don't take it for granted, you know, especially this past year. I really value the quality of life that I'm able to live in this country.
Thank you so much for that, for being the first person to comment on this complicated topic, because the being Canadian piece is something that's really in flux. It's changing. It's flexible. Heather, maybe I could come to you. So earlier this year, everybody was talking about buying local, buying Canadian, and that felt fairly straightforward at the grocery store. You know, I'm going to take the Canadian potato. I'm going to leave the imported one in the shop. But you're working in cultural spaces. You're working in writers' spaces. You're working in places of thought where we're creating ideas about who we are. I'm wondering what that shift looks like for you.
Yeah, it was interesting because I think we, as Mark was saying, we took being Canadian somehow for granted, and we lost ourselves culturally, and we've allowed so many of our newspapers to fall apart in Canadian cultural institutions, and even on the level of academia, it's been regarded as not important to teach Canadian literature or literature at all anymore. And for me, without writing in books, that's how we get to know each other as a country. And that's how, for me, our cultural conversation has always happened. How I know about Newfoundland is through Mark Crummy and Lisa Moore, and indigeneity I know from Indigenous writers. So to lose that, and we've been focusing almost into this enormous emphasis on consuming American cultural export and just allowing ours to disappear. And in that way, were we already becoming the 51st state on a culturally, being culturally colonized by the United States. And I've noticed an incredible emphasis now on buying Canadian books, looking at for Canadian authors, also theater and film, because it's not only an issue of funding, but we need the audience, an audience of readers who pass on the conversation, who influence the artists. So I think we've kind of collectively are coming back to kind of refine that Canadian identity, which was so wonderful within our cultural landscape.
That's it. I love some of what you're bringing up there, because I do feel like that defining ourselves by what we're not, right? That shadow of this huge southern neighbor, being Canadian, being the thing that happens in the free space, as opposed to something that we've really defined ourselves.
Yes.
I imagine we're going to get into that much more over the next couple of hours. If you're just joining us, this is Call in Canada. We really want to hear from you. If you have ideas or questions about what it means to be Canadian in 2025, you can reach us at 1-888-416-8333. If you're feeling a little bit shy, you can also reach us by text message. That is 226-758-8924. I still have two more guests here on the panel with me. Riley, maybe I could come to you. You've been writing about Canadian nationalism in this moment where we're listening to the comments about the 51st state and wondering what it means, our relationship with the United States at this moment. I'm wondering what you make of this surge in a nationalist or a nation-building conversation that's happening right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm on this day kind of here to represent the perspective of people who maybe when we think about Canada, it isn't necessarily this like inherent pride or celebratory thing, but Canada being something that kind of happened to us as Indigenous people, for myself as a Anishinaabe person. And what I've been seeing a lot in this rise of the last 6 months or so, in like an uptick in Canadian nationalist rhetoric and signs and slogans and all of those things, is that I'm all for Canadians kind of taking a deeper, more a deliberate look at what they want to, how they want to define themselves, what they want to be the basis of that. But I do get a little bit worried that elbows up, beavers and maple leafs, an identity identity does not make. And that I think that if we look closely, a lot of the things that unite people from all coasts are things like this really deep love and connection to place and land, whether you're on either coast or you're in the Rockies or you're in the Great Lakes or the Arctic. Like, those are the things that make you, I think, a person of this place. And so even further to that, then we know that Indigenous people are the ones who have stewarded those lands and who have so much knowledge about place. And so I think that there is room in this conversation to be having maybe a meatier talk about what a Canadian identity that looks more closely at relationship to place and to people and to colonization is. But I'm not quite sure if we're there yet.
I have to say, I find such guidance in a lot of what you're saying, because I come from a newcomer family, and so much of what being Canadian is when I was a child was about trying to absorb as much as I could from the culture around me and just try to fit in as much as possible. Whereas I find there's a much more nuanced conversation happening now, which also takes into account the histories and the stories that I didn't hear when I was in public school, which is something you and I have talked about on the airwaves before, about the enormous number of Indigenous and also newcomer voices that we are starting to hear right now that complicate that idea of what Canada was supposed to be. And I really look forward to getting into some of that over the next couple of hours. I have one more panelist to introduce. I have Dalton in studio with me here. Hi, it's so nice of you to come and sit across from me. So you write richly about pop culture and really about our place in it, how we're finding ourselves as people and our identities within all of that. You've written a book about Drake, really passionate about music, about hip hop, the history and culture of those artists. But I'm wondering how that whole Buy Canadian moment, that big debate, landed with you.
Yeah, totally. I mean, I think that Canada is going through some growing pains, you know, or experiencing some serious growing pains, or even like an existential crisis, you know. When I document, you know, big pop culture figures like Drake and The Weeknd, and, you know, arguably the best basketball player in the world right now is a guy, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, born in Toronto, who grew up in Hamilton, right? Best basketball player in the world. Now, I live in Toronto, and, you know, Toronto is, you know, known as being the most multicultural city on the planet. And I ask sort of those questions like, what does that really mean? You know, in Toronto, we spend a lot of time patting ourselves on the back for being all multicultural. But, you know, when you look at, you know, real measures of equality, you know, like as far as affordable housing, employment, economic inclusion, like what does that mean? You know, is it really a level playing field despite this diversity, this multiculturalism? What's really happening on the ground, right? So I spend a lot of time peeling back those layers, you know, looking through you know, the Drake Weeknd. Drake is black and Jewish, you know, The Weeknd is an Ethiopian Canadian, right? So there's this multiplicity of cultures and faiths, this mix happening, this very interesting, unique mix happening in Toronto, you know. So that's kind of like the bane of my existence, sort of unpacking all of that. What does that really mean?
Yeah.
You know, this Canada of today, not the Canada of 50 years ago, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because there was a lot of cultural production 50 years ago that has still really influenced how we think about and talk about ourselves. And I see like there's a real tension between trying to hold on to the things that people have held dear, but also complicate them with a lot of what you're saying. How do we be in the now and also hold on to what was? So we are asking callers, now that we've all come together in this moment, what happens next? Where do we go from here as a nation? What does it mean to be in a collaborative culture with other people and also hold on to something independent for ourselves? Heather, I'm going to start with you. What comes next? Where do we go from here practically?
Oh, that's such a large question. But
it is. I definitely gave you a big one to start with, friend.
I think, yeah, as we were just saying, that there's things from the past, I think, that we can hold on to. But yeah, it's a more complicated conversation now, because for so long when I was growing up, there was this idea that Canadians had always been good and in a good place. And that was complicated by understanding our history in a different way and understanding that we actually did not have a great past and have, you know, so many issues on just like a daily basis and how so many people are living. But I think we can hold on to that idea of what being Canadian is. And for me, it was something of where everybody was included. There was a way to access culture for me. I grew up in Montreal, and I grew up in, in a very impoverished household, but we had the Maison de Culture, which brought in theater from all over the place, and it was free. And I would go. I was 10 years old, and I developed this intense love of theater. And I think the idea that, for me, culture is a way that just educates people and brings them in from all different backgrounds. So I think we need to expand that and have everyone feel that they are part of the culture, and the culture reacts to them, and they too. And in the same way that I did, a writer can be born anywhere because you just need a pen and a piece of paper. And I feel that bringing that to all Canadians, when we all become part of the conversation and we don't lose voices. And that was something that I grew up with, this idea that if anybody who's in Canada belongs, and we need to figure out who they are and just to make them part of the chorus of voices.
Right. Riley, I think that this is something also that you can relate to, something that you've spoken about before. I'm feeling threads of in what Heather is saying, that some of deciding who we want to be as we go forward has to do with also how we invest and think about our cultural institutions, ones that have been suffering over at least the last 10 years and maybe the last 20, with a lack of funding, where people aren't having the kind of access that, clearly was such an impact on Heather's life, and a decision to go forward with a life in arts and culture. As you're listening to what Heather is saying, I'm wondering how this question lands with you. And you don't have to stay in the place of arts and culture if that's not what is riding high for you, but we're really thinking about sort of what is next. What would you see as the next steps out of this, big surge of pride and connectedness as a response to being considered a possible 51st state?
Yeah, it is a huge question, but I'm glad I get to go second.
Heather was very, very brave.
Totally. I know. I mean, when I think about that question, like, I've been thinking about, the last couple of weeks I've been asked to speak a lot about for example, statue that was put back up at Queen's Park of John A. Macdonald. And maybe what better place to think about the future of Canada than going right back to its Confederation and that man, And I think what I've been saying when I've been talking about it is that there is an existential crisis, to borrow that term, that Canadians undergo often. And I see, especially in these moments of like heightened nationalism, moments that come around Canada today every year, where they want to hold on to this vision of Canada being, wholly benevolent, good, nice, polite. These are like the words that when you ask Canada, both at home and abroad, what they think of themselves, they come up again and again. And then at the same time, you have Indigenous people who fight and scream and educate to say, if you're going to hold that on as the narrative of truth here, what you're doing is erasing our truth. You are deciding that yours comes ahead of that. And so I do, in a way, empathize with Canadians who, and I think we talked about this last time I was on the show, have been told their whole life, right? From school, that's what I learned in school and in history class and in cultural studies and all of those things. And so it makes sense to me that is still a narrative that Canadians cling on to so dearly. But I think when we get to an actually transformative place, it has to come from a willingness to embrace the truth, which is that Canada has been good for many people and continues to be good for many people, but never not at the expense of others. That colonialism is not just a thing of the past, but something that's very present. That racism is not just something of the past, that's something that's very present. And I think that we should have the capacity to hold all of those truths, even the ugly and messy ones, and that when we do, we can do much better at sifting through, deciding what we're going to take, how we're going to move forward better, all of those sorts of tasks.
That embracing the messy is a really beautiful idea. I mean, that speaks a little bit to what Dalton was speaking about earlier, complicating a lot of who we understand ourselves to be, and at the same time feeling some kind of connectedness to the past and the place where we're standing. Dalton, as you're listening to all of that, I'm wondering if you want to talk about, where do we go from here? What are the next steps? We have this surge of incredible Canadian pride, but what's the path ahead from here? We can't just stay in the moment of reactiveness. We have to think about what we want.
Yeah, totally. I mean, yeah, some of this patriotism, it feels a little bit misguided, if I'm to be perfectly honest. I don't want to sound like some, traitor, or unpatriotic Canadian. I was born and bred in Toronto, but I think this idea around, to give you an example, Saroja, like if I'm in the grocery store and I see two products, one is an American product, let's say cereal, something you eat in the morning, and a Canadian cereal, and the Canadian cereal is more costly. It costs more money. I'm going to buy the American cereal, right? Straight economics. So I think this, I just see a lot of this kind of flag waving, kind of like, yeah, go Canada, but there's no real nuance. People aren't talking to the subtleties. People aren't like, I was hanging out with my kids last night. They spend a lot of time in the U.S. It's not because they were born here. It's not like they despise or don't like the country of origin that they were born in, but they're ambitious. They feel they have a higher ceiling. You know what I mean? My son goes to school at Howard in Washington, D.C., Howard University, Kamala Harris's alma mater. It's because he's ambitious and he's like, I can't get what I can get in Washington, D.C. I can't get that here. It's a historically black college and university, right? It has a very specific thing, right? So that's what I'd say, like a lot of, it feels a bit misguided when people are like, yeah, no, I don't like Americans. And I was like, no, you don't like the president of the United States. That's who you don't like. But as far as American citizens themselves and how the economy is functioning and flowing, if you work in arts and culture, like a couple of our guests today, even sports, Mark Tewksbury, a lot of the revenue generation tools and opportunities and sponsorships and brand partnerships, it's going to come out of the United States of America. That's just a fact, So when I say existential crisis growing pains, that's what I mean. A lot of people, you have to get out of Dodge to make it, to truly make it, to be able to pay your bills, and that's a reality we need to face up to.
You're making me think of the artist Tia Wood. So she's an Indigenous singer, and she's so connected to home on this side of the border. She comes from a family of musicians. She's created so much art and culture herself, but she had to go to LA to really access those producers who were going to raise her up to that next level. And her music has changed, and it's spreading in a different way. It's anchoring in a different way. So definitely there's a lot of tension there because we collaborate, work together. We have families that cross this border. So it is definitely complicated, more complicated than just not being American. Mark, I'm going to come to you. We are a little bit pressed for time, so I'm sorry to put you last because it's certainly not because we don't want to hear all the things you have to say. Before this show, we were speaking to you about sort of what comes next, and you spoke to some of what our other panelists are speaking to about access, about safety, about building something together. When you think about Canada, what comes next? What is in your mind? What are you thinking about?
Well, I'm actually listening to the panelists, really enjoying the conversation. I think that's part of what comes next, is listening to each other. I love, make room in this conversation. We need to peel back the layers. Riley loved to go for the details, which I think we need to face these difficult truths sometimes. And I think sometimes out of chaos comes a new order. But you before something's a non-issue, it has to be an issue. And I'm a gay guy that grew up in the 80s and 90s in sport, and started a conversation in 1998 about being gay in sport. And it was difficult. Yeah. People didn't want to talk about this stuff. But today, it's very different 30 years later. So we've got to have this conversation. I think that's continuing and ongoing. I just want to say one thing real quick. Dalton, I agree about like sort of superficial flag waving, but it's been super interesting for me that represented Canada, and the Canadian flag meant something very different from the sort of convoy movement and the sort of pushback. And it got sort of, I feel like, reclaimed a little bit in the past year to a broader Canadian public, which I feel really good about. But I don't disregard anything you're saying. It's a complicated Canadian flag waving time, I think.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for entering the tension of this conversation, because disagreement is absolutely going to happen over the course of this next little while that we're hanging out. If you're just joining us, this is Call in Canada on CBC Radio. We are also streaming on the network. You can go to CBC News accounts on TikTok and on YouTube, and wherever you're watching CBC Television or the News Network. We are inviting you to call in and chat with our guests about what comes next after a big surge of national pride. What is Canada to you in 2025? You could reach us at 1-888-416-8333. We are also taking text messages 226-758-8924. We have a caller on the line. We reached Daniel Stern before the show, who is in Vancouver. Daniel, hi.
Hi there. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. And coming from you, that's very heartwarming because you are American. And I'm wondering what being Canadian or being in Canada means to you.
Well, minor correction there. I'm actually, I hold dual citizenship. I've lived in Canada for 25 years. I am a Canadian citizen. So I consider myself Canadian. What does it feel like to be Canadian at this moment? That's a little bit of there's some bitterness there because right now, this moment, it means the other day waking up to learn that when Donald Trump said, get rid of that digital services tax, the government of Canada, which had been saying elbows up, said, oh, yeah, right. Oh, sorry. We'll scrub that. Anything else, sir? Which is kind of bitter to swallow. But I just, to put some backdrop on how I feel being a Canadian and what it means and where to go. Shortly after I arrived here, a quarter century ago, I was listening to CBC Radio, and I don't remember what program, and the person who was hosting said, what's the difference between an American and a Canadian? And the answer was the Canadian knows the difference. I thought that was very funny, but it occurred to me, right, after I finished laughing, it dawned on me that I didn't know why it was funny. And sort of that drove me to sort of dig in what really is this new home of mine culturally. You can hit the highlights and I'll leave those aside because everyone's heard them. But it quickly became apparent to me that American thinking about Canada, which I'll tar them all with the same brush, I'm sure there are exceptions, is upside down. I think typically an American thinking of Canada really does think of it as the 51st state, going back since long before Trump. They say A lot, and one of the provinces has those bear-shaped license plates, but, it's pretty much the same. They have a funny accent, and, they generate good comedians and good music acts, but it's pretty much the same. And in fact, no, that's upside down. It's the similarities are superficial. The differences, I think, run clean down to the bedrock. And the reason why I think that is that despite the fire hose, the onslaught of American culture trying for many, many years now to sort of swamp out anything that we grow here, it hasn't extinguished it. It sputters a little from time to time, but it hasn't extinguished it. And just this morning, I woke up to learn that 137 new entries have just been added to the Dictionary of Canadianisms, which brings it over 12,000 words.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
So these are words that are distinctly Canadian, distinctly
Canadian by origin or usage or some aspect of them that is either not found elsewhere in the Anglosphere or is extremely uncommon. And that gave me hope. But so there's that. But another CBC radio joke that I think applies from long ago, from 1972, is there was a drive to figure out a Canadian counterpart to the American simile being as American as apple pie. What's the Canadian equivalent? And so there was a contest, complete the phrase as Canadian as ... The winning entry, as it sounds like you might already know, the winning entry was as Canadian as possible under the circumstances, which...
I like that. Yeah, I like that. That is a typically heady reaction. That's lovely.
Right? It's good for a quick laugh, but it also spurs me to think. We talk about culture. Well, what does culture mean? Yes, absolutely, arts and literature, but it doesn't stop there.
There's really, in what you're describing, there's a thoughtfulness that we're celebrating, a sort of carefully coming to the word about who we are, carefully thinking about things. And so it ends up being funny because it just feels so earnest, which also for me is quite a Canadian reaction. But yeah, it's I think that's something that some of our guests have already really been talking about is how do we be thoughtful as we think about our connectedness? How do we differentiate ourselves because we're looking in each other's eyes and listening and really, taking a moment for each other? And that as a distinct national quality is so hard to describe, but does feel very present in a lot of what's being said by panelists, by what you're saying. We're going to move to our next caller, Daniel, but I just want to thank you for calling in and getting us started. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
Pamela Kramer is joining us next from London, Ontario. Hi, Pamela. We're thinking about what it means to be Canadian in 2025. I have our 4 panelists with us. You're welcome to ask a question or to offer your own thoughts.
Oh, thank you. Hi. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Yeah, I'm really, really proud to be Canadian. I give thanks every day that I'm Canadian, and not just because of what's going on in the States, not just because of Trump. I've always felt like that. However, because of that person, it makes it even more precious that I am Canadian. You know, we're a young country. We're only 158 years old. And, yeah, we've made mistakes in this country, but we're correcting them. We are correcting them. We're going through growing pains, that's for sure. But I think we have to grow together. The provinces, the territories, we have to grow together. We have to continue to take down the borders for trade between our provinces. We have to support one another. We have to support the immigrants that have come to our country. They're not stealing our culture. They're adding to our culture. I think we have to look in the mirror and decide that as Canadians, we are a pretty great nation, and we have to keep going forward.
But Pamela, a lot of what you're saying sounds like for you, there's a nice balance between pride and also being reflective, which I think is a lot of what our panelists have been saying. If you want to hang on for a second, I just want to go to Riley for a moment. So Riley, the relative youth of this nation in its current concept, I'm just imagining from earlier conversations we've had, this has got to be landing with you in an interesting way, because obviously there are cultures and histories thousands of years old beneath our feet wherever we are in the country. And Pamela's seeing a lot of opportunity to balance what you were talking about earlier. Where do we find pride in who we are, and also balance that with taking responsibility, thinking about who we've been, trying to imagine something new and different. As you're listening to Pamela, I'm wondering how it's all landing with you.
Yeah, there are a lot of parts with that I definitely agree with. I think that one of the things that she brought up that I've been thinking about also this Canada Day is how I also get scared in this moment of nationalism where, like, when I was growing up, at least, the narrative that I was taught in like high school and middle school and all of those places was like, diversity was our strength. That was one of the things that made Canada, Canada. And, as also a scholar of Canadian political science, I also know that we have at this moment some of the lowest rates of favor for accepting more immigrants, for accepting refugees. And so, like, it seems that in the last 5-10 years or so, these parts that I had considered cornerstones of even a modern Canadian identity have been shifting and have been under some level of stress. And so I think that Pamela urging people, for example, to recognize how we've maybe strayed from that, I think is also really salient in this moment. I wonder if part of the things that we could do is recognize how so much of what we consider like Canadianisms and Canadian things are actually Indigenous things, and that I think it's acceptable and perfect that we love those things. The name of this place is Indigenous. The name of most of the places we live are Indigenous. A lot of the technologies that we use, the water systems, all of these things that we think of as, Canadian things are actually Indigenous things, and that reframing ties us all into those millennia-long histories that are, to my earlier point, I think a lot sturdier than those superficial markers of Canadian nationality that we often throw out, but miss the bedrock of it all. And so, yeah, those are some of the passing thoughts.
Riley, that's so thoughtful. You just made me realize that actually that's just showing up in my own life. My family and I, we farm in Eastern Ontario, and there's a lot of conversation about wildfire right now, and a lot of it has been about mitigation, control, how do we protect everything? And some of what has started coming forward as the most successful techniques for thinking about fire has to be returning to Indigenous sciences. And those words, just those words, Indigenous sciences, Indigenous technology, that is very new. Canadian farming is embracing this idea that there was actual knowledge, science, understanding, thought that was eclipsed, that was oppressed, and that we pay a price for it right now because we don't have that kind of thousands of years of understanding of the land, and we're trying to mitigate something we don't understand beyond the several generations that this particular group of, for the most part, not everybody, but this group of farmers has been here. So that is a real question mark that's going off for people across the country. Some people are embracing it, some people are feeling very threatened by it, but it's a really interesting thing you're pointing out there. Pamela, thank you so much for your call. We're going to go to Navin Rogans next, who is in Toronto. Hi, Navin.
Hi.
Hi there.
Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Navin, I don't think I said your last name correctly. How do I say your name?
It's Rajan.
Rajan. Hi. It's so nice of you to call in. So we're talking about what it means to be Canadian in 2025. What does that mean for you?
Oh, I mean, it means having a wonderful opportunity every day to succeed and being a part of such a diverse culture. I mean, my grandparents immigrated from India to this country a while back, and it's so crazy to think how lucky they were and how much this country has given and how much they worked in this country to get where they are today.
That's a really positive outlook. So if you think about what comes next, so we're in a moment where people are sort of assessing what it means to be Canadian, and we have to kind of plan ahead and think about what it would look like in the future. When you think about that, when you think about where do we go from here, we've had this surge of national pride. What's next? What do we do as a culture to come together to think about ourselves in the future?
Yeah, I think continuing having national pride, and Canada's produced so many great celebrities and artists, and those have helped take Canada global. And I think continuing to produce such great people and allowing the world to see our culture and see how great we are, and not just as America's little sibling, I think that will always help us succeed in showing ourselves.
Yeah, that pride piece is one that, Mark, when you were talking to us before the show, you were really thinking about, how do you've participated in moments where you see people wearing their flags, where people are just surging forward, they're clapping, applauding, screaming, crying. Sports events are this amazing moment, this outpouring of togetherness, and nobody's thinking about necessarily their politics or where they were born or what language they're speaking. They're really, really excited about cheering together for success, athleticism, that sort of sense that they have this amazing moment. Oh, we've got that brilliant photograph of you from the Olympics there. That is such an incredible moment. Your shock when you won the gold and just couldn't believe it, just a touch ahead of that American competitor. As you're listening to Navin talk about that sort of optimism of, let's just keep being excited about who we are, pride in who we are. You were kind of complicating that in the beginning, that you want to see a way for us to be proud, but also, if I'm catching it correctly, a kind of humility around that.
Yeah, and an openness to learn. I mean, we still don't really even share with each other. How much do I know about Maritime Canada and its culture versus my Western culture here in Calgary? There's a lot of misinformation about different parts of the country and what it is to live there. So I do love, there is a certain coming together at that step up, that Canada, and it means something to all of us. But I have to say, I come back to we have a real opportunity here to move forward with a clear identity, but it starts by being open. And I'm kind of sad to hear about the agricultural story and this idea of Indigenous science. We weren't open to that for how many centuries? And now we're realizing we have things to learn. There's a long way to go in terms of just learning from each other and what it really means to be Canadian.
When you had that moment of people screaming and crying and cheering, that must have been just you're the ultimate representation of a country at that moment. Everything you do becomes a representation of a country's success, of a country's will to compete, of a pride in what you're doing. The athleticism piece is bigger than your own body. That must be such I don't even know how you handled it, really, the sort of crushing amount of attention around you as a representation of your country.
It's kind of weird, to be honest. I mean, it's cool, but it is, I sort of, for some people, have a moment that was part of the history of our country, which is strange. I mean, listen, it's fine that I represent my country. I went out there and I swam well, but we kind of appropriate these performances. And so somehow I come to represent the whole country just because I swam well. You know what I mean? Like, it's slightly misguided. And then if we don't like that personality, sometimes we'll reject them after they get back from the Olympics. They're like, oh, no, we don't like that culture. What they're representing. So it is kind of funny. I mean, it is. I think it's important somehow that people feel connected to the people representing their country, for sure. But I don't think it's necessarily that I truly represent all of Canada. I just had a moment in time and of one of millions and millions of people that have made part of our country what it is.
I don't know if you remember this, but you gave an interview a million years ago that is just exactly the humility that you're showing right now. You said something along the lines of, this isn't about being better than everybody else. This is about being the absolute best that I can be, which really, really stuck with me about, how much of your sports career has been built around just trying your absolute best, which I do think can be a quality, a sort of national quality that people then do sort of follow or role model or model themselves on. If you're just joining us, we are having a rich and complicated conversation about what it means to be Canadian in 2025. Huge rush of attention around Buy Local, We Are Canadian, raising flags since the beginning of the year in response to conversations from the U.S. president describing us as simply an extension of the United States and not our own nation state. But then we're asking, where do we go from here? And I have 4 panelists with me taking your questions and comments. I'd also like to let you know that we have trivia coming up in our last half hour of the show. So in about an hour from now at 3:30 Eastern Time, if you want to play, you can call us already right now. It's going to be a list of trivia questions around Canadian history, Canadian culture. It doesn't even matter if you fail. They've got panelists here to help you along. We're just going to have as much fun as we can. So if you're feeling tempted to have your knowledge tested, you can call us at 1-888-416-8333. Again, to play trivia with us in 1 hour, you can already call right now, 1-888-416-8333. We have Ron Norquay joining us now. Norquay, I think is the last name. Halifax, Nova Scotia. Hi, Ron. Can you say your last name for me?
Yes, it's Norquay.
Norquay. Okay, thank you so much. So we're talking about what it means to be Canadian in this moment and also where we go from here in 2025. What are your thoughts?
Well, I've got great pride in Canada because I've served Canada for 30 years in the service. My family, my father before me, generations have served in the military. My wife served in the military. One son was reserved. The other son is still in the military.
Wow.
And the thing that has always hackled me, I served in Cambodia, and I served as a peacekeeper, and I served in the Golan Heights as a peacekeeper. People don't realize that Lester B. Pearson set up the peacekeepers when he was the ambassador to the UN. And from that point on, in every peacekeeping mission there has ever been, there has been Canadians. And we won from the Nobel. We received an award as the only army in the world that, or military actually, who served as peacekeepers. We were called the men of peace and later the people of peace.
That is such...
Not many Canadians even know that.
That's right. That's right. You know, it's interesting. Just last week on a show that I host called Just Asking, we were talking about NATO and all of the members, 31, 32 members, all coming together and deciding that they're going to spend a lot more money on militarization, on remilitarizing in many cases. And for Canada, that means $150 billion a year between now and 2035. Huge amount of money. And then there were a lot of questions about how that money might be used. And one of the suggestions that came in this roundtable conversation was, returning ourselves into a pride around being peacekeepers, being seen as people who come into a conflict and offer mediation, offer literal physical help through the kind of military participation that you're talking about. So it sounds to me, if I could try and capture what you're saying, Ron, is that military might, military power doesn't have to be just defined as weaponization and attack. It can also be a way of providing strength for others when they are not in a position to be strong or create the means for peace for themselves. That seems to be a part of what you're saying is being distinctly Canadian in 2025.
Well, when we were in Cambodia, for instance, we went around, I mean, the Viet Cong, the Khmer Rouge, the French, the Americans, everybody was armed to the teeth. We went around, and the only weapons we had was our blue beret and our courage.
Wow.
And we went around and made friends with people. We negotiated pieces, as little as two kids arguing over a little plot of grass or whatever. It didn't matter. For us, it was important to keep the peace.
Wow.
We served as we were required by Canada and requested by Canada, and we're proud of it.
I can hear your pride in what you're doing. I'm just going to go and turn to one of our panelists. Heather, if I could come to you, and this time I'm going to try and not put you on the spot with a big, hefty question, but rather just as you're listening to Ron and what he's describing, I'm wondering how this is landing with you, as someone who has also seen an opportunity to lead through words, to lead through art. And, Ron is talking about it in a different context, to be a representation of a country that upholds peace as an ideology or as an aim that we want to offer to other people in our moment of peace. I'm just wondering how that lands with you.
Yeah, I think that is something that Canada has always, and Canadians have looked at themselves when they go abroad as this country that does help out and has all this amazing history. But I think we also need to start just living that also on a day-to-day basis, because I think the country has changed in a lot of ways since I was younger, and that it has become incredibly more difficult for people to live, and the price of housing and the cost of living has gone up, so that it makes it so that people don't have access to living out these dreams on a practical way. And it's fine to say it on this universal idea of what Canada is. But if you have people, in order to have happiness and a fulfilling life and pursuing one's dreams, one needs a sort of ease of life. You can't just be, destroyed by your day-to-day. And that was sort of part of who we were as Canadians, that we weren't involved in this rampant capitalism where people are being evicted and cannot afford housing. And it was because we had all those social nets that we were able to then reflect and become this idea of a people who could go out and help people. But when if you're at home and everyone is struggling, then we start immediately losing these ideals because our own people can't have access to them.
You have gone right to the heart of a question I think we're dealing with across the country. The cost of living comes up as a block for so many of the conversations we're having around welfare, well-being. How do we keep everybody having access to the services they need? What's going to happen with healthcare? What's happening with education? What happens to the things that have, you've spoken about how that's been important for you to have access to things, even though you didn't come from a great deal of wealth, even though you didn't have all kinds of there wasn't a legacy of wealth in your family that was going to open doors for you. So the community needed to make that possible.
Yes, and the community did. And, we had in Quebec, we had affordable universities. So I was able to go to McGill with no problem because my, tuition was $800, and just all these different little networks that helped, that I was able to take advantage of. And without them, and if we kind of lose that on a day-to-day basis and our citizens aren't able to enjoy the Canadian dream, then it means nothing, however we're exporting it or pretending.
Dream. That's yeah, I know you're putting it in, it's just for the folks who can't see you, you're putting it in air quotes because that's such a complicated idea, but you're really talking about redefining a Canadian dream. Yeah, thank you, Heather, for that. And also, thank you very much, Ron, for calling in and giving us that rich history of Canada as peacekeepers. Dalton, I want to come to you because I can see you nodding and a lot of this conversation is clearly landing with you. That last piece, the Canadian dream, that's complicated. And from culture to culture, including within one country, that is a complicated idea. What is the Canadian dream? And I'm wondering what, especially for someone who has children who are crossing that border all the time into a space where the American dream reigns high, what does it mean for you when you hear the words, the Canadian dream?
Yeah, totally. That's always been my argument is, I'd like for, I love this country, but I wanted to sort of start to move away from some of the rhetoric tied to, Canadian, for some people, the Canadian dream has become a nightmare, And when I think back to, and that's just, that's not Dalton Higgins saying that, that's just go online and look at the hard data, look at the research, look at statistical data, is sort of telling you that you look at livability indexes, and the cost of living, affordable housing, employment, like it's a downward spiral. That's not arguable or open to debate. That's what's happening in Canada. To buy the cost of a condo or a house in a city like Toronto, where you're looking at $1 million plus. 20 years ago, it was $280,000. You know what I mean? So that's just those are the facts. So we have to move away a bit from the rhetoric. And I also think my parents, they came here from Jamaica in the late '60s, and they came here for a quote unquote better life. But when you fast forward to today and you talk to younger generation, Generation Z, millennials on the younger end, some of my students, when I'm teaching, it's like they have a radically different view on the Canada of today. Right? Yeah. Versus just kind of, happy to be here. It's like I fled a war-torn country or came as an immigrant or refugee. I'm obviously grateful and thankful for the opportunities that Canada has given me, but kids that are born here now that are first and second generation, they have a different view on Canada. So, what we should do is, I'm Generation X. I spend a lot of time talking to young people and obviously teaching. And we have to tap into, have these conversations across generations, because a lot of them don't have this kind of same romantic view that perhaps we once had of like, I'm in a new country, new opportunity. They're kind of going like, hey, okay, I was born here. I'm 22. I can't get a job. I'm racialized. I'm Indigenous. I'm like, hey, the playing field does not seem level. Mm-hmm. I'm Indigenous Canadian. Mm-hmm. Like, no, it's not this kind of romantic notion that one once had, stuck in the 80s or, early 90s, 70s. Mm-hmm. It's a different Canada now.
That's a really fascinating perspective to offer up, how newcomer families change over time, because they're not newcomers forever. At some point, you are a Canadian who has expectations just like your neighbors, regardless of how long each generation has been there. And interesting then to parallel that alongside of the Indigenous experience, which has, doesn't have that newcomer moment, and is sort of looking around and wondering why the access to even things as simple as drinking water becomes so incredibly difficult in a modern society. We're having a very complicated conversation about what constitutes Canadian in 2025. Some really beautiful dreams and ideas, what it means to be thoughtful and empathetic as Canadians, what it means to be peacekeepers as Canadians. We've had other perspectives here about arts and culture and access and what it means to be humble. I mean, there are so many different versions of what it means to be Canadian on the table. If you'd like to join us in this conversation, 1-888-416-8333. Again, that number is 1-416-8333. We're also playing trivia in about 40 minutes from now. It doesn't matter if you are a trivia master, you can join this. It'll just be a fun time to laugh and compete. I took a sort of test trivia quiz yesterday and failed on even the easiest tests, even things that I've known for ages. It's just fun. We're just going to laugh and enjoy a little bit of Canadian history. 1-888-416-8333. We have Dorothea Gaither joining us from Montreal. Hi, Dorothea. What is your question or comment as we think about what it means to be Canadian in 2025?
Well, I was born in the United States, and I came to Canada with my husband and my almost 4-year-old in 1974. I am so proud to be a Canadian. We weren't born here, but we have chosen Canada with our whole heart. When my son was a teenager, he said to us, and has said it many times since then, especially with the climate in the South, thank you for bringing me to the land of the sane and humane. And that wraps up the difference, as far as I'm concerned, between what's going on below Canada and what is going on in Canada. We have our problems, but we also have the ability to solve them. And I love this country with my whole heart and soul.
Well, thank you for that, Dorothea. You know, the rhyme sort of helps us along, right? What did you say? The land of the
sane and humane.
Sane and humane. Okay, so that is going to be an interesting one that I'd just like to take to Riley Yesno. As you're hearing that, sort of trying to differentiate from a coolness or a coldness towards others. I'm just thinking of some of those community pieces that you were talking about earlier. So that's a kind of goal that Dorothea is talking about, the possibility of being a sane and humane country. And the conversation clearly starts with a bit of kind of finger pointing at what you might think is inhumane or what you might think is cruel. But what are the opportunities in something like that as we think of ourselves as trying to become a more I don't know, it's actually not really just an American thing, it's a social media piece as well, right? Social media has made us all talk in hot takes, and those sometimes lack empathy. So there are lots of ways in which we are hardening as people in a very cool and cruel world sometimes. As you're listening to what Dorothea is saying, I'm wondering what you're thinking about as sane and humane, and whether or not we've actually reached that or how we get there.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always hesitant when I talk about what to distinguish between what, again, my dreams are for this place versus what I think the reality is, because I do think that the reality, while great for some people, continues to not be so great for others. I remember in 2018, I gave a TED Talk. And in the TED Talk, I talk about how I was invited to Stockholm to speak at the World Forum on Gender Equality. And it was right when Justin Trudeau had been elected first, and he, had the famous gender balance cabinet. Why are you doing this? Because it's 2015, announced a feminist government, all these things. And so everybody there thought that I was going to speak very highly about Canada and feminism. And I got up on the stage and I talked about murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls. And I got a host of reactions after the fact. One of the person, and I kind of boil it down into these three people. One person said that they were very angry with me because I was underwriting all the good that Canada was doing by always focusing on the bad. And I, to that talk about how I think that it's a very effective tool for a state to not actually have to make changes for the people that it harms, because if people believe that they're fundamentally good before anything else, the urgency that we feel to address the bad things can be really justified to go way, way down. So that's one. The other one was people would say to me, well, aren't you glad that you're at least not the States, is what I came out and people said to me. And I think that that's all, again, a way of avoiding accountability for our own shortcomings and focusing on the harm happening in our own backyard. But lastly, there was a woman who came up to me from Pakistan, and she said, I had no idea until you got up and gave that speech about any of this. I'm so sorry that I didn't know. Now that I do know, what do I need to read? Who do I have to call and talk to? What can I do to help? And I was just so moved by the way that when she clearly had this vision of Canada as well, that I was going to go up and say something nice about it. But when I didn't, she was instantly able to put aside whatever her former feelings were and instead ask how can she best ally herself with the marginalized. And I think if Canada wants to take a personal identity in anything, that should be the one that they take. That I think that as we do this learning as a country, that as we do this educating, that we can ally ourselves fully with those voices to live up to that aspirational niceness that we continue to talk about. I think that there's a truth in it. And there's an aspiration in it, and it all stands out to me.
Allyship is a key word. My brain just lit up because I imagine that we all have different thoughts of what that looks like. Dalton, this brings me back to some of what you're saying. Young people looking around and realizing that they don't have access. They can't even imagine ever affording to buy their own condo or buy their own home or buy their own piece of land. That there's that sort of ownership piece. It just feels like it's gone. It's not even an ambition in a cost of living crisis that for them is basically their adult living memory. As Riley's talking about allyship, I'm wondering, as you pointed out, there's not everybody having access to everything they need, but what would that look like to you? What would, as Dorothea pointed out, we can have something that's sane and humane. And Riley's really saying, well, if we want to get there, we've got to do a lot of listening. We have to have some sense of allyship. I wonder what that allyship would look like for you.
Yeah, allyship it's about action. It's about just to give you a couple anecdotes, but I find in Toronto, I can only speak to my experience. It's a lot of sort of like performative activism. So we do this thing like during the pandemic, for example. I'll share this anecdote with you. It's kind of funny, or it's not funny. It's actually sad and depressing. But so there's an awakening, a sort of awakening around George Floyd. He gets murdered in real time by an American police officer. And so, my PR company, we start getting calls now from everybody, like in the private sector, public sector, that want to work with my company, that is obviously diverse, owned by me, a proud African-Canadian male. And then once, it goes out of the news cycle, as far as, activism and police brutality, the calls stop coming. It's just like all those, I'm not going to name names, those names that should, companies that should remain nameless, but they just sort of disappeared, right? So I find a lot of that. It's like, okay, missing and murdered Indigenous women. It's okay. They're protest rallies. It's in the news cycle, and then it's no longer, on the major media networks platforms, and then it's just like passing fancy. Another day at the office. People forget about it. So I don't want to get in. Some parts of this conversation make a lot of sense. A lot of the Canadians that are calling in, and Canada. If I didn't love Canada, I wouldn't be here, to be perfectly honest, right? But I also don't want us to sort of sweep, the missing and murdered Indigenous women problem and situation under the rug, and we're doing a lot of that. We're doing this kind of, and even under the guise of elbows up and pro-Canadiana, this movement happening now too. I also don't want us to be kind of like xenophobic, where we're kind of like, hey, those Americans, those Latin American folk, Latinx are, and Canada is like this utopia, this romantic utopia where we're not committing the same atrocities, and we don't have genocidal things happening. I don't want that. That makes me feel uncomfortable. It sends chills down my spine. So we just need to look in the mirror, self-reflect. We can also do that very well here because like living in Toronto, I went to this school that was almost like the United Nations. It's called Oakwood Collegiate, and a lot of the students there came from literally across 7 continents, and we are one of those. This is one part I do appreciate about Toronto in particular, Canada in general, is you have people coming from literally across 7 continents, and it's relatively peaceful, right? It's not a war-torn country. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to work things out. And I suspect that that's what we're doing on this call. A lot of us are kind of like, yeah, we have some issues and we're going to kind of allyship, try to work it out, from coast to coast.
Right.
I think we're just, that whole idea of growing pains, we're just trying to figure that out. We're a young country, right? America is almost 100 years older than Canada. We're only 158. We're young. So we're going to figure this piece out. I remain hopeful.
You do. I mean, it's interesting that you landed in a place of hope because you have pointed out so many fractures and fissures, things that we, that could divide us, things that make us feel scared, things that make us look over our shoulder and not feel the kind of pride we were told to feel when we were in school. It is a really complicated moment. So what I'm hearing, if I can, to all 4 of our panelists, try to capture some of what is being said. A vision of Canada for the future seems to hold a humane approach, allyship, a lot of listening, being proud, but also wondering what everybody else's experience looks like. That sort of connectedness piece is really ringing quite loud for me. What does it mean to be raised without resources, and how does somebody then become an author? How does somebody go into becoming whatever it is that they want to be in their lives? What kind of resources do we need to make available? So there's a really strong economic piece to a lot of this, and I think that's a kind of fascinating undercurrent of the whole conversation. Doug Panchuk is joining us now from Winnipeg. Hi, Doug. Nice to have you in the conversation. What's your question?
Hi, good afternoon. Well, first I got to say this has been one of the most interesting and thought-provoking shows I think I've ever watched.
Oh, thank
you and the panel have been amazing. But, to answer your question, what does it mean to be Canadian? I think being Canadian means acceptance, and acceptance for the most part of multiculturalism. I'm in Winnipeg, and if people are familiar with Winnipeg, every year we have an annual festival called Folklorama, which celebrates, cultural diversity throughout the world, right? I mean, I don't know how many pavilions we have here this year, maybe 50 or something like that. But having lived in Canada for pretty well 60 years, Canada is home. It's been mentioned over and over again how young we are. And when we look at the world, we're a young family. We're trying to find where we fit in the world. We're making lots of mistakes. nothing is perfect. But, you know, I think that what many of us seem to forget is that if we're not of Aboriginal descent, we are all from immigrant families. Myself, I'm only third generation. I haven't been here very long. To me, Canada is simply home. And part of that means accepting the differences that the other siblings have in my family, right? We're not all going to be able to do the same thing. We're not all going to be able to play the same sports, go to the same outings, That's just not going to happen. So I think what we have to do is stick together and make our family strong. But that being said, if I want to visit my siblings on the East Coast, it's got to be easier to get there. You know, I can very easily go to any other continent, and once I'm there, travel quite freely throughout it, with some exception. But if I want to go to the East Coast, it's very costly to fly there. If I want to take the train, it's very time-consuming and very costly. If I want to go visit the Rockies, the same thing. So these are things that, to me, will make Canada stronger. We need to be able to. I appreciate that we're looking at, you know, dropping some of these provincial barriers for trade and stuff like that, and that's great. But we also need to look at systems to get Canadians east to west, back and forth, enjoying this great country, even moving north. I mean, you know, we've had the pleasure of visiting Churchill, but it's amazingly difficult to get up there. How beautiful would it be if we could get north more often and visit Aboriginal communities north of us, which are such an integral part of Canada? So I don't know. I mean, I appreciate that I'm rambling, but I guess, you know, I have to agree with many members. I mean, Pamela earlier talked about how young we were, and I agree with that. You know, Dalton has had an amazing number of comments. Collectively, to answer, you know, what does it mean for me to be Canadian? It's acceptance, an acceptance of multiculturalism. We talk about the challenges that the Aboriginal community has had for hundreds of years, but everybody comes from a challenging background. At one point in time, not all that long ago, I thought, geez, with everything that's gone on in the world, there has to be something that's happened in my family's history. So I dug into it a little bit, and I found that my grandfather had actually immigrated here and was imprisoned in work camps for 10 years in Canada. Wow. So again, with the theme of us all being family, we need to accept each other and we need to work together, because that's the only way that we're going to make this great country grow, survive, and remain sovereign, right? Like, we need that. We need to come together.
What thoughtful comments, Doug. Thank you so much for that. I want to do a bit of a quick fire round with our panelists, because while I cannot afford you an instant Via Rail ticket that will get you everywhere quickly and not at great cost, what we do have right here are people who are so engaged in Canadian culture in lots of different ways, and that is a different way that we can travel the country. So if I could maybe, Heather, I'm going to put you on the spot. Here we come. Your books offer us such an opportunity to empathize, to slip into the skin of other people, to experience life in another part of the country. And I'm wondering if you were to offer someone, in place of a quick opportunity to actually meet face to face, if we were going to meet each other in film, in books, in some way of actually hearing and seeing each other, what would be your recommendation, some way to get to know someone else in the country and understand their experience?
Oh, it depends where. I mean,
well, let's say we are where you are. If you're sitting in Montreal.
Okay, see, Montreal, yeah, each place has its own. You know, when I grew up, you couldn't walk down the street without running into a clown or someone doing performance art, because it was really encouraged by the city, and you know, the cost of living was low. So you had all these stilt walkers, and it was just part of life to go to the park, and there would be you know, people on unicycles dressed up as clowns. And then Guy Liberté, who was a stilt walker, had this idea to bring everybody together and create a circus. And so that took in all these sort of the street life of Montreal and made it into something really huge and unique that brings people around. So I think that's part of Montreal, being the circus life, that bohemian, the especially with the Francophone community, the attention to culture and the importance. When the Quiet Revolution happened, there was an idea that Quebec needed its own culture and needed working class artists. So I think for me, Montreal is so much, and I think to everyone in the world, when you think about Montreal, you think about Leonard Cohen. It's just somebody in a thrift store suit writing poetry. So yeah, that if you come to Montreal, there's always been sort of a place for art and for people to express themselves. And, a lot of people have been, talking about how much they love Canada. But I think there's also, I know people who just are always complaining about Canada, and they are some of the most wonderful Canadians I know, and the most thought-provoking, and the ones who have created change. So I think it's okay to totally tear apart the country, and you are still considered equally as Canadian.
Well, I like that because, some of what our last caller was talking about was, sort of embracing your sibling. And if your sibling's got a problem and is trying to talk about what's happening in the family and how we're going to come together more easily, I kind of like that idea that we can squabble, but we're still family in the end. Very, very briefly, I'm just going to come to our other three panelists as we try to transport people into the experiences of others in the country. If you don't really understand northern communities, if you don't understand, Heather's talking about being in Quebec and the rich culture available there through books and art and music. I mean, Montreal is just an incredible place. With all, you're exactly right, Heather. Whenever I visited Montreal, all of the dancing and the singing and there's such an incredible culture available right on the street. Mark, if I could come to you now, you don't have to speak specifically to Calgary because Calgary has not been the only home that you've had. You're a very mobile person who's had a very big and rich life. But if you were to try and slip someone into the skin of another person anywhere in the country through books, through music, through a documentary you saw once, a play, some way that you would offer up a way to understand your neighbor, what would that be?
Well, if you land in Calgary starting this Friday for the next 10 days, it's not normal that we're this Western. It's just the Stampede. I just have to throw that out there. Don't worry, it's not like this all the time. I'm going to give a shout out to our national parks. I think that, what it feels to be Canadian is a bit rugged. It's a bit, dealing with nature. It's about outdoorsy. And I live close to Canmore and Banff, and it's just every time I go to the mountains, I'm humbled. I feel so insignificant in the best possible way, knowing that this geography will be around for millions more years and I won't. And I think that's part of being Canadian.
That's really lovely. I mean, the national parks piece is incredible in this country, what we have access to. Riley, if I could come to you, slipping into the skin of your neighbor, our last caller sort of lamenting that we can't all travel and visit each other very easily in a country this big. But how can we come to love and appreciate each other in a different way and understand ourselves as a community if we don't have access to everybody's experience?
Yeah, I love that caller's call for connection generally. Yeah. I just want to say also, and transportation and being physically able to see people being huge. I would recommend because so many people will never get up to the Arctic. I've had the pleasure of being able to travel to Iqaluit a bunch of times for teaching, and it is one of my favorite places. I recommend that you watch North of North. It is a new Canadian
Great show.
Great
right? show, yeah.
So good, so funny. And also as I was watching it, so many of the things I was like, I remember that place, or like, that's exactly what it's like. And so the accuracy behind the story is really beautiful. And also the caller, I believe, said that they were from Winnipeg. And I would recommend for other people maybe to get a glimpse of Winnipeg, because I love Winnipeg, to read Negon Sinclair's Winnipeg, the new book that he has out, which is a major award winner and talks about the history of rich Indigenous activism, especially that Winnipeg has. It's incredible. So yeah, those would be my two recos.
Lovely. I find that Indigenous arts and culture has now made it into these places of high production and really uniquely Indigenous stories being told that are also just so humane and universal. And I mean, that show just has you laughing from the first moment, but it's also a very moving story of motherhood and family and complication, and also on this backdrop of the North that most of us will never, ever get to see. So What a cool recommendation. If you're just joining us, this is a Call in Canada. We are talking about what it means to be Canadian in 2025. Folks are calling in from across the country. If you have thoughts, then we would love to hear from you. We've still got another 20 minutes to hang out together. Then at 3:30, we are doing Canadian trivia. We're going to do everything from history and dollar notes to what it means to be Canadian in 2025. If you'd like to participate in trivia or you'd like to contribute to the conversation, 1-888-416-8333. Again, that's 1-888-416-8333. I'd just like to remind you, these wonderful people in this panel with me, such thoughtful folks. I have Heather O'Neill, who is an author who won Canada Reads for her novel, Lullabies for Little Criminals. She is in Montreal. Riley Yesno is an Anishinaabe scholar, writer based at the University of Toronto. She's also a distinguished fellow at the Yellowhead Institute. Dalton Higgins is a publicist, author, cultural critic. He is in our Toronto studio. He has written several books, including Far From Over, The Music and Life of Drake. And Mark Tewksbury joins us as well. Won gold in the 100-meter backstroke in the 1992 Olympics in Barcelona. Has also been appointed a Companion of the Order of Canada in 2020. He joins us from Calgary. Dalton, I haven't given you a chance to answer that question. If we were to try and create community, neighborliness between us, and we can't all visit each other very easily, but we can slip into each other's skin through arts, through culture, through a consideration of other people's lives and experiences. What would your recommendation be for how to get a little closer and be, as our last caller beautifully put, be family with each other?
Yeah, totally. I mean, as a bit of a student of human history, I would like to, my fellow Canadians to, sort of to help debunk some of the mythology around Black identities in Canada. So I would shine a light over to Halifax, Nova Scotia. It's an interesting thing that happens in Toronto whenever somebody bumps into me and they see, a Black guy in Toronto or my kids, and they're like, yeah, where do you come from? And I'll be like, I was born in Toronto. I come from here. I was born in Toronto. My kids get asked the same question. But what I guess most Canadians need to know is that there are a lot of Black community members that have been here for 7-8 generations. So that question becomes a non-starter. You bump into somebody and say, hey, where do you come from? They'll be like, yeah, I go back 7-8 generations,
right.
Kind of thing, right? So in Halifax, you have Black community members that have been here 8 generations, to which that question, again, it's a bit of a moot point. So there's some great artists that come out of there that are, trying to educate Canadians coast to coast about that unique and particular identity. There's a musician out in Halifax called Aquaculture. I'd implore
great
Canadians,
artist. Yeah,
to go check out some of his stuff. He has some new material coming out in the fall.
Yeah.
Another filmmaker, Kashmir. She's done some great work just trying to illuminate what's happening in Halifax, Nova Scotia, the historically Black communities there, and also spoken word poet George Eliot Clark. So he's won a gazillion awards, and he was teaching at U of T and Ivy League schools in the States. But they talk a lot about this idea of being, they call it Africadian. So you're African Canadian. Yeah, and their histories go way back. So that I shine a light on Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Yeah, that sense of the newness of Black culture in Canada is something that really is getting beautifully debunked by the production of arts and culture. I remember years ago when I was living in Quebec City, there's a rapper, Webster, who also does Black history tours in Quebec City, which I think was so illuminating for people as they understood that, there were people working and living alongside everyone else, were a part of the building of Quebec, not just arrivals in Quebec who were working there. The exploitation, the ownership of that slavery was still a thing in Quebec City, I think has just been an absolute light bulb moment for people as we come to terms with our own identity, our own history, and who we are. And he, in his tours, he also vibrates with incredible pride about where we are. So he has really found a wonderful balance between that responsibility in history and also celebrating and thinking about what comes next. I love that you mentioned Aquaculture, such a cool musician. We are going to go to our next caller. Rudy Haugenator is joining us from Victoria, BC. Oh, you are the first caller from the West Coast. Hi, welcome, Rudy. Welcome to the conversation.
Well, thank you very much. And I, like the others, I'm a proud Canadian, but I am, disappointed and perhaps even discouraged in our increased military spending to 5% of GDP. I think that's something that bothers me as a Canadian. I remember, when we used to go have our blue helmets, peacekeeping, UN, we're peacekeepers rather than spending money on the military. And, if we kept our spending, military spending, at 2% of GDP, my pride would swell incredibly, especially after the recent events.
For you, you're seeing something that's happening in the now that then complicates what you think of as Canadian. So you're feeling pride, but also fear about where we're going. If I could ask you for a minute, Rudy, if you were to sort of dream us into your best idea of what could be Canadian in 2025, going from here, in spite of that disappointment that you're talking about and the great concern about a militarization of the country that's happening since the agreement at the NATO meeting last week. Is that what day are we on? A week ago. I'm wondering if there's a dream piece for you as well, where you'd like to see the country go.
I would just like the country to, be one of those rare NATO-type countries that stood up and said, no more military spending. We're wasting too much money on the military. It's getting worse and worse all the time. And that we should take a very firm and definite stand. And perhaps with a stand like that, others would dare to follow. And that would be the dream, having others follow us as peacekeepers rather than warmongers, in essence.
You're certainly not the first in this conversation to say that. Rudy, thank you so much for calling in with your thoughts. We're going to go to our next caller. Ayo Abayemi is joining us on the line from Trenton, Ontario, and has kindly pulled over in the car. Hi, Ayo. It's so nice to have you with us. So as you're listening to this big conversation about Canada, what comes next? Surge of a real outpouring by local pride, Canadian pride in response to comments from the U.S. president that undermined nationhood, that talked about Canada as a 51st state, continuing tariffs conversations, including in this past week, a real argument about the digital services tax. I mean, it's just everywhere it sort of feels like there's an onslaught in this really important relationship that has had us thinking about who we are. As you're listening to all of this, I'm wondering what's resonating with you.
First of all, before I say anything else, I can't see all of you. Well, to be able to talk coast to coast right now is a blessing. And for your guests, happy Family Day, everybody. For me, it's down to blessing, it's down to freedom, and it's down to making the world a better place. Because I think most of us have to figure out, look, are we looking for what Canada can do for us, or what we can do for Canada? Because I used to be homeless or slept on the street back in England before I moved to Canada. I came here, I've got 4 daughters, I have a son. We have 2 homes, we have 7 cars, including a Tesla. My job is to help every single human being I meet to make their world a better place. One of my field of income is going across to Buffalo, for instance, pick up some medical parts, bring them to the doctors. Like right now, I'm taking some stuff to sick kids. Technician is waiting for me, doctors are waiting for me. I'm making a difference in people's lives. I've been to the States. I've been to 27 states so far. I've been to 13 countries in this world so far. This country is the best of the best. Before crossing the border, I have flags all over my van. As soon as I get to the border, I took all the flags off because I don't know what they're going to say to me, right? So as soon as I cross back, I put all my flags back on. Happy Canada Day, to my Canadian customs. So what can we do? We know it's tough, guys. We do know it's tough. But guess what? This is an eye-opening for us. Like one of the brothers was saying on the call, we need to be able to get to none of it without sweating. Maybe we need a bullet train, whatever it is. We need to make this country the best country ever. I think it's Harper, one of the prime ministers, said, if we have 100 million people in Canada, we become a superpower. Guess what? Right now, I have a lot of people that they are here right now. Their husband or their wives, their kids are back home, and I'm giving them hope. I'm helping them from the bottom to the top. So I want to thank you guests for what they're doing right now, because at the end of the day, we got to make this country the best country ever. We got to remove these barriers. We got to remove limitations. Whatever you're going through right now, keep applying for better jobs. I don't know if you believe in God. It's up to you. God will help you like he helped me. And I love CBC Radio. Like I said, yesterday I was helping one of my colleagues in Vancouver. I think he had a caller from Vancouver. My job can help everybody across the world. I've been to Regina so far, dropping medications to the hospital over there. I have to drive 26 hours from Trenton. Why? Because somebody out there needs me. So what can we do for Canada? Not what can Canada do for us. We know everything's expensive. We know cost of this, cost of that. My son just got married. I said to myself, my goodness, I used to be homeless. And I remember telling my wife, no, we're not moving to Canada. When I said we're moving, she thought I was drunk. And we came, this is God honest truth, we came now with a different view. We came looking around the houses and stuff. Guys, we put a deposit down. We haven't even applied for immigration yet. We put a deposit down on the brand new one that's going to be ready in 2 years. We haven't even put out the application yet. But guess what? When everything went according to God's plan, and we came through Pearson Airport, I remember the lady, she said, welcome home. I'm like, welcome home? What does she mean? It takes me 3 months to get the message. My kid's like, why did you bring us to Canada? We have a lot of friends in England. It takes about 6 months to a year. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom, for bringing us to this country. What am I trying to say to you guys? This is the best country in the world. We've got to make it better. Thank you for giving me your time.
Ayo, thank you so much. That is, I feel like you've kind of pushed our conversation forward because you've really been thinking about what those next steps are. And for you, clearly, being there for your neighbors and even going to the extent of being for them in a time of medical crisis, of being there in the car for 6 hours because somebody needs you, that sort of above and beyond moment, that service moment is something that almost all of our callers have been speaking to at some, in some way, whether it was people wondering if we can be peacekeepers, if it, people talking about listening to each other as a way of really understanding our neighbors, but all of it seems to have this theme of how can we be a little closer, which I find so fascinating because I can't think of a time, since I've been a journalist where fractured, distanced, feeling cold, feeling apart from our neighbors, this kind of growing sense that we are feeling afraid of each other, that, you see magazine covers, how are we going to deal with all of the rage? I find it so interesting that this conversation, in spite of making lots of room for that, is about acknowledgement, respect, trying to find a humanity with each other, a neighborliness with each other. It's making me feel very optimistic, and it's quite surprising considering that we are in a moment where we're also reflecting on a very, very long and difficult history. Mark, I want to come to you for just a moment as you're listening to Ayo and all of that optimism that's also complicated by, being reflective and understanding that there's a longer history here. That sounds to me a little bit like what you were talking about at the beginning, finding a way to be proud and to feel like we're excited about who we are, but also doing it in a way that's all about neighborliness, which is a lot of what Ayo is talking about kind of neighborliness, where you go out of your way to be there for someone else in the country.
There's so much going on in this conversation. I just like, where do I even grab and go? Yes. So first of all, I think how we show up in the world, if I can just go back, is just fundamentally different from our neighbors to the south. I mean, for as long as I can remember as an athlete, the American team would come and they'd be like, USA, USA, and we never would do that in Canada. I mean, Summer McIntosh won 4 golds in Paris, and I promise there wasn't a Canadian delegation like, Canada. Like, we just, fundamentally, the settlers in our two countries, I think the nuance is significant. In Canada, we seem to have more neighborly, communal, slightly more socialist. That word scares people, but we care for each other, for our neighbor. I feel like in America, it's a little bit every person for themselves, which then makes me think, how do we show up in the world? And this idea of peacekeeping is super interesting to me. Do we agree as a country that we're increasing spending from less than 2% to 5% on military, of our, I'm not sure that's what Canadians would like to see. But at the same time, what do we do when we rely so much on the U.S.? It's very complicated. I'm thinking back to a time watching some of the Canada Day celebrations on TV. Before I was born, I think before any of us were born, 1967. When we held the World's Fair, what was it? The World's Fair in Montreal.
Yeah, Montreal.
Yeah, and it was so futuristic, and it was such a vision of the world, and Canada was kind of in there leading that. We held the Olympics in 1976. Again, one of the best games of that era. And I like the idea of what is next that our last caller focused on. What could we do as a nation to be even better? What are some of those big visions that we show up in the world and bring distinctly our perspective to?
Can I know the conversation has been all over the place. I hope that I'm not going to put you on the spot here, but as you're talking about how we show up for each other, it makes me think of role models. And despite your humility in this conversation, I think you've really been a role model for a lot of people, not only as an athlete, as an example of trying to excel and be the best you can, and all the things that we look for when somebody goes and competes at the Olympics. It was a very inspiring thing. I was a really little kid when I watched the Barcelona games, and you were like a huge, really, it was such an exciting thing to just watch that and feel like there was this role model out there, somebody really modeling me, just the shock and the awe and the excitement, but also the athleticism and the power, the idea that somebody so, muscular and able to just compete like that was also so shocked and surprised at their own accomplishment. And all of that resonated with me, that I hold on to all these years later. And as I'm thinking about that, I'm also thinking about the moment that you came out, and that coming out as gay in front of the whole country when there were no other athletes really doing that at the time, that you were really kind of on your own. That wasn't a neighborly moment for you. That was really you deciding to model something that was based in your version of what it means to show up for others. You were going to show up for others by putting yourself way out there with a whole lot of vulnerability, not a lot of safety, and just really challenge us at where we were politically and culturally. And I'm just wondering, as you think about showing up for others, that moment, I just wonder what you felt you were modeling for the country. I know that you probably, because of your humility, your innate humility, you're probably not going to think of it that way. But as you were out there alone with that message, with being your full self in front of a country that had celebrated one part of you, I just wonder what that meant for you to be on this really national stage with a whole lot of scrutiny and modeling something different about who we should be as Canadians.
Well, thank you for that. And you were a young child. Ouch. Just have to go back there. Listen, I think I really believed, and I still do, if you see an injustice, you need to speak up. And I've often been a voice for others, for people with intellectual disabilities through Special Olympics, et cetera. But I just realized in a moment, gosh, I'm facing discrimination and I have to be my own advocate and speak up. And I never imagined I'd speak about, sexuality and such private things in a public stage. I would have died if you told me at 14 I'd ever do that. But it just was the right thing to do in the moment. And I had so much goodwill, like you were talking about your feelings of when I won. And I thought, I'm not gay enough for the gay community. I'm too gay for the business community. I guess I just got to find my own space and be myself. And it's worked out remarkably well. But it was really difficult for a while, right? Sure. Because it's always hard to start that conversation, which is kind of brings me back to where we started this conversation. I respect so much Riley talking about, make room in the conversation for all of us. Heather talking about all of us becoming part of this conversation. Dalton talking about peeling things back. And I still believe fundamentally we haven't quite got there, where the issues that are challenging us since our Confederation are still issues. And until those are non-issues, we can't completely move forward. So I kind of bring us back to where we started.
Yeah, it's a theme that's just going to keep coming up. Riley, you were just mentioned there, and if I could come to you very briefly, because we're going to get to our trivia in just a moment. Just as you're listening to Mark and that sort of idea about how we show up for each other, what we role model for each other, and particularly as we think about, not to isolate you there, you don't have to speak to just the gender piece of it or the sexuality piece of it, but just that idea of showing up and modeling something for each other. And what I'm really hearing what Mark's saying is being uncomfortable, being okay with being uncomfortable and being a role model in being uncomfortable, because that's kind of the Canadian moment that we're having. I'm wondering how all of that, as you're listening, is landing with you.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. No, I was just I love the story you're sharing, Mark. Thank you so much. Also, I think that when we talked about leadership, it's come up a couple of times, and what should Canada be? And I think it's a good reminder that being a leader is just as much, if not more, about what you don't do than what you do. And so I think that being bold enough to say no to things just because our neighbors down south, our administration down south doesn't wants us to do things, or being able to stand up and be proud and stand up when people say things that are wrong. As you were talking, Mark, I was also reminded because my wife and I got married last year. So on the day that gay marriage was legalized in Canada, we're coming up on 20 years of that. And so like, I'm reflecting on the growth of the country and on the things that we inherit. I think this is ultimately all of our tasks, the things that we inherit and the things that we will push forward. And how do you honor both of those? And yeah, I'm really appreciating the contribution there.
I am appreciating everybody in this conversation. There's such thoughtful calls. And wow, our group of panelists, if you're at home sort of scratching your head, wondering who all of these smart people are that I have the privilege of being surrounded by right now. Heather O'Neill, an author who wrote Lullabies for Little Criminals, joins us from Montreal. You just heard Riley Yesno speaking, Anishinaabe scholar based at the University of Toronto, but also a distinguished fellow at Yellowhead Institute. Dalton Higgins, publicist, author, cultural critic. He is also the author of Far From Over, The Music and Life of Drake. And Mark Tewksbury, who just spoke so beautifully about a really important chapter in Canadian history, won the gold medal for the 100-meter backstroke at the 1992 Olympics and has made so many other contributions to the fabric of the country. Well, we are going to turn on our heels, folks, because we have had a big conversation covering culture and history and who we want to be in the 21st century, particularly in 2025 at the moment that we are reflecting on buy local. Who are we? If we are not the 51st state, then who are we right now? And wow, I just feel like my brains have been challenged. I have been given so much to read and to think about and to challenge myself. But who would like to have just a little bit of fun? Because I think that something that would be deeply Canadian on Canada Day is to also laugh together. So we are going to welcome my next guest. This is Call in Canada. We have something really fun to end our show. We are going to also offer some CBC swag if you're feeling competitive. We've got some callers already on the line. Our first three players are already with us. If you want to tackle some trivia in the next 20 minutes or so, we would love to have you compete. 1-888-416-8333. We have loads of calls, but we would love to try and squeeze you in. It really doesn't matter if you're a trivia master. This is just about having some fun. And even in getting corrected, gosh, if I've learned anything in this conversation, it's that we can all fall down and learn something new and just have a lot of fun together. I would like to introduce our trivia host who has snuck into studio while we've all been chatting. We are going to mop our brows for a moment. Hello, Aaron Brown. You host Toronto area events with TorontoTrivia.com and join me in studio right now. Hi.
Hi, thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for being here. So one of your events is called Almost Jeopardy. That's because when you started doing this kind of trivia offer for folks, you were almost on Jeopardy. And then recently, you actually got on the show. How did that go?
Yeah, it's not almost anymore. When we started, I was a prospective contestant, someone who had dreamed for my whole life, basically, of being on that show. And I started doing trivia nights, and that was sort of the gag at the time was, you know, we're doing this, and every week we're like going to a trivia cult. We're trying to manifest this appearance on the show, and it finally happened last year.
You manifested.
We did.
You arrived.
Yeah, it only took me 16 years, 16 tries of doing it. To do it, but we made it.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing and terrifying at the same time. We're going to go to our contestants in this in a moment. We have three callers on the line and some CBC swag that we're giving away. But Aaron, maybe first you could just lay down the rules. How is this going to work?
Yeah, here's what we're going to do. We have three players, and they're all going to compete against each other. I'm going to ask you questions rapid fire in a 2-minute segment, and you're going to try to get 1 point for each question and have the highest score when that's all done. If a tie happens, we have a way of breaking that, so don't worry about that. And a little bit of advice. You're allowed to pass. If you don't know the answer to a question, you know, your time is ticking away. Strategically, move on to the next question. I think that goes as well if you almost know the answer and you're struggling to think of it, that time's ticking away. So yeah, keep that in mind.
2 minutes of fame. We have some folks already on the line with us. Aaron, I am going to ask you to just move over a touch because you have that wonderful resonant voice, but our microphone is just over your cheek. So there we go.
Sure.
There we go. Now we got you right in our ears. We are going to welcome Christine, Wanda, and Ruth, our first competitors. So Christine Marciaso is in Halifax, Nova Scotia. We've got Wanda Beatty, who is in Peterborough, Ontario. Ruth Silverman in New Westminster, BC. Oh, we've got a great stretch from East Coast to West Coast. So that's cool. Hello, you three. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Hello.
Hi. So I'm going to hand you over to Aaron, who is going to help you roll up your sleeves. Let's get competitive. Aaron, yeah, take it away.
All right, Christine, Wanda, Ruth, you're our three players today. We're going to start with Christine first, and you're going to have 2 minutes to tackle these questions. So I'm going to read as many as I can, and you're going to try to get as many points as you can. Just a reminder, you can pass if you're not sure, and if you're incorrect, I'll tell you what the right answer is and move on to the next question. And just like you guys, our questions today, they're all Canadian, and they're all coast to coast, not just in geography, but also in time and genre. We're going to go all over the place. I think you'll see when we're done kind of the, one thing I love about Canadian trivia is just the depths it goes to. There's so many fun things to ask about. So let's try to get through as many of these as we can. Christine, we're going to start with you first. Let me ask you first, are you ready?
I am.
All right, the rapid fire round. It's going to start your 2 minutes right now. Children's entertainer Ernie Coombs was better known by what fashionable stage name?
Mr. Dress Up.
That's correct.
Nice.
Til de Rable is a traditional Quebecois candy where what product is poured hot onto snow then rolled up onto a stick?
Maple syrup.
Maple syrup's correct. Raise a Little Hell and The Boys in the Bright White Sports Car. These are tracks from what BC band?
Pass.
Trooper is the right answer. What Montreal novelist was also known for his kids' character, Jacob Tutu?
It was Mordecai Richler.
That is correct. Tiger Woods presented Mike Weir with what colorful prize after he won the 67th Masters?
The Green Jacket.
That is correct. Again, what Canadian author and artist published his debut novel, Generation X, in 1991?
Pass.
Douglas Copeland, the answer there. Known for his signature sharpshooter move, what was Bret Hart's nickname that evoked an assassin?
Pass.
This is The Hitman. What horror storytelling program kicks off with the phrase, submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society?
Pass.
This is Are You Afraid of the Dark? Elvis Stoico won silver medals in Nagano, and what Norwegian locale that hosted the 1994 Olympics?
Oslo?
Incorrect. This is Lillehammer. What high school quiz competition, once broadcast on CBC TV, was hosted for many years by Alex Trebek?
Reach for the Top.
Reach for the Top is right.
Good job.
What multi-day Montreal Music Festival is held annually in Parc Jean Drapeau?
The Jazz Fest.
Incorrect. We're looking for Osheaga. Headquartered in Laval, what rotisserie restaurant chain boasts 124 locations centered mostly in Quebec?
Saint-Hubert.
Saint-Hubert is right. A heroic civilian figure from the War of 1812 who inspired the name of a chocolate company founded in 1913?
Laura Secord.
Laura Secord is right. And with that, we just hit the 2 minute mark. I believe you got 6 questions right there. So a very good start. We got 7, I'm told. Okay, 7
7 correct. Well done.
All right, so Wanda and Ruth, you got to keep pace with that. You have to at least tie, but really you want to win. You want to get 8 or more. So let's see. All right, we're going to turn to Wanda now. After seeing that go down and play out for Christine, how are you feeling now? Are you feeling ready for your moment in the hot seat?
I'm going to say don't have high expectations.
Well, hey, you know what? If you set the bar low, you might just leap right over it. Wanda, are you ready?
Okay.
All right, your 2 minutes is going to start right now. Also known as the serviceberry, what fruit is named for the largest city in Saskatchewan?
Saskatoon?
We'll take that. Saskatoon berry. Featuring an all-female lineup, what touring music festival did Sarah McLachlan found in 1997?
Oh, the Fringe Fest?
Not quite. This is Lilith Fair. Bubbles, Randy, and Mr. Leahy are characters from what TV show set in Nova Scotia?
Could you repeat the question?
Yes. Bubbles, Randy, and Mr. Leahy are characters from what TV show set in Nova Scotia?
Trailer Park Boys.
That is correct. What supersonic aircraft was scrapped in 1959 under the government of John Diefenbaker?
The Arrow?
Yes, the Avro Arrow. Who was Canada's Chief Medical Officer of Health during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Oh, what was her name?
Exactly.
Oh, I can't pass.
All right, Dr. Teresa Tam for that one. Shania Twain featured as one of the final guests on what long-running CBC panel show hosted by Fred Davis?
Pass.
This one, Front Page Challenge. Fairview Lawn Cemetery in Halifax is the final resting place of 121 victims of what maritime disaster?
The 9/11 crash?
No, this one, the Titanic. Astronaut Chris Hadfield saying what unusual David Bowie tune while orbiting the Earth? Right answer, Space Odyssey. Oddity, sorry. Scott Pilgrim versus the World starred what actor in the title role?
Scott Pilgrim versus the World. Pass.
Michael Cera, born in Scotland. Who is Canada's second Prime Minister?
Oh, geez.
These are hard.
Hey, no one said it was going to be easy.
I didn't study. Pass.
All right, I'll ask you one last question to finish off the 2 minutes. Ed Grimley and Jiminy Glick are characters from the mind of what Canadian comic?
Oh, Martin Short?
Yes, hey, you finished it off on a winning note. You put 5 down. Well done. Well done.
Good job, Wanda.
Yes, well done, Wanda. All right. So you had 5 points. We had Christine with 7, and we turn now to Ruth. How are you feeling now that the attention is all on you for this?
Ooh, just a little bit intimidated.
Okay, well, hey, don't worry. We'll be gentle, or maybe not. Yeah, who knows? You know, trivia is one of those things where it really depends on everyone's individual experience, if a question's easy or hard. I don't know if that's objectively true. It's, I think, down to kind of, you know, the things you've seen in life. So let's try this one. If you're ready, we can start the 2 minutes. Are you ready to begin?
Yes, I am.
All right, Ruth, your time starts now. What critic of consumer culture published the book No Logo?
Naomi Klein.
That's correct. You may remember what Brantford, Ontario native for his role as Troy McClure on The Simpsons and as Bill McNeil on News Radio?
Phil Hartman.
That is correct. A stylized version of what stone landmark important to Indigenous peoples of the Arctic can be found on the flag of Nunavut?
Oh, I can visualize it. I can't remember it. Pass.
This one, Inukshuk. What do the letters BTO stand for in the name of the classic rock band founded in Winnipeg?
Bachman Turner Overdrive.
That is right.
Yay.
In a major medical breakthrough, Banting and Best isolated what hormone in 1921?
Insulin.
Insulin's right. Detailed in the tragically hip song 50 Mission Cap, what Leafs player died on a 1962 fishing trip?
Tim Horton.
This one, Bill Barilko. What educator was the host of the popular sexual health program Sex with Sue?
Sue Johansson.
That is right. After a judging scandal, what Canadian figure skating pair eventually received gold medals for their free skate performance at the 2002 Winter Olympics?
Jamie Salé and Victor something.
Oh, you're halfway there. It was Sally and Peltier. Next question. What Toronto comedian made some big fat Greek profits when she had a massive box office success in 2002?
Nia Vardalos.
Well done. The favorite food of what mythical reclusive animal are items like chips, raisins, and the crumbs from peanut butter on toast?
No idea, pass.
This is the North American house hippo. W.P. Kinsella's novel Shoeless Joe was adapted into what Kevin Costner film?
Field of Dreams.
That is correct. What political appointee represents the monarch in Canada, a role held by figures like Adrienne Clarkson?
Governor General.
That's right. What Montreal group, Brand Van 3000, sang about drinking in what major U.S. city?
I didn't quite get the question.
Oh, we're out of time there, but I'll just repeat it one last time because we hit the end of the clock here. Montreal group Brand Van 3000 sang about drinking in what major U.S. city?
New York.
Good guess, but it's the other one on the other coast. It's L.A. Now, I believe you got 8 correct there. So I think that puts you over the top of Christine.
Well done.
As today's winner of this round. So well done.
Wow. Thank you.
Brilliant. That was wonderful. Christine, Wanda, and Ruth, thank you so much for taking part. We're going to send you back to our studio crew. And Ruth, you are the winner of the CBC swag. But thank you to everybody who took part. Marlene, Joseph, and Don are joining us next. Marlene Westfall in Windsor, Ontario, Joseph West in White Rock, BC, and Don Bell in Woodbridge, Ontario. We are very very close for time, so we're going to do 1 minute rounds.
Sure.
And we're going to go real fast, but I know. Sorry, folks. Here we go. Do your stretches. I know you got it in you. All right, Aaron, they are feeling ready.
All right, Marlene, 1 minute to put up some numbers. You're going to be first. Joseph and Dawn, you're going to be second and third, respectively. Marlene, are you ready to do this and answer some questions?
I'm going down with the ship.
Hey, that Titanic question was in the prior round. We're going to move on to some other stuff. All right, when you're ready, we're going to start that 1 minute clock. Let's just get into it. Your time starts now. Dragon's Den investor Jim Treliving turned what restaurant chain into a national presence?
Swiss Chalet.
Not correct. Boston Pizza. Founded in BC, what chain of Canadian steakhouses is named after a barrel of beer?
Pass.
This one, The Keg. Raffi was known for a song about what white marine mammal found in the St. Lawrence Seaway?
Manatee?
Not quite. A beluga for this one. In 2004, what father of Medicare received more than 1.2 million votes by CBC viewers and was named the greatest Canadian?
He's from Saskatchewan. I can't remember his name. I don't do well under pressure.
That's okay. We'll take it as a pass. Ben Johnson had his medal taken away after a 1988 steroid scandal in what Olympic host country?
Pass.
All right. And with that is the time as well. This one, South Korea. South Korea.
1912 questions on there.
Marlene, that was so challenging. Lots of your answers were exactly what I would have thought of. So Marlene's score was how much?
I believe one. But hey, there was half the time to put up a score, so I don't think we can compare those to the prior round.
Okay, we're going to pass you over now to Joseph and Dawn are next for their 1 minute competitor round.
All right. Joseph, are you prepared for this next minute on the hot seat?
I stretched my neck. I feel straight and strong.
Okay, here we go. Your time starts right now. Busy and Amanda were the two besties who starred in what coming-of-age TV show?
Pass.
Ready or not? Who scored the series-clinching goal for Canada in the 1972 Summit Series defeating the Soviet Union?
Pass.
This one, Paul Henderson. What former Much Music VJ briefly replaced Ron MacLean as host of Hockey Night in Canada?
Pass.
George Stroumboulopoulos. What actress played Alexis on Schitt's Creek, known for her catchphrase, "Ew, David"?
Pass.
Annie Murphy. What Napanee native's 2002 debut album, Let Go, is the top-selling album by a Canadian artist in the 21st century?
No clue.
Avril Lavigne for this one. What is Canada's official summer sport?
Pass.
Lacrosse. What no-bake classic Canadian dessert bar is named for a city on Vancouver Island?
Nanaimo Bar.
Yeah, before I even finish the question, flying on the Discovery Shuttle in 1992, what doctor became the first Canadian woman in space?
Pass.
This one, Roberta Bondar. And with that, you're out of time. And guess what? I think we're tied at 1. So we're neck and neck.
I don't know why. You dug those out of the bottom of your barrel.
They were hard.
Like, serious.
We gave you Nanaimo Bar.
we have the Nanaimo Bar. Joseph, if it's any consolation, I hosted a music radio show here at CBC for 5 years, and I got that Avril Lavigne question wrong. I mean, I should actually lose my job for how I showed up in the trivia space. So I think you did just great. Dawn is out.
Thanks for trying to make me feel better.
Here's a Nanaimo Bar.
Hey, and I'm not just saying this to make anyone feel better. I do have to say the speed of this, if you guys were all sitting around at one of my pub trivias with a beer, talking it out with the team, I think you'd all do much better, right?
Yeah,
and then sometimes when you hear the answer, you go, oh, I knew that, right? So I think the speed element of this, the pressure of doing it in only 1 minute, is definitely a factor here. So
I'm going to push
very brave for doing this.
I'm going to push us along to our last one because we don't want to run out of time before we go back to our panelists. Dawn is your last competitor for a 1 minute round.
All right, Dawn, you have 1 minute to try to get 2 points.
I'm going to start. I'm going to defer to the previous contestants. They are marvelous, and I'm going to tell a joke because I wouldn't get any of those. And now, sorry?
No, go for it.
No. This is about your program. It answers the question about the Canadian identity with humor, and I think humor is different for Canadians. Here's Donald Sutherland at the Cannes Movie Festival, and he was asked about the Canadian identity, and he told a story. There are 3 prisoners. There's a Brit, a Canadian, and a Frenchman, and they were going before the firing squad. And Donald told this. He said, the Brit was asked, what is his last wish? And he said, I want a good cup of tea. The Canadian said, I would just like to talk about the Canadian identity for 15 minutes. And then the Frenchman got up and said, will you please take me out and shoot me now so I don't have to listen about the Canadian identity?
No. Well, we've gone the opposite way. We've definitely embraced the full conversation. I think we're going to close our conversation with a thought about what's bringing people joy on Canada Day as we go back to our panelists. So thank you for that. I'm going to give you your 1 minute with Aaron because we are ticking out of time as you go for your moment, Don.
All right, Dawn, this is your chance. You have to get 2 right to be the winner here. Are you ready? 1 minute.
Oh, no.
I think we lost him.
Okay, so then that means that Marlene and Joseph tied for the win.
Yeah, let's end with a tiebreaker.
I don't think we have time, unfortunately, for the tiebreaker, but what it says to me is we need a lot more space on CBC for trivia.
Yeah.
Marlene and Joseph, you showed up with one answer, but it turned out that nobody could outdo you. Both of you are going to get swag today, and thank you so much for playing. Marlene, you sound like you can't believe it.
Hey, you guys did better than you thought, and I really appreciate you giving this a try.
1 for the win.
High five to Joseph on the other end of the world.
Well done. Thank you so much for participating. And Aaron, thank you so much for being here with us today. We had to push through it faster than we wanted to, but thanks for making us laugh.
Yeah, no, it's there's never enough time for trivia. That's how I see it. It's all trivia all the time.
Folks can find you at torontotrivia.com. Is that right?
Yeah, torontotrivia.com. If you're in the city, come play with us. We have over a dozen games going on all over town. And then also we're going to be touring Toronto Fringe. We have a show in that, myself and Nam Nguyen.
All about this, right? All about doing trivia.
Yeah, we're going to talk about how we got on Jeopardy, what it was like, and we're also going to be touring to the Edmonton Fringe. So if you're in that neck of the woods in August, you can catch us there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Aaron Brown was our trivia host for Call In Canada. Aaron Brown is a host in the Toronto area. So we're ticking out of time. We've only got about 5 minutes left, and that means that I'd really like to take that time to come back to our panelists and tap what, Don didn't get to participate, but he sure left us with a great final question, which is, what is bringing you joy? I mean, we've had a really complicated conversation about what constitutes Canadian in 2025. Looking over our shoulder and taking responsibility, being reflective. We've used words like what it means to be a good ally, what it means to be neighborly, how do we meet each other, how do we slip into each other's experience. So we've had lots of that really important reflective conversation. We've talked, not nearly as much as we would have wanted to about some of the complicated moments in Canadian history, but really thinking about how we can be positive as we step forward, how we can be reflective as we step forward. So if I could ask each of you briefly in 1 minute, and I'm sorry to hem you in like that. Dalton, I'm going to begin with you. I'm wondering, as we celebrate Canada Day, and with all of these really thoughtful statements and ideas in your mind, what's bringing you joy on Canada Day?
Yeah, what's bringing me joy is based on the feedback I heard from the callers and my fellow panelists. I think, once we dig a little deeper and move past, the cliches and caricatures, the poutine, and we drink beer and play hockey and, and guzzle maple syrup and listen to a lot of rock and roll. There's so much more our country has to offer across sectors, in the tech space. Again, I sort of dabble in, popular culture, and I like to say that, I taught a course about Drake and the weekend, a university course, write books about Drake, produce podcasts, and, Drake could only come from a place like Toronto from Canada. He's biracial, he's black and white, he's different faiths. His mother is white and Jewish, his father is black and African American. He grew up in a wealthy neighborhood. Like, this thing could only happen to come out of Canada. I'm sorry, when you look at sort of the history of popular music and rap music in particular. So we're also too, I would also say is, when you hear younger constituencies, youth, teenagers, 20-somethings, critiquing our country, they're doing it out of love. It's constructive criticism, because I find a lot of the younger constituencies, they're a lot more critical. They don't want to, keep their heads in the clouds or in the sand, and they want to sort of, don't be afraid to, and Canadians were good at this, we call out the pink elephant in the room. Don't tiptoe around the hard issues. That's also part of being Canadian.
Oh, Dalton, that's lovely, and it really does kind of embrace a lot of what's been in this conversation. Riley, if I could come to you as you're thinking on Canada Day about the things that are bringing you joy, including all of this conversation, as Dalton was putting out there, working in plurality, thinking of ourselves as not just one thing, and the embrace of the many being that sort of Canadian spirit, being there for each other, being there involved and interested in each other. But as we close, it is Canada Day. What is bringing you joy today?
Well, today I woke up in the north, in Northern Ontario, where I mostly grew up and was born, and I got to go fishing and camping and be on the land with my family. And I think that that's all I probably could have asked for today. And when I got home and finally had service again and was thinking about all of my complicated feelings about Canada Day, I went online and saw so many other Indigenous people, so many other young people, to Dalton's point, also holding space for that conversation about what Canada means, both in the good and in the bad and everything in between. And that was also very heartening to show that there was people thinking about it. That means we're alive.
Thank you so much for that, Riley. Heather, 1 minute on what's bringing you joy on Canada Day.
Yeah, this conversation, because I think whenever Canada historically has examined its identity, we've always come up with something interesting. It just means it's time to revise it, where we've excluded certain voices. And so I think it's a great place to be. And this morning, I've just been listening to music, and, I was listening to Bells Larson, who is a Montreal musician who actually got rejected.
Lovely musician.
Their visa from the United States. And he said, that doesn't matter. I'm just going to tour Canada. So I've been listening to his music, and so much interesting.
Lovely.
I mean, you can look at the Polaris long list of interesting young writer, young musicians. So I've just been enjoying the Quebec music this morning.
Thank you so much, Heather. Mark, I'm so sorry to make you do this, but in 45 seconds, if you can, what's bringing you joy on Canada Day? I'm sorry, I know, but okay, you're used to moving fast under pressure.
I'm a student right now. I'm an apprentice cook, so I'm in class with like 20 to 23-year-old next generation student cooks. They're going to and talking about the sort of not level playing field earlier, Dalton. I see these kids, and I hope that they're going to make it a level playing field. I've got great hope in the next generation.
Oh, lovely.
To further the open conversation of this country. I also, as I walk across the ridge, I look over the city of Calgary, and I think how lucky I am to live in a relatively peaceful place, and I'm super grateful for that. And I just got to say, Riley, it sounds like your breakfast or your morning was amazing. I wish I was there.
Thank you, all four of you, for this really rich, really interesting conversation. It's been such a privilege to be in it with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
I've been speaking with Heather O'Neill, an author who wrote Lullabies for Little Criminals, Riley Yesno, an Anishinaabe scholar and a fellow at Yellowhead Institute, Dalton Higgins, who is an author and culture critic, his book Far From Over, The Music of Life of Drake, Mark Tewksbury, closing our conversation, gold medal winner at the 100-meter backstroke in the 1992 Olympics. All four of them just so wonderful. We're so grateful for everybody's calls and the time that you've invested in this conversation about the complicated and wonderful thing it is to be Canadian on Canada Day. I have just loved this chat. Coming up right after us, if you're joining on CBC Television, travel from coast to coast to coast with David Common and Aarti Pole as CBC connects with Canadians celebrating Canada Day across the country. There's going to be so many different artists, including Coeur de Pirate, who's so wonderful, Sarah McLachlan, Josh Ross. The pre-show starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, hosted by Adrienne Arsenault and Elamine Abdel Mahmoud, as well as at 8 p.m. there's going to be the full concert itself. That's going to air on CBC Radio and on television, streaming, TikTok, YouTube. You can join us everywhere. We are celebrating all over the place today for Canada Day. Whew, I am breathless. I'm so grateful. What a wonderful way it is to celebrate the moment, to reflect on who we are, and what a complicated and fantastic conversation. Folks, I'm Saroja Coelho. It's been such a pleasure. Thanks for your calls. Thanks to our panelists. Have a fantastic Canada Day.
Hello, everyone. Happy Canada Day. I'm Aarti Pole.
And I'm David Common, and we are live from Center Island in Toronto, one of the many treasures in this city.
It certainly is. And over the next few hours, we'll take you on a trip across the country, touching down in cities and towns from coast to coast to coast as we mark Canada's 158th birthday.
I just got to point out one thing. This is not a fake background. This is not a TV set. That is downtown Toronto. What an incredible place for us to be today.
Absolutely.
And one word that I think we've been hearing through all of our special coverage today is community. And after all, this country really is one big collection of communities. We want to show off as many communities as possible right across this country. That includes where you live, where you are today. Show us how you're celebrating this Canada Day. Send us your photos, send us your videos. Write to us, ask@cbc.ca.
And, you know, of course, David pointed out that we are in the city of Toronto, but a little bit about where we actually are. We are on the Toronto Islands, and that's a collection of 15 islands in Lake Ontario, which is just a short boat ride, as we both know, away about 1.6 kilometers away from downtown.
You swam here. What?
Well, I'll do the swimming on the way home, right? Because you got to rush back home. Yeah. But this is the Toronto Island that we're on. Also part of this collection, the Algonquin Islands. This is Center Island. Ward Island is a residential island as well. And we're going to try to talk to a lot of the people who are out here today, too. I believe last year there were 20,000 people who came out here for Canada Day. So a lot of people are out here. Yeah. With that, let's continue to celebrate. We want to start our coverage in the country's largest province with its distinct culture and rich history. We head to Pierrefonds, Quebec, on Montreal's West Island, and that's where we find the CBC's Kwabena Aduro. Hey, Kwabena, nice to see you. What's happening where you are?
So where I'm at right now, there is a party happening. There's carnivals, there's rides, there's kids, there's screaming. But one thing's for sure, everyone's happy, everyone's celebrating Canada Day. This is where the parade ended. So this morning, we had a nice parade. There was floats. People were outside their homes all watching the parade, chanting Happy Canada Day. And I am obviously in a red suit, so a lot of people are coming up to me saying that you're very Canadian. And I take pride in that because I'm happy to be Canadian. I have a group here that I want to introduce you guys to. They're all wearing CBC hats. Maybe they got them from me. So I wanted to ask you guys, what does Canada Day mean to you?
I like to celebrate the country and everything that it comes with it, so like diversity and just how most of us are immigrants, so like the country that welcomed us, and just to celebrate like its uniqueness.
When you're here in Pierrefonds and you see all the people here smiling and having a good time, what's that feeling like?
It makes me feel really good, honestly, because it's promoting our society, like our multiculturalism here. And honestly, it's a great city to grow up in. I've been here since I was little, so I love it.
And I grew up here, and I'm 64, so there you go. I've been here a long time, and I love this country.
So this is like a mother and daughter tradition where you guys celebrate Canada Day together.
And my other daughter hid. She didn't want to be in the camera. She's here with my grandson, so yeah, I'm very proud Canadian. I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. This is a great place to grow up and have children. Yeah.
And why do you celebrate Canada Day in Pierrefonds?
Why? Because it has a lot of good things going on here. I live in Laval, actually, but I came down here to be with my
we grew up in the West, so it kind of brings back like my childhood memories. Yeah. So for me, the West Island is my home.
And just to paint a picture for you guys at home, Laval is about 20-25 minutes, so it's a bit of a drive to get over here. But they came here to celebrate in Pierrefonds, and everyone is waiting for the big finale tonight, where Simple Plan will be performing. And this is the concert that everyone's been waiting for. It is free. It's on the campus grounds of Pierrefonds Community High School, and that's what everyone's waiting for, and I will be talking to them later.
Kwabena, thank you for this, making us all feel underdressed on this Canada Day. Thanks so much. That is Kwabena Aduro reporting.
He certainly wins for best hat. There's no question about that.
No doubt.
Absolutely fantastic to see that. Over his shoulder, did you see there was the food stand and it said Ba Ba Pa Pa? cotton candy. But I always think of the cartoon Barbapapa. Anyway, it was lovely to see that. Let's head to the opposite side of the country. We're going to head west to Calgary and the CBC's Jenny Howe taking in the celebrations at Spruce Meadows. Now, Jenny, I think Spruce Meadows, I think equestrian, but it is home to something else. You're there with its president. Tell me all about Cavalry FC.
I could have worn that stuff.
Yes, so Cavalry FC is, of course, one of the Canadian Premier League soccer teams, which, when we think about Canadian teams and patriotism, hockey's almost at the top of the list. Good try this year, Oilers, so close. We think of lacrosse, the national sport. But soccer is something that's coming a little more in the forefront. And to talk about it, I am joined by Cavalry FC President Ian Allison. Hello, Ian.
Hello, Jenny. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day to you. And the field is gorgeous. The pitch is looking wonderful. How's the team looking?
Team's looking very strong. We're coming off a CPL championship and a little bit of a taste into CONCACAF Champions Cup, and now we're well into the CPL season, and we just had a 10-game undefeated streak and getting ready for the summer on Atco Field here.
Okay, so let's talk about the rise of popularity that soccer's having in Canada. What are you seeing?
Well, it's been really interesting. We just kicked off our 7th season, and twice as many young Canadians play soccer as play hockey. And there's this mix of our nation right now where soccer is in many of their DNA. And the Canadian Premier League is very much if you can see it, you can be it. There never used to be a Tier 1 professional league in Canada, yet Canada was a top 10 soccer market by every other standard: television rights, licensed merchandise, World Cup sales tickets. So the Canadian Premier League was started with the World Cup in mind for 2026. Fortunately, the Canadian men's team got ahead of schedule and qualified for Qatar, and now we're a year away from the next World Cup and 7 seasons into the Canadian Premier League.
Okay, and what's the buzz around the next World Cup? Because it's coming up quick.
Yes, it is. It's coming up very, very promptly. The Canadians men team, of course, in training and preparing, and the coaching staff looking at who they're going to put on the pitch next summer. Our players, of course, many of them U21, even teenagers, are looking down at their own trajectory as players, because we've had players come through the Canadian Premier League. Calgary's Joel Waterman, he was our first ever U-Sport draft pick at Cavalry, and he's now a mainstay of Team Canada. And you can see this starting to happen, and players realizing they can get that big league experience, career trajectory here in Canada in a league that runs from coast to coast, from Halifax all the way to Victoria.
Well, it's an exciting time to be a soccer player. Ian, thank you so much.
Thank you. Great to be with you.
So there you go. Soccer on the rise. It's getting bigger. The next Cavs game is July 8th, and I hear that Ottawa is a pretty big rival.
There you have it, Jenny. Thanks so much. That's soccer. Looking at baseball in behind us here on the Toronto Island. The Dome opened today.
Beautiful day.
The Jays playing there, I think against the Yankees today. Someone may have to fact check that, but I noticed there are a lot of New York license
Don't look
plates.
at me to fact check that.
Calgary Stampede starting on Friday as well. So speaking of Calgary, another big event there. Lots going on in the country this week.
Absolutely, and we're not only marking a milestone of the 158th birthday of this country. This year is also the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag, and the perfect person to let us in on the history is Bob Harper. He knows more about the Canadian flag than maybe anyone, so take a look at this.
It was born out of love, and it created unity. My name is Robert Bob Harper. I am the founder and the executive director of the Canadian Flag Education Centre, and it's been 17 years, more than 40,000 documents, probably close to 25,000 hours of work. This is the Sovereign's Medal for Volunteers. The citation with that reads, "His advocacy for the recognition of Brockville as the birthplace of the Canadian flag has been instrumental in helping Canadians understand the intricate origins of their national symbol and honor the legacy of John Ross Matheson." Not one person designed or created the Maple Leaf flag. There were many individuals who contributed. John Ross Matheson, dare I say, we are now showing patriotism like we have never shown it before. And as John Matheson said, I am damn proud of that flag. And I am damn proud to be here to represent the story of why we should be so proud of that symbol.
It's a nice little story there.
You know, it's great to get the history, because I think people would assume that the flag was, you know, farther back than 60 years. But the 60th anniversary, I mean, that means it was quite recent, in fact. So it's nice to get a little bit of history there. Red and white, but also, you know what? Blue and green are kind of the theme colors for Canada, with all of the water, the sunshine, the sky. And
no, I was just going to say, look at the ferries here. I think we have a shot of one of the ferries that's coming in here. There, people are arriving by all sorts of other means here, by private boat, by water taxi. But the ferries are packed in both directions. Yeah, there goes one now. Some of these ferries are 100 years old in the city of Toronto. People have grown old riding them. Really quite something to see.
It really is. And it is so lovely to have this accessible from a city in Canada, that we can just take a ferry ride over to an island. You know, I'm one island short of visiting every place across the country, but I know you've been to every single province and territory.
Very lucky.
Right?
Yeah.
But something we both have in common is that we both spent a little bit of time living in Winnipeg.
We did? I was born there.
You were born there, and I got a chance to work there for a few years. And we want to take you live to Winnipeg. In fact, Winnipeg and Yellowknife for a check on Canada Day celebrations there. But first, we asked some kids in Winnipeg what they love the most about this country. So take a listen to this.
What I love about Canada is the winter sports like skating and skiing that Canada is known for.
I love the different languages spoken everywhere.
I love Canada. This is my new home. I'm proud to be Canadian.
I love about Canada because this is my home and we're all treaty people.
I enjoy festivals and events that celebrate different cultures.
Happy Canada Day!
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer. It offers families free or discounted rates to natural and cultural attractions across the country.
This pass is about discovering and reconnecting with nature, history, and culture of this remarkable country we all share.
It includes free admission to Parks Canada sites and reduced rates on camping fees from June 20th to September 2nd. Kids under 18 can get free admission to national museums and travel at no cost with an adult on Via Rail. Ottawa says it aims to make the experiences within Canada more accessible to families. No registration or physical pass is required, and visitors from abroad can also take advantage of the offer.
Broussard, currently living in St. John's, Newfoundland and Labrador.
My name is Paula. I'm in the beautiful northern Bruce Peninsula.
I'm James Leslie from Kingston, Ontario.
From the North Shore of Lake Erie, I'm David.
And I'm Liz.
Standing up for Canada to me means having a strong commitment to collaborate with my fellow Canadians.
Standing up for Canada means collaboration amongst people to make communities stronger.
Staycations and showing the world how proud we are of our mosaic Canadian culture.
It means being proud of who we are and making it better for everyone.
We may have differing opinions, but we do work together and we have a common goal. We are Canadian. Happy Canada Day!
You know, we certainly are seeing a lot of Canadian pride this year. It does feel different from other years past, given the political, economic climate, so to speak, what we're seeing from the South. And so it's nice to see that. And a lot of people have a lot of questions, too, about the anthem, Canada's national anthem. And during the course of our special today, I know a lot of you know David as the host of Metro Morning in Toronto, the #1 radio program. Of course, you probably also know him as a correspondent for Marketplace, also for the National. But what you don't know is that he's also an encyclopedia.
Oh, on some things.
He's a living encyclopedia. And so I have pulled up some little questions about Canadian history to put to you.
Of the claim.
Yes,
test of the
to
claim.
see
Let's
how
see.
you
Let's
do.
See. Yeah.
Okay,
All
so
right.
first, because we're talking about the national anthem, O Canada was proclaimed Canada's national anthem in 1980. But when was it first performed?
Well, we heard a little bit about some of the history there, and so I know it's around 60 years. I'm going to throw out a year, 1964.
So the 60th milestone, that was the flag.
That's the flag.
That's the flag. Oh my gosh! Look, I'm stumping David.
So much for encyclopedia.
No, I bet you know this.
But it is more modern. It is like we did. It was. When I was growing up, it was the anthem, but it had not been the anthem.
You're absolutely right, because it wasn't proclaimed Canada's national anthem until 1980. But in fact, it was first performed in 1880, and that was because the Lieutenant Governor of Quebec wanted to mark Saint Jean-Baptiste Day, and there was a song that was written, "O Canada," en français in 1880. Now, the English version came around in about 1908, Robert Stanley Weir. And then it wasn't until the National Anthem Act in 1980 that this was proclaimed our national anthem, O Canada. So there you have it.
The more you know. Look at that. I love that. That's fantastic.
Okay, we're going to have questions like that. I want you to play along at home, and you can send us a message.
It would have been in Thy Son's command, that original one.
Yes.
And now we use an All of Us command much more frequently. But yeah, even the French anthem that we sing today, the words are not the corollary. They're not exactly the same.
No, they're not.
So
And in fact, what I've read in my research is that the French anthem, actually, the French lyrics remain unchanged since 1880.
Oh, wow.
Somebody fact check me if I'm wrong on that also. Okay, so we do want to also take you to Winnipeg, because we were talking about that and our connection, of course, to that city where celebrations are happening all day, where the Assiniboine and the Red River meet at the Forks. Joining us there, CBC Manitoba News at 6 host Brittany Greenslade, who I used to work with in Vancouver. Hey, Brittany, so what is happening where you are?
Hi, Aarti. Well, there are so many people down here celebrating Canada. This has been a meeting point for more than 6,000 years, and it is today's meeting point for Canada Day. Now, you were talking about how this is a special day, not just for Canadians, but we're really feeling that pride around the world from Canadians abroad. We actually heard from some Americans that were up here celebrating Canada Day earlier today, telling us they love Winnipeg. Yes, they love Winnipeg, and they come up here every summer to spend time up here and really take in everything that Canada has to offer. And they said for them, it was important this year in particular to be here for Canada Day. And they said it's really the freedom that Canadians have that they want people to take pride in. Like I said, not just Manitobans that are here celebrating, but our Canadians that have come from abroad. Patience is one of those who now calls Manitoba home. Patience is from Nigeria originally, but has been here for 20 years. Tell me a little bit about what you love about Canada and Manitoba.
Like you said, freedom is a big one, and safety. I've been here for over 20 years and have my two beautiful girls, 11 and 8 here, and we just love being, this is our home.
You guys are all decked out here in your red and white, celebrating Canada, celebrating the flag. I see the 150 here as well. Why was it important for you to come down here with your kids to celebrate Canada here at the Forks?
Yeah, this morning we were at the Mint and we went to do, and we decided to come to the Forks to finish our day here because they have so much activities, live music, and it's at Forks. We feel like the Forks is the heart of Winnipeg, and this is where everything happens at the Forks.
The heart of Winnipeg. We know people like to say that the middle of Canada is in Toronto, but technically it is here in Winnipeg. Patience was at the Mint learning a little bit about our Canadian money and our history here. What is the biggest difference that you see here in Canada, raising your children and bringing them here beyond that safety? What do you want them to know about Canada and your life here?
So much opportunity for them to grow and become whoever they want to be, and the freedom is a big one for them, that they can be who they want to be. It doesn't matter with their age or their gender or their ethnicity. They're here to, just be Canadian and enjoying being the proud Canadian. Is a proud Canada. We love Canada, and yeah, we're proud Canadians. Yeah.
So many proud Canadians. Patience, thank you so much. 20 years here in Canada. They call Canada home, and more importantly, Aarti, they call Winnipeg home, where we are here celebrating all day long.
Brittany, thank you for this. That is CBC Manitoba News at 6 host Brittany Greenslade.
I will be right where she's standing in a month.
Oh, there you go. Beautiful.
Back home visiting family in Winnipeg, and then to Regina, seeing more family and friends there. And I do the drive. I love the drive. I'm a little bit late. The canola will no longer be flowering, but it's still beautiful. Land of living skies anywhere along the prairie.
And full of beautiful people, too.
Absolutely. Now, another incredible place to visit. Not many of us get to go there, but Yellowknife. The CBC's Shannon Scott joining me now from the Global Village at Sombake Civic Plaza. Hey, Shannon.
Hi, David. Yeah, it is. I got to tell you, it is hopping here in Yellowknife today. Yellowknifers have come out for Canada Day. I don't know that I've ever seen the park this busy. So we're here in the Global Village, and this is a new event that they're doing for Canada Day this year with the Multicultural Association, and they've got booths set up where people who live in Yellowknife from different countries are sharing their food and their culture. We've got food from Ethiopia, from Taiwan, from Pakistan, from Iran, and also from Latvia. So I'm here with Alina, and this is actually Alina's first Canada Day in Canada, because you've only lived in Canada since December.
That is very true, since last Christmas.
So what do you think about Yellowknife here on Canada Day?
It is very nice, very multicultural. I'm really enjoying it. And also, you get Canadian, the maple leaf is everywhere.
The maple leaf certainly is everywhere today. Now, in this Global Village, for free, people have made food from their home countries, and they're sharing it with us. So tell us, what do you have here on this plate for me?
So for the sweet, you have the honey cake, then you have the cottage cheese bread with raisins, and for the savory, you have the Latvian sprout.
That's this one?
That is the sprout.
So tell me about that.
That is something that we call Riga Gold. That's actually the only thing in Yellowknife that you can buy in the shop from Riga. It is called Riga Gold. It is the sprout, which is smoked and in the oil and just tastes lovely.
So it's a smoked fish on bread. I'm going to take a little bite of this.
Please.
I know that Heather Hiscox this morning said that we shouldn't eat on TV, but I just can't help myself. So I'm going to try a bite of this.
Tell me what you think.
Oh, that's lovely. That's really lovely. It's a smoked fish, and she's got fresh dill on bread. What made you decide you wanted to make this for Canada Day?
Well, firstly, I was very surprised last week when I saw the sprouts here in the shop. So I was like, that's definitely going here. But we are very proud of our dairy product. So that's why the cottage cheese bread is here, which is a dessert, which here I haven't seen. And for the honey, today's celebration, so the honey cake is the celebration.
Thank you so much. I will take that. Thank you. Oh, that was good. Over here, from Greece, we have Yanis. Greece.
Hi.
Welcome. What are you making here today?
We have some cheese pies, some spinach pies. We have a couple of the ladies, they made this pasticcio, which is pasta with ground beef and bechamel sauce on top. We also have bugacha, which is custard inside a phyllo pastry pie.
And what made you decide you wanted to make this for Canada Day today?
That's actually the second year we're doing it. You know, I decided last year, like we're not that many, we're like, 7 or 8 Greeks in Yellowknife, so we all try to pitch in and we get most of our food down from Edmonton, right? From a Greek store.
Amazing. So I will try some of this off camera, but it does look delicious. What is it you think I should try?
You're late, like I told the young lady, so I kept some beans for you. That's the beans in sauce. That's very good. I like it. With a lot of onions and garlic. That's a baklava.
That one's for me.
The sweet always. And then I have some spinach pie and bugacha too.
Amazing. Well, I'm going to try this in just a second. Baklava, David, is one of my favorites, so I can't wait to bite into this. But it's certainly a hopping, busy day here in Yellowknife.
Yeah, Shannon, I'm totally with you. Baklava all the way. You're sorted for dinner now. Thank you so much, and have a fantastic Canada Day in Yellowknife. That's Shannon Scott there. In Yellowknife, the Northwest Territories, special Happy Canada Day to everybody in Canada's North, whether it's in the Northwest Territories, Yukon, or, of course, in Nunavut. Plenty more still ahead on this special Canada Day show. But first, we're going to hit the streets of Halifax to ask people there where they feel the most Canadian. Here we go.
Halifax in specific gives me the feeling, about being Canadian.
The lake where we grew up all summer, every summer.
I'm originally from Digby County. I'm a Canadian, so I'm pretty proud of that.
I go to Cape Breton to feel most Canadian because that's where my family is from.
Where? Oh, everywhere, as long as it's Canada.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political representative of that campaign, and he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world and its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
I am proud to be Canadian because we are champions of kindness.
I'm proud to be Canadian because we have cool animals like bears, beavers, moose, and deers.
Je suis fier d'être Canadien parce qu'on a les meilleurs sports d'hiver.
I'm proud to be a Canadian because we care about the environment.
Ce que j'aime du Canada, c'est que l'on parle français et anglais.
We have the best maple syrup ever. Pancakes just taste better here.
We do have the best maple syrup ever. That's absolutely true. Welcome back. I'm David Common here with Aarti Pole. We are live on Toronto Island. That is really Toronto in behind us. We're going to go now to Regina Beach, where the CBC's Ethan Williams is speaking with people marking this Canada Day. Ethan, what's going on there?
Well, David, first off, I can confirm that the canola is indeed in full bloom out here in Saskatchewan. But don't worry, I'll snap a picture for you so that you don't miss it before you come out here. But yeah, we are at Regina Beach, and really, you couldn't have asked for a more beautiful day out here for the Canada Day event. The sky is nice and blue. 30-degree temperatures, and a rarity in Saskatchewan. The wind is actually not too bad. The perfect trifecta weather-wise. And as you can see, lots of people out here doing what a lot of people in Saskatchewan do on holiday weekends like this. They get out of the city, get out of the towns, and head out to the beach. You might not necessarily think of beaches when you think of Saskatchewan, but this one at Regina Beach is packed today. It's just outside Regina, so it's a gathering place for a lot of people in the city and nearby communities. And I would say, David, this is probably one of the busier beaches in the province as they celebrate Canada Day.
Well, it's quite something. Now, you've had the opportunity to speak to people who are out there on the beach, out there in the water. What are they telling you about how they're marking the day?
Yeah, well, we spoke with some people who were part of the parade a little bit earlier here at Canada Day at Regina Beach. They're saying, for some of them, this is their first time. For some, they live here in Regina Beach. But I want to bring in somebody who's very familiar with the parade. This is Sandy Metz, and she is the chairperson for the Regina Beach Parade Committee. Sandy, happy Canada Day.
Thank you. We're really glad to have you out here. It's a beautiful day.
We're glad to be here. I'm still drying off from being soaked by the fire truck as it drove through in that parade, but it seems like you guys had a really good turnout.
Thousands of people come. It really is an opportunity for us to celebrate the pride we have in our local community, and then you see the cultural diversity we have here that makes Canada so wonderful. So great day to celebrate Canada.
I think a lot of people may be celebrating Canada Day in Regina or Saskatoon, some of the bigger centers, but what makes Regina Beach so special on Canada Day?
Regina Beach is a small community, but we pull together to celebrate many, many things throughout the year, and we're just proud of who we are and what we do. So lots of volunteers come out, and that's just what Regina Beach is all about.
You still got your parade marshal vest on here, repping the parade. I love that. But you got a lot of other stuff happening as well. Tell us about that.
We do. We have games for kids in Lions Parks. All the nonprofits come out and do fundraising. So Last Mountain Lake Cultural Center is out, and they have a marketplace. We have the museum, who's doing a hot dog sale. We have Leisure Time Club that was handing out candy to kids. I think we went well over 600 bags of candy for kids, and that's, as you see, not even close to nearly enough. So lots to do. The Whibbit, the beach, doesn't get any better than that. So
truly. Sandy, thank you so much. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
And David, this is not the only stop on our tour. We'll be heading into Regina a little bit later, where we will be visiting an iconic Canadian institution, the RCMP Training Academy. Going to see if I maybe have what it takes to become one of their new recruits.
Oh, well, we'll be watching for that, Ethan. Thanks very much. Have a great day. That is the CBC Ethan Williams, who is in Regina Beach, just outside of Saskatchewan's capital. A lot of people have their summer homes along that beach. Here's a little Canadiana.
I love it.
Let's throw this out. Here in Eastern Canada, a lot of people talk about going to the cottage.
Yeah.
You would not say that in Western Canada. Depending on where you are, you might say, I'm going to go to the cabin, or you might say, I'm going to the chalet. Chalet means a different thing depending on where you are.
Okay.
Might be something really small, might be something absolutely giant, it might be something on a ski hill, all very different.
Okay, so that is one thing people might be doing to celebrate the day, heading out to their chalets or cottages or wherever you might want to celebrate. I know Regina Beach looked amazing.
Sure
I've
did.
never been to Regina Beach. I've been to Grand Beach in Manitoba, and it is also amazing. I want to take us back to that province, and we'll go to Winnipeg, where we've got CBC Manitoba News at 6 host Brittany Greenslade. She is at the Forks, and you have a special guest. Hey, Brittany.
Hi, Aarti. Here in Manitoba, we'd often say that we're heading out to the lake. So not the chalet, not the cottage necessarily, but often going to the lake. But here where we are at the Forks is a very, very special place. And I want to introduce you to Victoria Perry. She is a Red River Métis lawyer. She's a consultant, and she has been key in getting the Indigenous programming here all week long. Now, Victoria, the one thing we've said as well, people across the country are celebrating Canada on Canada Day. This celebration here has been going on for 11 days, starting with National Indigenous Peoples Day. Why the importance of that and these 11 days?
Yeah, so the last 11 days, today being the 11th day, really what we've been doing is celebrating all of the different people who live in what is now called Manitoba. We spent each day after Indigenous Peoples Day really focusing on a different treaty region of the province and celebrating the people, the lands, and the experiences that have really come from that region. All of that culminating today on day 11 here on July 1st, and celebrating all the newcomers and everyone who's now living here together. Over these 11 days, celebrating these treaties, it's celebrating the legal agreements that we've all made here in Canada, in Manitoba specifically, to live together in peace and good friendship.
We are standing on land. I took my shoes off and I had my feet grounding in the grass here for the past few hours, but land is so important to Indigenous people. Why is this piece of land such an important element here in Manitoba?
Yeah, well, we're here at the Forks today, and the Forks is really one of the first meeting places in all of Manitoba. The rivers here really were the original highways that carried people up and down, and this was really a big trading post for First Peoples and the Hudson's Bay Company, and everybody who came to Winnipeg and did original business here in the province. This was an important place to do that. Actually, our experience here today, this 11-day experience, was gifted the name Wakotewin by Two-Spirit Cookum Charlotte Nolan, and that really is coming together in good relations, and it's a concept that considers how we relate to one another. So coming to here today and for the past 10 days has really been such an important experience.
We know that Manitoba is an important part of the country. We are the center of the country, whether people want to like that or not. What does Canada Day mean to you? What does being Canadian mean to you?
Being Canadian to me means being able to relate to one another in a good way, and being welcoming to all people. Being Canadian today means being Indigenous and being a part of the wider fabric of Canada.
Victoria, thank you so much. Aarti, we will send it back to you as you celebrate Canada Day there.
Thanks for this, Brittany. That is Brittany Greenslade, the host of CBC Manitoba News at 6.
Lovely to see Winnipeg there. Coming up, we are going to head live to a street party over there in Toronto and a Canada Day bash in New York. First, we've asked some grade 1 students here in Toronto what they love about living in Canada. It's fantastic. You gotta listen.
I love living in Canada because it's a beautiful place. I love living in Canada because it's safe. I love living in Canada because we do lots of celebrations like parades. I love living in Canada because we have seasons. I love living in Canada because it's a very nice place. Canada is beautiful.
Once the country got its own constitution, the government pushed for Canada Day. But on July the 1st, it was still Dominion Day. The Prime Minister didn't make the speech he planned. He didn't make any speech at all. His House leader had tried again to get a Canada Day law passed for this July the 1st, but negotiations with the official opposition broke down, so the government tried other things. It's June 22nd, 2 o'clock in the morning. July 1st is fast approaching. Puffy-eyed politicians vote on an economic measure, but as the small numbers indicate, the Tories boycotted the vote in protest. Just before adjournment, the House leader got to his feet.
1st of July, as we know, is Canada Day.
Yvon Pinard wanted unanimous consent to get Dominion Day changed to Canada Day. The NDP was in favor, but not in favor with how the government was doing it. July 1st had come and gone. It's a hot Friday afternoon. There are less than 20 members in the House. The Liberals try to get a private member's bill through.
An act to amend the Holidays Act.
The bill was passed. Dominion Day became Canada Day in 5 minutes. A few Tories in the House allowed it to go through. That night, the Prime Minister was in Kingston. Though he and 260 other MPs missed the vote, he made the announcement.
The National Holidays Act was changed so that the 1st of July forevermore would be called Canada Day.
Monday, July 12th. The Tories who missed the vote complained loud and long.
It's a sneaky, arrogant way of governing the country.
Welcome back to our special Canada Day coverage, celebrating 158 years of this country. Now, a little bit more about where we are right now. Toronto Island is sitting on Lake Ontario, and Canada has more lakes than the rest of the world and is home to 10% of the world's forests. Now, this lake, being close to the Atlantic, makes it a part of the Great Lakes St. Lawrence Seaway system, and that also makes it a crucial corridor for transportation, water exchange, and fish migration. It is home to a variety of wildlife, but also Lake Ontario provides drinking water to more than 9 million people. Now, Canada has one of the largest renewable supplies of fresh water in the world. It has access to about 20% of the world's surface fresh water and about 7% of the world's renewable water flow. So that's a little bit about where we are right now and its significance in this country. But not too far from here, in East York, in the East York area of Toronto, is where we find the CBC's Juanita Taylor. Juanita has been working all day, Canada Day, bringing us stories from the city. The day kicked off with a parade, and you were there. What's going on where you are now?
Well, Aarti, now I'm at the Stan Wadlow Park, where there are hundreds, if not thousands, I'm not sure, people taking in the Canada Day celebrations here. There has been, a full day of entertainment, as you can probably hear. There's families enjoying the artisan markets as well as the food vendors, of course. There's also been some face painting, demonstrations, you name it, and they've had it here today at the Stan Wadlow Park. And to tell us more about the entertainment, we have the MC of the event, of course, Joseph Motiki, getting into the spirit here.
It's popping. We've got a lot of music happening today, which is really, really nice. So it's been fun for sure.
Well, Joe, for those who don't know you, please introduce yourself.
I'm Joseph Motiki. I am hosting East York Canada Day 2025. I've had the opportunity to host the event over the years a few different times. Depending on your age, you might know me from the TVO Kids Crawl Space. We used to introduce Arthur and Magic School Bus and Pingu and all the shows you like and everything. You might know me from Food Network, Ice Cold Cash, doing voices for animated shows. And the little kids, also Mayor Joe from Miss Persona. You might know that show as well.
Well, everybody here seems to know you. You've got quite the crowd here, and they're super excited, super pumped. Why don't you tell us and those at home just what kind of entertainment you've been able to get the crowd getting excited for?
We've had so many different types of acts. We just had East York's Got Talent. So we just had martial arts demonstrations with the Santos Martial Arts and Tai Chi Men. They were performing. We just had the Siobhan Jobrug. Joe Brugg, yeah, I think I got that right, but you can check her out on her socials. She was performing just some easygoing singer-songwriter, guitarist stuff and everything, which was very, very nice. It's been a real cross-section of music. We had a band named Canadiana, and there are a bunch of young guys who are all in bands, and when all the tariff nonsense started and Trump was getting all crazy, they decided they wanted to start a super band with all Canadian songs. So they were playing Tragically Hip and Bryan Adams and Guess Who. So it's always nice here at the main stage to kind of get a real cross-section of music. It's been a lot of fun in addition to all the different vendors that are around the park today.
And still a lot more happening throughout the day, of course, going into the evening. But Joseph, I wanted to ask you as well, what makes a Canadian a Canadian?
I think what makes a Canadian is knowing the importance of community. And it might sound trite, but you see that on days like today, wherever you are in Canada, wherever you're celebrating, people getting together, just chilling out. You look at these crowds, people are literally dancing together, having a good time. So no matter where you are, it's always that sense of community. In the last year or so, you've sort of seen that recently with the craziness coming from the States and how everybody came together. That's Canadian. When it's more than just everybody getting together when Canada plays in the gold medal hockey game. It's days like this, and it's sort of the year that we've had where you really get a sense of that. So, as the son of immigrants who have come and enjoyed themselves, been with other people who have got to be together. I went to Parkside right over here, and it was always this mismatch of community. So in a long-winded community, for sure.
Joseph, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to your day job here. And thank you so much for telling us about it and for bringing all this excitement to folks here
Not
today.
At all. East York forever. That's right.
Happy Canada Day.
Same to you. Take care.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Aarti. Yeah, we are having fun here still at the festivities, and it will all end tonight after the fireworks at 10 p.m. Back to you.
Community and unity. What a fantastic answer. Thanks for this, Juanita. That is the CBC's Juanita Taylor in Toronto. And CBC Kids is getting in, of course, on the action celebrating Canada Day, and they asked young Canadians to describe their Canada in just 3 words. So here is a look at what they had to say. Stay with us.
3 words. A little messy.
Beautiful, happy, and equal.
Diversity, nice people, and a beautiful country.
Loving, caring, and fun.
Red, maple syrup, and hockey.
Strong, proud, and free, yeah.
We have a lot of special things and a lot of different people, like from different countries.
The federal government has unveiled the Canada Strong Pass to promote domestic tourism this summer. It offers families free or discounted rates to natural and cultural attractions across the country.
This pass is about discovering and reconnecting with nature, history, and culture of this remarkable country we all share.
It includes free admission to Parks Canada sites and reduced rates on camping fees from June 20th to September 2nd. Kids under 18 can get free admission to national museums and travel at no cost with an adult on Via Rail. Ottawa says it aims to make the experiences within Canada more accessible to families. No registration or physical pass is required, and visitors from abroad can also take advantage of the offer.
Welcome back. I'm Aarti Pole. We're live on Centre Island in Toronto to celebrate Canada Day, the 158th birthday of this country. Now, I know David Common was with me moments ago. Earlier on in the day, you might have seen him canoeing in Toronto as well. But now he's in a different location. David, where are you and what are you doing there?
Yeah, Aarti, I'm stir crazy. I can't sit down for long. So I had to come away from where you are, the beautiful set, and just take a look at what's happening here on Centre Island. Tons of people who are out picnicking and having a lovely day. There's a grill that's set up over here. What are you making on that grill?
Chicken and steak. And kebabs.
And kebabs.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, have a happy Canada Day. It looks like you've already got to a good start there. That's amazing, looking at just all the variety of things and the thousands of people, Aarti, who've come out here. You know, we're actually just in beside Centreville, which is a rite of passage for people who visit this city, particularly in the summer months, people who come here early on if they've moved to Toronto. It's an amusement park, a whole bunch of things that you can do. They're a lot of fun. But what's also going on out here in the water, we can take a look at it. Dragon boat races, rowing races. There's a whole regatta that's been going on here. I don't know if this is one that's actually underway as we speak, but I'll keep walking over here because I want to show you some of the people who have been competing. They're just over here. They've been actually getting some awards over the course of the afternoon. Some show that they are part of the national team. It's quite something to see. Just the sheer number. Oh, isn't this lovely to see? There's a paddler in training right there. That's wonderful to see. Yeah, that is how I feel today too. There's lots of excitement. Now, we had someone that we were going to talk to before, but I've sort of lost her in the crowd. Where has she gone to? Let's just pop over here, Aarti, and we'll take a look at whether we can find her. There she is. One of our producers is just bring her out, but it just gives you a sense of all the things that are happening here out on the island, even across the waterway, across the pond here. You see that there's just that many more people. This island is totally filled up for the day, and it's just quite something to see. Lots of applause, lots of excitement going on here. So it was a good opportunity for us to come out here and show you all the crowds of people, everything that's going on out here in the rest of Center Island. Aarti, back to you.
Thanks for this, David. That is David Common. He'll be back with me soon, but of course he is out there talking to those people who are celebrating on Toronto Island. Let's go now to some of our viewers. They shared with us their thoughts on what Canada Day means to them. Let's take a listen.
Shazamin from Ottawa, the most beautiful capital city of the world.
My name is Michael from Digby, Nova Scotia, and I am a proud Canadian.
Hi, happy Canada Day. It's Rick from Tobermory, Ontario.
And what makes me proud to be Canadian is this beautiful view that I have from Fathom 5 National Park viewing tower.
All of us that arrived in Canada, I came in 1947, became a Canadian citizen in 1957. It's a wonderful day and we do celebrate.
I would like to wish my fellow Canadians from coast to coast to coast a very happy Canada Day celebration.
So we have been talking all day about how this year Canada Day feels a little bit different than years past. And I wanted to bring in some guests who have been celebrating the day here on the island. You can meet Petey Martinez and Shelby Beamish. Welcome to both of you guys. Thank you for joining me. Okay, so this is interesting because Petey, you are American. Mm-hmm. Shelby, you are Canadian.
Yes.
And Petey, this is your first time to Canada to meet up with Shelby, correct?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit more about what brought about this trip.
Okay, so we met online for a neurodivergent travel group. We both follow a TikToker named Morgan Foley. She's autistic, and she works with World Packers to bring together neurodivergent people, travel across the world, and do like volunteer services. So we both joined a WhatsApp group. We didn't know each other at the time, and we both impulsively decided to go to Costa Rica, and we're going in November. We've been best friends ever since, and we like instantly connected.
Okay, so Costa Rica is in the works, but what about Canada? What made you decide to come celebrate Canada Day here, especially, Petey, as your first trip?
Well, I definitely wanted to meet Shelby. Like, we were online best friends, and we wanted to meet up in person and just kind of like, you know, have our in-person best friendship. But I think to come on Canada Day, it was super special because we were able to like celebrate the whole country and like have like all these like cool interactions with different people. Everybody's been so friendly. We've made like all different friends today, just out and about.
So in the last 60 seconds I have with you both here, what are your reflections this Canada Day? And for you, it's the first one.
For me, it like kind of represents friendship now that I have Petey here. Before it never really did. I didn't celebrate very much, but now I'm definitely going to remember this for the rest of my life.
What about you? How are you finding this first Canada Day, first trip to Canada?
I'm finding it fantastic. I love Canada. I've been having like the most wonderful time, and Canada Day will definitely represent friendship for me as well.
What wonderful reflections for you to share with our viewers across the country, coast to coast to coast. Shelby, Petey, thank you so much for joining us today. And we continue, of course, to celebrate and to hear from Canadians. And as we go to break, here are some of the sights, sounds, and big moments from today's celebrations in Ottawa.
Way Kakina. Bonjour, Canada. Hello, Canada.
You've seen it waving proudly from coast to coast to coast. And every time our athletes raise it during a ceremony or to celebrate a victory, their deep sense of honor in representing the country reaches all the way to us.
I've said to people before that I'm going to do my very best to make it. I'm not going to give up, and that's true. But I might not make it, and if I don't make it, the marathon of hope better continue.
Accueillons maintenant sur scène le frère cadet de Terry, Daryl Fox, who was part of that first historic Marathon of Hope. Aujourd'hui, il est accompagné d'un puissant peloton de cyclistes du Terry Fox National Ride of Hope.
What a crowd, what a capital, what a country! Only 2 words. Only 2 words. Oh, Canada.
To all people living across this great country, thank you, Nakokmik, Hoyanamik, for showing us all your deep, enduring love for Canada.
Them to talk. And there now is a look at Regina Beach. As you can see, so many people out celebrating on this Canada Day holiday. It is one of several communities that we are visiting with our special Canada Day coverage right here on CBC News Network.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. It's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world and its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Canada Day celebrations continue this hour here on CBC News Network. I am David Common, and I'm back here with Aarti Pole on Toronto City Centre Island.
Yes.
The Toronto City in Centre Island.
The city is right behind us, so you would
What?
be...
Is that what that is? This is what happens. I went outside for a while. I was in the direct sun, and clearly my brain has melted a little bit in the intervening time. But
well, I appreciate you doing it because my hair would not survive that. That humidity.
We have different considerations. It was lovely to go outside, just see so many people who are having a fantastic day. Also beginning to see, it's a hot day. A lot of people have been here out on the island for a while. They've got their kids. Some people are ready to head home. That's okay.
It's been a hot day, that is for sure. It is a scorcher out here for Canada Day in Toronto, and I know where else it's beautiful, and that is British Columbia, because that is my home province. That is where I grew up for about 20 years, and we've got the CBC's Brady Strachan. He is on the waterfront in Kelowna. Beautiful, beautiful Kelowna. Brady, tell us more about what's happening where you are.
Aarti, it has got to be the most beautiful day weather-wise here for Canada Day in Kelowna. We're right downtown. The legendary Sails statue, which is a Kelowna icon, is behind us. And this is where the festivities are going on all day along Okanagan Lake, along the waterfront. Here we have Kelowna's main street where there are shops and vendors and restaurants all open for the people that are coming here in the Okanagan from all the smaller communities like Vernon and Armstrong, Summerland, Peachland. Many of them will flock here to Kelowna for the festivities along Okanagan Lake. Now, further down the lake, there are multiple stages with bands. We've got people setting up with face paint. Of course, Canada Day cake was had earlier in the day. And later on in the day, we're going to head over to Kelowna Folk Fest, which happens on Canada Day. It's their 50th anniversary here. And there we're going to see all sorts of cultural events and dance troops from different cultures, as well as amazing ethnic food. So that's a real highlight here in Kelowna on Canada Day. Of course, we have the fireworks that are happening at 10 o'clock at night right on the lake, and people will be watching on the shorelines from all over Kelowna. A highlight of today's festivities, Aarti.
Thanks for this, Brady. That is the CBC's Brady Strachan in Kelowna. And we want to stay in beautiful British Columbia, and for that we want to bring in Benit Breit. She is in Abbotsford at the Canada Day Family Festival. She joins us now live. Benit, how are people there celebrating Canada Day?
Well, Aarti, David, and to everybody watching across Canada, we want to welcome you here to Abbotsford, BC. So the day started with a big parade in the city, and where we are at now at the exhibition park, it's kind of like the after party. So there's bouncy castles set up, there are hay rides, there is a main stage, and tonight there's going to be fireworks. But listen, it's not just the people who are celebrating. We also have our four-legged friends. I am here in the dog zone. This is all about canine sports. Oh, here we go. Clara joins us now, and thank you so much, Shauna here. She's with the Dogwood Pace Setters, and they are the ones who are hosting this zone. Shauna, tell me about what you're doing today and what the atmosphere is like here.
We are doing a dog agility demo, and we've done demos quite often. Our club has been around since 1986, and we did demos almost every couple of months back then. But now, of course, we do maybe a few. July 1st is our big one that we do every year. And it's great. The atmosphere out here is awesome. People are so happy to watch the dogs and cheer us on when we do our relay races, so it's awesome.
Okay, so I want to get to know our pal here. Tell me about Clara.
Clara's 9 years old. She is a bi-black Shetland sheepdog. She's been doing agility since she was 2 years old, yeah.
And what does it take to train them to do the work that they're doing, the jumps, the tunnels, all the sports?
It's a lot of training. You can start off when you have like a little baby puppy, and you can do what's called flat work. We can have the dog come to your hand. You can get them to move around objects, like around one of these guys here without the bar. And you can also work away from them.
And I understand. I want to introduce you to Boo here. Boo, come here. She's got the bandana, she's got the flags, and she's got a cart. So I understand this is drafting.
This is actually a sport, yeah, this is drafting. So back in the 1800s, they actually did use dogs for drafting. They were pulling groceries and milk and stuff. Yeah. But these days, it's actually a competition. So you can train dogs to actually go over rough terrain, move up and down hills with a cart attached. And the cart is according to their weight. So it would be, like you see how small this one is here for Boo, it'd be bigger for a bigger dog.
I would love to see a bit of a demonstration, Clara, if she can. Let's see what she can do.
It's very hot right now.
I know it's very warm today. There she goes. Oh, in the tunnel. Up the ramp. Wow. There she goes. Oh, up the ramp. Aarti, there you go. This is the dog zone here, having lots of fun with our canine friends. And that's just part of the festivities here. I have so much more to show you later on today at the Canada Day party here in Abbotsford.
I can't wait. That dog put me to shame. I think it has better hand-eye coordination than me. Thank you, Benit. That is Benit Brach in Abbotsford, BC.
I would have got stuck in the tunnel if I was trying that.
I really think that there's more athleticism in that canine than
They're quite
right now.
They remind me of the super dogs, which you see at exhibitions right across the country. I love that.
Fantastic, fantastic. All the Canadians, Canadian dogs, Canadian people, everyone should be celebrating today. And you know, I was watching that, and of course I was thinking, where do I feel the most Canadian? Now, I was born in Newfoundland, so I spent some time on that coast. But then when I was really young, I moved to BC, which is why I consider it to be my home province. So when I'm on Burnaby Mountain and I can see the water and the mountains, that makes me feel like I'm home. That for me is Canadian, and that's when I feel the most Canadian. So I wanted to ask you too, when you feel the most Canadian, if there's a place or something that you're doing.
You have a fantastic one. First of all, you've got also a fantastic story. Born in Newfoundland, in which city?
St. John's.
In St. John's,
Mount Pearl, the neighborhood Mount Pearl.
Oh, in Mount Pearl, yeah, okay. And then growing up in BC, so you've already got it right there.
I got the coast.
You've got the coast covered.
And now I got this, but you know.
But it's a great question. Where do I feel the most Canadian? Look, I have had the privilege in this job of traveling all over the country, and it's amazing. But I've also had the privilege of traveling outside of the country, and sometimes it's when I am outside of the country that I actually feel the most Canadian. That you got to talking to people about what it means to be Canadian, and it gives you the context of being somewhere else. There have been opportunities, Canadian Coast Guard in the very far north, the icebreakers, looking at some of the navigational markers and nookshuks put out by the Inuit people hundreds and hundreds of years ago. That is those are incredible moments. But the high today with you.
Yes, absolutely. For me too. I forgot to mention it off the top, but for me too.
Right, yeah. Excellent. You know, Canada is about so much, and it means so much to different people, more than fireworks, more than picnics. It is an opportunity for reflection, unity, particularly now. Bailey Ross is in Halifax. Here's what he had to say.
My name is Bailey Ross. I reside in Halifax, Nova Scotia. You know, curling for me, that's been my central passion since I discovered the sport when I was 7 years old. I've always found a home in a curling club, and as a queer curler, that sense of community really solidified when I joined the Loose Ends Curling League, which was built to have a welcoming space for queer curlers. With the current political climate, I've been forced to reflect on what it means to be Canadian, and although we might not be a perfect country, I still feel extremely privileged to call it my home.
Yeah, well said on this Canada Day. Lots of things to think about. You know, we have had economic and political threats, and nothing like a threat to unite you. We are not ignoring that today. That is very important when you think about all the industries that are deeply impacted just down the water here from Hamilton and the steel industry. And you can say that in just about any part of the country, a different industry that is profoundly impacted by tariffs and more. I want to head out now west of us to beautiful Calgary, where the CBC's Jenny Howe joins us again from Spruce Meadows. Jenny, how's it going?
Well, it's great. I'm sure you can hear in the background the concert that is very loud. The main event of today. So Brett Kissel is playing behind us right now. Families have come out in droves, as you can see. And I mean, Canada Day Pride is out in full force, but it's also been a big day of reflection, just thinking about bigger issues like tariffs, 51st state talk, and even talk about separatism. So I had a chance to sit down with Brett earlier where we touched on those very things. Well, happy Canada Day, Brett.
And happy Canada Day to you too. you've got already people with their blankets out, with their chairs out. They're all here for the best seat for your show.
You know what, we had a really good conversation with the marketing team here at Spruce Meadows, who've done some of the best marketing and promotion that I've seen for a concert in a long, long time. They said they've already set an attendance record, and they're just organizing what they need to do because they didn't expect this many people here today. So that's good news for me as a singer, you know.
That is a good problem to have. And what is Canada Day like for you this year?
I'm excited about it. Like, you know, without getting into it, there's a lot of division right now, you know, between the East and the West and the North and the South and all that kind of stuff. And I just hope everybody today of all days can take a deep breath, can crack a cold one, enjoy some country music, and understand that we live in the greatest country in the world, and nobody can argue that. And if anybody does, I'm going to drop the gloves and I'm going to fight them. If anybody doesn't think it's the greatest country in the world, you're wrong, and I'm not going to be polite about it. Every other day I'm going to be polite, but not today.
Not today. Yeah. You're going to throw that Canadianism aside today.
I'm going to drop the gloves like Georges Larac, 2006 Edmonton Oilers.
Okay, well, so let's talk about some good music because, I mean, you're going to be playing here in just a couple of hours. You have a new album out. Tell me about Let Your Horses Run.
I'm incredibly proud of the record. Let Your Horses Run came out on February the 28th, and we have just seen this steady rise of just so many people talking about it and posting about it, and our streams are higher than they've ever been in my career. And so it's a really interesting spot to have been doing it as long as I've been doing it, and to see that, like, this is the best one yet. So that makes me very, very proud, and I love the songs, and I can't wait to sing Horses tonight or this afternoon, especially at Spruce Meadows. Like, this song was meant for Spruce Meadows.
Horses, Spruce Meadows, you're out on the ranch now.
Yeah, so I bought the ranch from my grandparents a couple of years ago during COVID. I'm the 5th generation out in Flat Lake, Alberta. My kids will now be the 6th. So I think it's incredibly special that we can keep that in the family name. It's a couple hours northeast of Edmonton, but it's my favorite place in the world.
What does it mean for you to have your family there, this multi-generational ranch?
I try to explain this to my kids about how important the land is and these trees, and telling the stories of my ancestors, their ancestors, coming to Canada, immigrating from Ukraine in 1910, how they had to take a train to Winnipeg and then wait for the line to continue to be built. Then they went to Mundare, Alberta, then they took a horse and buggy. They lost children along the way in the first winter. You know, like, the sacrifice that our ancestors, you know, went through for us to have the life that we have here today, now 115 years later, is nothing short of a miracle.
Thanks so much, Jenny. Jenny there with us from Spruce Meadows, Alberta. More still to come on this very special Canada Day. Aarti and I will continue to check in with reporters across the country just ahead. First, though, we have some kids in Calgary. What makes them proud to be Canadian?
I love Canada because of the wildlife. I love Canada because it's a very beautiful place. We have the world's biggest outdoor show in the world / Stampede. I can be who I want to be, not what anyone else wants me to be. I love Canada because of all the traditions and cultures there are. What I like of Canada is how in the winter there's so many fun winter activities you could do.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private members bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Hey Canada, it's summer and I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day. Hey everyone, it's Connor Bedard here. Just wanted to wish you all a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Have a great day. Look at this view, hey? How's that for a Canada thing?
Happy Canada Day.
We want to wish you a happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day.
I would like to wish you a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
I just want to say happy Canada Day. Everybody stay safe and enjoy the holiday.
Happy Canada Day.
Wishing everybody coast to coast to coast a happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day!
Welcome back to our special coverage celebrating Canada's 158th birthday. Of course, I'm co-hosting here with David Common, but we've also got some wonderful guests with us, Danielle and Brittany. And this is actually Brittany's first time to Canada. Tell us a little bit more about how you're celebrating this Canada Day.
Well, not my first time to Canada, but first time at Canada Day. I'm having a really great time with my family. It's my cousin's birthday. I'm having the best day ever.
Happy birthday to the cousin, yeah.
Thank you. So we always try to come down and enjoy Canada Day, put on our Canada gear and just represent, you know?
I love it. You got your hat. You got your hat. You're from Jamaica.
Yes, I'm from Jamaica.
And lots of people in this city, certainly in this country, from Jamaica. Where are you from in Jamaica originally?
I'm from Clarendon. That's the central part of Jamaica.
Yep. Now, Danielle, we got to get straight how it is you've ended up here. Aarti and I are at a cafe here on Centre Island, Toronto Inn behind us. We saw these two walk by. And it is because of Danielle's shirt that I yelled, "Get that woman," which is not a good thing for me to do, admittedly, but somebody still went and did it, and Danielle inexplicably came over and did this. You got to show us your shirt.
You got to show us now.
Yeah, I'll take the mic.
Yes. You see this? On the A-team. How can you absolutely not love it? That is a power shirt. We absolutely love it.
Thank you.
And are you feeling really elbows up this Canada Day?
Yeah, I am. That's why we came down here, just to get into the spirit, and we're seeing a lot of Canada Day stuff going on, and it's very nice to be, out in the city with people.
Absolutely. Where do you live in the city?
Brampton.
You're Brampton. Okay, fantastic. You staying downtown for the fireworks tonight?
I think we're going back up to Brampton, actually.
There's going to be lots of fireworks in Brampton. There's always lots of fireworks in Brampton. That's amazing. So good to meet you, Danielle and Brittany. Fantastic for you to drop by.
And do you have a final message to all the Canadians who might be watching right now?
Yeah, happy Canada Day!
Happy Canada Day, guys.
All the way from Jamaica and from Brampton. Yeah. Thank you to both Danielle and Brittany. They're celebrating out here. And let's have you turn around one more time. Yes, on the A-team. That's where we are all today. That is for certain.
Good to meet you.
Thank you, guys. Wonderful. We continue our Canada Day coverage now.
We sure do. And we're going to head back to Winnipeg, the Forks, as Aarti was saying before, where the Red and the Assiniboine River meet. And CBC Manitoba at 6 host Brittany Greenslade is there. Okay, Brittany, what's happening there at the Forks?
Hi, David. Well, the Red and the Assiniboine are just in front of me, but behind me is a big crowd that's taking in all of the festivities. We just had some throat singing happening, and there's going to be some more performers there. But we've been talking to Canadians and to people from really around the world that call Canada home now all day long, and that includes Priscilla, and she is here. She moved here from Brazil back in 2009. Priscilla, what brought you to Canada?
The opportunity to go to school, to study at a university in Canada.
Why Canada? What was it that said to you, this is where I needed to be, this was where I wanted to come to school and take over my life here?
Yeah, so I come from a very tropical place, so I really wanted to experience snow and winter and Christmas, and I grew up watching Christmas movies, so I was like, I just want to experience snow and the cold.
So of course you came to Winnipeg because it gets very cold here in the winter, but it feels kind of like Brazil here in the summer. You came down here to the Forks for Canada Day for the celebrations with your daughter. Tell me why it was important to come here and celebrate today.
Yeah, so I want to teach her about her history as a Cree and Anishinaabe young girl, and know that today is a day to remember her ancestors and her Kokum, who went to residential schools, and her relatives who are still, experiencing the ongoing legacy of colonialism. So I wanted us to be together because I think it's important to come together and learn about each other's histories and just be in community, but also kind of having our own perspective and not losing sight of that.
And that's what the Forks is all about for more than 6,000 years. This has been that meeting point. What do you want people to know about Canada Day and your thoughts on it? You told me you have a bit of a difficult relationship with this day sometimes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as a migrant, we kind of come here with looking for a better life than we had back at home, and Canada does in a lot of ways provide that, but also being a little more critical of why we're here. And for me, it's building relationships with Indigenous peoples, Indigenous communities, and learning a bit more about even myself and my connection to ceremony and to my teachings, to my cultures. And just being welcomed into that space for the last decade. So, and understanding the history of treaties and just learning how to be a guest and learning how to be a good guest and being thankful that that this land is being shared with us.
Priscilla, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
David, we will throw it back to you.
Thanks very much, Brittany. Absolutely fantastic. Now, one of the biggest flag makers in this country that sells maybe 1 million flags a year, that's quite a bit, maintains that sales are up 75% this year. And that is the story with a lot of flag makers and those who sell them. Every year in the lead up to Canada Day, the Rotary Club in High River, Alberta, sells flags to raise money for charity. This year, they were inundated with orders. And I wonder if we got some ourselves here. We tagged along as volunteers delivered those Canadian flags.
There you go.
Thanks. All right. Your house? I'm Damien Boyle, and I run the program here, putting the flags in every year. And we've been doing this thing since 2019. We tried it the first year 100, and we're up to 608 right now, which is hard to believe for a small town of 13,000 people. We saw the numbers climb almost immediately after the whole rhetoric came from the States. Right away, people want to express their patriotism one way or another, so the numbers went through the roof very, very early.
We like the Canadian flag. It shows our pride, and we thought it would be a good thing to do and help support the Rotary Club.
Most Canadians, I think, are not overtly nationalistic. They don't want to shove it in your face, elbows up all the time. But given the opportunity, and do it for charity, they're all about it, and they'll sign up, and they love the program.
It takes a number of people to put this together, and sacrificing time and body.
It just makes you feel so good after you've done a street, and you turn around and you look, and you're just the pride of Canada. You know, we have all of our flags up, so it's awesome.
I love it, and it makes me feel like I'm part of a community. And yeah, just being a newcomer to Canada, I feel a sense of pride, Canadian pride.
I feel very proud of it, the fact that High River, a small town in Alberta, does this program, and you'll see it. It makes me feel good every time I drive around.
Did you take a look at that shot there? All of those Canadian flags, amazing. We had to get in on the action and have our own Canadian flags out. So we have those up now. And just ahead, we are going to take you live to Canada's north, including Dawson City, Yukon, where wildfires nearly canceled the party. But first, here's some students in St. John's on what they told us what Canada Day means to them. And let's just say they're big fans.
It's Canada's birthday. Canada is a great place because everybody can be themselves. Get together with family and just have fun. It means lots of funness to everyone in the whole wide world.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous. I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in a circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
the diversity of our landscapes and the importance of the diversity among our people.
Canada's beautiful, and I'm thinking about just enjoying Canada, and I'm super happy to live here.
Just be grateful that you have a free country that we live in right now, and celebrate it.
Just proud to be a Canadian. That's it. You know, that's what it's all about.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Canada Day on CBC. I'm David Common, and I am here on Toronto's Centre Island. That is the Dome and at least part of the CN Tower in behind me. We are going to head about as northwest as we can get from where I am right now to Yellowknife and the CBC's Shannon Scott, who joins us live from Global Village at Sumbake Civic Plaza. Hey, Shannon, you have been sampling different eats there. What have you got in store for us now?
Yep. Well, so part of the Multicultural Festival here in Yellowknife is not just about the food, David. It's also about the dancing. You can hear some of the singing behind me. Earlier today, though, it was all about the dancing, including some jigging. I'm here with Christina Moore. She is a worker at the Tree of Peace Friendship Center here in Yellowknife. She works with the youth here in the city, and you coordinate the jigging for the youth. So I'm curious, what is it about jigging that is so important to the Métis culture?
So jigging has really long served as a dance that people from diverse backgrounds can engage in together. So it comes from very different examples of dance forms. So First Nation powwow style dancing, Scottish dancing, and French Canadian dance steps. So it's really celebrating that diverse background of cultures.
A bit of a modge podge of everything. Yeah. And why is it that you wanted to showcase that here today?
So Canada is very multicultural, so what a great event to be part of to highlight that and celebrate our diversity here in Canada.
Now, David, I do have two young jiggers with me here. This is Kaz and Sayumi. They were two of the performers who were on the stage today. What was it like today, friends, being up there on stage?
It was fun, but it was really kind of stressful because there's a lot of people.
Yeah. A lot of people? All right, so they're gonna give me a little bit of a jigging lesson here. Now, full disclosure, I did dance as a child, but I don't know that I have the jigging in me. I was once told I couldn't be taught to two-step. So we'll see here. So Kaz, you're gonna teach me the first step. What are we gonna learn here?
So this is called the 1, 2, 3 kick. So this is the one that you do like all the time.
Okay.
So this is like the most basic one.
Okay, the most basic step. Let's see, show me. What do you do?
So first you're gonna go 1, 2, 3, kick.
So left, right, left, kick.
And then the other side. So you go 1, 2, 3, kick. And you just repeat that.
All right, well, I think I can do that. I don't know if you can see the moccasins these young girls are wearing, but man, they put my shoes to shame, that's for sure. So we'll do this again. We'll do 1, 2, 3, kick.
And then after, you just add a hop to it to make it more like a dance.
Okay, show me.
So you go 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, kick. 1, 2, 3, kick.
All right, okay. All right, and then Sayumi, what comes after that?
So basically after the basic step, you do a change. So basically we're gonna step with our right foot and you're gonna point it to the front, okay. And then you're gonna switch with your left foot. And then you're gonna point your right foot to the side.
Right foot to the side.
And then you're gonna jump back to your left foot and point it to the side. So you just kind of repeat it over and over again. And then, yeah, until you go back to the basic step.
Okay, I'm gonna get you guys to do all of that together for me. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
And then when the music changes, then you go, and then when the music changes, you go to the other step, which is...
All right, I think I need more practice on that before I do it on live television. Thank you so much, friends. I really appreciate you showing that to me. We are down here in just outside of downtown Yellowknife in Sumbake Civic Plaza. And David, I will practice that. And if I ever see you in Toronto in person, I will show you.
All right, I will hold you to that, Shannon. Thank you very much. And please compliment them on the amazing beadwork on the moccasins and their tops. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
I will. I'm very jealous of these moccasins, that's for sure.
That is Shannon Scott for us in Yellowknife. All right. Aarti Pole was with me here has stepped outside and is now, I understand, with a guest. Aarti, who are you with?
Hey, David, you know, there are so many people arriving here. We are just at the dock where all the boats are bringing people in to Centre Island, Toronto Island, and I'm here with Jillian and Gloria, and they are here celebrating Canada's birthday. Jillian is from Markham, Thornhill, in fact. She moved here from Jamaica, and Gloria is visiting us from Jamaica, and actually it was her birthday 2 days ago, so happy birthday. And this is your first time celebrating Canada Day. Tell me more about why you found it so important to celebrate.
Well, I like Canada, and I would like the holiday to enjoy myself when families and friends come out to enjoy themselves here. But very beautiful, nice. And the water taxi, I take the water taxi, get a nice ride over.
Yes, oh, her first time. And you can't beat a nice water taxi ride from Toronto to the island here. I need to hear a little bit about what it is you're wearing and how you're feeling this Canada Day.
Oh, thank you very much, Artie. And it has been really an awesome day. And we are wearing Canada, oh Canada, because I believe that it is very important for all our citizens to appreciate what our country is and to have the patriotism. And it's very nice to see the families out today. We have seen little kids, the babies, senior citizens, persons with disabilities, and Canada really stands for that diverse culture, and we feel that Canada Day is one that as a family we should also come to enjoy. So here we are, we're in Centre Island enjoying today and just having loads of fun today.
You know, we talk a lot about how Canada means community. People feel like they are part of this greater community. And so I wanted to ask you, within the community, how are people feeling about this day?
Okay, so as you said, we're from Thornhill, and in our community, persons have their flags out, the decoration around the home. It's just awesome, and we're looking forward to the fireworks. Yes. And it is, as I explained, a day for communities and for families, and the diversity of Canada is really on show today.
No kidding. And I want to thank you, of course, for braving this heat as well. Can I get a happy Canada Day from Gloria?
Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
They're out celebrating today. David, I'll go back to you. Just two of the many, many people celebrating here on the island.
Aarti, thank you so much. It's so lovely to see you out there. You'll be back here beside me on Toronto Centre Island in just a moment. It's amazing how busy it is in behind Aarti there. The Toronto ferries keep coming in and out, the water taxis, private pleasure craft. People are leaving the island. People are coming onto the island. There's going to be fireworks a little bit later on the mainland, which you have the perfect view of them from here. So quite something to see, just the amount of traffic going on. Now, throughout the day, we've been hearing from you about what it means to be Canadian. We heard a bit of that from the conversation there with Aarti. I want to bring you one person's story on how they came to embrace the maple leaf.
Hello, my name is Magdalena Olshanovsky, and I'm a professor and writer living in Montreal, Canada. I came to Toronto as a child, and I didn't really fit in. I couldn't really find my footing to be Canadian. I considered myself a Polish person that lived in Canada. My 9-year-old had asked me, well, what's so wrong with being Canadian? I really started to consider who I was, where I was, and what did Canada mean to me. I had lived here for a long time. I'm choosing to raise my children in Montreal, and I had realized that actually this kind of separation that I had from Canada was short-sighted. I could build a Canada that was wonderful. I'm really excited that my children made me see that we are actually Canadian, and allows me to see all that I've done for Canada and all that it's doing for me.
Yeah, well said. And a lot of people are going to be having a moment of reflection and thought today about that very same kind of thing. Now, I went on a family vacation. This is a few years ago now. We flew up to Whitehorse, got in a car, and drove through one of the most spectacular drives you can make in this country, all the way to Dawson City It is stunning. Paul Robitaille is the Parks and Recreation Manager in Dawson City. And we're lucky enough to have him joining us now from Minto Park to tell us more about what's going on. Paul, how you doing?
I'm doing fine, David. I'm coming to you from Dawson City, Yukon, Minto Park. I am surrounded by children with water balloons. We're having a beautiful day here. Got our bouncy castle out, live music happening. It's great. We're happy to be here celebrating our great country.
Yeah, that's absolutely terrific, Paul. But look, Dawson City, like a lot of places in this country over the past couple of months, has had some pretty close calls with wildfires. How's it impacted the way people are marking this day?
Well, I think that, over the last few weeks, we had a couple of scares from wildfires. And, I would say maybe brought the community closer together. I think that a lot of people had to put in some serious efforts to make sure that we had a cohesive group working to make sure that we were ready to evacuate certain neighborhoods and maybe the town if things worsened. And so I think that we just had our evacuation alerts rescinded the other day on Sunday, and kind of a breath of fresh air and a lot of rain the last couple of days, and beautiful day today. And so I think people are feeling really, really relieved for one, even though we know that it could happen again. I think that we're just relieved that that nothing bad happened this time, and in general, people are just ready to celebrate, as you can tell.
Absolutely. Now, Paul, I do want to ask you, when I visited there with my family, we went up and over the mountain into Skagway, Alaska. There's a lot of Canadians who go over to the United States that way, a lot of Americans who come over your way. Do things feel different this year?
Dawson, we're border town, right? We have a lot of friends in Alaska, and, I think that things feel different in the sense that maybe politically they feel different, but, on the ground with a lot of our friends from Alaska, a lot of the visitors we have coming through, you don't feel that same tension that you might see in the media. I'm not trying to say that it's all made up by the media, but I'd say that, a little commonality. There you go, David Commons, commonalities go a long way. And I think that when you can connect in a beautiful place like we have here in Dawson and kind of just put aside some of the things you might hear out there, you realize that a lot of us have a lot more in common and things to celebrate than maybe is perceived. But I'd say that people are a little bit more patriotic this year than we've seen other years, which is great. And we're definitely happy to be Canadian and not American. Dawson City was maybe one of the last bastions of Canada. We sent Mounties up here to make sure that it stayed Canadian, and we're definitely happy to be part of Canada today.
I love to hear it, Paul. Now, look, Paul, I got to say, you're looking a little bit warm there. I think maybe you need to cool off in some way. Is there anybody who has water near you for perhaps maybe some kids with some water balloons?
There might be. Is there any kids around here with water balloons? Oh, no, David, save me. Okay, throw them, guys. Happy Canada Day from Dawson City, David.
Love it, Paul. Love it. Have a great one. Thanks. All the kids are running away. Oh, there's one more. That's an adult. Come on. Paul, have a great day.
Yeah, happy Canada to you guys.
Paul Robitaille. Yeah, you too. Paul's the Parks and Recreation Manager in Dawson City, Yukon. If you ever have the opportunity to visit, it's well worth it. Aarti back here now with me.
Yes.
You were just gone and now back.
I teleported back, and I'm so happy to be here because, of course, we continue our special coverage. And just ahead on Canada's Big Day, a hint from the PM on where things stand with the U.S. Mark Carney spoke with CBC before taking the stage in our nation's capital, and we'll show you some of that. But first, we want to head out west and hear how a few Vancouver sixth graders marked the day in their own words. Take a listen.
What I love most about Canada is the incredible number of parks for me and my family to visit and camp in.
I'm proud to be Canadian because of our diverse cultures and incredible cuisines.
I love Canada for its iconic maple syrup and its tasty bacon. I love Canada because it is filled with possibilities.
And I am proud to be Canadian because of our deep-rooted passion for hockey.
Happy Canada Day from BSC.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in a circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Hi Canada, my name is Ashley Lawrence. I am defender for the national team.
My name is Kaylin Sheridan and I'm the goalkeeper for the Canadian national women's soccer team.
I feel most Canadian when I'm on the field representing the national team. We have our pre-game, pre-meal tradition, and that is to eat pancakes with maple syrup. If we don't have that, all the players go crazy.
We're all very proud of who we are and our country as a whole and what we stand for.
We don't represent only ourselves, we represent a nation and the young people looking up to us.
Happy Canada Day!
Welcome back to our special Canada Day coverage. I'm Aarti Pole with David Common right here on Toronto Island. And we do want to check in now with Canadians across the country. And we're going to head over to Nova Scotia. The CBC's Carolyn Ray joins us live from Halifax. Carolyn, from a dance competition to a concert, take us through how people there are celebrating.
Yeah, it has been a really fun day here in Halifax with a lot of high energy going down, especially here at the Halifax waterfront. There have been so many activities. We watched about a 2-hour display of breakdancing with even little kids putting on these great performances. There were Indigenous musicians, there was a market going on, lots of activity, and the annual tattoo parade just about a block away. So all day it has been packed. The ferry across the harbor has been free, and we've seen really long lineups as people have been checking it out and wanting to make it the most of this and explore the city. And I will say half of the events are here on the Halifax side and half are on the Dartmouth side. So people have been going back and forth and just trying to make the most of today.
And Carolyn, the weather may cause a wrinkle in tonight's celebrations, though. What is the forecast looking like?
Absolutely. So if you can imagine, in true maritime fashion, it was absolutely perfect today. We were putting on the sunscreen and making the most of it. Now, instead of watching all the sailboats go by in the harbor, we are listening to the foghorns. The fog has rolled in. It is freezing, and all these boats are lined up, and they're wondering whether or not they're going to go out tonight because we don't know if the fireworks are going to go ahead. So the city tells us it's going to make a decision in about an hour or so. So a lot of people are down here just wondering whether or not they're going to stick around or whether or not they're going to bundle up and head home, because it has really cooled off from the temperatures this afternoon. But nonetheless, even with the weather cooling off, there are still tons of people down here trying to enjoy the holiday and making the most of today.
Well, happy to hear that. Of course, inclement weather is not going to stop any Canadian from celebrating. Thanks, Carolyn. That is the CBC's Carolyn Ray
so much.
in Halifax.
Fog in Halifax, who would have thunk it? Right, it happens. It's going to get a lot chillier there as a result. CBC's Catherine Cullen spoke with Prime Minister Mark Carney before he took the stage today for Ottawa's Canada Day celebration. We wanted to bring you a bit of that conversation.
The country, our sovereignty has been called into question, and I wonder, how do you think our sense of what it is to be Canadian is changing?
Well, I think it's the question has been asked, and Canadians have responded overwhelmingly. Coming together to build the country, to be in charge, to write our own story, not to have it dictated to us by somebody else. It's the best of Canada, and we're generous people. We can be a humble people, a quiet people, but people shouldn't respect or mistake kindness for weakness, generosity for anything other than strength. And what we've seen is really is the country coming together, and the great pride that we see in Canada here in Ottawa and Parliament at LeBreton Pass and across this country.
We are all thinking about how our relationship with our neighbor to the south is changing. You have set a deadline for yourself and those neighbors, a deal in 30 days. We saw some challenges this week, even a suggestion that Canada has caved. Are you going to be able to get a deal done in time, Prime Minister?
We'll see. We're doing what's necessary in order to get the best deal for Canadians, and we get the best deal for Canadians, we'll agree to it. If we can't, we won't. I mean, it's that simple. We are making progress as a whole, and look, what we did this week is something that I think we were going to do anyways in the end for the deal. But the other elements are coming together, need to fully come together. We'll work hard. Maybe not this afternoon, to be honest. We're not going to work. I'll be honest, can I take the afternoon off after my remarks?
I don't get to decide that.
Not a great, well, the Canadians get to decide. I'm working for all Canadians.
Okay, so that was our Catherine Cullen speaking with the Prime Minister earlier today in Ottawa. And now I promised that I was going to continue to test David Common during the course of this special. So I have my next question for you.
All right.
I think you'll get it. Okay.
That's a high bar.
What food was stolen in Quebec over the course of about a year, resulting
Maple syrup.
Okay. He didn't even need the options. And that was about an $18 million loss at the time.
From the Strategic Maple Syrup Reserve.
Yes, and it was over the course of 2011 to 2012 that it happened. Why is this so important? Well, Canada is famous for maple syrup, and actually it produces 70% of the world's maple syrup, and 90% of that actually comes from Quebec. So this was a pretty high stakes.
Pretty big deal.
Yeah, and there were arrests and convictions, if anyone is wondering also.
It's going to be a movie.
Absolutely. Okay, so there is a fact that you got. Okay, so shall we move on to another one? I think we can.
Give it a try.
Okay, let's do it. So let's also talk about the Halifax official food.
Donair.
And again, he's right. And it might sound funny. It was inspired by the Turkish doner, but they changed it a little bit. And actually in 2015, they had like a council vote in order to make the doner their version of the doner.
I didn't know that was official. I thought it was sort of the unofficial.
No, that is the official food. And so there you go. So a little bit of Canadiana for you. And I told you, he's an encyclopedia, so he got it.
There we have it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
We continue our coverage here from Toronto Island. Of course, the beautiful Toronto skyline as we continue to bring you your stories, your thoughts on this Canada Day.
We have to pan up here just to show you the rest of the CN Tower. Can we actually do that? Can we see higher up? There we go. We're zooming out a little bit. There we are. There we are.
Yes, it's beautiful.
So, see, it is a real backdrop. It doesn't look like, it looks so beautiful that it could be fake, but no, quite something.
And we know, of course, there was a lot of Canadian musicians who were performing in our nation's capital. Amanda Marshall was one of them. Let's take a listen to a little of her performance.
To hear somebody say,
Amanda Marshall in Ottawa earlier today. Amanda Marshall earlier today. Happy Canada Day. We continue our coverage straight ahead.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, beaver tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in a circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Hello and welcome back to our special coverage of Canada's 158th birthday right here on CBC News Network. I am Aarti Pole.
And I'm David Comment, and we are lucky enough to be coming to you live from Toronto's Centre Island. That is Toronto's downtown in behind us. Across this country, people are partying for Canada Day. Ottawa taking center stage for the celebrations.
To all of you, Indigenous and Canadian, let us celebrate together this wonderful day with a good mind, a good heart, and a good spirit in connecting our roots for our children. For our children, our tomorrow's roots.
Vive le Canada!
To all people living across this great country, thank you, Nakokmik, Huyanamik, for showing us all your deep, enduring love for Canada.
Now, that ceremony taking place at LeBreton Flats. It is a big park in the nation's capital. We're going to go back there now to the CBC's Omar Dabagi-Pacheco, who joins us with all of the afternoon festivities. Now, you've been soaking it up, Omar. How's it going?
Soaking up the sun and humidity. It feels like the mid-30s with the humidex over here, but we've been lucky, and if you look at the weather radar, the chance of showers and that risk of a thunderstorm, the radar shows that should pass us right about now. So perfect timing as all the big names get ready to take the stage for the evening show. Big names tonight. We're talking about, Sarah McLachlan, Tom Cochran, Rock Voisine, Mitsu, Amanda Marshall. I mean, the list goes on and on. There's also the breakthrough artists that a lot of people are coming out here to watch, who have also been gracing sort of the grounds here on the pop-up stages. People like Talk. This guy was an artist that became super big. Runaway to Mars, a song you probably know. 10 years ago, he told me he was looking at Canada Day festivities after a few beers at a cottage saying, one day I'm going to play that stage. And tonight, he will be playing that stage. So people are starting to come in here to LeBreton Flats. This place holds about 33,000 people at peak capacity when you factor in on a day like today all the security and everything. And some of the people who have come here to check out the show are with me right now. Fabrice, you've come here with your friends and family. What are you most looking forward to here today?
Well, today it's very special for us. We are originally from Burundi, and Burundi shares the birthday with Canada. So today we're celebrating Canada. Next week we'll be celebrating Burundi. But it's an opportunity for us to spend the whole day thinking about what it means to be Canadian, what we like about Canada. Want to celebrate its beauty, richness, diversity. In Canada, it's a country we know that everything is possible. So good opportunity today to spend the whole day thinking about that.
And you've brought the family and you've come prepared with your hat, because what a scorcher of a day today. The weather seems to have cooperated with you. Lillian, I want to know from you, because I heard you singing a song as we were walking by you, and I thought I got to talk to her. What are you most looking forward to in tonight's show?
I'm looking forward to mostly seeing Garou, because I love him. And I've been singing his songs way back then, and I'm excited to see him as he sings live today.
Give us a little taster of what you were humming earlier.
Okay. Sous le vent, si tu crois que c'est fini, jamais. Je donne vacances à mon cœur, un peu de répit. Si tu crois que...
Thank you so much, and you're going to hear the real thing shortly. Happy Canada Day to all of you. Thanks for chatting. Oh, thank you. And so, there's a lot of that kind of excitement here. It's sort of the morning crowd was the kids, and now kids and adults, and a lot of people prepping for all of this, and of course, capping off with the fireworks later
quite
tonight.
The crowd
so
there.
A lot of excitement here.
Yeah. Absolutely. An amazing crowd there, just saying, Omar, and it's a hot day. So thank you very much. You've been out in that heat and chatting with people and having a great time and bringing it all to us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, David.
I wanted to join them, listening, watching them sing. I thought I could be part of it all. That's what I wanted to do.
Do you know, when I was a little kid, my mother said to me when I talked about singing, she said, Davey, you should be with a group of people. Basically that with a group of people. You should be in the back of the group.
And my mother didn't need to tell me that. I knew it all on my.
Okay.
That's how astute I am. But so let's spare everyone our singing and let's talk more about the celebrations that are happening across this country. Of course, we saw what was happening in our nation's capital. Every community is in party mode. Let's go to Calgary, where the festivities kicked off earlier today. The CBC's Jenny Howe joins us again from Spruce Meadows. Jenny.
Hello, Aarti. So yeah, speaking of parties, we've got a concert going on right now. You can probably hear a little bit of Brett Kissel in the background. But you know, at Spruce Meadows, with it being an equestrian facility, of course there are horses all around us, and you can probably see one behind us right now. And I am joined by Captain Tom Lauterbacher of the Lord Strathcona's Royal Canadian. Happy Canada Day, Captain.
Happy Canada Day to you as well.
So tell me, what does this day mean to you?
It's the day that our country was formed. It is our country's birthday. It's what brings us all together and reinstills that vigor of us being Canadian, how proud we are of the country, how proud we are of the people and everybody that's inside of it.
Now, for people who might not be familiar with the Lord Strathcona's horse, tell me a little bit more about it. I know there's a rich history in our country.
There is indeed. So we were founded in 1900 by Donald Alexander Smith, who's Lord Strathcona and Mount Royal. We were stood up to go to the Boer War. From there, we were primarily chosen from Western culture, where it was the Northwest Mounted Police, cowboys, prospectors, anybody that had that horse experience. Went over to the Boer War in 1900. From there, they came back. We were in World War I, World War II, Korea, Afghanistan, also a lot of NATO missions, Kosovo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, and then most recently Ukraine and Latvia as well.
Now, I understand you also do musical rides, and there is quite the uniform you have to wear for that, including the helmet. I know you have the helmet here.
Yes.
Can you show us what this is all about? Because, man, it looks hot and it looks heavy.
So, yeah, it definitely is hot and heavy. It's a brass helmet. It's a traditional dragoon helmet, actually, and it has our royal insignia on the front of it. I can grab it for you and show you.
Yeah, let's see it.
So as you can see, we keep it nice and polished here. It's got the plume up top, the red and the white, but this, every trooper that is mounted and riding for the mounted troop has to carry one of these helmets. Also our dismounts as well have their own helmets, and it's part of our piece to be part of the troop is you have to maintain your kit, and you have to make sure that it's as bright and as polished as possible.
And I'm guessing there's no fan in there.
Not at all, no. It's fairly warm. It's a brass bucket, so it definitely heats up in the sunlight. But these soldiers have been doing it for a long time, and they know how to handle themselves in the heat.
Well, I thank you so much for bringing it out today on this very warm Canada Day, and I hope you're having a happy one.
You as well. Thank you very much.
Lots of activities still happening at Spruce Meadows, still a concert going on, still lots of demonstrations. It is a hot one, but I guess I can't really complain because I hear in Ontario, it's way hotter.
You know, Jenny, it is pretty hot. David had a message as well for your guest, and I wanted to let him sort of come in here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jenny, I just wanted to point out that as we are talking about Lord Strathcona horse, and the captain is talking about the places that he has deployed, that we recognize, and we do a shout out to all the members of the Canadian Armed Forces, whether they're with the Air Force, the Navy, or the Army, who are currently deployed. There's some on a ship right now. It's July 2nd in the Indo-Pacific, and they are deployed into what can be a hazardous environment. So we just want to recognize their service today as they're out there.
So thank you for bringing your guest in. We appreciate your time. That is Jenny in Calgary. Thank you.
Now, we have an opportunity to pull in one other person. Vince is going to step on to our, I guess we call it a set. We're at a cafe here.
Yes.
But Vince, how you doing?
Good. How are you guys?
I'm doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Tell us, how's your Canada Day going?
It's going really, really well. We're on the island. It's a beautiful day. I'm here with my lovely family, and it's been an amazing Canada Day so far. Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, what sort of feeling are you getting this Canada Day, and how might it differ I'm not sure if you've even celebrated in years past.
We celebrated, but this is the first time I celebrated as a Canadian because I became a Canadian citizen this year.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I've lived in Canada for over 20 years, but I decided to make it official this year.
Lovely.
So talking to my friends this morning, wishing everybody a happy Canada Day, felt unique because it was my first time doing it as a Canadian.
What made you want to this year, if you've lived here for so long, this year to be like, you know what, I'm going to get that Maple Leaf passport?
I've felt Canadian for some time, so I just said it's time to make it official. My son was born in Canada. He's 6 years old now. I said it's time to become a Canadian. And honestly, like a lot of the stuff that's going on in the world as well, even from
we work in the news, but we haven't heard of anything. Is there stuff going on?
Not just a practical perspective, but even from from just a safety concern, I guess. If you're traveling, like I have another passport, but having that Canadian passport gives me a sense of security as well, both being here and being proudly Canadian, and then also traveling.
I like to hear that.
Yeah.
It's amazing. You're from Belgium originally.
From Belgium originally, but lived here for 20 years. Married a Canadian. Been here.
How'd you end up here?
I went to summer camp here.
Whoa!
My parents sent me to summer camp up in Huntsville.
Yeah.
They put me on a plane when I was 10 years old, and I went every summer, and I stayed almost for the entire summer, close to the end. Ended up working there. And then ended up going to U of T and living here. So
through camps, you've probably been out on these beautiful waters in Ontario many times.
For sure.
What is your favorite Canadian memory, if you have one that you can reflect on in this moment?
Well, my summer camp memories are always they were that's what brought me to Canada in the first place, and just being so overwhelmed by how beautiful this country is, right? Coming from Europe, it's quite different. Just the vastness of the nature and everything when you're on the lake and just canoeing for the first time. I was so awestruck as a 10-year-old that I was crying on my last day. I didn't want to come back home, and I just look forward to coming here every year. Yeah. So I'm glad I made the choice to live here full time, become a Canadian, and have a proud Canadian son standing right there watching me do this right now.
Well, I'm glad you can celebrate with us today and on the island as well with your family.
Awesome.
Thank
you both.
Thank
you.
you.
Sit tight right there.
Yes.
We have been asking our viewers what it means to them to be Canadian, and Claire Curry says her Canada is a place of, interesting to hear this word again, safety and security, and that's why she's dedicated her life to helping new Canadians who have been escaping what has until very recently been a very significant war in Syria.
I saw a photograph on the news one evening that changed what I thought being Canadian was. The picture was a Syrian refugee, tiny little boy, whose body washed up on the shore outside of Greece. And when I saw that picture, it's so horrific that I knew I needed to do something to help Syrian refugees. And so that has become the main focus of my life over the last 10 years or so. And we gave and we came together and told these people that they're going to be safe here. I'm so proud to be a Canadian because that's what Canadians are. They go to people and they ask them, do you need help? I might be able to help you. And so I'll stand alongside them for the rest of my life.
Let's turn our attention now to the West Coast. Benit Brach is in Abbotsford at the Canada Day Family Festival. Joins us now live. Benit, Abbotsford sports fans have extra reason to celebrate this particular Canada Day. Tell us all about that.
They really do. Listen, this is the city of champions right now, and I'm talking about the Abbotsford Canucks, who have brought home the Calder Cup for the first time, and it's actually right here, as you can see. I never thought I'd actually get to touch the Calder Cup, but there it is. They have won that AHL championship just last week on Monday. The city actually went crazy, and this is hometown for me, and I know how much people have been excited over the time, and we actually have some super fans with us right now. Come on in, guys.
Let's go.
Okay, so you're seeing the cup right here. They brought it home. What does it mean for you as people who are from Abbotsford who have been watching the team all these years?
Yeah, I just think it's quite the defining moment for the city. It shows the community's passion, resilience, and support towards its team. And it's just such a proud moment for local hockey here. I think for Abbotsford specifically, it's not just a cup, it's a symbol of what we stand for with our hard work and our community.
One of the really important messages that stood out was how much fans were pumped for this team. They actually sold out Abbotsford Centre, unlike ever before when it came to AHL hockey.
Benit, I hate to do this to you. I got to interrupt you. It's just the technical quality of the connection, and this is a challenge that we're facing across the country today. It's hot. It's hot here. It's been hot in many places, and that sort of strains our ability. So,
and a lot of people are out actually with their phones too, which is
that'll impact it as well. So we'll try to get back to Benit Breach in Abbotsford,
BC.
Yeah.
But we are going to stay in the province of British Columbia. We're going to bring in for now the CBC's Brady Strachan because he is on the waterfront in Kelowna. So tell us a little bit more about what's happening where you are and who you have with us.
Yeah, we're in this park area near the waterfront where there's a lot of different cultural tents set up. Everybody here celebrating Canada Day on Okanagan Lake, and I am joined by Yong Chi Hong, who's with the Kelowna Chinese United Association. They've been greeting people here. Yong, what are you doing here for Canada Day?
Oh, a lot. Example, play this and do hair looks at paper cutting and play drum and also wear dress dancing. We have a team, a children team. We call Little Tiger team. We play drum.
Right, and you had a performance this morning up on the stage. You were showing off the Chinese dance. Is that right?
Oh yes, yes. And this morning, because afternoon too hot, this morning we with the students together play this, just to
It looks like we're just having a little bit of technical issues with Brady as well, who was joining us from Kelowna, BC. We will try to reconnect with our guests out in British Columbia. But for now, we know we also have been listening in to people from across this country as well. And we have some individuals from Regina who wanted to let us know how they're feeling about this country. Let's quickly listen into that.
Just being able to be who you are.
Mixed feelings. I think Canada Day, I'm proud to be Canadian, of course, but I think we can also add some learning into it.
It's a nice, peaceful country, and the nature is quite fine.
Being able to, connect with different people, that's what Canadian is.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political representative of that campaign, and he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling, and it's representing the world in a circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
The diversity of our landscapes and the importance of the diversity among our people.
Canada's beautiful, and I'm thinking about just enjoying Canada, and I'm super happy to live here.
Just be grateful that you have a free country that we live in right now, and celebrate it.
Just proud to be a Canadian. That's it. You know, that's what it's all about.
Some lovely sentiments, of course, from Canadians across the country that we wanted to bring to you. And we also know that, of course, I've been testing David Common's knowledge along the way.
You have?
Yes, okay. And I have to cover my papers because I don't want you cheating and looking at things, you know?
All right.
Okay, so
It's
here we
not
go.
high school.
I know. Okay, so next one. This one's an easy one.
Can
but
I
you know
call
what?
AI for help? Anyway, keep going.
But
Yeah.
I feel like many of you might also guess this. Walter Chell is often credited with inventing one of Canada's most popular cocktails.
Oh, cocktail. I'll say the Caesar.
The
I did not
Caesar.
know the name, but
yes.
yeah, okay.
Yes, and that was actually created back in 1969. He was working for a hotel back in Calgary.
I've been to this hotel.
Have you?
Yes,
okay.
yeah.
Yes, he was working
I
for a
think it's the
Westin hotel
yeah.
chain. Yes, and he wanted to, develop a new drink, and they asked him to do that, and so he did that. Here is yours.
Oh, look!
Yes,
Where'd that come
we
from?
have to celebrate on Canada Day, with a Canadian
Got a little bean here.
mocktail. Everyone, a Canadian mocktail. So cheers
Yes.
to everyone on this Canada Day. And there's a little bit of trivia for you as well. This is a. Shall we drink it? We should.
I
It's
will.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Those are the ingredients.
That is refreshing.
That clam juice is what separates it from the Bloody Mary that you can get in the U.S. So there you go. Okay, so you got that one then.
I got that one.
I'm going to stump you before the end of the show, though. So.
You started off by stumping me.
I know, but I have to end with stumping
All
you
right.
too, David, okay?
There's a high likelihood that's going to happen. Listen, in the time that we've been chatting, we have managed to reconnect with the CBC's Bunneat Breach in Abbotsford. Bunneat, tell us now who you have with you.
Okay, so right now I have some super fans here who are celebrating the win of the Abbotsford Canucks. They have won the Calder Cup this year. It's not the Stanley Cup, but it's the next best thing, and it is right there on the corner here. And I just want to talk to the fans, the momentum behind it. Gurman, tell me about what this season has been like for you, seeing that team bring it home.
Honestly, it's been surreal actually bringing the cup home this year. It's absolutely amazing. The boys put in a lot of effort this year to bring it back home. I want to mention some of the players. Shilov's Calder playoffs MVP, Archie Baines, great offensive player. I want to give a huge shout out to our head coach, Manny Malhotra. He's a big reason why we brought it home this year. So yeah, and as to the fans, I'm born and raised in Abbotsford, British Columbia. Nothing excites us more than the Abbotsford Canucks other than the Vancouver Canucks. So seeing all the fans out there every night, lots of passion from the fans.
It's the farm team of the Vancouver Canucks, and you were talking about the fans, and something that really stood out in the speeches from the players when they were celebrating is how much the fans meant to them this season. From the towels to what was happening in bars. I want to ask you more about that momentum. What was it like to be a fan this year?
It was really fun. It was great. We celebrated a lot on South Fraser Way. It was really electric every time I went there and celebrated every win. Archie Baines, I'm going to give you a big shout out. You're from our hometown. Very, very great player.
Yeah. Do you have any particular favorite memories of this time? I know South Fraser Way is one of the main streets here in Abbotsford. Anytime there's big playoffs, people get down there, they party, they bring their drums, and they have a real good time. But one last thing to reflect on, again, the cup sits right there. We haven't seen that. What goes on in your mind?
Yeah, it's still crazy to believe, especially after the season, the Vancouver Canucks had an unfortunate series. The way that the boys battled hard and brought it home this year, it's actually crazy. I can't believe the Calder Cup's standing right beside us. So it's cool. Came here right away. I'm like, I want to touch that cup. It feels like they brought back such a memorable thing for us Abbotsford boys. I just remember being a part of this atmosphere of the fans in the stadium. It was so loud. You could tell the fans just wanted it so bad. And I know the players were they had us behind their backs. The fans are with us. If we're up 2 goals, we're down 2 goals. The fans are always with you. And I think that makes a huge difference when you're in a deep playoff run.
And this is the first time that an AHL team has brought that cup since the Toronto Marlies back in 2017, 2018. So again, people are surrounding this booth. They're very excited to see this cup, and that just speaks to volumes to what this team has meant for the city. The mayor also saying that bringing that cup home has been symbolic. To bring home the American Hockey League Cup has been symbolic for this city. So that's a bit of what it's like for fans here.
Benit, that sounds fantastic. And as you say, any win, especially these days, that's a big one. Thanks so much.
Sure is. Thank you.
And of course, I am a big Vancouver Canucks fan because that's my home team. And so I'm happy to see it out there. From Vancouver, though, we do want to take you now over to Regina. And that is where the CBC's Ethan Williams is speaking with some people at the RCMP Heritage Center. Okay, so
is that a people?
So some moose. It's maybe not some people. It is a moose. Okay.
Oh, it's a moving moose. Watch out.
Ethan,
Indeed,
what's going on?
Yes. Guys, I want to introduce you to a new friend that I've made here, guys. This is Monty the Moose, and he's out here braving the 30-degree weather at the RCMP Heritage Center in Regina. The RCMP Heritage Center, a museum for the history of the RCMP and policing in Canada, and it is also where you will find Sam Karakis, who is the CEO of the Heritage Center. Sam, thank you for joining us. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
So tell us a little bit about what you've got going on out here for programming today.
So we have an amazing celebration for Canada Day today. It's really great. We've had tons of people come through. We think we're around 1,000 so far. We've got rock painting, we've got face painting, we've got balloon animals, Monty, of course, the star of the show. We have an obstacle course, and we have crafts and a scavenger hunt. We've got everything.
As the director of the center, and even just as a Canadian, why is it important for you to celebrate Canada Day, and what does it mean to you?
Oh, well, I love this country. I love this country. I'm so glad I was born in Canada. And what I also love about Canada is that we are so welcoming to others.
Now, Sam, behind us here, we've got an obstacle course set up. Tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here, because we're going to give this a shot.
Okay, it's good stuff. I have not done it personally myself. However, it looks pretty tough. You're going to go through, you actually have to ride a horse.
Ooh.
Up to the hoops, and you're going to go through the hoops. Then you're going to go over, put the pinwheels into the pylons, jump over the hurdles, then spin the wheel. And the wheel's going to tell you if you have to do jumping jacks or push-ups or something really hard, just like a cadet would have to do.
I'm already sweating. Look at this under my eyes here because of all the physical activity we got to do. Okay, so I'm not alone in doing this. I've got a few of my friends here. How you guys doing?
Good.
All right, you're going to do this obstacle course with me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are we all ready to go?
Yep.
We got our official timer here. The horse is first, and here we go. Let's see how this goes. All right. All right. Oh man, this is so much harder than I thought it was going to be. Okay, I got to put on the hat. All right. Here we go. Got the nice hat. Gonna run through the hoops. And we're heading over to the pinwheels now. Oh, the hat is not staying on. This is not good. We're already encountering some difficulties. We got to take the pinwheels. Come on over, guys. Grab a pinwheel. Into the pylons. They're doing way better than me, that's for sure. Now, all the pinwheels are in there, and we got to jump over these pool noodles. There we go. Very good. I've lost my hat. Oh no! I think they're gonna beat me to the end. All right. And one last time, we got to spin the wheel and find out what we are going to do. What did we get, guys?
10 jumping. Oh, you got to jump on one foot.
Jump on one foot 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. Now for the real test. How did we do for time?
1 minute and 1 second.
Do you think we have what it takes to become cadets?
Maybe.
Maybe. Okay, well, there you go. Well, David, Arthi, I think these guys are the next generation of RCMP cadets. I got to find a way to keep this on because it's going to blow off. How you guys feeling?
Good.
Well, we'll see you at the training
center. That
center.
is a beach umbrella, Ethan. That's quite something.
Ethan, I don't want to call you out, but there was a kid holding snacks who was beating you. But you know what? That's okay. You are such a good sport. You really showed us how to do that, how to train.
Hey,
and I'm out of breath,
Ethan, can I
and
ask,
these guys are just fine. Can you believe
you're
it?
out of breath there. Can I see the moose, the guy who's dressed in the moose outfit in 30-degree weather? Is he still standing? Is he part of the lawn now?
Has he fainted?
Is still,
is it? Oh, he's
he
there.
Is not only is he standing, he is greeting so many people. He's doing his job wonderfully in the red surge of the RCMP, and he's got a better fitting hat than me, and I'm jealous of that.
He certainly does. His antlers are pretty good, too.
Incredible stuff. Thank you, Ethan. We appreciate your time and your efforts, of course. That's Ethan Williams in Regina. Thank you. And of course, we want to continue with our special coverage of this Canada Day, 158 years of this country. And Canadian artists play such a major role in representing Canada on an international stage. Often, some people don't even know that these stars are Canadian. Now, their contributions help to define who we are. So we asked some well-known Canadians for their thoughts on this country.
Hi, folks. I'm Jim Cuddy from Blue Rodeo, and I've been asked, where do I feel most Canadian? Blue Rodeo plays all over the country, and when we go to places like last year we went to Gunner's Cove, which is north of Newfoundland, or we've been to Tuktoyaktuk, or going to go to Bouchard Gardens this year. Those are the places where I feel so proud to be Canadian, because there's such beautiful places, there are beautiful people there. I love all of Canada, but I like its nooks and crannies too.
Hi Canada, I'm Mike Myers. Happy Canada Day. I feel most Canadian when I get off the plane and my jaw unhinges and my shoulders loosen up, and I'm just happy to be home. I stand up for Canada by being very, very clear that I am Canadian, and I want people to know what a great country this is and what a fantastic, inclusive, diverse, and very, very decent country we are.
Happy Canada Day! I feel the most Canadian when I'm showing my home province, Newfoundland and Labrador, to other Canadians. We need to travel more, we need to experience each other's cultures more, and when I'm out on the water showing somebody how to jig a codfish and a whale pops out of the water, it's nice to show someone why I love Canada so much. Most fun thing to do on Canada Day is nothing. The most fun thing to do is to sit back with the people you love and realize how lucky we are to have a place where we can do just that, celebrate the country that we're in safely, in a healthy way, at home.
The campaign for the beaver as a Canadian symbol was in part an anti-American campaign.
There's Beaver Bank, Beaver Tails, and of course the beaver on the nickel.
The beaver became an official symbol of Canada in 1975. What precipitated the designation was an attempt by a state senator in New York who wanted to establish the beaver as the state animal of New York. As it happens, the program really ran a campaign to make the beaver a symbol of Canada, and Sean O'Sullivan was the political, in a way, the political representative of that campaign. And he submitted a bill in the House of Commons, a private member's bill, but essentially people saying, keep the beaver Canadian. Thousands and thousands of letters and petitions were sent.
Beaver's the hardest worker. He's got the biggest teeth.
The beaver embodies certain qualities that Canadians would like to attribute, or some Canadians would like to attribute to themselves. So there's a sense of the northernness of the beaver. Really, it's the emphasis on the industry, the hardiness, the intelligence of the beaver. But Canadians really felt that strongly, and they felt that if Sean O'Sullivan's private member's bill passed, then the Americans would have to say, we won't continue on. And of course, what happens is they did. But there are some ways in which that resonates with the issues today. Very strong sense in Canada of this is ours, this represents us, and therefore it should continue to represent us.
Hoop dancing has really helped me come to terms with who I am. I know that I do have more blonde features, but I know my blood and I know my family. I know my history. I am Indigenous and I'm proud to be Indigenous.
I started when I was 4. I said to my sisters, can you teach me how to hoop dance? So I picked up some hoops and I started to do a bird and an eagle. It was so much fun.
Go. She's been watching us throughout her whole life. So when we taught her, it was just so in her that it was just like natural for her.
Hoop dancing is a unique dance. Its meaning is storytelling and it's representing the world in its circle of life. It's unique to the person that is telling their own story.
It's also reclaiming our culture that it was once taken away from us, and the fact that the youth of this generation can bring this back and bring it in a positive way and share it with others.
And we've had parents come up to us and tell us that their child hasn't seen an Indigenous performer and they felt so proud to be Indigenous. Women and even men would come up to us in tears and they would tell us, I feel so proud that you girls are doing this, and I've never had this opportunity to learn about this, and it was healing for them and it was healing for us in that moment.
Welcome back to our special coverage of Canada Day on CBC. You are looking at the Toronto City skyline. We know the CN Tower will be lit red and white tonight in honor of Canada Day. I'm here with David Common here on Toronto Island, and we want to check in on celebrations underway in Nova Scotia. The CBC's Carolyn Ray is in Halifax alongside one Canadian who is hard to miss among the crowd. Hey there.
Hi there. You came just at the right time. This party is really starting to step up. We're at one of the main stages along the waterfront. And I know I'm not very tall, but my guest, Fanny, here is really putting me to shame right now. Fanny is one of the performers this afternoon. I've seen lots of kids try and give you high fives and get up there. What do you think of performing tonight?
Oh, it's just it's fun. Everyone looks at you and smiles. How could you not like doing this?
You have a highlight of anyone you've met along the way?
The kids, actually, no. All the adults, everyone seems to have their inner child coming out, and when they see this, it's just wonder, you know? It makes people dance.
How long can you perform up there for?
I can go as long as there's people that are happy.
Keep you moving.
Or if I have a pain in my stilt, but today they're very comfortable.
So tell me, what does Canada Day mean to you this year?
I've always felt that Canada is a place that I'm really lucky and fortunate to be born here, and I feel it's on Native land. I've always sang that song that way. Even as a kid, I didn't know it wasn't our home on Native land, and then I found out that wasn't the actual lyric as I grew up. But I feel if I was an Indigenous person, I think Canada Day would have mixed feelings. So I want to show that we're moving in the direction of I want to heal and help heal our country with our Indigenous folk who actually think they should be running the show.
Okay, Fanny, well, I'll let you get back to your performance.
Okay.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that you are out here checking out there's performers coming up from Halifax Circus over there. They're just about to do a silk piece and they're doing acrobatic partner work.
Yeah. Thanks so much, Fanny. And Aarti, I think she's got the right idea trying to stay warm out here because it is really cooling off.
Really cooling off, and that is part of what I wanted to ask you about. I know last time we were talking about the weather conditions where you are and how that might impact tonight's celebrations. Is there an update on that?
Yeah, so we're still waiting to hear from the city. You know, if the fireworks tonight go ahead, this is going to be the perfect spot. We're standing right beside the harbor, but of course, we don't know yet. The city is supposed to make an announcement anytime soon about whether they'll go ahead in about 2 hours. So lots of people gathering, trying to find prime real estate just in case it gets the green light. But as you can tell, it is pretty foggy. The rain is just starting up a little, so we're hopeful, but we're just going to have to wait and see for when the city makes an official announcement. Aarti.
Okay, we will stand by for that. Thanks, Carolyn. That is the CBC's Carolyn Ray in Halifax.
Absolutely terrific. Now, among the many Canadians celebrating our nation's birthday today are some who are marking the occasion for the very first time as citizens. Samantha Sinella is one of them, and she's joining us now from just across the water in Toronto. Samantha, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic on this lovely day. Now, I am told you have lived in Canada for decades. You moved up here from the U.S., but you only went and got Canadian citizenship just in the past few weeks. Why now?
After the last election, I became pretty passionate about becoming a Canadian citizen, so I applied for my citizenship. And, you know, my friends all joked, it's about time, or, you know, what do you mean? We thought you already were a Canadian citizen, because I've been here for 28 years. But, you know, it's more important than ever for me to call this country home rather than calling the U.S. home. So, you know, I wanted to get my citizenship. So now I feel like I'm at home. And so I'm so excited to celebrate my first Canada Day as a Canadian citizen.
You've got a bit of a southern accent there. Is Arkansas, am I right in that?
Yes, I'm originally from Arkansas, and I moved here from Houston. Yeah.
Lovely.
Deep South, deep South.
This year.
Deep South, yeah.
Pardon?
How are you taking in the celebrations this year as your first year as a Canadian citizen?
Well, I honestly have been celebrating pretty much every day since I got my citizenship about a week and a half. It's been 2 weeks ago now. But I have a backyard full of people right now having a wonderful barbecue. My son made pulled pork on the smoker, and we have all this great food back there. So they're all anxiously waiting for me to come join them. But yeah, it's, you know, food and friends and family. So.
Well, now we feel bad for having interrupted everybody's meal time for this.
Sorry.
Tell me, what's
No,
you know,
that's okay.
as you're hanging out with friends and family? I wonder, as you're with your friends and your family in the backyard there, are people talking about this Canada Day in a different way?
Yes, actually, good question. And when my friends just popped in around 5 today, we had a big discussion on how it's more important than ever to feel that sort of nationalism that should be important to all Canadians at this time, because we are a separate country. We do have our own culture. It is different than the culture south of the border. And, you know, we should be proud of being Canadians, and it's a privilege to live in this country. And we should be working to make ourselves more self-sufficient from an economic perspective. So we were discussing all of those things. And also that it's the kinder, gentler nation, and that, you know, we really benefit from the wonderful things Canada has to offer, such as universal health care and inclusivity of all genders, races, religions, etc. Those are the things that make it a great country, in my perspective.
Well, Samantha, thank you so much for giving us some of your Canada Day to tell us about last couple of weeks since you became a citizen. Congratulations on that. And now get back outside because you've got some hungry people in the backyard.
Yes, thank you so much, and happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day, Samantha. Thank
too.
you. It was nice to hear her thoughts on this day, and we've been hearing from a lot of Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and our viewers have been also sending in their thoughts. We want to share some of those with you on their thoughts on this Canada Day. Take a listen.
Shaz Amin from Ottawa, the most beautiful capital city of the world.
My name is Michael from Digby, Nova Scotia, and I am a proud Canadian.
Hi, happy Canada Day. It's Rick from Tobermory, Ontario.
And what makes me proud
To be Canadian is this beautiful view that I have from Fathom 5 National Park viewing tower.
All of us that arrived in Canada, I came in 1947, became a Canadian citizen in 1957. It's a wonderful day and we do celebrate.
I would like to wish my fellow Canadians from coast to coast to coast a very happy Canada Day celebration.
Okay, so we've been listening in to Canadians from coast to coast, how they are feeling on this Canada Day, and we've also been bringing people who are out here on Center Island celebrating to join us on set and give us their thoughts. Thank you so much for joining us. This is Sabrine Aldawi. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
How are you feeling today?
Feeling really happy to be out here. The weather is great. The energy is amazing. So it's awesome. Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Were you planning to be on TV today, or did someone come with a hook and just grab you?
Someone came with a hook, so I'm kind of panicking, but it's fun to be here.
Who are you here with? What are you planning to do? What have you been doing?
I've just been exploring Toronto. I have a friend that's visiting from overseas, so just kind of showing them the hospitality of Canada.
Nice.
They love it, so it's really great. I also have some plans this evening with my family, so I'm super excited for that.
That's great.
Yeah.
How are you feeling this year for Canada Day compared to other years? Does it feel different?
It does feel different. I think I'm an immigrant, like a lot of people in this country, and I've been here over 15 years, right? So I think Canada Day is a really important way for us to celebrate Turtle Island's inclusivity and just our welcomeness towards everyone in the world, right? With all the division that's happening, it's really important to kind of recognize that we have some peace here in our land, and to also just remember the people that don't.
Do you feel that divisiveness, that polarization?
Yeah.
Been a lot.
There's a lot of it, yeah, for sure. So it's nice to have a day where it's kind of like, okay, we recognize that, but we also recognize that as a country here in Canada, we are inclusive and we are welcoming, and we do open arms with everyone, right? So. Yeah.
You're saying lovely things, but I also have to just acknowledge it. You came to Toronto Island ready to be on television. You look fantastic.
Thank you so much.
She knew. She knew. She was a plant.
Right.
No. I wanted to ask you too, as you're celebrating today, have you changed at all what you're doing aside from this day because of those divisions and how people are feeling right now with this elbows up vibe?
I think it's really important to kind of look at our history and reflect on it, right? Talking about like our Indigenous Day, talking about our reconciliation efforts, and making sure that we are recognizing the people that are suffering in the world, right? Whether it's elsewhere in the continent or somewhere else outside of this specific continent, right? It's really important to kind of educate yourself and make sure you're aware of the resources that are available. You can make donations. So that's really important for me, and it's important for me to also share that with my siblings, because I am the oldest in my family. So I have 4 brothers,
pressure.
so it's pressure nonstop. So it's important for me to not only educate myself, but also pass that knowledge on to my family and my friends.
That's amazing.
And everyone else, I guess.
Yes. Well, we have absolutely loved having you join us today and sharing how you're feeling on this day.
For sure.
So thank you.
Thank you both for having me.
Not at all. Just sit tight here.
And can we get a happy Canada Day?
Of course. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
There you have it. Thank you so much for joining us. And stay with us for a moment. We want to head back to BC because we've reconnected with the CBC's Benit Brate. She's on the move in Abbotsford at the Canada Day Family Festival. Benit, tell us what's happening.
I am definitely on the move, Aarti. So we are here. It's 27 degrees. It's hot. There's a breeze, but I will give it that. Right now, Abbotsford is an agricultural community. I've grown up here. This is my hometown, and it's, blueberries, raspberries, strawberry, corn, you name it, it's grown here. And today, we're kind of, one of the things that people come here to do is the hay rides, the tractors. It really speaks to the heritage of this community. And I want to introduce you to somebody who only drives a pink tractor. This is Cindy Rowell, and she is with the Fraser Valley Antique Farm Machinery Society. Cindy, tell me about Canada Day today. Why do you only drive a pink tractor?
Well, I'm actually a city girl, and I joined the Fraser Valley Antique Farm Club, and they're an association that restores local antique tractors. And so I got involved with them by doing Heritage Fair with the schools. And I just love the whole heritage and history thing. So I got involved with them, and this tractor was originally yellow. And when I told them that I only drive pink tractors, they kind of hummed and hawed, and at Christmas time they presented me with Pinky.
What was that like for you to be presented with the only pink tractor?
Yeah, it was really good, and it's a really easy tractor to drive, so it's not like the big ones or anything. It's just a small mini tractor.
mentioned that you are a city girl, you know. What sparked your interest to be doing this and preserving a bit of history?
I think with Abbotsford, we're an agriculture community, and I think it's really important to honor our pioneers and the people who actually started farming in the region. So I'm very passionate about history and heritage, and yeah, this is older than me, believe it or not.
And you also told me that you're the only woman in your society.
Yes, that's right. So I get all the secretary, treasurer jobs, get to take the minutes at the meetings, yeah. Everything a girl does.
Okay. And so when you reflect on Canada Day today, and you reflect on all that you've been doing, being part of this society, how important is it for you to celebrate today?
Well, I think with the situation that we're in now with the food economy and stuff, that it's really important that we support our farmers and that we also support the pioneers who actually started us off farming in our community.
Now, of course, we're talking about the tractor. I think it's time we try it out, take it for a ride.
Do you want to go for a ride?
I do want to go for a ride. Okay.
Yeah, let's do it.
Here we go. Getting it ready. Let's do this, Cindy.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, here we go. Woo!
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, happy Canada Day.
Benit Brage taking in Canada Day in Abbotsford, BC. Thank you, Benit.
That's one way to get home.
That's one way, sure. Yeah. Now, we are continuing our Canada Day coverage, and of course, we want to know what kids are thinking of Canada Day. Before we speak to these wonderful young people who have joined us, we wanted to hear how people who were interviewed by CBC Kids described their Canada in just 3 words. Let's take a listen.
3 words. A little messy.
Beautiful, happy, and equal.
Diversity, nice people, and a beautiful country.
Loving, caring, and fun.
Red, maple syrup, and hockey.
Strong, proud, and free, yeah.
We have a lot of special things and a lot of different people, like from different countries.
Okay, so those are some thoughts from young people that CBC Kids interviewed, and we want to interview some wonderful young people who've joined us today. First, I'm going to get you guys to introduce yourself. You are?
Haricia. Naraya. Reagan.
Okay, and what are you guys doing today to celebrate? Tell me.
We're going over the island to go to the beach and have some fun.
Nice.
Good. What about you? You're doing the same thing, obviously.
Yeah, we're enjoying family members and we're like doing some stuff fun together. We're enjoying the beautiful day.
What about you? How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling happy.
Tell me why you're feeling so happy today, besides the fact that you're on television, because I can tell that that's exciting, isn't it?
I love to play at the park and play at the beach with my cousin and my sister.
Now, who is who? Who are sisters here? You two are sisters, and that's your cousin.
Yes.
And do you get to hang out together a lot?
Yeah. We went to a birthday party and we had a pool there.
Yeah. In a pool?
Yeah. We went in the pool. I went in the pool twice. Wow. It was so fun. Me too. I went in the pool twice.
Now,
I love my cousin so much.
Oh, that's so nice.
And that is part of Canada Day, right? Of course, community and family and coming together. You know, right before we came to you guys, we were listening to what some kids were saying Canada meant to them in just 3 words. So do you guys think that you would be able to tell me what Canada means to you in 3 words? What does it mean to you?
It means about being near family and being kind and enjoying the community.
That's beautiful. What about you? What does Canada mean to you?
What if I give you a flag?
What does it mean to you?
I love to play, and I love to play in water.
You've come to the right place.
Yes, no kidding.
What does you've got your red shirt on today? Is that because of Canada Day?
Yes, because I'm a Canadian. I was born in Canada, so I think Canada is the best.
It's
the meaning of love.
It's the meaning of love.
Yes, I can get on board with all of those responses for certain. Do you guys think you can give us a quick Canada Day cheer? How do you feel about that? Are you guys going to watch fireworks tonight too?
Yeah.
Yes? Okay, so let's hear it, ladies.
You want to say Happy Canada Day?
Happy Canada Day!
Woohoo!
Yay, thank you to you ladies. Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming and celebrating Canada Day and joining us here on set. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Enjoy the fireworks and have a great night. You can have that flag. You want it?
We do want to take a quick look at, of course, the water. We know that it's behind us right now, but the boats have been coming in to Toronto Island for some time now. Thank you to all of you guys for being part of our coverage. And you can see there that, of course, so many people are coming over to Toronto Island, where we are right now trying to bring you how people are feeling from coast to coast to coast about this country. And now I said that I really wanted to stump David Common before the end of the show. Again, a second time. Yes, okay. So let's do this one, okay? It's another fun one. We don't have a lot of time, but I don't know if you'll get this or not. What cuisine inspired Greek-Canadian Sotirios Panopoulos to invent the Hawaiian pizza in 1962?
What? What was the first part?
What cuisine inspired him to do that? That's right,
to add
folks.
pineapple in.
Yes, yes.
And he was Greek.
He was Greek.